Luo Qingyuan. You don't have to. Duanyi. Be obedient, sister. Luo Qingyuan was momentarily surprised but then softened her gaze, sitting obediently and waiting to be fed. Duanyi fed her noodles while saying, "You have to believe in my abilities. As long as you're well, I'll be fine too." Luo Qingyuan smiled and nodded. "All right, but besides Shao, you should bring one more person." Suddenly, Luo Qingyuan thought among the people she brought there was one suitable to accompany Duanyi. Duanyi hesitated for a moment but then agreed. "Okay, you can arrange that." After finishing breakfast, Luo Qingyuan personally walked Duanyi to the door. 3 people were already standing in front of the pickup truck: Shao, Luoan, and a white man named John. Luo Qingyuan. John is a retired foreign special forces soldier. With him around, I feel assured. Duanyi leaned in and kissed Luo Qingyuan. "Thank you, my wife." Blushing a bit amidst the watching crowd, Luo Qingyuan urged, "Go on. You should leave now." After bidding farewell, Duanyi drove off with the 3 individuals. Watching them disappear into the distance, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help feeling a sense of emptiness. The maid reassured her, "Miss, don't worry. Master is capable. He will be fine." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "I hope so." On the journey, Duanyi was driving, with Shao sitting nervously in the passenger seat. John was lively, his blue eyes spinning around. "Most bosses have chauffeurs. Mr. Duan is quite unique." Duanyi chuckled. "Oh. So, John, are you satisfied with me as your boss?" John replied, "Extremely satisfied. John, am driving for a boss for the first time." Duanzi, Shao, and Luoan all laughed. John remarked, "However, there's a lot of rat droppings behind. Does the boss need it to be cleaned?" Duanyi asked, "Can you do it?" John confidently said, "Give me the wheel. I can shake them off." Duanyi raised his eyebrows and actually stopped the car by the roadside. Shao, with acute perception, moved from the front to the back seat and fastened the seat belts with Luoan. So, John sat in the driver's seat, and Duanyi sat on the passenger side. John whistled, glanced at the rearview mirror, and then said with a smile, "Boss, let's go." Before anyone could react, John stepped on the accelerator, and Duanyi watched as it was pushed all the way down. The surrounding cars and scenery were rapidly retreating. John chuckled contentedly, effortlessly overtaking all the cars in front, even driving with just one hand. Shao's heart was racing. Luoan's face turned pale. Only Duanyi stared quietly at the rearview mirror, watching as those cars were left behind one by one. John steered and drove with flair, racing for over 40 minutes before getting out of the car and changing the pickup truck's plates. As the vehicle got back on the road, Duanyi said, "That move of yours, quite impressive." The vehicle resumed normal speed. John replied, "Thank you for the compliment, boss. I hope you can report this to higher-ups. I had to do this out of necessity." Shao added, "Duanji, John is a well-known racer. To him, these actions are trivial." Luoan calmly let go of his grip. The racer indeed lives up to the name. The drive felt like a roller coaster. John modestly responded, "You flatter me." The 4 of them chatted and soon arrived at Yangjiakan. Although the others did not catch up, when he knew that news of his presence would likely spread quickly, John parked the car outside, and the 4 of them walked towards the village. John carried a black bag, its contents unknown, while Shao and Duanyi had empty hands, and Luoan carried her laptop. Shao said, "While coming, I checked. Yangjiakan has a total of 156 households with over 700 people in the registration records. Among them, the last house at the end of the village belongs to Yanhao's mother." John asked, "Are we going to Yanhao's house today?" Luoan replied, "Since we're already here, why not go?" When Duanyi heard this, he laughed, "Yeah, since we're here, why not go?" They entered the village, and the first house they saw was a small shop. Duanyi walked straight to the shop and said, "Boss, give us 4 bottles of Red Bull." The boss kindly handed them the drinks with a smile, saying, "All right, that will be a total of 28 yuan." While paying, Duanyi asked, "I was wondering, where is the Yanhao family?" Ziwu was shocked. Was he being direct? The boss was momentarily stunned, then asked, "You're looking for Yanhao?" Duanyi calmly replied, "We are his friends, here to help him check on his mother. We also plan to buy some rice and noodles at the market in Yangjia village." Luoan added, "Yes, please also tell us where the market is, boss." The boss looked around and then smiled. "Keep walking this way, and you'll reach Yon house at the end. There is a market in between. It's still early, and there are households selling vegetables on both sides of the road. Dwinny said. Thank you, boss. The boss hurriedly waved his hand. No need to thank me. It's just that Yon Hao hasn't come back for many years, leaving his old mother alone, which is truly pitiful. By the way, sir, since you are friends of Yon Hao, do you know when he will be back? Luoan replied, we haven't seen him for a long time. We were passing by on a business trip and decided to visit his old mother. The boss chuckled. I see, you should hurry. At this time, his old mother should have just finished buying groceries and returned home. All right. After a simple farewell, the four of them followed the direction pointed by the boss. Once their figures vanished from sight, the boss promptly turned back to his shop. Subsequently, he took out a cell phone hidden under the snack shelf and dialed an unfamiliar number. Boss, the person you mentioned is now in Yangjia village. The person on the other end fell silent for a moment before asking, did he come alone? The boss replied, no, there are 4 people in total, including a foreigner. I see. Keep an eye on them. The call ended, and the boss hurriedly made more calls to inform others. Lao Zhang, we have outsiders in the village. Everyone needs to be more cautious. Lao Li, 4 outsiders have arrived in our village, including a foreigner. Pay attention to their movements. Hianti, outsiders have arrived in the village. Be watchful, they seem suspicious. Make sure to stay vigilant. Dwinny and the others were unaware of this short incident, but as they walked, they couldn't shake the feeling that the villagers around them were acting strangely. John commented, these people are truly peculiar. Luoan frowned. Indeed, Ziwu said, I feel like we are being watched. John quickly rubbed his arm, his towering figure of 1.9 meters under the scorching sun feeling somewhat eerie. In your words, this village, in our view, is quite eerie, John commented. Dwinny smiled. That's a fitting description. They finally arrived at the market. The first split up. Dwinny and Ziwu went to buy rice and oil, while Luoan and John went to buy vegetables and meat. The shopping process went smoothly, and they were politely welcomed by the locals, but the probing looks in their eyes made them all feel uneasy. Dwinny and Ziwu carried a bag of rice and a bucket of oil each. John hoisted a leg of pork, while Luoan carried various vegetables. They proceeded towards the end of the village under the gaze of the residents. Ziwu murmured, why do I feel it was easy to come in, but getting out might be difficult? John added, I feel the same, but if we can't leave, we'll have to make our way out anyway. Luoan frowned. John, Ziwu, keep your voices down. It seemed like every household had someone observing them, every step of the way. Even the children playing nearby had a curious and guarded look in their eyes. John asked, do you think we are being too loud? Ziwu replied, speak softly. Shouldn't we keep a low profile? Dwinny burst out laughing directly, drawing even more attention from onlookers. Luoan commented, there's not a single moment of peace. Dwinny reassured, don't worry. If anything happens, I can get the message out. Walking by Luoan's side, Dwinny asked quietly, can you cut off the internet in Yangjia village, even the phones, so they can't make calls? Proudly, Luoan puffed up his chest. Of course, in a short time, they won't be able to send any messages out. Dwinny continued, can you keep it off for a whole night? Luoan's expression revealed a hint of difficulty. Doing it alone. I can try. Just a few hours might be easy for him, but a whole night, it may be different. Dwinny patted his shoulder. Just do your best. During the day, I need you to intercept all the information here and give it to me. It must be done without anyone noticing. Can you do it? I can. Luoan replied. Dwinny then approached John. When we arrive at Yon Hao's house later, find a reason to leave. I need you to find out who the real person in charge is in Yangjia village. Dwinny added, I think we can only afford to succeed, not to fail. John nodded, looking relaxed. Sure. Ziwu asked, what about me? Dwinny replied, you stick with me. Ziwu's face immediately fell. Huh. Dwinny explained, I think there will be more than just his old mother at Yang's house later. Ziwu, being emotionally intelligent, knew what to say and what not to say. Where he was, so too were the eyes of those people, and he naturally couldn't leave. Meanwhile, outside the village, Dwinzi and his group were also squatting, including Li Wei, Ziliu, and 2 other taciturn men. Ziliu asked, aren't we going in now? Dwinzi sat on the ground directly. No rush. Ziliu responded, oh, all right, I get it. Li Wei inquired, what vague mystery are you playing at? Why not go in when they've arrived? What have you understood? Though the other two were silent, they perked up their ears. Ziliu shrugged and joined Dwinzi sitting on the ground. I'm not sure either, but I think Dwinjie has his own pace. The group fell silent. Li Wei even rolled his eyes at Ziliu. Dwinzi smiled and said, let's wait for the signal from inside and then move. Going in openly now might alert the target. Li Wei asked, but what are we going to do once we go in later? Dwinzi replied, aren't you supposed to catch the bad guys? Naturally, we'll catch them. Li Wei nodded eagerly, suddenly feeling excited. The group sat quietly on the ground, waiting for night to fall. At that moment, Dwinyi and his group arrived at Yan Hao's house. Luoan went to knock on the door. After waiting for several minutes, the door opened, revealing a young man. Hello, who are you? Luoan was a bit surprised but quickly regained composure. We are friends of Yan Hao. We came here today specifically to visit his mother. Visit Granny Yan, please come in. The fur followed the young man inside and found that the small courtyard, relatively empty, was now filled with people. As soon as they enter, they were scrutinized by everyone present. At the moment when all eyes converged, even Wenyi, the head of this community, felt a bit embarrassed, let alone others. John. Hey, everyone, we are friends of Yan Hao. We are here to see Yan Hao's mother. Luoan and Ziwu hung a mysterious smile. Soon, an old voice rang out, who is looking for me? Dwinyi and the others looked up and saw two young men supporting a woman in her 50s with slightly graying hair, who walked with a limp. Dwinyi quickly led them over. You must be Hazy's mother. We are your son's friends, here to see you on his behalf. As he spoke, everyone placed the items they were holding at the door. Yang's mother smiled. Thank you for your trouble, but Zihao has not come back for a long time. I have not heard him mention you. Luoan. Auntie, we haven't seen him for a long time either. We just came to visit after hearing about him. We thought he was at home when we came. Yang's mother. Then come in. There are relatives in the courtyard today. Don't be too reserved. So, everyone entered the main hall together. The hall was empty, with only a sofa, a table, and a statue of Guan Yu displayed at the front, with 3 sticks of incense in a small jar in front of it. Yang's mother. Everyone have a seat. So, Dwinyi and the others sat on the sofa. Just as they sat down, several tall and burly men walked in from outside, found a few small stools, and casually sat down in the room. Dwinyi. Who are these people? Yang's mother. They are neighbors who came to have a meal at home today. Please don't mind. Dwinyi and Ziwu exchanged a glance. What a clumsy excuse. Dwinyi. No problem, no problem. We just didn't expect the house to be so lively without Hazy. We brought some food. I hope you don't mind, Auntie. Yang's mother seemed pleased. Thank you all. Hazy is not here, but you still remembered to come see me. Yes. Do you know where Hazy is? As soon as Yang's mother asked this question, a nondescript young man nearby coughed. Yang's mother's expression stiffened for a moment, then immediately changed her tone. Odd. Never mind. Since you have come, let's all have dinner together. Dinner will be ready soon. Dwinyi quickly stood up, walked over to support Yang's mother. Auntie, you don't need to trouble yourself. We have already eaten before coming here. Yang's mother. You must. You've come a long way. You are all guests. Dwinyi. Is that so? Hazy also said such things. Yang's mother's eyes lit up instantly, wanting to say something, but seemed to be mindful of the people in the room, and finally patted his hand with tears in her eyes. Okay. Ziwu. Auntie, where is the kitchen? Let us help. Before Ziwu finished speaking, a voice from outside said, Dinner's ready. The 4 of them looked at each other, then followed Yang's mother out, where 3 square tables were set up in the courtyard. The other 2 tables were already occupied, but the middle one was empty. Yang's mother led them to sit down. Dwinyi, the other 3, Yang's mother, and 2 young men claimed to be relatives all had a sense of vigilance in their eyes from start to finish. Dwinyi and the others had to act as if they didn't notice. They couldn't avoid having the meal, so they ate while listening to Yan Hao's mother rambling on. Hazy hasn't been back for almost 10 years. He is my only son. I can't see him, or get any news about him. Sometimes I even have fantasies and wonder if this son of mine is just my illusion. Hazy was so lovely when he was a child. When he was 5, he was called a fatherless child by other kids outside. He got into fights and came back all bruised, but still refused to back down. By the age of 15, he was taller than me, a wise and thoughtful boy who saved up his pocket money to buy gifts for me At 18, he got into the best university in the city. Yang's mother talked endlessly about Yan's past, until people around them gradually got up and left, and the sky darkened. Duanyi and the others just occasionally nodded along. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that all the dishes on the table were finally cleared. Yang's mother, you can stay in the village tonight. Guests are always welcome, and we have rooms available. Luoan glanced outside and said, it's late now, since Heiress is not here. We won't disturb you. Just as he finished speaking, someone closed the door. Though they had expected it, Duanyi couldn't help but smile at their boldness. Auntie, what does this mean? Yang's mother, the sun has already set. Guests coming to our village are required to stay overnight once the sun has set, following our customs. Even if you are guests, please respect our traditions. Duanyi, understood. Auntie, we'll stay the night then. Yang's mother, please follow me. So, Yang's mother led them through the main hall to a room behind it. This is your room. The bed inside is quite large. You can share a room with another person. After saying this, Yang's mother was about to leave but suddenly turned back with a smile. Yang's village has a curfew. After midnight, people are not allowed to wander on the roads, even though you are guests. Please respect our customs. Duanyi said, of course, we understand the concept of guests following their host's rules. Please go ahead, Auntie. With that, Yang's mother left with her entourage, leaving the four of them alone, looking at each other. John, what are you all staring at? Since we're here, let's go inside first. Then, everyone entered the same room. Just as they entered, the four of them scattered. 10 minutes later, a pile of cameras and bugs were left on the table. John, we knew there would be some, but we never expected this many. Luoan, unbelievable. Ziwu, everyone is calm on the outside, but still playing this game. Duanyi sat down first. All right, let's get to work. So, everyone fell silent and sat around the table. Luoan took out his laptop to start working, and no one disturbed him. The night fell completely 1 hour later. Luoan, as long as you give the order, we can cut off the network at any time, rendering all the cameras useless in Yan's village. Duanyi, tonight, you and Ziwu will share a room, while I and John will share another. We will cut off the network at 10 o'clock. Luoan nodded. Duanyi then looked towards the door. All right, let's pack up and head back to rest until morning. Luoan and Ziwu left Duanyi's room and returned to the adjacent room. At the same time, in another room adjacent to the main hall, Yan's mother was inside. All of the cameras inside have been dismantled, and outsiders dare not approach, so they have no idea what was said. Well, let's give them no thought, as they will all be sleeping soundly tonight. Night crept in quietly. A slightly hunched figure emerged from the main hall and entered the courtyard behind. Yang's mother held a flashlight and walked into Duanyi's room first. Both of them were sleeping soundly, so she felt relieved. Then she entered the other room with the same result. She then made a phone call before heading out with her flashlight. Meanwhile, Duanyi and his group woke up at the same time, sneaking out of their rooms through the windows one by one and dispersing into the night. Yang's mother, still in deep thought, noticed a dim light above her head upon waking out, and upon looking up, she saw Ziwu by the wall and Duanyi sitting behind the door on a chair. Fear filled Yang's mother's eyes. You, Duanyi. Curious, I see. We have already eaten your food, so how can we still be here unscathed? Yang's mother lowered her head at his words, feeling resigned rather than tied up, her eyes full of despair. Are you police officers? I won't say a word. You can forget about getting anything out of me. Duanyi, we are not police officers. We have only met your son, Yan, and he still has a chance. Are you really not going to help him? Duanyi didn't believe that this woman wouldn't know that Yan Hao had already been captured. Yan Hao is stubborn and resists to his last breath. Yang, you have only one son. When Yang's mother heard this, she shuddered. Duanyi, we are not police officers, so whether you help your son or not, we don't mind. We only came today because your son owes me a debt, and I am looking to find out who is behind him. Ziwu, boss, we should leave now. After Ziwu spoke, Duanyi opened the door, taking a step forward. Wait. In a place out of sight of others, Duanyi subtly flashed a smile in his eyes before turning back with a straight face. Can I see my son? Ziwu was startled. Boss, we don't have the authority for that. Yan's mother pleaded urgently. Please help me. You came to investigate in Yan's village, and I know that you must have a way. Ziwu hesitated to intervene. Well, Duanyi saw an opportunity. There is a way, but you have to do something for us first. What do you want me to do? Duanyi and Ziwu exchanged a glance. Not long after, Yan's mother set out again with a flashlight and an umbrella towards her destination. Ziwu and Duanyi watched her retreating figure from the small room. Ziwu. Duanjie, do you really think she would betray the people in the village for her son? Duanyi. I'm not sure. Ziwu was shocked. What? Then why did you let her go as bait? Duanyi. Whatever choice she makes, we won't lose. Ziwu immediately understood. Duanyi was setting a trap to catch a bigger fish. What do we do now? Ziwu asked. Duanyi took a step outside. What else can we do? We just have to find a safe place and wait for the morning. Duanyi looked up at the dark sky. After all, unless something unexpected happens, this place will soon be turned upside down. Ziwu hurriedly followed Duanyi's steps. At the same time, Duanzi and his men were scattered in every corner of the village, with Duanzi and Ziliu together. Ziliu looked at the cameras above. To be honest, can't those cameras really see us? Duanzi was busy modifying the cameras, and upon hearing this, he hadn't had a chance to respond before hearing a stranger's voice. Brothers, stop chatting. Okay, there are many more locations to change. Hurry up, someone is coming. Ziliu was amazed, wondering how hackers could be this skilled. But Duanzi was swift in his actions. In a few moments, he had installed them, and they quickly disappeared into the night. Their mission was to replace all the cameras in the village while the network was down. At a certain house in the village. What's going on? Why is there no internet? How come there's no electricity? Did the heavy rain cause a power outage? Quick, find a few people to check it out. Why can't we make any phone calls? What's happening? How do we report to the higher-ups? We can't even use the walkie-talkie to communicate over such a distance. Does anyone have a generator? Let's try. Chaos reigned inside, but with Duanzi and his team's help, everything was going smoothly. Until 4 in the morning. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of guns reverberated through the sky. The village still had no power. It continued to rain, but several cars had illuminated their headlights and driven out of Yang's village. Duanyi and Ziwu huddled under the bridge at the end of the village, sitting on the ground, quietly listening to the sounds around them. Ziwu. They won't be beaten up like that, will they? Duanyi glanced at the weather. Can't say for sure. Ziwu fell silent for 2 seconds. Duanjie. Aren't you worried about John, Luoan, and your brother? Duanyi sighed. What can we do? Do you want to help now? I will wait here for you. Before Ziwu could speak, a voice shouted angrily. There's a thief in the village. Stop. Stop. Who is this thief? Duanyi and Ziwu were puzzled, faces of various people flashing through their minds. Despite their moral reservations, they crouched down further, afraid of being seen. Although it was unethical, Little Wu, I think they have high combat power, and they are so smart, they should be able to get out of danger. Duanyi nodded in agreement. I think so. Meanwhile, Duanzi was running through the village based on his memory, with a blockade of people coming from all directions, leaving him in a desperate situation. At a certain lush tree, Luoan, wearing a raincoat, was struggling to operate a computer and control everything. The computer was protected in a waterproof bag. Zijie. No one is behind you on the left, you can run that way. Following his guidance, Duanzi managed to evade the pursuit of the people from Yangjia village after going through countless hardships. However, Xiaoyu was not as lucky. He lost one of his shoes while being chased before finally shaking off his pursuers. The atmosphere in Yangjia village became chaotic, with John's angry shouts muffled by the rain, making it sound like English to everyone who couldn't understand what he was actually saying. Xiao listened to the commotion inside, feeling anxious. Are you really not going? Duanyi sighed. You've asked me 100 times already. Didn't I say it? You can go if you want. Having one more person go would divert the attention. Isn't that a good thing? Xiao was conflicted, while Duanyi remained calm sitting there. After much contemplation, Xiao decided to leave. Duanyi stayed put, calmly reporting to Luo Qingyuan. In Duanyi's absence, Luo Qingyuan couldn't sleep, despite Duanyi repeatedly instructing him to do so. Although Luo Qingyuan was ordered to sleep, it seemed as if nothing had been said at all. Luo Qingyuan continued to message him. Are you still under the bridge now? Is it really safe? I'm fine. People will come when it's daylight. Be good and go to sleep. Just as Duanyi sent this message, someone came in. It was Xiao. drenched in rain again after leaving. Dwinny calmly glanced at him. Why didn't you go? Xiao shook off the water from his body and said, I think you were right, boss. After saying this, Xiao decisively squatted down and began wringing the water out of his clothes. Seeing Xiao soaking wet, Dwinny wanted to laugh but forcibly held it in. Phone suddenly transmitted some loud chatter. Both Xiao and Dwinny fell silent at the same time. Yang Mama's voice came from inside. I've said everything I needed to. Can't you help me save Housie now? It's not that we don't want to help, it's just that we currently can't locate him. Yang Auntie, you have to find a way to get those two to talk. Yang Mama's voice suddenly rose. My son has done so much for this village. Now that he's in trouble, you want this old woman to coax people for information. As Yang Mama continued, Dwinny and Xiao could hear the sadness in her tone. He's my only son. Yet you're treating him like a bull, kicking him back and forth. Wenshu is not that big of a place. With so many of you, can't you find him if you really wanted to? Dwinny and Xiao exchanged a glance, listening intently. The voice of a middle-aged man they didn't recognize chimed in. Young sister, we want to help, but we are also worried about Housie. However, the internet in Yangjia village is down, and we can't even make emergency calls. Why not ask Hu brother for help? Xiao mouthed. Is it not recorded? Dwinny gave him a puzzled look. This is a bug. The other side can't hear it. Xiao fell silent for 3 seconds. Forgot. He isn't? Dwinny said. This bug has recording function throughout, and it's connected to my sister-in-law. At this moment, Liang Mo's small team had already begun their operation. Hu bro. He must be the key figure in breaking the deadlock. They had been in Wenshu for a while, only hearing about Zhang Jingwen's small fries, and it was the first time they heard such an unfamiliar name. The voices inside continued without pause. I don't care. Those two have tried to persuade me for so long, but I haven't compromised. I need answers about Housie, or there will be consequences. Yan sister, we are all from the same village. We succeed and fail together. I want my son. I'll say it again. I only want my son. Yang Mama shouted angrily and then left. Xiao whispered, now we can't hear anything. Dwinny smiled mysteriously, then dialed a call to Raoan who knows where he was hiding. Cut the conversation in the room. Raoan. Yes, boss. Xiao was shocked. Could they really do that? Was the escape room plot in the village just a diversion that they only had for people, and Dwinzy didn't bring many? How did they manage that? Before Xiao could ask, they heard the conversation inside. Yang's sister is getting more and more impatient. That's Yan Hao, her own son. It's normal for her to be anxious. Hasn't Yan Hao asked to see Dwinny? Why did Dwinny come to Yangjia village again? Just a few short sentences, but Dwinny and Xiao's expressions turned serious. How did these people know that Yan Hao wanted to see Dwinny? Dwinny himself wasn't aware. Raoan only cut the conversation to Dwinyi's side, not linking it to Liang Mo's side. So, it wasn't just an issue with the police station. What do we do? Do we really have to harm Housie? We can't do that either. Hu bro said to hold these people back, nothing else. Don't overthink it. Hu bro again. Soon the group dispersed, and Dwinny furrowed his brow. It's more serious than I thought. If it was just an issue with external personnel, it would be manageable, but if there was an issue with his sister-in-law, he had to find a way to relay this message. Raoan's call came through. Dwinny answered promptly. Boss, it's getting light outside, and there are skilled people on the other side. If I continue like this, they might discover me. Dwinny pondered for 2 seconds, finally sighing, retreat. Raoan, apologies. Dwinny, you've done well. How's John? Just as Dwinyi's words fell, a foreigner's heavily accented but beautiful sentence rang out from afar. Come on, you scoundrels, brothers, get your weapons, kill this foreigner. Charge. Xiao sneakily glanced, only seeing a tall figure of about 1.9 meters jumping up and down in the uneven house. Xiao and Dwinny fell silent. Raoan felt a bit embarrassed. Someone just came here. John came to protect me. Dwinny instructed. Inform everyone to retreat. Raoan acknowledged. Got it. Dwinny made another call under Xiao's gaze. Hello, I need to report. There's a group fight in Yangjia village. After the call, Dwinny finally relaxed. Xiao asked, is it over? By now, the rain had also subsided. Dwinny stood up, dusted off his pants. What else can we do? Let's go. Get some rest at home. Xiao followed, somewhat confused. As they walked out of the village, the sound of police sirens approached. Rather than venturing far, Duanyi led Xiao to a small grove outside the village. Duanyi asked, "Are you hungry?" Xiao replied, "A bit. Cold and hungry in late autumn. Winter was not far off." Duanyi said, "Just wait a bit more. We'll go back to eat when everyone gathers." Xiao was about to ask what they'd eat when he heard Duanyi muttering to himself, "Tell my wife." Xiao thought, it's better to be chased and beaten up than this. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Luolan came back, still carrying that bag, but his whole body was soaked. Duanyi glanced at him and said, "You've worked hard." Luolan shook his head, his eyes bloodshot, his face tired. "I estimate the village will have electricity in about 10 minutes. After speaking, Luolan sat down directly, not even bothering if the ground was dirty. "I'll take a nap, wake me up when it's time to leave," said Ziwu. "Hey, why don't you say something?" Ziwu didn't finish his sentence before Luolan started snoring. Ziwu could only close his mouth in silence, but soon, Ziwu became alert. Duanyi asked, "What's wrong?" Ziwu whispered, "Shh, someone is approaching." Duanyi said, "Whoever it is, knock them out and hide them." Ziwu nodded solemnly and then stealthily moved towards the source of the sound. The voices grew closer, becoming more eerie. "There's no electricity in the village tonight. There's no electricity tonight. But the village is in chaos. Everyone is searching for people. What if they find us? Damn it. You can't wait even for one night." "Of course I can't wait. Hurry up. Xiaoying, give me a kiss." Ziwu stood behind a tree, holding a piece of wood found on the road, with a colorful expression on his face, looking quite handsome. Just as the voice sounded excited, Ziwu rushed out like a monkey and knocked the man unconscious with a stick. The woman's face turned pale, about to scream, but was swiftly subdued by Ziwu. Ziwu picked up their clothes, tied them together, and then dragged both of them away. When Ziwu returned, there were already several people there: Duanyi, Xiaoliu, Li Wei, and 5 others he didn't know, all panting and resting. Seeing Ziwu approaching, Duanyi asked, "What's going on? Did you take care of it?" Ziwu remained silent for a moment, not saying a word. Everyone's puzzled eyes fell on him. Duanyi frowned. "Is it troublesome?" Upon hearing this, everyone went on guard. Ziwu hastened to say, "No. It's all taken care of." Under the incomprehensible gazes of the group, Ziwu closed his eyes and said, "It was a pair of wild mandarin ducks." So, Ziwu watched as their shocked expressions turned into teasing ones. Ziwu suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. "I said it's taken care of. Why are you still asking?" Duanyi burst into laughter without hesitation. "I mean, you were acting like it was a matter of life and death just now. Ha ha ha." Li Wei added, "Indeed, a young lad can't remain calm." Even Luolan looked at Ziwu with a sort of half-smiling gaze. Ziwu was at a complete loss. He thought doing such things was embarrassing, right? But in reality, this was why Duanyi was willing to keep Ziwu around. Ziwu was strong, but his uncle had said his hearing was also excellent. Duanyi's observational skills might not be as sharp as Duanyi's, so he had to have some security. After the laughter died down, they began to count heads. Luolan said, "The village has electricity now." Everyone looked up to see the village lights all lit up. Li Wei said, "We can't stay here long." Duanyi said, "Bro, you take your people and leave first." Duanyi asked, "What about you?" Duanyi replied, "I have to wait for John. They must return the way they came." Despite surpassing the agreed time, Duanyi said, "You take your people and go. I'll stay here." Duanyi smiled and walked over. "Bro, you have more important matters to attend to." Duanyi looked serious, unable to make a decision immediately. Li Wei offered, "I'll stay, you to leave. It's about that foreign guy, right?" "I know him." Duanyi clarified, "He only listens to me." With that, all intentions of trying to stay behind faded away. Duanyi assured, "Bro, trust me, I'll be back, I promise." Seeing this, Duanyi stopped hesitating. He had brought too many people with him. They had to leave now. It would be easy to be exposed with so many people when daylight came. Duanyi said, "If I don't hear from you in 2 hours, I'll bring people back." With that, Duanyi departed with his group. The rumbling of many people leaving left only the remaining 3 behind. Luolan said, "John shouldn't be caught by some villagers, right?" Ziwu added, "He'd be useless if he was. Claiming to be a retired special forces operative, it must be fake. Is it because he paid his way in?" A gloomy voice suddenly interjected, "You Chinese people, always speaking ill behind others' backs." Ziwu's heart sank. When did John arrive? How did he not hear any movement from him? Ziwu blurted out, Why didn't we hear you coming? John replied, I bought soundproof shoes. Ziwu thought to himself, you're quite good at joking. Dwinyi said, now that everyone is here, let's go. Dwinyi was quite satisfied. Despite John and Luoan being dirty, he and Ziwu were relatively clean. But the outcome was fruitful, as both John and Luo and displayed real strength. They didn't know where the limit lay. The four proceeded towards the direction of the pickup truck. Not long after they left, people began searching the area extensively but found nothing. In the pickup truck, John and Luoan were busily wiping away the mud from their bodies with towels. Luoan said, when we get back, I'll redirect the surveillance footage, but they will definitely be on high alert today. We need a perfect reason to make them unsuspicious. Luoan was afraid that all their efforts and high-tech gadgets would go to waste. Dwinyi reassured him, we don't have to worry about that. Someone else will take care of it. You can switch the feed to a live broadcast format later. Luoan nodded. The car fell silent as John began to snore. Today was a tiring day for both John and Luoan. Ziwu was driving now, with Dwinyi in the passenger seat, but Dwinyi was also occupied informing his wife and reporting to Dwinzi. At 9 in the morning, the pickup truck arrived at the villa as scheduled. Luo Qingyuan had been waiting anxiously. However, upon stopping the car and turning around, they noticed that all three were asleep, even John with drool coming out of his mouth. Ziwu muttered to himself, well done. He didn't dare wake Dwinyi up, so he turned and slapped Luoan's thigh. Wake up. Luoan winced in pain. Are you crazy? Shao. John, still groggy, asked, what's happening? Who attacked us? Dwinyi woke up, and at that moment, Luo Qingyuan rushed over. She called out to Dwinyi. Dwinyi got out of the car. Before he could even steady himself, his wife threw herself into his arms. You're back. It's wonderful. Ziwu and the others stood there silently, feeling that they should have been underneath the car, not inside it. Dwinyi smiled and said, I'm still dirty. Luo Qingyuan didn't care at all. It's okay. We'll shower together later. Ziwu laughed heartily. Miss Dwinji, there are other people here. This time, Luo Qingyuan didn't scold Ziwu like before. She just smiled and held Dwinyi's hand. So what? Isn't this normal between husband and wife? Dwinyi looked at her indulgently, letting her play around. Ziwu's smile froze, closing his mouth amidst the teasing gazes from Luoan and John. He shouldn't have spoken up in the first place. In the end, Dwinyi laughed and said, all right, it's been a busy day. Let's go home and eat. Luo Qingyuan eagerly agreed. So, without even changing their clothes, the group headed straight to the restaurant. After running around for a whole night, they were truly exhausted and needed to replenish their energy. The food and connections provided by Luo Qingyuan made many things much more convenient for Dwinyi. The table was filled with steaming hot dishes, and everyone started eating as soon as they sat down. Luo Qingyuan quickly instructed the maid to prepare hot water for them, and went upstairs to get clean clothes for Dwinyi. John, busy eating, asked, Boss, are you really not going to follow up? Dwinyi didn't even spare him a glance, focused on his food. Ziwu said, why are you asking this? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. John was genuinely curious. With all the commotion they caused, how powerful must the post-sales service be to avoid investigation? But clearly, Dwinyi had no intention of sharing, and John kept sneaking glances at him. I've got to ask, besides me, aren't you all curious? John looked innocently at Luoan and then at Ziwu. Ziwu just rolled his eyes at him. The most important thing for a bodyguard is to suppress their curiosity and simply follow the boss's orders. Luoan didn't care who would handle the aftermath. He would do whatever Dwinyi asked him to do. In fact, Luoan was quite ambitious. Being a man, he not only wanted to pursue his interests alongside Dwinyi, but also wanted to continue earning money from the Luo family. He wanted to prove his worth to Dwinyi. After all, the young lady was Dwinyi's wife. He just had to keep Dwinyi stable, and he would get everything he wanted. Despite John's curiosity, Dwinyi remained silent. It wasn't until after the meal that Dwinyi finally put down his chopsticks satisfied and said, you guys can think about it slowly. I'm going back to rest. We can all take a break these couple of days. There shouldn't be any urgent matters for a while. With that, Dwinyi quickly went upstairs. Luo Qingyuan said, go take a shower. Dwinyi smiled, kissed his wife, then turned and headed into the bathroom. At that moment, Dwinzi was working tirelessly with his men to collect the evidence they obtained from Yanjia village. Recently, Shen Nianian hadn't been eating or sleeping well, But since DRIZZLE was too busy, she didn't want to disturb him, and ended up accompanying Shen family's us to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Wenchu for a checkup. Shen Nianian looked at the doctor with her bright eyes. "Doctor, is there something wrong with my body?" She felt like her body was weak and not adapting well to the environment. After examining her pulse, the doctor suddenly said, "Young lady, you're pregnant, over a month now. Haven't you noticed?" Shen Nianian widened her eyes in shock. What? The boss who brought Shen Nianian, Zhou Laoban, also widened his eyes. The Shen family's young miss was pregnant? Zhou Laoban couldn't contain his excitement. It was truly a great joke. The doctor said, "Young lady, I assume you're a student? You must inform your parents as soon as possible." Shen Nianian corrected, "No, he's my subordinate. I have a husband." "Thank you, doctor." The doctor was surprised. "You're this young and already married?" Shen Nianian has a youthful appearance, making people believe she was underage, until the doctor asked her age for the medical records. 26. The doctor commented, "No wonder you're already married." While writing the prescription, the doctor advised Shen Nianian, "You're experiencing strong symptoms in the early stages of pregnancy. It might get even tougher as time goes on. Remember to take good care of yourself. You have 2 bodies to nourish now." After getting the prescribed medicines, Shen Nianian left with Zhou Laoban. In the car, as Zhou Laoban peeked at the rearview mirror, he saw the smile on Shen Nianian's face. Zhou Laoban was also delighted. The young Miss Shen was going to have a baby, which was great news for the Shen family's future. "Miss, since we're out today, should I take you directly to the county hospital for a checkup? Or do you want to go home first and inform the young master?" Shen Nianian originally thought of returning home first, but considering DRIZZLE's busy schedule, she decided, "Let's go to the county hospital first to confirm." Zhou Laoban, all excited, said, "All right." He drove Shen Nianian to the hospital. Shen Nianian didn't inform DRIZZLE immediately, but did send a message to Luo Qingyuan promptly. Luo Qingyuan was watching a drama in the living room, and when he was catching up on sleep in the bedroom, feeling a bit tired, she saw Shen Nianian's message and immediately perked up. "Oh my! This is fantastic news. Have you told the big brother? Shouldn't you go for a checkup?" Shen Nianian, "Not yet. I want to get checked first before telling him." Luo Qingyuan, "You are going alone? Is it safe?" Shen Nianian, "No one knows I'm in Wenchu. It's safer for me to go alone." Shen Nianian made a valid point, and Luo Qingyuan was thrilled, wishing she could rush over to accompany Shen Nianian, but there were too many people watching her. Luo Qingyuan, "I'll have some of your favorite food sent over. Remember to tell the big brother when you go back." Seeing this message, Shen Nianian's smile was sweet, and her hand instinctively rested on her abdomen. It was still flat, and she couldn't feel anything different, but she was inexplicably happy. Soon, Shen Nianian arrived at the hospital. Zhou Laoban went to register, and Shen Nianian, wearing a mask, got out of the car. She went straight to the gynecology department, nervously excited amidst the bustling hospital. In Wenchu, nobody recognized Shen Nianian, and everything went smoothly during her examinations. However, what Shen Nianian didn't expect was to meet an unexpected person on her way out of the gynecology department with the examination report. Zhou Luo. Shen Nianian was completely dumbfounded. This was Wen Prefecture. How could Zhou Luo appear here? Mr. Zhou walked directly over, blocking Zhou Luo's gaze from Shen Nianian. "Miss, please get in the car first." Shen Nianian had no intention of getting entangled with Zhou Luo. Although shocked, she understood what was more important, so she nodded and prepared to leave. However, Zhou Luo directly stopped her, his gaze falling on the medical report in Shen Nianian's hand. "You pregnant?" Shen Nianian thought Zhou Luo was crazy, while Mr. Zhou looked very unfriendly. "Who's?" Shen Nianian almost laughed out loud. "Are you out of your mind to ask this question? What do you think?" Zhou Luo's eyes suddenly turned cold. With DRIZZLE, Shen Nianian, where exactly do I fall short compared to him? You would rather be with him than give me another chance. Mr. Zhou wanted to take action, but Shen Nianian stopped him. She was very rational, and although she wanted to leave without a care, she knew Zhou Luo wouldn't have appeared in Wen Prefecture without reason. So she walked up to him and looked at Zhou Luo. "Then tell me, how did you come to Wen Prefecture, and how did you find me?" Zhou Luo was about to speak, but Shen Nianian said, "Zhou Luo, you know I don't like men who lie." Zhou Luo hesitated for a moment and said, I can't tell you the real reason, but I didn't expect to meet you today. I came to the hospital for a headache injection. Zhou Luo raised his hand, and Shen Nan noticed that there was still an for sticker on the back of his hand. Shen Nan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If she had been followed to the hospital, then the secret line of the Shen family was truly useless. She needed to inform DRIZZLE right away. Nan. He subconsciously tried to reach for Shen Nan's hand, but she quickly avoided it. Mr. Zhou stepped forward again, blocking Zhou Luo. Sir, please behave yourself and don't lay a hand on our miss. Zhou Luo's face turned ugly, and he said something shocking. Nan, can you please get rid of the child today? Shen Nan looked at Zhou Luo as if he were crazy. Zhou Luo, you really need to get your head examined. With that, Shen Nan left without looking back. Zhou Luo wanted to chase after her, but Mr. Zhou stopped him. Sir, if you continue to pursue her relentlessly, don't blame me for being rough with you. Zhou Luo, looking at the imposing Mr. Zhou, felt extremely unhappy, restrained himself as when prefecture was not his territory. Shen Nan, think it over. The Duan family won't pamper you like I do, nor will they love you the same way regardless of how you change. Zhou Luo's voice echoed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the hospital. Shen Nan didn't even stop her steps. It wasn't until Shen Nan walked out of the hospital gates that Mr. Zhou warned Zhou Luo and then quickly went to catch up with Shen Nan. Zhou Luo was very angry. With everyone looking at him like a clown, he kicked over a nearby trash can. A nurse who had just come from the corridor scolded him. Sir, do you have a problem? Please help me pick up the hospital's public property. Zhou Luo glared at the nurse, who was so frightened that she dropped her medical history book. Security. Meanwhile, Shen Nan had already gotten on the returning car. Don't go straight home. Drive around the city a bit before heading back. Yes, miss. Also, find out how Zhou Luo came to Wen Prefecture, whether what he said today was true or false, and do it quickly. Yes, miss. Miss, is the matter very serious? Shen Nan nodded. It's a bit. Zhou Luo came to Wen Prefecture. Who arranged it? Zhang Jingwen or Zhang Jingchuan? What exactly do they want to do? What kind of scheme do they want Zhou Luo to be a part of? It was really bizarre. Shen Nan originally wanted to eat out before returning home, but Zhou Luo's appearance made her feel a sense of crisis. She drove around the city a few times before finally heading back home. When she arrived home, everyone had left, leaving only DRIZZLE, who had prepared a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup that he had just brought out from the kitchen. Where did you go? You've been gone all afternoon? Hurry and wash up to eat. Seeing DRIZZLE, Shen Nan's mood instantly relaxed as she smiled, then washed her hands, then sat facing him. On the table were stir-fried pig liver, tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried cabbage, and seaweed soup. Where are the others? Aren't we eating together? DRIZZLE served 2 bowls of rice. They are out for something. They should be back tomorrow. Shen Nan lowered her head and saw the pig liver on the table, which she used to love for its blood-restoring properties. But now, Shen Nan covered her mouth and ran into the bathroom. DRIZZLE was stunned for 2 seconds, then quickly got up to follow her. What's wrong? Is today's meal not to your liking? Shen Nan almost vomited bile, her face pale. DRIZZLE was taken aback, his face also turning pale. What's going on here? Come, let's go to the hospital. DRIZZLE hurried to lead Shen Nan out, but she stopped him. Take down the pig liver first, then I'll tell you. Seeing Shen Nan feeling a bit better, DRIZZLE quickly removed the pig liver. Shen Nan finished rinsing her mouth and handed him a sheet of paper from her bag. Amidst DRIZZLE's puzzle and worried look, DRIZZLE quickly opened it, and then his whole person was stunned, followed by a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Shen Nan was about to pick up her chopsticks to eat. She was really hungry, but DRIZZLE suddenly stood up, picked her up, and spun her around. Nan, my Nan. Shen Nan was shocked. The baby. DRIZZLE quickly stopped and put her down. I got too excited. Shen Nan blushed, playfully hitting him. A person about to be a father, and still so impulsive. DRIZZLE was unable to contain his laughter and directly embraced Shen Nan, who shook her head, looking at him with a pair of watery eyes, acting coquettishly. Brother, I'm hungry, and I encountered an unexpected guest at the hospital. Can we eat and talk at the same time? Brother, The baby is hungry too. Hearing her soft and charming words, DRIZZLE couldn't care about anything else and quickly helped Shen Nian sit down. Okay. Let's eat. We'll talk while we eat. DRIZZLE actively scooped food for Shen Nian. I won't make internal organs again in the future. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it later. Shen Nian smiled then nodded, feeling truly happy. I want to eat an apple. Alright. We'll go buy it after dinner. Shen Nian nodded with a smile, then slowly ate her meal and told DRIZZLE about Zhou Luo's incident. After listening, DRIZZLE couldn't help but frown. Zhou Luo is indeed mysterious. After all, Zhou Luo followed Zhang Jingquan, not Zhang Jingwen. Zhang Jingquan is currently wanted nationwide. Even the police have no news. Why would Zhou Luo, who followed Zhang Jingquan, appear in Wenchu? With Zhou Luo's background, could he have come all the way to Wenchu just out of jealousy? Back then, Zhou Luo didn't give up being with Shen Nian just for a little money. The only thing that can be determined is that Zhou Luo must have come for Shen Nian. DRIZZLE, I know about this matter. You are pregnant now. I will arrange for someone to send you back to the capital, where you will be safest. As for Zhou Luo and the situation here, leave it to me. Shen Nian suddenly felt that the food in her bowl was no longer appetizing, her expression somewhat dim. Of course, she understood the seriousness of the situation. Zhou Luo already knew she was here. He would definitely think that DRIZZLE was also here. Originally, they came secretly from beyond to Wenchu. The situation now could get a bit serious. She wouldn't need to hide and sneak around here if she went back to the capital to nurture the child. But, Shen Nian, I want to be with you. DRIZZLE also felt uncomfortable, but if Shen Nian was not pregnant, he would certainly be willing to protect her here. However, now that Shen Nian was pregnant, he might have moments where he couldn't afford to be considerate. If anything happened to Nian or the child, he wouldn't forgive himself. Moreover, Shen Nian's morning sickness came a bit early. Going back where there would be someone to take care of her, as a big man, he didn't understand these things. Seeing Shen Nian's dejected look, DRIZZLE patiently sat next to her, feeding her with chopsticks while comforting her. Nian, I will be back soon. Before our wedding date, I will definitely return, I promise. Shen Nian, our wedding is only 2 months away. DRIZZLE smiled as he fed her. Good girl. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to return to the capital. Our wedding and I will both happen as scheduled. Shen Nian opened her mouth and ate the food DRIZZLE fed her, giving him a mournful look. All right, for the sake of the child, I will be an obedient mother. Just promise me you will fulfill your promise. DRIZZLE nodded with a smile. And so, DRIZZLE decided on Shen Nian's departure. It wasn't until Shen Nian finished eating and rested that DRIZZLE finished all the food on the table and the stir-fried pork liver left in the kitchen. He didn't rush to continue investigating the Yanjia village matter, but instead had someone look into Zhou Luo's recent whereabouts. He needed to know what Zhou Luo was up to. Meanwhile, in a small residential area in Wenchu City, Zhou Luo was having a meal with a man sitting opposite him whose head was shaved with a long scar on his face, looking a bit terrifying. People in Wenchu called him Scar. Scar. You saw Miss Shen today, and she is pregnant? Zhou Luo. Yes, it was unexpected today. I didn't expect to encounter her. Zhou Luo thought of Shen Nian, who was tightly wrapped up, and he couldn't help but smile. Others might not recognize Shen Nian, but Zhou Luo could recognize her no matter how she changed her appearance. Scar pondered. This was an unexpected gain. The boss always said to lure Zhou Luo here at a high price, but within just a few days of his arrival, things had surpassed their expectations. This might be an opportunity to break the deadlock between the Duan family in Wenchu and their boss. Scar thought for a moment. Tell me about you and Shen Nian, and also about DRIZZLE and Shen Nian. How does the value of this Miss Shen from the Shen family compare to the person from the Luo family? Additionally, Shen Nian is in Wenchu. Has DRIZZLE also come? Zhou Luo sneered. Naturally, Shen Nian would never come to this desolate place. Her presence here indicates DRIZZLE must also be here. Although her value may not compare to the person from the Luo family, she also married into the Duan family alongside the Luo family member. Now she is pregnant with that beast DRIZZLE's child. How about her value now? Scar frowned, but their whereabouts are mysterious. Wenchu is our territory. Even Tiger Brothers' men didn't notice their arrival in Wenchu. It might be difficult to find them. While eating a chicken leg, Zhou Luo deep in thought. Scar, originally, it was said to be 3 months, but if you can make our plan complete early, the reward we give you can be increased 5-fold. 5 times, people die for wealth, birds perish for food. Zhou Luo didn't think what he did was wrong. But, you must agree to a condition from me. A hint of hostility flashed in Scar's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. All right. Tell me, what other conditions do you want? Zhou Luo's expression hardened for a moment, saying, I want Shen Nianian. Scar couldn't help but sneer. Didn't expect it. Mr. Zhou is a man of deep feelings. If I remember correctly, Mr. Zhou, over the years, has been flourishing abroad with the financial aid from the Shen family. With so many admirers outside, Mr. Zhou still only thinks of Miss Shen? Aren't you afraid that if both parties from the Shen family find out, they would come after you relentlessly? After all, even if Shen Nianian is a woman, she is still the young lady of the Shen family. I don't think keeping Shen Nianian as a bargaining chip will grant you forgiveness. Wouldn't you just be digging your own grave? Zhou Luo remained silent. Scar thought he had persuaded him and smiled. It's good that you've come to your senses. Despite how good Miss Shen is, she is a married woman now, and she's already pregnant. Zhou Luo suddenly interrupted. She is not married. The child was just an accident. Scar, Shen Nianian is different from others. Scar's expression also darkened. Zhou Luo continued to eat with his head down. If you can't meet my request, then our cooperation with your boss should end. Scar couldn't help but rise from his chair. Mr. Zhou, we have shown our best sincerity. I hope you don't refuse the toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Zhou Luo was not easily scared. Having been raised by DRIZZLE, who had taken advantage of him, didn't mean others could do the same. Besides, these people had begged him to come to Wenchu, and if the price wasn't high, he wouldn't have traveled so far. So Zhou Luo just looked at him calmly, then said, if you can't decide, I think you should report to your superiors, but I'll give you time. DRIZZLE and his group may not have the time. Scar gritted his teeth, but he couldn't deny that what Zhou Luo said was true. So, Scar turned around to make a call. Zhou Luo's lips curled up in a triumphant smile. Then he continued to eat heartily, drinking heavily. As his head swam, Zhou Luo thought back to his high school days when Shen Nianian was a delicate, sweet treat who was deeply in love with him. If it weren't for real necessity, how could he have left her? He made a mistake back then, so he forgives Shen Nianian for what she did now. Anyway, as long as they are not married, everything is still salvageable. Nianian, your brother, Zhou Luo, understands you very well. Similarly, he also has some understanding of your current partner. About half an hour later, Scar came in. Zhou Luo glanced at him. Is it over? Scar had already restrained the hostility on him, nodded calmly. After it's over, you can take Shen Nianian away. We won't interfere with what you do, but until it's over, Shen Nianian will remain with us. Zhou Luo's eyes dimmed. All right, but she is not in good health, so don't make things too difficult for her. Disdain filled Scar's heart. Zhou Luo was indeed smart, but being so lenient for a woman, he would probably end up dying by a woman's hands sooner or later. But Scar didn't say these words. He just nodded. Okay, now, can you tell us where we can find Shen Nianian? Scar had already instructed his subordinates to be ready. Once Zhou Luo confirmed, they could act immediately. If they could capture DRIZZLE as well, they didn't know how happy they would be. Zhou Luo shook his head. Shen Nianian must have informed DRIZZLE after going back, so there's no point in going to catch her now. We can only wait for her to take the bait. Scar was confused. They had always been waiting for her to take the bait. If they could really catch her that way, there would be no need for Zhou Luo to come over. Zhou Luo said, you go and arrange things. Leave earlier in the evening. Scar asked, leave? Where are we going? Zhou Luo smiled. You'll find out when you get there. It would be impossible to capture Shen Nianian in Wen State, and it would also alert DRIZZLE. If he were DRIZZLE, he would choose the fastest and safest way to return home, a private plane. Scar was half skeptical, but since the boss said to listen to Zhou Luo, he could only push down those unrealistic thoughts for now. All right. Scar responded before leaving. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo continued drinking and eating, unable to stop thinking about the scene he saw Nianian at the hospital. He could recognize someone just by their back, but that list. Zhou Luo furrowed his brows, anger bubbling inside him. It's okay. Nianian just forgot about us back then. Zhou Luo also made mistakes, so even if you make a mistake this time, I won't blame you. Zhou Luo naively believed that as long as he cooperated with those people to deal with Twinzi, Shen Nan would eventually change her mind. After all, he was different from others. He wouldn't mind if Shen Nan had a child in the past. When they had their own children in the future, he would still love and care for them. On this seemingly peaceful day, it reached late at night. Twinzi had intended to spend the night resting with Shen Nan, but Li Wei said they had caught their mole, so he had to go witness the interrogation personally. Thus, after Shen Nan fell asleep, Twinzi ordered someone to guard the house and hurried over. Villa. Luo Qingyuan came out after a shower, and Twinyi was playing games. Luo Qingyuan sat down and said, I want to tell you something. Twinyi didn't look up. What's up? Go ahead. Luo Qingyuan said, Nan is pregnant. Twinyi paused for 3 seconds before reacting. Ah, sister-in-law is pregnant? When did this happen? Luo Qingyuan replied, she found out today after going to the hospital for a checkout. Twinyi smiled. That's good news, but in that case, we should send her back to the capital first. The current situation in Winstate is not suitable for pregnancy, but my brother should make arrangements. Mid-sentence, Twinyi noticed Luo Qingyuan's downcast expression and stopped playing the game, pulling her into his arms. What's wrong? Luo Qingyuan said, I'm happy that Nan is pregnant, but it seems like we got together before my brother and Nan. Why haven't we made any progress yet? On hearing this, Twinyi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Luo Qingyuan punched him directly, with a hint of anger in her eyes. Twinyi laughed for a while before stopping, saying, some things can't be rushed. Luo Qingyuan said, having a child is a matter of fate. Besides, both you and I have had medical checkups, our health is good. There shouldn't be any issues. Sometimes, the more you want something, the further it slips away. It's better to relax, the child might come at any time. Luo Qingyuan pondered and found Twinyi's words quite reasonable. Besides, we are still young, Twinyi added with a smile. Luo Qingyuan lowered her head. I'm not as young as you. Twinyi chuckled. Then why didn't you think about being younger than me when we got together back then? Elder sister, it's too late to regret now. Luo Qingyuan suddenly lifted her head and looked at him intently, who said I regret it. Twinyi was about to speak but was overpowered. Soon, the bedroom fell into darkness. Luo Qingyuan said, destiny is created through human effort. Twinyi's voice, somewhat dangerous, arose. Are you implying that I'm not working hard enough? My wife's sister. Luo Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat and instinctively denied. I didn't say that. Don't misunderstand me. But her slender fingers held Twinyi's, leaning on him, her eyes shining. Call me sister one more time. This sentence was highly tempting. If I call you sister, do I get a reward? Luo Qingyuan blushed and whispered, yes. So, Twinyi, satisfied, called out, sister. As the night descended, the room plunged into darkness. On the next day at dawn, Twinzi returned with freshly steamed small steamed buns and soy milk, very fresh. Shen Nan had also awakened. The things were already packed by her. Besides clothes, there was nothing else to take. Twinzi said, wash your face and have breakfast, then I'll take you there. To avoid being tracked, let's go back by helicopter, arranged by your father. Trustworthy. Shen Nan felt both happy and sad. She felt happy because Twinzi was always considering her, but sad because they were about to part ways. Nevertheless, Shen Nan quickly washed her face and came out to have breakfast with Twinzi. These small steamed buns are delicious. Twinzi finally relaxed at her words. It's a good thing you're not feeling nauseous anymore. He had specially driven there after work to buy these small steamed buns, as he heard this place was very famous in Winstate. Shen Nan sweetly smiled. Thank you, brother. Twinzi felt a warm sensation in his heart but pretended to be calm, saying, you're welcome, Nan. After finishing their meal, Twinzi carried Shen Nan's luggage as they set off together. To ensure that no one could track Shen Nan, Twinzi handled everything personally and didn't tell anyone. Even the helicopter landing spot was decided by him only this morning. He thought everything was seamless. Somewhere on the outskirts of the city, the terrain here is flat, with no hiding spots in sight, a location intentionally chosen by Twinzi based on the map provided by Twinyi. He drove here with Shen Nan in advance, waiting. The plane will arrive in about 10 minutes, he said. Both of them got out of the car, a decision made on the spot. unknown even to Zilu and Li Wei. Shen Nian listened and then hugged DRIZZLE. Only 10 minutes left. Shen Nian leaned gently against his chest, closing her eyes. DRIZZLE embraced her. After things here are settled, when I return to the capital, we will never be apart again. Shen Nian seemed comforted by these words, nodding obediently. Okay. The weather today was cloudy with a hint of coolness. DRIZZLE took a coat from the car and draped it over Shen Nian. Not long after, the sound of an engine could be heard in the sky, the private plane of the Shen family, identifiable to both of them. Soon, the plane landed, and two people disembarked. The leader smiled and ran over to Shen Nian when he saw her. My lady, you've slimmed down. Seeing Uncle D's friendly smile, Shen Nian also smiled and called out, Uncle Da. I didn't expect my father to personally come and pick me up. Uncle Da replied, my lady is returning alone, and both the master and his brother-in-law are worried, so they naturally sent me. Shen Nian subconsciously glanced at DRIZZLE, and DRIZZLE smiled and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Da. Uncle Da had been watching Shen Nian grow up from a young age and had been the steward of the Shen family for nearly 40 years. DRIZZLE and Shen Zongbai both trusted him. After exchanging greetings, the other person began loading Shen Nian's luggage onto the plane. Uncle Da and DRIZZLE helped out, and soon everything was loaded onto the aircraft. Uncle Da looked at DRIZZLE and said, the master and the mistress are very worried about the miss and the child. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. DRIZZLE nodded, then looked at Shen Nian. In the black bag we just put on board, I prepared some snacks for you. The journey is a bit long, so if you get hungry, eat some. Remember to send a message once you land safely. Shen Nian nodded, her eyes bright. Thank you, brother. DRIZZLE tousled Shen Nian's wind-blown hair and pinched her cheek. All right, go on now. You have to remember to miss me, big brother. DRIZZLE nodded with a smile, and Shen Nian boarded the plane with reluctance. DRIZZLE kept watching until the plane took off. Through the window, he saw Shen Nian's eyes redden with tears, and his heart couldn't help but ache. This girl was always thinking of him. As the plane flew higher, he could no longer see Shen Nian. In theory, DRIZZLE should have felt relieved at this point, but for some reason, he couldn't shake off a feeling of unease. DRIZZLE returned to the car and drove off. On his way back, he received a call from an unknown number. ZJ, the team leader, had an accident and is receiving treatment at the county hospital. DRIZZLE was stunned. What happened? It's hard to explain in a few words. If you have time, come over secretly. The team leader is still unconscious. We dare not leak any news, so the information is blocked. No one outside knows the team leader is in the hospital. DRIZZLE said, I'm on my way. After hanging up, DRIZZLE hurried to the hospital. Meanwhile, DRIZZLE and Luo Qingyuan had already gotten up, washed, and were having breakfast. DRIZZLE remained unusually silent while eating. Luo Qingyuan asked, What's wrong? Is today's meal not to your liking? DRIZZLE shook his head. It's not that. I just have a feeling something is going to happen, but I can't figure it out at the moment. Luo Qingyuan handed him a cup of hot milk. Could it be that you're overthinking? We've been here all this time. Nothing should happen, right? Besides, apart from the appearance of Zhou Luo. DRIZZLE asked, Have you found out about Zhou Luo's whereabouts? Luo Qingyuan replied, Both the eldest brother and us checked immediately, but it takes time. After all, only a day has passed. DRIZZLE nodded, thinking that maybe he was overthinking. After all, someone from the Shen family's trusted circle was coming to pick them up, and the plane belonged to them. What could possibly go wrong? Uncle Da handed Shen Nian a lunchbox on the plane. Miss, this is a meal specially made by Madam for you. She thought you might get hungry on the way back, so it's still warm. Give it a try. Shen Nian received it with surprise. Made by Mom. Uncle Da smiled affectionately. Yes, she heard that the miss is pregnant, and she couldn't be happier. She got up early this morning to cook your favorite dishes. Shen Nian opened the lunchbox and her eyes lit up at the sight of fried small fish, stir-fried baby bok choy, steamed egg custard, and simmered bone soup. Uncle Da carefully arranged the dishes, saying, It's quite remote in Wen Prefecture. You've worked hard, miss. Shen Nian shook her head, chatting with Uncle Da as she ate. An hour later, she fell asleep. Uncle D's eyes gradually filled with sadness. I'm sorry, miss. Uncle Da doesn't want to betray the Shen family, but I have no choice. My son and daughter are being held by others, and I have to do this. If the miss can come out alive, I will repay her even if I have to work like an ox and horse." After speaking, Uncle D's eyes hardened. "Let's go back." The person in front glanced back and replied, "All right." Soon, the plane turned around. Uncle D knew why those people had approached him, because he was the most trusted person in the Shen family. Only he could make Shen Nyan let her guard down. Uncle D saw the teary eyes of Shen Nyan. Before boarding the plane, he had hinted to DRIZZLE, hoping he would discover something unusual as soon as possible. It was the only thing he could do. At the hospital, when DRIZZLE arrived, Liang Mo had already been transferred to a regular ward. DRIZZLE pushed the door open and entered. Liang Mo was having a meal and was surprised to see DRIZZLE. "Why are you here?" Liang Mo's subordinate, Son Yuhua, said. "Team leader, I informed Tuan consultant." Liang Mo was taken aback and sternly reprimanded her. "Didn't I tell you not to tell anyone? Zi-song, didn't you take my words to heart?" Son Yuhua dared not speak for a moment. DRIZZLE approached. "Big sis, this was my idea. I made sure to have her inform me of anything that happens to you. Brother is not here, you can't be alone." Liang Mo glared at him. "Are you following me?" DRIZZLE shook his head. "No, I'm confident about this small matter. But big sis, what's wrong with you?" Liang Mo furrowed her brow. "I've been too busy lately. I guess I didn't get enough rest and collapsed." Liang Mo suddenly remembered something. "Wait, were you the one who brought Nyan home today?" DRIZZLE nodded. "I've already taken the Shen family's plane, all arranged by myself. No one else has been involved. There shouldn't be any issues." Liang Mo looked at him. "No issues? If there are no issues, why are you here?" DRIZZLE's heart skipped a beat. Son Yuhua was anxious, wondering if the leader would suspect him of being a spy. Son Yuhua hastened to explain. "Leader, I am a consultant directly reporting to Duan. No one else knows about it. Plus, your health is delicate. The doctor said you shouldn't overexert yourself lately. If Duan doesn't come, I don't think you'll follow the doctor's advice to stay in the hospital to maintain the pregnancy." The need to maintain the pregnancy indicated Liang Mo's condition was indeed serious. But Liang Mo naturally trusted Son Yuhua, otherwise she wouldn't have secretly arranged for someone to bring her over. "Tell me exactly what happened. Don't leave out any details," Liang Mo instructed. DRIZZLE's expression also turned serious, as he couldn't figure out where the problem might lie, having eradicated all potential issues already. So DRIZZLE recounted everything that happened before boarding the plane and everything Uncle Da had said. Liang Mo asked him, "Did you tell anyone from the Shen family that Nyan is pregnant?" DRIZZLE paused, then went pale. Of course, he hadn't told the Shen family that Nyan was returning because she was pregnant. He had simply said Nyan wasn't feeling well and needed to go back to rest. How could he have forgotten such an important detail? He had subconsciously concealed Nyan's pregnancy, fearing trouble. "Yes." DRIZZLE turned and rushed out immediately. Son Yuhua also realized that the situation had become extremely serious. Liang Mo knew that it wasn't just a problem with DRIZZLE. The mole in their team hadn't been identified yet. However, she now had a clue, and the immediate priority was Nyan. Liang Mo said, "Listen, go call DRIZZLE now and have Luojia provide full assistance. Also, mobilize everyone available here. We must rescue Miss Shen." Liang Mo was still very weak at this point. Saving Nyan was crucial, but her own and her husband's child were also important. So, Liang Mo handed her ID to Son Yuhua, saying, "Take this and go to the mountain in the west, find the troop station there, and request their assistance." Son Yuhua didn't dare delay and immediately ran out with the ID. Liang Mo didn't waste any time either. She directly contacted the people her grandfather had sent over. Liang Mo was angry. These people only knew how to target the women of the Duan family. But Liang Mo also blamed herself somewhat. If it weren't for her poor health, they wouldn't have been able to take advantage of her vulnerability. An hour ago, Fang Rou in the capital had received the news even before them. Shen Nyan and DRIZZLE trusted Uncle Da, but she didn't. So when Shen's family plane took off, she had already sent someone to investigate Uncle D's background. Now she had full control over the leverage Uncle Da held in the capital. Fang Ya, Uncle D's son and daughter have been found in an abandoned warehouse, with 2 people guarding. Fang Rou contemplated before saying, "Go, secretly find the captain of the criminal investigation team in Kyoto and inform him of everything. He will know what to do. Yes, she knew that Captain was good friends with DRIZZLE. Once the people are rescued, report back immediately, she added. Fang Rou paced back and forth in the room, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling extremely anxious inside. Before long, someone hurried over. Fang Rou rushed up to them. How did it go? Fang Ya, our people have successfully infiltrated the Zhang family's group. They have received Miss Shen, but she hasn't been exposed yet. They will do everything to ensure Miss Shen's safety. Fang Rou breathed a sigh of relief. The hidden stakes the Fan family had set up in various prominent families had finally proven useful. Ace, before I leave, I will restore your beloved to you. As long as Nian returns to the capital, she will be safe. Even if thousands of miles apart, Fang Rou would do everything in her power. Come, I'll give you the secret code to connect with Dwayne's people. Remember, you must liaise with the Duan family at all costs, and make sure to protect her and her child no matter what. Yes, Fang Ya. The person left in a hurry. The current situation was too severe, and Fang Rou couldn't afford to relax for a moment. She feared giving Duan another heavy blow like she did in the past. She only wanted the best for him. Why was it so difficult? Meanwhile, Duan also received the message. In the villa, car after car set off. Duan sat in the front car, holding a computer. The aviation route had already been reported back, and Shen Nian's plane hadn't traveled far before turning back, still within the jurisdiction of Wenchu. At that moment, Shen Nian, in a daze, overheard a conversation between two people. We need to send this beautiful lady to Zhou Luo. This guy eats too well. Ha, Fan Lian remarked. The toad wants to eat swan meat. Thinking too highly of himself, it's just a lump of shit. Ha ha ha. Fang Lian, when did you become so sarcastic? How come I never noticed? Fan Lian ignored him and looked at Shen Nian in the back seat. There's a public restroom ahead. I'll go while this lady will still be asleep for a while. Watch her. Fan Lian disdainfully glanced at him. Fine. Go ahead. He believed that after this incident, Zhou Luo was finished, and he couldn't wait to see the little scoundrel's fate. The van stopped, and the man got out. Fan Lian glanced around, then unfastened his seatbelt and jumped into the back seat, taking out a pill and placing it in Shen Nian's mouth from his pocket. Shen Nian quickly regained consciousness, but was silenced by Fan Lian's hand over her mouth. Shen Nian was terrified and wanted to struggle, but Fan Lian said, Listen, you've been set up by Zhou Luo and Uncle Da. I'm on your husband's side. I'll find a way to save you, but you need to cooperate with me. Shen Nian looked at him skeptically, and Fan Lian was extremely anxious, but dared not let go of her mouth. He was afraid she would scream. Miss Shen, you can only trust me, otherwise, I can't guarantee your life. If you betray me, that's fine, but don't blame me for not warning you. Once you speak out, no one will believe you, but you'll likely meet a tragic end. With that, Fan Lian removed his hand from her mouth. If you trust me, just pretend to be asleep. Leave the rest to me. Saying that, Fan Lian got out of the car and leaned against it, starting to smoke. Shen Nian searched her body and found everything intact except her phone. It appeared to be missing. Fan Lian watched her actions and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Fang Ya had acted swiftly, or else they would have missed the chance to escort Shen Nian, and she wouldn't be fine now. Soon, the man came out. Why aren't you watching her in the car? Fan Lian replied. After taking so many pills, do you think she wake up now? The man burst into laughter. True, I was overthinking it. Fan Lian, I'm curious. You never used to get involved in this sort of thing. Why did you volunteer with Hu Zhe now? Fan Lian responded, Mazi, don't ask questions that are not for you. Mazi shot Fan Lian a look. Fine. Don't tell me. Acting all mysterious, I'd think you have some secret mission. Mazi glanced at the still unconscious Shen Nian. Let's get in. We need to get there before dawn. And so, Mazi drove the car with Fan Lian and Shen Nian on the bumpy road. Fan Lian didn't say anything, but casually flicked the cigarette butt out the window. Eventually, Shen Nian was taken to a warehouse when it was dark. Mazi stopped the car. I'll carry the person down. You move the car. Fan Lian directly opened the car door and got out. I'll carry. You move your own car. Mazi was somewhat surprised. Huh, you, kid. Weren't you always avoiding physical labor before? Fan Lian. Your car is dirty. I don't want to drive it. Mazi was infuriated again and slammed shut the door that was about to open. Fan Lian. In Mazi's view, directly carried the person down and then walked into the warehouse. Only when Fan Liang's figure was no longer visible did Mazi mutter to himself, "Just because you have the favor of the boss, wait until the boss no longer likes you. I'll be the first to squash you." With that, Mazi angrily went to park the car. He didn't want to work with Fan Liang anymore. This guy was too cunning and deceitful, as well as petty. Fan Liang carried Shen Nianian to the furthest corner of the warehouse before setting her down. "All right, stop pretending, he won't come in for the time being," Fan Liang said, rubbing his wrist. Shen Nianian finally opened her eyes. "When can I leave?" Fan Liang, "Don't think about leaving in a short time." "Then how long do I have to stay here?" Fan Liang, "About 7 days." 7 days. Shen Nianian felt like she was going to stink. Her expression darkened. Fan Liang glanced at her. "Don't think you're being treated unfairly. Here with me is better than with Zhang Jingwen or Zhou Luo. You see, Zhou Luo wanted to get rid of Shen Nianian as soon as possible. It was only with great persuasion to the boss that Shen Nianian was temporarily spared. Shen Nianian should feel fortunate. "All right, rest for a while." With that, Fan Liang left, locking the door behind him. "Shen Nianian, why did you lock me in?" Fan Liang's voice came through the door. "Just following procedure." "What if I need to use the bathroom?" "Hey." Fan Liang couldn't be bothered with her anymore and went to another room to make instant noodles. With no internet in this remote area, he thought about the chaos outside, and couldn't help but smile. Soon, Mazi returned, glanced at Shen Nianian, who had awakened, and sternly told her, "Behave yourself." Then he left. Shen Nianian breathed a sigh of relief. Fan Liang kept a close eye on Mazi's movements and sighed in relief when he saw him approaching. It was right to have Mazi along, as Mazi had only two hobbies, gambling and drinking. Nothing else. "We only have self-heating rice and instant noodles here. What will you eat?" "Mazi." "Anything." The woman woke up. "Did you notice? Strange, she's quite obedient and quiet." Fan Liang calmly made the instant noodles. Mazi drank baijiu, waving his hand. Next time, I'll go give it to her." Fan Liang shook his head, seemingly speechless, and then took the bucket of instant noodles out of the room. "Mazi. This kid, younger than me, but has quite the arrogance." Mazi shook his head and continued eating and drinking. On the other side, Fan Liang entered the place where Shen Nianian was being held with noodles in hand. "The conditions here are simple. Just eat whatever you'd like." While placing the instant noodles on the table, Fan Liang also took out a few pieces of chocolate and ham sausages from his pocket. "Don't worry, these aren't drugged this time." After saying that, Fan Liang turned around to leave. "Shen Nianian, whose side are you on?" "Exactly." Fan Liang wanted to speak, but Shen Nianian continued, "I know everyone in Wen Prefecture. There's no one here following my husband, except you. Your name is Fan Liang. Are you from the Fan family?" This question made Fan Liang's gaze darken as he turned to Shen Nianian. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, understood?" Shen Nianian was frightened by his intense gaze and took a step back. Fan Liang then calmed his emotions and left directly. Shen Nianian was somewhat scared, but with a baby in her belly, she could only suppress unnecessary thoughts and sat down at the crude table. Shen Nianian ate and thought, when would DRIZZLE find her? Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away from there, on the outskirts, Li Wei, the border stretches endlessly. The signal is lost here, indicating that the person likely entered the Jiazi mountain in this direction. That's an undeveloped wilderness. Once you go in there, communication will be impossible. "DRIZZLE, it's okay. I'll lead the way. Do you have a map of the area inside?" Li Wei, "Only a rough one." "What's beyond the Jiazi mountain?" "Once over Jiazi mountain, it's no longer the territory of Huaxia." At this moment, DRIZZLE was also watching their discussion with a furrowed brow. "How long will the mountain search take?" Li Wei took a sharp breath. Although it's called Jiazi Mountain, it's collectively referred to for a group of mountains. Searching will require manpower and resources. Even if we gather all the police forces, it will take at least 7 days. "DRIZZLE, then 7 days it is. I have people here who can help shorten the time. We need to search every inch of this area." Li Wei, "I'll report to the superiors." Just as Li Wei finished speaking, a police officer hurried over. "Captain, there's a call from above." DRIZZLE and DRIZZLE looked silently at him. 2 minutes later, Li Wei hung up the phone. "All right, I will fully cooperate with you." DRIZZLE and DRIZZLE nodded. "But, Dwin advisor, The trace of Zhou Luo has been found. He requests a private conversation with you. Suddenly, DRIZZLE's footsteps stopped in place. DRIZZLE, you go. I'll handle things here. DRIZZLE's eyes reddened. Having stayed awake for 2 days and nights, now with this new development, he was truly exhausted. ZE, I entrust my wife to your care for now. DRIZZLE nodded solemnly. DRIZZLE quickly left. DRIZZLE began organizing people to begin a grid search. On his way to answer the phone, DRIZZLE kept wondering whether Shen Nian was doing well and if she was being bullied. But in reality, Shen Nian had already finished dinner, enjoying some sweet chocolate afterwards. Her belly was round from eating, and she had no signs of morning sickness. After Mazzy fell asleep, Fang Liang even lit a candle for her and gave her a thick blanket. Although she no longer had her phone, she was currently lying on the bed under the covers, playing a game console. Fang Liang watched her through a small window, momentarily speechless. Miss Shen, you are being kidnapped right now, and it's already 3 a.m. You should be sleeping, he said. Shen Nian didn't even lift her head. I know, and you'll take me away tomorrow, right? Since I'll still be blindfolded, I'll sleep tomorrow. Yeah. Brother Fang, can we not eat instant noodles tomorrow? Shen Nian pushed her luck a bit too much, prompting Fang Liang to give her a stern look. As long as there's something to eat, that's good enough. Can't you be content with that? Shen Nian chuckled a couple of times. After realizing Fang Liang was indeed helping her, she calmed down a lot. After all, she believed that DRIZZLE would find her soon. Shen Nian fell silent and quietly played her game, nibbling on a piece of chocolate. Fang Liang warned, be careful with your belly. With that, Fang Liang couldn't be bothered to look at her anymore and left the room. It was then that Shen Nian adjusted her position, switching from lying down to playing on her side, and she touched her belly. Sorry, darling, Mom is a new mom for the first time. I lack experience. I won't put pressure on you next time. Shen Nian lightly stroked her lower abdomen. Despite feeling nothing, she smiled sweetly. It turned out that having a child with a loved one was such a happy thing. When Fang Liang returned to the room, he found Mazzy still asleep. He then openly brought out a radio from the corner and began to establish contact with the outside world. Now was the best time for a decisive blow. However, Shen Nian was the bait. The question was, would the people from that family be willing? Fang Liang continued his transmission efforts, and soon a drunk voice rang out. Fang Liang, what are you doing? Fang Liang looked up to see Mazzy sitting right in front of him with a sharp look in her eyes. Remaining calm, Fang Liang said, can't you see? Sending messages. Mazzy scoffed, is the boss really that untrusting to need constant updates? While he communicated with the other person, Fang Liang replied, the boss never trusts anyone. After giving him a few glances, Mazzy lay back down. Using a radio to send messages is like Morse code. Do you think those people can track it? Fang Liang replied confidently, I know what I'm doing, but for safety's sake, we'll leave in an hour. Mazzy waved him off, saying, fine, just let me know later. She buried her face in the pillow and went back to sleep, while Fang Liang silently breathed a sigh of relief and continued to decrypt the messages coming in. At that moment, DRIZZLE was on the phone with Zhou Luo. DRIZZLE, didn't expect it. The one who ended up losing in the end is you. Zhou Luo gloated. Suppressing his anger, DRIZZLE warned, Zhou Luo, you better hope I never find you. Decide DRIZZLE. Luo was giving his all to track the signal. Zhou Luo laughed heartily. DRIZZLE, you took everything that should have been mine, yet you have the nerve to say such things. Don't worry, I'll have Nian get rid of your child. Then we can have our own kids in the future. Nian and I will always be together, Zhou Luo declared. DRIZZLE retorted, is that so, Zhou Luo? Do you even realize how despicable you are? Luo gestured to keep stalling for time, while Zhou Luo was on the verge of hanging up. DRIZZLE continued, Zhou Luo, you're just a rat hiding in the sewer, resorting to such lowly tactics to gain attention. You think kidnapping Nian will make her comply? Let me tell you, she will only find you more repugnant. You can keep blabbering. Insult me all you want. If you want to see Shen Nian, make Liang Mo and all of the Duan family members withdraw from Wenchuan. Otherwise, you'll never see Shen Nian again. By the way, I advise you, Shen Nian is still safe for now, but if you delay any longer, I might just lose my temper. I won't touch Nian, but that child, you really want it, don't you? Enraged, DRIZZLE gritted his teeth. Zhou Luo, you have the guts, try harming a single hair on her head. Luoan gestured to lock onto the signal. Immediately, most people in the room evacuated, and Luoan swiftly got in the car, speeding towards the signal location, while different vehicles approached from various directions. Proud of his tactics, Zhou Luo taunted, "DRIZZLE, if you touch my people, you will pay the price." This is just the beginning. The call was abruptly cut off. Furious, DRIZZLE cursed, "Fuck." Soon after, Luoan called back. DRIZZLE quickly answered, "We're too late. They're too cunning." A fire ignited in DRIZZLE's chest. But soon, the tent door was pushed open and Liang Mo walked in. DRIZZLE was stunned. "Sister-in-law, why are you here? You should be resting at the hospital." Liang Mo handed him a telegram and urged, "Take a look at this first." The decoded telegram clearly stated that Shen Nian was safe and revealed Huoji's next plan. It turned out that the agreement between Huoji and Zhou Luo was temporary, and Huoji had no intention of handing Shen Nian to Zhou Luo. She was merely a bargaining chip to pressure the Duan family for something in return. "What do you think?" Liang Mo inquired. DRIZZLE felt a bit relieved. "Is this telegram reliable?" Liang Mo assured, "It is, but don't ask for specifics." DRIZZLE nodded. "Are you suggesting we use Shen Nian to lure out Huoji?" Huoji was a powerful figure in Wenchuan, but since their arrival, he had not shown himself. If they could capture Huoji this time, it would significantly weaken Zhang Jinglan's power in Wenchuan and hasten their efforts to eradicate them. Acting without hesitation, DRIZZLE refused. "I disagree. Sister-in-law, Nian is just a girl. She's not a cop, and she's timid. How many people and weapons does Huoji have under him? You know very well. He's been able to maintain control in Wenchuan, which means he's stronger than you think. I won't put my wife and child in danger." Liang Mo didn't push further. "All right, in 7 days, I'll arrange for her return. The mountain search operation must continue without raising suspicions." DRIZZLE stopped Liang Mo on her way out. 7 days. Why wait for 7 days? Liang Mo, searching the entire mountain range will take at least 7 days, and we must ensure the safety of the undercover agent. During these 7 days, he will protect Nian. A's, you are a police officer. Follow the arrangements. Liang Mo also felt very uneasy, but Huoji had been entrenched in Wenchu for a long time, and as long as the local bosses were not removed, Zhang Jinglan would be like a mudfish, constantly slipping away. They had already spent too much time here. Winter was approaching. Once the snow blocked the mountain pass, with borderlines extending for thousands of miles, finding people in the harsh winter months would be extremely difficult. They had to make every second count. Furthermore, if they couldn't find Huoji or evidence, their team would not have a real chance to take action. All they needed was a turning point, a piece of evidence that would nail them down. DRIZZLE's task was to assist in searching for evidence, and preferably catch them red-handed. Then, Grandpa could step in legitimately. DRIZZLE ultimately had to swallow all the bitterness. "I need Zhou Luo." Liang Mo sighed. "If there's any traces of him, I'll inform you immediately. In the next telegram, Nian will have a message for you." DRIZZLE suddenly looked up. "When?" Liang Mo, "I don't know for now." DRIZZLE took a deep breath, having been awake for over 48 hours, with dark circles under his eyes. "I can cooperate with you wholeheartedly, but I cannot risk Nian. If anything happens to her, I won't let the perpetrator off the hook." After saying this, DRIZZLE ignored Liang Mo and walked out. Liang Mo felt a slight tightness in her heart and couldn't help but sigh again. It seemed that they had to cast the net earlier. Liang Mo stood still for a while, then turned and left. DRIZZLE hurried back to his small house, with no time for sorrow, and began organizing the evidence collected from various sources. Originally, it would take them at least 2 months to sort out the detailed transaction records, but DRIZZLE now urgently wanted to get it done. People below advised him, "Consultant, take a break, you haven't slept for 2 days and nights." DRIZZLE just rubbed his forehead. "It's fine, let's continue." At the same time, DRIZZLE kept in constant contact with DRIZZLE. When it came to searching and recognizing routes, he wasn't as good as DRIZZLE admitted. Meanwhile, it was getting light outside. DRIZZLE had led a team along with the police, members from the Duan and Lo families to search the mountains, with about 400 to 500 people, creating quite a stir. This was exactly what Liang Mo wanted, so she also sent some of her people over. In the depths of the jungle, the warehouse door was opened, Shen Nian's hands were tied as Fang Liang pulled her into the car. Fang Liang became the driver, with Ma Zi sleeping in the passenger seat. Shen Nian, how can he sleep so soundly? Fang Liang, I drugged him. He won't wake up for a few hours. Shen Nian widened her eyes. You can do that. Fang Liang drove all the way up until they reached the mountain top. Then he got out of the car and retrieved a flip phone from the bottom of the car, handing it to the groggy Shen Nian. Shen Nian, what do you want me to do with the phone? Call the police. Fang Liang gave her an exasperated look. You remembered Wenzi's number, right? Call him. There's a signal here. Tell him that I will bring you back in 7 days. Make it quick. I don't have much time to wait for you. After saying that, Fang Liang walked over to the passenger side, opened the door, and simply carried Ma Zi away. Shen Nian thought. The drug was really effective. There was no need to exert so much effort. Shen Nian held the phone in her hands, feeling her eyes inexplicably moist. Meanwhile, Twinzy was busy working when suddenly his phone rang. Seeing an unknown number, he intended to hang up, but for some reason, he pressed the answer button. Hello, big brother. Twinzy's blood seemed to freeze, feeling like he was in a dream. Nian. Twinzy's voice trembled. Shen Nian heard this and terror streamed down her face like broken pearls. Twinzy stood up abruptly, feeling a dizzy spell. He barely steadied himself by placing a hand on the table. Nian, where are you? Have you been mistreated? Tell big brother, I'll come get you right now. Someone quickly rushed over to support Twinzy. Consultant, are you all right? Shen Nian's heart tightened. She quickly wiped her tears, saying, Brother, don't worry, I'm fine. Although they tied me up, someone has been helping me all along. I eat well and sleep well. I only miss you a bit. Everything is fine except that. He said it would take 7 days. He will bring me to you. Shen Nian organized her thoughts and recounted every detail of what happened since she arrived there. Finally, she said, Brother, his name is Fang Liang. This slightly eased Twinzy's heart. At least Shen Nian was safe at the moment. Shen Nian, brother. Her voice choked. I'm fine. The baby is fine too. Don't worry about me. You have to eat and sleep well. Wait for me to come back. Twinzy suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. At this moment, this silly girl was still busy comforting him. Twinzy smiled. Okay, I'll always wait for you. Wait for me to propose. Wait for me to come home. This time, it's brother's turn to wait for you. Another 5.5 days. Shen Nian's tears kept flowing. She couldn't stop them. 5.5 days, although a short time, seemed unbearable to her. Soon, Fang Liang took her phone away and ended the call. Shen Nian stared at him, but Fang Liang didn't look at her. He directly pulled out the SIM card and shredded it in a small paper shredder before carrying Ma Zi into the car. Shen Nian sat silently in the back seat, shedding tears. Fang Liang started the car, bringing this burden along with me. I haven't cried yet, but you've already started. Shen Nian, then don't bring me along. I didn't ask you to. Fang Liang glanced at her, continued driving, and remained silent. Are all women like this? Either crying at the drop of a hat or cursing. Suddenly, he thought of his fiancée who was far away in Beijing. Hey, Miss Shen, what do you want? After you return to Beijing, can you help me check on someone? As a return for looking after you on the journey, consider it a favor. Shen Nian, let's talk about it when I get to Beijing. I'm a hostage now, can't promise you anything. Fang Liang shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, Shen Nian spoke up again, slightly defiantly. If there's no danger, then maybe. But I'm agreeing because of your help. Don't take advantage. Fang Liang smiled, somehow pulled out a bag of snacks and tossed it to the back where Shen Nian was sitting. Thanks. The sun slowly rose, and Shen Nian felt a bit bored. Fang Liang, what did you mean by that just now? What does it mean for me to go back to the capital city and wait for this matter to be resolved? Aren't you going back? Fang Liang, I can't go back. Shen Nian felt inexplicably sentimental. Why? Is your mission not completed yet? Fang Liang, I chose to stay voluntarily. Miss Shen, in this world, there are some things that someone has to do. He had followed Boss Hu for so many years in Wenchu, and in order to gain trust, his hands were not clean either. How could he go back? If he returned, it would be difficult for Wenchu to try to infiltrate again. Every person from the Fang family was settled in various major families. None of them had returned. How could he go back? Moreover, Fang Ya was the next head of the Fang family. In their lives, they all vowed allegiance to the family head. However, he still couldn't completely let go of the person far away in the capital city. Shen Nianian fell silent for a long time before letting out a sigh. Perhaps when Wenxia changes for the better, you can go home then. Fang Liang smirked but did not respond. Perhaps, but those in their line of work had to be prepared for death. Shen Nianian sat in the back, snacking along the way. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, her butt was getting sore from sitting for too long. Fan Liang finally snatched her snack bag and stuffed it into the trunk before getting back on the road. Shen Nianian looked at her empty palm, feeling a bit sad. Fan Liang even tightened the rope around her hands more, tying a tighter knot this time. Shen Nianian grimaced. Is this necessary? Fan Liang didn't even lift his eyes. It is. Shen Nianian wanted to curse at him, but Fan Liang spoke first. Time is running out. Shen Nianian stayed quiet. She knew Fang Liang was right. Muzzy was about to wake up. As expected, not long after they resumed the journey, Muzzy rubbed his eyes awake. Damn it, this liquor is really strong. My head is killing me. Fan Liang, I told you not to drink as much, but you never listen. Muzzy chuckled. Liangje, don't tell the boss about this. Once we finish this job, consider it a favor owed to you. Fang Liang shot Muzzy a disdainful glance but said nothing. Muzzy knew Fang Liang's tendencies. He would start doubting if Muzzy spoke too much. After Muzzy glanced back at Shen Nianian and saw her lying despondently in the back seat with her hands and feet bound, he felt relieved. However, Muzzy looked back. Aren't you going to blindfold her? Shen Nianian's heart skipped a beat, but Fang Liang sneered. Is it necessary? Can you remember the way? Muzzy fell silent. It was indeed a complicated route, and he would likely get lost himself, let alone this young girl. Shen Nianian silently smirked. All right then. She couldn't even remember where they had come from. After Muzzy woke up, he kept chatting non-stop, and even found a country-style chicken leg to gnaw on. We've tied up so many people. Why is this girl so quiet and well-behaved? She didn't make a fuss yesterday, and I didn't even drug her today. Fan Liang lied. I did drug her, but a small dose so she could stay alert, but she won't be able to escape. Shen Nianian retorted. I'm still here. Can you to gossip a bit more quietly? Muzzy chuckled. With just one hostage, you have so many demands. Shen Nianian fell silent. Muzzy teased. You're just a girl. You look young. Why are you running around in Wenchu? If you had stayed at home, you wouldn't be in this situation, right? If you were my daughter, I'd tie you up and give you a beating for being so disobedient. No wonder you got kidnapped. Shen Nianian was speechless. It was them who kidnapped her, wasn't it? Fan Liang interjected. Can you be quiet? You're distracting me from driving. Muzzy retorted. You're too boring. Liangzi. Her mouth is free, and her ears can hear. While she's still alive, chatting a bit won't hurt. Fan Liang forced a smile. Speak again, and I'll kick you out to walk. Muzzy shut up, but after a while, he muttered softly. No wonder you can't find a wife. Which girl would like you? You really should work on your temper, otherwise, you'll be single forever. Fan Liang remained silent, while Shen Nianian added. I agree. Muzzy felt like he found a kindred spirit and turned back, right? Big sister, you think so too? Well, I can get along with you. If you really don't want to die, just behave and say some nice words when we get back. I'll speak up for you to the boss, and we can work together in the future. Shen Nianian stayed quiet. Boss, you're indeed a good person. Muzzy's joy was evident. Yes. My brothers all say so. And so, not only did Shen Nianian receive secret assistance from Fan Liang, even Muzzy began advising Fan Liang. She's just a young girl. She can't run away under our watchful eyes. Let her go. Despite Fan Liang's arguments, Muzzy eventually won the debate with his persuasive tone. Shen Nianian's life became more comfortable again. On the 7th evening, Fan Liang knocked Muzzy out and went to bring some food to Shen Nianian. Finish your food early tonight and go to sleep. Someone will come pick you up tomorrow. Shen Nianian asked. I have a question. After placing the food on the table, Fan Liang replied. Go ahead. It's easier not to be detected at night while on the road compared to the daytime, so why do you always leave when it's still dark and stop when it gets dark? Fan Liang understood this better than Shen Nianian. He didn't say anything, but after placing the food on the table, he turned and left. Just as he was about to lock the door, he said, a pregnant mother should not stay up at night. It was intentionally ordered from above. Miss Fang, You really are. Fang Liang didn't know what else to say, shook his head, locked the door, and left. They were now less than 100 miles away from where Boss resided, and he would be able to get there by daylight tomorrow. Similarly, Fang Liang stared into the dark woods. If all went as planned, those people should be there by now. He had left so many traces along the way. If they couldn't catch up now, then it would be truly useless. 5 kilometers away from their location, DRIZZLE, Li Wei, Ziliu, and others were present. Ziliu said, "It's confirmed. We are close to where Sister Nianian is." DRIZZLE said, "Then what are we waiting for? Shouldn't we go get her at this time?" DRIZZLE's question left the people around him ominously silent. DRIZZLE's face turned cold. "What do you mean? Do you all want?" At this moment, a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Shen Nianian appeared from behind them. "Tomorrow, the person who should appear will be me." As the group looked up, they saw a graceful female police officer standing tall. She smiled slightly and calmly said, "Hello, I'm Fang Yan. Whether it's combat or reconnaissance, I am the most outstanding female soldier. It is most appropriate for me to replace Miss Shen." DRIZZLE and DRIZZLE both shook their heads at the same time, just about to say something, when Li Wei spoke up. The decision was made, after careful consideration from above. In other words, no one can change it. DRIZZLE, "I think there might be a better way." Li Wei, "Look around you, surrounded by fully armed team members." DRIZZLE advisor, "I know you want to save your wife and also want Fang Yan to be safe. But Fang Yan is the most suitable for this task, and she must complete it." Li Wei continued. Fang Yan smiled and said, "Everyone must obey my signal. No matter what any of you say, I will go." Because her own brother Fang Liang is in charge of communication, and Shen Nianian is the one the family head ordered to protect. Capturing Hua Jie and wiping out the forces here is her ultimate mission. In order to complete the mission, she is willing to sacrifice everything for her country, but she also has her own selfish motives. So, Li Wei said, "Wait for the signal from the informant." DRIZZLE was extremely conflicted, but before he could figure things out, someone rushed over to report, "Captain, it's time. The informant says we must switch personnel in an hour." Fang Yan immediately stood at attention, saluted in a standard military manner, and said, "Captain, give the order." Li Wei looked at her and said, "Come back alive." Fang Yan smiled gently and replied, "I will." And with that, Fang Yan left, while DRIZZLE and DRIZZLE were stopped by Li Wei and Ziliu. Ziliu said, "Advisor Duan, second brother Duan, your task is to escort Miss Shen home." Li Wei added, "I am in charge of this operation. I hope you understand." After saying that, Li Wei quickly left to count the personnel and coordinate with the military to launch an attack on Hua Jie's base, which was going to be a tough battle. DRIZZLE patted DRIZZLE on the shoulder and said, "Although we can't directly participate in the operation, we had other things to do. Brother, can you help me?" DRIZZLE forced himself to look away. He should trust everyone here. "Of course, it's time for us to walk side by side again," he replied, sharing a smile with DRIZZLE before hurrying off to find a drone. At that moment, at 4 in the morning, Shen Nianian was woken up by Fang Liang. Shen Nianian asked, "Is it time?" Fang Liang nodded, handing her a set of clothes and saying, 10 minutes. Change into these clothes, and I'll take you outside." With that, Fang Liang left, and Shen Nianian, not daring to delay, quickly changed her clothes. Fang Liang was smoking. There were already several cigarette butts at his feet. Upon seeing Shen Nianian come out, Fang Liang smiled and said, 11 Longquan Road, in Beijing. Her name is Lin Yur. If I don't come back this time, please take care of her family, Miss Shen. You don't need to tell her who said it. Shen Nianian's emotions were mixed. Are you not leaving with me? Fang Liang shook his head. I have to wait for my sister. He left, leaving Shen Nianian puzzled. What about his sister? What about the hidden stakes of the Fang family here? Shen Nianian walked over. Come with me. I can ensure the safety of you and your family. Even if I can't, my husband can. However, Fang Liang just made a quick move, striking her on the back of her neck. Shen Nianian felt a sharp pain and collapsed the next second. Fang Liang lifted her up and walked back the way they came. Not long after, a light shone upon them. From the other side came a voice, demons and evil spirits. Fang Liang responded, I am unique. Fang Liang almost rolled his eyes. He felt ridiculous using this code word. Soon, 5 people emerged from the darkness, with the leading woman bearing a resemblance to him. Fang Yan smiled, tears in her eyes. "Brother, you have grown up, looking so much like our father." Fan Liang's eyes were teary as well, but in the dark, no one could see clearly. He gently placed Chen Nianian onto a stretcher, and she was swiftly taken away. Fang Yan stood by Fan Liang's side. The siblings had been in Wenchu for many years, without any contact. This was the first time they fought side by side. The other two people simply uttered, "Life takes precedence. Come back alive." Fan Liang and Fang Yan met each other's eyes, nodded, and gradually disappeared into the night. And so, they went their separate ways. In the dark, countless people from all directions moved towards the house where they were. Fan Liang instructed, "Change your clothes, cover your head with your hair, keep your head down, and say nothing." Fang Yan complied obediently and quickly changed into the clothes Shen Nianian had left behind. Fang Yan let down her long hair, and with a bit of mud on her face, she looked almost identical to Shen Nianian from afar. Fang Yan reached out voluntarily, "Brother, let's go." Fan Liang's expression was complex, but he smiled in the end and tied her up with a rope, then placed her in the car. He turned around to wake up Zui Shun, a person mentioned earlier, who was sleeping. Zui Shun woke up disoriented. "Quick, wake up. Someone might be coming after us. We can't wait until daylight." Zui Shun hurriedly packed his things, only to suddenly recall, "Miss Shen." Fan Liang replied, "I already put her in the car." At that, Fang Liang and Zui Shun hastily left. Not long after they left, someone followed and quietly erased all traces. Time passed slowly, and when the dawn broke, Shen Nianian was brought to DRIZZLE, and after a medical examination, the doctor reassured, "Miss Shen is fine. She'll be okay once she wakes up." DRIZZLE finally breathed a sigh of relief. He kissed Shen Nianian's forehead, his eyes red with emotion, but ultimately, he let her go and joined DRIZZLE in working on the drone. In a mountain forest, Fan Liang, driving a car with Zui Shun, passed through multiple security checkpoints to enter a villa. Fang Yan was locked in an underground water dungeon. Fan Liang and Zui Shun were taken to another room. Soon, a bald figure was escorted in by a group of guards. Fan Liang and Zui Shun lowered their heads in unison. Huozhe. Zui Shun emitted a strong smell of alcohol, which irritated the people around Huozhe. With a swift kick, Zui Shun was knocked down. Before Zui Shun could say anything, his right hand was stabbed with a knife. "Ah!" He cried out in pain. Huozhe calmly said, "Take him away." Zui Shun pleaded in fear, Huozhe, I was wrong. Please spare me, spare me." Fang Liang stood there, his face calm but sweat beading on his forehead. The blood on the floor was swiftly cleaned up. Huozhe then turned to Fan Liang. "Should he be punished, Liangzi?" Fan Liang responded, "He should, but not to the death. Is that so?" He didn't even notice there was a traitor among his own. "Do you think he deserves to live?" Fan Liang was stunned, then immediately knelt down. "I don't know." Huozhe sat on a high platform, looking down on Fan Liang. "Is that so? Liangzi, are you taking me for a fool? Or are you treating all of my men as fools?" After his words, a gun was pressed against Fan Liang's head. Fan Liang broke out in a cold sweat and gulped nervously. At that moment, Li Wei was closely observing Fang Liang's every move. He quickly adjusted the strategy and had all advancing team members temporarily hold their positions, sending the best reconnaissance team to stealthily gather information. Meanwhile, DRIZZLE and DRIZZLE were crouched in the nearby grass. From their position, they could see the villa below, but apart from the gatekeeper, there was not a single movement around, making them increasingly uneasy. DRIZZLE said, "You stay here. I'll go release the drone." DRIZZLE nodded, and DRIZZLE left. Inside the villa, Fang Liang was drenched in sweat, his demeanor composed but his forehead covered in cold sweat. He finally met Huozhe's eyes. "Whatever wrong I've done, I admit it. But this time, going to get Miss Shen, I don't think I did anything wrong. If you don't believe me, it's futile for me to say more. Let's get it done." With that, Fang Liang closed his eyes. Huozhe chuckled, and the gun was gradually lowered. "Look at you. It was just a joke. Why are you so scared?" With that, Fang Liang was lifted up. "Come, let's go see the famous Miss Shen." And so, Fang Liang was compelled to follow Huozhe to the underground water dungeon. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the dungeon. It was a cramped environment, with no light. They could barely see their hands in front of them. Fang Yan was overwhelmed by the stench of the water dungeon and was lost in thought when footsteps suddenly echoed overhead, followed by the door above her being opened. The sudden light made it hard for her to keep her eyes open. Fang Yan's hands and feet were chained, limiting her movements. Squinting, she noticed unfamiliar faces around her, except for the one that was all too familiar, her brother. Fang Yan lowered her head and muttered, "My husband won't let you off the hook." Her words elicited laughter from the group, each face filled with mockery. Huojie said, "Liangzi, kill her." A gun was handed to Fang Liang. A chill ran down Fang Liang's spine, and Fang Yan's heart skipped a beat as well. Huojie taunted, "What's this? Going to get Miss Shen? And now you've developed feelings too. Can't bear to do it?" Laughter erupted. Huojie, after all, Miss Shen is beautiful, a noble young lady from the capital city. She's different from a local girl from Wenchu house. It's normal for Liangzi to appreciate her, one person chimed in. Yet, Huojie, why make it hard for Liangzi? Another added. Everyone teased Fan Liang. Huojie's scrutinizing gaze fell on Fan Liang. Fang Yan suddenly shouted, "Dare to lay a hand on me, my family will never forgive you. You will have a miserable end." A miserable end. Soon, someone approached and forcibly gagged her with a cloth. Fang Yan glared fiercely at them, but no one paid her any attention. Fan Liang remained calm, his inner thoughts well concealed. "I'd like to know, if you're going to kill her, why go through the trouble of bringing her here? Aren't you afraid of leaving a trace?" Huojie took a drag of his cigarette. "Afraid of what? In Wenchu, who would I be afraid of? Liangzi, I'm only giving you a minute," he added. And with that, someone started a timer. Fang Liang's gaze finally settled on Fang Yan. Fang Yan's eyes bore resentment as she met his, while Fang Liang tightened his grip on the gun, his expression stoic. Had he misjudged everything? Didn't Huojie originally plan to use Shen Nianian to control the entire Duan family? How could he so easily let someone die? There seemed to be only one explanation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots. Plans had changed. The space was soon drenched in blood. Li Wei was left stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Shen Nianian had something to say, but only blood gushed from her mouth. She smiled as if to say, brother, you did well. Fang Liang knelt down and presented what was in his hand. I was wrong. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions about the boss's intentions. Whatever the boss decides is always right. Huojie's expression was complex. He glanced at the lifeless woman and sighed. Liangzi, you're a good seedling. And with that, they departed. Fang Liang knelt there for a long while. He didn't dare look back at the water dungeon and eventually stood up to leave. Someone rushed in to report, the place is full of bombs. It was a close call. Their people almost infiltrated the site. Those 3 gunshots had momentarily halted everyone. Demolition team. Send in the demolition team first. Save the people. Go to the water dungeon first. Hurry. Everyone scrambled to assist. Duanyi hurried over with a map. Here are all the bomb assembly points in the villa. Li Wei was amazed. How did you do that? Duanzi emerged with the 2 people given to him by Liangmo, along with the gloomy-faced Luolan. Li Wei clapped his hands. All right. With that, Li Wei led the troops away to manage the situation, leaving only a few people, Duanzi and Duanyi included, behind. Shen Nianian was still sleeping in the tent. Duanyi asked, brother, do you think they'll all be safe? Duanzi's mind flashed with many faces. Li Wei, his grandpa's brothers, and Ziliu who had always been with them. They will be, he reassured. In the dark night, the group silently waited for the final outcome. Bang! The sound of an explosion reverberated through the dim sky. Duanyi, Duanzi, and Luolan stood up abruptly, gazing towards the direction of the villa where thick smoke billowed, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. Luolan held a computer in his hands. Come look. The group gathered around him, observing Ziliu carrying Fang Yan while their teammates covered them, but the intense crossfire made it impossible for them to escape. Everyone saw the bloodstains on Fang Yan's body and her lifeless expression. Duanyi said, brother, I'll go assist them. You stay here. Duanzi's heart clenched. Yunyi, Duanyi replied, brother, I am best suited for this. There. No one could take in a single glance and accurately determine the positions, or where to avoid the bombs, or how to save the people. Like this. Duanyi quickly headed towards Xiaoyu with his people. Duanzi and Li Wei were connected. Duanyi didn't need to report back. but he still had to say what needed to be said. Time passed by second, and the sky was already bright, but the sound of gunfire in the mountains continued, and the Via's pool was dyed red. DRIZZLE and Luo and were working hard together with the drone to provide Li Wei and DRIZZLE with vision. Even Shen Nianian, who was half asleep, did not disturb them when she woke up. The sound of gunfire still made her feel afraid, so she huddled in the tent, covering her ears, hoping that everyone outside would be safe and that this day would pass quickly. In the depths of the villa, Fang Liang's gun was directly pointed at Hu Ji's temple. Hu Ji's men aimed their weapons at Fang Liang in unison. Hu Jie showed no fear. Liang Zi, as expected, it's you. You really disappoint me. Fang Liang gritted his teeth, hatred emanating from his eyes. You have known all along. Miss Shen is just your bait. Your goal is to eliminate the people trying to suppress you, isn't it? Hu Jie laughed. Liang Zi, you truly are talented. Either stay with them or continue following Hu Jie. Hu Jie will ensure you live a life of luxury and enjoyment. Fang Liang's eyes turned red. From the beginning, you never intended to let Miss Shen live. Promising Zhou Luo was just a temporary measure, right? Hu Jie continued to smile, showing no fear even as his life hung in the balance. Liang Zi, how many people did you bring this time? Besides the Duan family, who else is involved? Let me guess, how many of the prominent families from Jingdu are here? Do you think they can all survive? I specially picked this place for them. Good mountains, good water, good graves. Fang Liang was almost going insane, pressing the gun against Hu Ji's head fiercely. Shut up. I'm telling you to shut the F*** up. Hu Jie just smiled. Listen. Bang asterisk. Immediately, a loud bang resounded, shaking the entire house. Hu Jie burst into laughter. Liang Zi, did you think that by manipulating me, you could help them? No. It's you. You're the one who harmed them. Ah. Hu Jie grimaced in pain as he clutched his thigh, blood gushing out. Su Dong said, Fang Liang, have you gone mad? If you really harm Hu Jie, do you think you can walk out of this villa? Everyone looked at Su Dong, shocked yet wary. Fang Liang said, Hu Jie, since both of us know the truth, let's not play games. I have been with you for so many years, you should know my temperament to some extent. We can go down together. Hu Ji's face turned ugly and pale. Su Dong suggested, Boss, should we? Hu Jie raised his hand to stop Su Dong's words, grinning through his grimace. Liang Zi, I underestimated you. Say it. What do you want to do? Fang Liang asked. Why become Zhang Jingwen's protector? From my perspective, helping the Zhang family doesn't benefit you. As Fang Liang questioned, he dragged Hu Jie outside, threatening to break his leg if he didn't cooperate. Hu Jie, in pain, reply. Liang Zi, you are so clever, can't you guess? A businessman usually operates based on benefits. I chose to help Zhang Jingwen because he can offer me what others can't. What is it? Hu Jie chuckled calmly. Guess. Fang Liang, this place will soon be razed to the ground. You are running out of time. Fang Liang sensed something was wrong, but before he could react, he felt a sudden chill on his neck. Fang Liang instinctively tried to pull the trigger, but Su Dong swiftly snatched the gun away. Fang Liang, touching his neck, saw blood flowing continuously. When he turned, he saw Tang Li. Tang Li, also from the Fang family, personally sent to assist him by the family head. Over the years, they supported each other through thick and thin. In Wen Prefecture, he was his most trusted friend. This time, he took on the mission alone, not expecting Tang Li's betrayal. Fang Liang collapsed heavily, spitting blood on his face. His vision turned red. He witnessed Su Dong and the others quickly leaving with Hu Jie. Was their years of planning going to be in vain? Kneeling down, Tang Li met Fang Liang's gaze firmly. Liang, trust me this once. Two can fight better than one. I concealed the Fang family and your true identity. In Wen Prefecture, you couldn't defeat Hu Jie alone. I had those people take your sister away. I've done my best. As Tang Li stood to leave, he felt someone pulling on his pant leg. Without turning back, his hands trembled, his grip on the gun not as steady. Bang Fang Liang watched as his former ally walked out of his life step by step. Just as he felt his end approaching, the voice of Li Wei rang out. Fang Liang. Someone had finally come. Struggling to speak, Fang Liang whispered to Li Wei, bomb. Tell the clan head. Tang betrayed. With his last breath, Fang Liang closed his eyes. Li Wei and his brothers burst into tears. Fang Liang. Doctor. Where is the doctor? Fang Lian wasn't just a member of the Fang family, but had also become one of their best officers since arriving in Wen Prefecture. The doctor rushed over, and Fang Lian was carried away, but Li Wei, with the explosive team, continued deeper in. As they ran, Li Wei shouted with everyone, "Withdraw! Get out of here! Quick!" Half an hour later, Duan Yi and Xiaoliu, carrying a barely alive Fang Yan, boarded the ambulance. At the same time, most people evacuated rapidly, yet some chased along the path Hu Jade had taken. 10 minutes later, both Duan Yi and Duan Zi turned around because the explosion reverberated through the entire mountainside. Looking up, they witnessed the villa being instantly reduced to rubble. Each person who emerged had dirty, bruised faces, some wounded, but all were filled with shock and sadness. The explosive team, Li Wei, Fan Lian, Captain, Captain, someone shouted, and they all surged towards the remnants of the villa. The magnitude of the explosion was immense. Duan Zi and Duan Yi were both trembling uncontrollably. Not only Li Wei and the others, but also the big brother sent by his grandfather. Why aren't they here? Duan Yi, brother, quickly look. Where are Lin and the others? As soon as Duan Yi's voice fell, a familiar voice came through the walkie-talkie held by Luoan. Lin Xianqi, it's here. Wow, this tower is really strong. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. Yin Yao, that's right. Ziyi, you to stay calm. We all have 9 lives, can't die. Chiayu, Luoan, Zizi, the two of you hurry. I installed the tracker under the car of those people. I linked it to your computer. Hurry and hand it over to Li Wei and the others. This time, we can't let Tiger Brother escape again. Don't worry, it has been reported. Oh, those grandsons finally arrived. If they had been any later, I would have turned to ashes. Ziyi, you to hurry back home. Leave the rest to us. The walkie-talkie was cut off, Li Wei's voice coming from a distance. It's okay. The decision has been made to join forces for the manhunt. People have been dispatched, but everything takes time. Li Wei was covered in dirt and soot. The members of the explosives team were all in a sorry state, but luckily they were all alive. Duan Zi and Duan Yi both let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Suddenly, the sound of engines rang out from above. Everyone looked up to see drones flying in. Duan Zi's phone suddenly rang. Duan Zi answered to hear Lian Mo's voice. I already know what's going on over there. Hurry back with Shen Nianian. Zhou Luo has been captured. This was good news worth celebrating. Duan Zi finally smiled and said, okay, I'll bring Nianian back right away. Before he could finish his sentence, Duan Zi's smile suddenly froze because he saw 2 people carrying someone covered in white cloth. Liang Mo. What's wrong? Duan Zi snapped out of it. Nothing. I understand. With that, Duan Zi hung up the phone. Duan Yi had already walked over to the person. When the white cloth was lifted, everyone was stunned. Despite many people standing there, there was a sense of inexplicable desolation. What happened to Brother Fang? Where's the doctor? Why isn't there a doctor? Someone saw the doctor standing at the entrance of the tent and ran over, dragging the person. Aren't you a doctor? Save him. Save our Brother Fang. Doctor, I'm begging you. A young police officer cried uncontrollably, almost kneeling down, but was stopped by the doctor. However, aside from stopping, the doctor couldn't say a word. Why did this happen? Everything was fine. Why did this happen? Tears welled up in everyone's eyes. Hats were removed. Duan Zi, Duan Yi, Ziliu, Luoan, and Xiao, among others, all had swollen eyes. Until Li Wei walked over. Take him away. In full view of everyone, the white cloth was covered again. Li Wei said, now is not the time to be sad. The criminals are still at large. We need to catch them to give our brothers an account. And so, everyone prepared to set off again. Li Wei began to assign tasks. Duan Zi, Captain, I request to join this operation. Ziliu, Captain, I also request to join this operation. Duan Yi was about to speak, but Duan Zi looked at him. You're not part of this industry. King Yuan is alone in Wenchu. It's very dangerous, not to mention your sister-in-law. You need to know what you have to do. So, Duan Yi's words were forcibly swallowed back. Li Wei didn't want Duan Zi to join. Even though Duan Zi was a consultant to the police station, he was still just a consultant, and professional matters needed to be handled by professionals. But this time, Duan Zi was determined. Captain, Officer Duan Zi requests to participate in this operation. Ziliu looked expectantly at Li Wei, as if to say, not just a consultant, but also wearing the mantle of a police officer. In the end, Li Wei sighed and relented, breaking the rule just this once. Join. Yes. DRIZZLE and Ziliu both ran to stand in the ranks. The tent suddenly opened, and Chen Nianian rushed out, locking eyes with DRIZZLE. Chen Nianian looked on the verge of tears, but DRIZZLE smiled and waved at her, mouthing, "Go back, be good." Chen Nianian nodded tearfully. DRIZZLE watched this scene with mixed feelings. He couldn't count how many times this had happened, watching his grandparents, then his uncles, and now. But he had more important things to do, because he had a hunch about where Zhang Jingwen would be hiding. And so, the two brothers parted ways. DRIZZLE walked up to Chen Nianian's side. "Sister-in-law, let's go. King Yuan is still waiting for you to return." Chen Nianian followed DRIZZLE into the car, sitting in the passenger seat, while DRIZZLE drove, with Luoan, Xiao, and John in the back. They were all exhausted, as logistics was not something ordinary people could handle, and soon fell asleep after relaxing. Chen Nianian, "DRIZZLE, do you think your brother will be okay?" "He will. He's always a bit smarter than me." And Fan Liang. Tears started to flow down Chen Nianian's face. DRIZZLE kindly handed her a piece of paper. "We will avenge him. We will definitely." Speaking of this, DRIZZLE's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Hu Jie, Zhang Jingwen, and the people involved in these matters, not a single one would escape. Chen Nianian silently lowered her head in deep sorrow. This was the first time she faced death directly. She didn't want anything to happen to Fang Liang. She was still looking forward to returning to Beijing with DRIZZLE to attend Fang Liang's wedding with his fiancée. But Chen Nianian choked through tears. "Is Fang Liang really gone?" DRIZZLE didn't answer, but his eyes were red. "Do you know, his fiancée is still waiting for him. He can't be in trouble." Chen Nianian sobbed uncontrollably, struggling to catch her breath. How did this happen? Wasn't Fang Liang supposed to be powerful? After lurking for so long, how could this happen? DRIZZLE wanted to comfort her, but could not find the words, and as he turned away, tears fell from his eyes. The three in the back couldn't sleep either. Luoan was furious. "I say we should go back, find Hu Jie and that gang, and avenge Liang Jie." Despite not even knowing each other, not even their names, all of them felt indignant, each holding back a breath of anger. Xiao, rarely echoing him, said, "Brother Duan, let's go back." John was eager. As if all DRIZZLE had to do was give the word, and they would rush back without a second thought. But DRIZZLE said, "Zhang Jingwen is still waiting for me." When DRIZZLE said this, he was unusually cold. The three closed their mouths, but the hatred in their hearts toward Zhang Jingwen only grew stronger. As night approached, DRIZZLE finally returned to the villa by car. Luo Qingyuan had been waiting at home all day, and as soon as they arrived, she immediately arranged for food to be served. The group quickly sat down to eat, while Chen Nianian was taken back to the guest room by Luo Qingyuan. The meal was specially prepared for pregnant women. Luo Qingyuan, Nian, after we finish eating, shall we take a bath? Chen Nianian's eyes were red from crying, and she had little interest in the food. It was only when Luo Qingyuan said, Nan, even if you don't care about yourself, you should consider the child in your belly, that Chen Nianian started eating, albeit with tears mixed with her food. Luo Qingyuan felt sorry for her but was helpless. After Luo Qingyuan persuaded Chen Nianian to eat, she went downstairs. But as soon as she got downstairs, she saw DRIZZLE getting into a pickup truck with some people. Luo Qingyuan hurried over and asked, "Where are you going?" DRIZZLE asked everyone to get on the truck first, then reached out and hugged Luo Qingyuan, who had run over, saying, "I have something to take care of. Be a good girl at home. I have left people around to look after you. As long as you don't leave the villa, everything will be fine." Tears welled up in Luo Qingyuan's eyes as she said, "I'll wait for you to come back." Luo Qingyuan felt useless, as besides providing manpower and supplies, she couldn't do much here. DRIZZLE knew what she was thinking, and he just said, "Prepare some good food. When I come back and everyone returns, if we have won the battle, maybe we'll need to celebrate." Luo Qingyuan immediately brightened up and nodded eagerly. DRIZZLE leaned over and kissed his wife's soft face before leaving. The car gradually drove out of her sight, driven by John this time. DRIZZLE instructed, "Shake off the tail behind." John acknowledged and immediately stepped on the gas pedal. Ziwu and Luo silently fastened their seatbelts, gripping the handle tightly, staring straight ahead. Meanwhile, At the county hospital's morgue, Fang Rou appeared at the entrance, and the police officer Zheng Min, who stayed to watch the police station, came to greet her. It was Zheng Min's first time seeing Fang Rou, and although it was the first time, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat at the sight of her overwhelming grief. Fang Rou arrived in a hurry, not even having time to tie her hair. She was just wearing a simple shirt and black pants, a stark contrast to her usual meticulous appearance, where even her hair was always well-groomed. "Fang Rou, Miss, please show me Fang Lian." Zheng Min nodded, saying, "Please follow me." Fang Rou followed Zheng Min to a cabinet. "Do you need?" Fang Rou interjected, "I'll do it myself." Zheng Min nodded, his eyes showing some pity and sadness. "Miss Fang, my condolences." The morgue was left with Fang Rou alone. The rest of the Fang family members were waiting outside the door. No one knew what was happening inside, but everyone could hear Fang Rou's uncontrollable cries. It was the first time in many years since Fang Rou took over the Fang family that everyone felt that their family head wasn't as strong as they thought. An hour later, Fang Rou emerged from the morgue. Her eyes were swollen from crying, but she couldn't stay. After composing herself, Fang Rou went to Fang Yan's hospital room. Fang Yan was seriously injured. Although the 3 bullets had missed vital organs, she had lost a lot of blood and had needed a blood transfusion all night. The doctor also mentioned that had they arrived a few minutes later, she might not have survived. Both Fang Yan and Fang Lian had given too much for the family and the country in their lifetimes. While Fang Rou was staring blankly at Fang Yan, Liang Mo appeared. It was the first time Fang Rou and Liang Mo met, but they were familiar with each other. "Fang Rou, I gave you the best seed of the Fang family, but you didn't return the favor. Captain Liang, you really are unethical." Liang Mo walked over and sat in a nearby chair. Fang Liang was a very good police officer. "Fang Rou, but he was also my cousin." Liang Mo fell silent for a long time before saying, "You can transport Fang Liang back to the capital. When Fang Yan recovers, I'll take her back to the capital." "Captain Liang, this is not up for discussion." Fang Rou knew that she couldn't blame anyone but herself. She allowed her cousin to come to the capital, and she allowed Fang Yan to follow. Liang Mo sighed and handed her a piece of paper, saying, "Take a look." "What's this?" The real reason for Fang Liang's death. A sense of foreboding crept into Fang Rou's heart. After reading the paper, her face turned as white as snow, and she felt unsteady. "Tang Li." Fang Rou looked incredulous. It was because she had personally brought Tang Li back home. Tang Li was just a small boy abandoned on the roadside back then. He was only a few years younger than her, and she adopted him out of pity. Tang Li had been her loyal follower and unexpectedly possessed extraordinary talent. The Fang family had always valued Tang Li highly, and he had made remarkable progress alongside all the Fang family members. Fang Rou hadn't expected. Clenching the paper tightly in her hand, Fang Rou turned to leave. "Liang Mo, Ace has already gone. They won't let those people go." "Fang Rou, the Fang family's enemies will be dealt with by the Fang family themselves." Before Liang Mo could stop her, Fang Rou was already gone. The guards stationed at the door also followed suit. The Fang family was a force unknown to many, but it was a group that no one wanted to cross. Liang Mo looked at the person still unconscious on the bed, feeling a warmth in his eyes. Yet he didn't have much time when he was waiting for him. So Liang Mo, supporting her pregnant belly, stood up and hurriedly left. Meanwhile, on the last peak of Jiaosizan Mountain, Hu Jie was being carried along the road, his leg injury untreated, causing him excruciating pain and dizziness. Planes kept circling overhead, dropping bombs from all sides whenever they exposed themselves. What's worse, there were those damn pursuers behind them. Hu Jie deeply regretted his involvement in this situation. He had put himself in danger, and now he was struggling to survive. Tang Li was leading the way, with abilities equal to Duan Yi's, ruling the wilderness. At times like this, none of them should be able to receive messages on their phones. However, during a brief moment of hiding, a message suddenly popped up on Tang Li's phone. "Tang Li, I want your life." "Fang Rou." Tang Li's pupils almost contracted. He hadn't expected Fang Rou, a ruthless person, to come after him for the sake of a seemingly insignificant person. Yes, in the 100 years of the Fang family's history, there had never been a warrant issued by the Fang family. It was Fang Rou's first time activating one. Quoch. Even though it was broad daylight, fireworks burst in the sky. Tang Li's heart suddenly tightened. This was the signal of the Fang family's pursuit order. Why, Fang Lian only has a slight blood relation with you. For the sake of Fang Lian, are you willing to expose the Fang family's full strength in Wenchu? Tang Li was trembling all over. Everything he did was clearly for the Fang family to reach a higher level. Why couldn't they just let him explain first? Who among those in power does not have blood on their hands? Fang Rou, why has the Fang family been lying dormant for so many years? What are they waiting for? Are you really willing? However, there was no time for them to grieve. Su Dong. They're here. Hurry. So a group of people quickly carried Hu Jie and ran away. Tang Li. Once we cross this mountain, we will soon find people waiting for us there. 3 hours later, Tang Li led those people over mountains and across ridges to the agreed location. Su Dong was covered in sweat, but still smiled. Finally, there's a car. Everyone cheered. Even Hu Jie gave Tang Li a thumbs up. Impressive. Tang Li, after this is over, name your price and I'll pay it. Everyone walked towards the very simple vans, but halfway through, Tang Li's pupil suddenly constricted, because he saw the person walking out from behind the van. That person who haunted his dreams. Sister. Sister. Tang Li's voice was filled with fear. Hu Jie looked at Fang Ru's face, and couldn't help but smile. I didn't realize, Tang Li, you've rejected the women I've sent you time and time again. Turns out you already have such a beautiful one at home. Before he could finish his sentence, a gun was already pointed at Tang Li's chest in Fang Ru's hands. Hu Ji's already pale face turned even paler. Su Dong. What's going on? Before they could reveal the weapons in their hands, the surrounding area was filled with commotion, and in just a few seconds, they were surrounded. Soldiers in military uniforms or in camouflage, officers led by Li Wei, Du Zi and Zi Liu were among them, and there were even helicopters circling above. Behind Fang Rou were individuals dressed as bodyguards, each with a look of hatred on their faces. Hu Jie. What else did he not understand? Tang Li, you betrayed me. Tang Li smiled bitterly. I didn't betray you. This route is indeed the safest. I just didn't expect my sister to arrive so soon. Fang Rou, shut up. You don't deserve to call me sister. Killing members of the Fang family, using the perfect route laid out by the Fang family to escape, and even trying to cross the border. Tang Li, you really don't take me. Fang Rou, seriously. Tang Li took a step forward, but was immediately stopped. Stop. Take one more step, and you'll be shot. Tang Li. Master of the house, I did it for the Fang family. Hu Jie can provide us with. Fang Ru's eyes were bloodshot. Shut up. Every word you say now makes me sick. I only know you killed someone, and you must face the consequences of the law. Tang Li's eyes were full of hurt. Why wouldn't they let him finish his words? Tang Li raised his hand, and everyone became alert. Drop the gun. Tang Li didn't listen, so Li Wei fired a shot. Su Dong was scared out of his wits, and Hu Jie tumbled off the stretcher. Tang Li's wrist continued to bleed, but he still stepped towards Fang Rou step by step, ignoring the warnings of those around him. So after 3 warnings, bullets pierced through his chest. Fang Rou looked away in disgust. Regretting saving Tang Li when he was young was the biggest regret of her life. Li Wei, the rest of you, drop your weapons, surrender and you won't be killed. Su Dong and the others were pressed to the ground. Hu Jie looked unwilling. The plan was so meticulous. He still had the strength. But why? But no one would answer him. Fang Rou didn't stay. After resolving the matter, she headed straight towards the Fang family's helicopter. Passing by Du Zi, she said, "Thank you." She saw clearly the shot that almost took Tang Li's life. It was fired by Du Zi. Du Zi, I should be the one saying thank you. Fang Rou smiled. That's his duty. Say thank you to him yourself when you return to the capital. She had rushed here, and Li Wei didn't really trust her, but why did he ultimately choose to cooperate with her? She believed that Du Zi must have had a hand in it. As the head of the Fang family, it was only natural for her to be present for cleaning up. Fang Rou, by the way, the person who leaked your information is Uncle Da. His family was captured by the Ji family. He betrayed for the sake of his family, which is understandable, but unforgivable. Uncle D's family has been rescued. Please pass this on to Miss Shen. After saying that, Fang Rou prepared to leave. Thanks to the Shen family and the Luo family for the business in the capital, giving the Fang family a chance to catch their breath. I remember this favor. Du Zi. Fang Rou didn't turn back, but she stopped in her tracks. How important is the Fang family to you? more important than my own life. So many people sacrifice themselves for the Fang family. As the head of the Fang family, she naturally could not back down. So, it was destined that she and DRIZZLE were not on the same path. Letting go of DRIZZLE's hand, she regretted it, but if given the chance to choose again, she would still choose to let go of DRIZZLE, because DRIZZLE's family background meant that they could never be together. DRIZZLE, someone's been protecting you, Fang Rou said, then turned and left. DRIZZLE subconsciously turned around and saw Zilu and to police officers he had met briefly. Meng Yu and Shen Qi were nervously watching him. Upon being caught looking at them, except for Zilu, the other two averted their gazes. Their guilty appearances were too obvious to miss. DRIZZLE had been completely focused on his own matters these past few days and hadn't noticed the two police officers. DRIZZLE's helicopter gradually disappeared, and he returned to Zilu's side. Let's go. It's time to go back. They had been running all day to create the tense atmosphere of chasing someone, and they were exhausted. Meng Yu and Shen Qi subconsciously turned to return to their team. DRIZZLE, where are you two going? Brothers, tell me, who asked you to do this? Meng Yu and Shen Qi hung their heads and remained silent. Let me guess, it was someone from my family, right? Meng Yu smiled, about to speak, but Shen Qi nudged him. An inexplicable smile appeared on Zilu's face. Shen Qi, Mr. Du, you better ask the young lady at home about this. We need to return to our team. Goodbye. Meng Yu grinned and waved. Goodbye, Advisor Du. Hope we can fight together again. Shen Qi grabbed Meng Yu's collar and dragged him away. What are you dragging me for? Everyone already guessed it. Hey, take it slow, Shen Qi. Why are you no fun at all? Zilu rubbed his chin. TSK. Du, both your ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend are wild cards. How did you manage that? DRIZZLE gave him a look. Will you die if you stop gossiping? Zilu earnestly nodded. Yes, DRIZZLE. At 9 p.m., Zhang Jingwen was still huddled in the basement below Longjing Village, waiting for news. How is it going? Has Brother Hu not sent back any messages yet? Not yet, boss. Don't worry, Brother Hu has always been like this. Con Lian. This is Wenchu. Even though Lian Mo is in charge of intelligence, this place is remote. Can a woman like her really control everything here? Wang Qingshan. Yes, this is Wenchu, not the capital. Zhang Jingwen furrowed his brows. I have a bad feeling about this. Wang Qingshan, big brother, in my opinion, you are overthinking. Even if something happened to Brother Hu, who could find us? We are at the border of Wenchu and beyond river, hidden underground in the village. Zhang Jingwen nodded. Even if the Duan family's men were clever, they would never think of their hiding place, right? However, in reality, Duan held a computer and, along with Luowen and others, was waiting outside the village. If Zhang Jingwen had sent someone to check, they would have noticed that Longjing Village, usually bustling at night, was unusually quiet tonight. Many people were leaving with their belongings, walking hurriedly, adults and children alike, but everyone was quiet. Luoan, how many people are there in Longjing Village? When is this going to be transferred? Duan looked at the time. In about an hour. Ziwu, an hour. I hope nothing unexpected happens in this hour. Luoan, stop jinxing it. You better not bring bad luck. We finally confirmed Zhang Jingwen's whereabouts. Zhang. Exactly. Stop jinxing it. Ziwu hurriedly. Theft. Everyone then let Ziwu go. Zhang, I'm curious. Duanjie, how did you know he was here? Not only Zhang was curious, but everyone's gaze focused on Duan. Duan looked at the time, man finally sat on the ground. Around him were Lin Xianqi and others, as well as the team members sent by Lian Mo. Everyone stared at Duan expectantly. Although Lin Xianqi was officially the team leader here, everyone had high expectations for Duan. After all, Lin Xianqi, Yin Yao, and others knew that Duan was the grandson of the old man Duan, and no one dared to underestimate him. Duan, since coming to Wenchu, I have carefully studied the terrain of Wenchu. The mountains here are the best hiding places, but the undeveloped mountains only include Jiazi Mountain. However, it was later proven that Zhang Jingwen was not in the mountains. Let's analyze. Why would Brother Hu, as the local boss in Wenchu, help a wanted criminal like Zhang Jingwen? What benefit does it bring him? For Brother Hu to take such a big risk to help, there must be huge benefits. The information we obtained shows that Zhang Jingwen made a fortune from arms trafficking. And during this raid on Brother Hu and his group, the guns they had were unregistered. For Zhang Jingwen to produce weapons, in addition to the required technology and personnel, they also need a channel for transportation. Yin Yao. Longjing village is connected to the Beyond River. As long as they travel down the river, they can reach Beyond County. Are you suggesting they will travel by water? Ziwu. But ships traveling on the Beyond River are subject to strict inspections. It's not that easy, Luoan. But what if they don't use a boat? Ziwu was surprised. If they don't use a boat, how will they transport? Duanyi smiled. There are many ways of water transportation. Who said it had to be done on the water? Yin Yao sighed. Zhang Jingwen has some real skills. Soon, Lin Xianqi received a message from his teammates. Yanjia village has been controlled. Several people have already confessed. Yan Hao is indeed associated with Zhang Jingwen. Almost every household is involved. Duanyi. As expected, with such a commotion, Zhang Jingwen will soon know that we're closing in. We don't have much time left. Hearing this, Duanyi didn't hesitate anymore and waved his hand. Luoan immediately took out a tablet from his backpack. Luoan, we have prepared a detailed map of the routes for escaping Longjing village. Although we have our own plan for the attack, having an extra map increases our chances. Lin Xianqi happily accepted it. This will be beneficial as we have our strategy ready. Yin Yao was even more excited and hugged Duanyi. You are really knowledgeable. Why not join the military? I'll personally train you. My soldier. Lin Xianqi immediately stopped him. What nonsense are you talking about? Yin Yao. Captain, why are you hitting me? I'm just telling the truth, right? Lin Xianqi. All right, let's go. Let's get to work. Yin Yao reluctantly said. Let's go. Brothers. Once Yin Yao spoke, the previously quiet forest suddenly became lively. Soon, everyone was ready to leave. Ziwu watched everyone's departing figures and couldn't help but feel envious. The biggest regret in life is not enlisting. Duanyi said, don't regret it. It's time for you to serve your country. Follow me. Ziwu, Luoan, and John followed, looking puzzled. The four of them stealthily walked towards the downstream of Longjing village in the dark night. Soon, Duanyi led them to an observation platform. During the day, this spot provided a panoramic view of the entire Longjing village. However, since there were no streetlights around at night, it was pitch black. Even when they stood up, they saw nothing. John sighed. We got here so easily. Isn't there anyone guarding it? Luoan said. Don't worry. First look at that small cabin on your left. When Ziwu and John looked over, they saw Ziliu standing there waving at them. Behind him were two people tied up in a corner, being watched by others. Ziwu widened his eyes in astonishment. Incredible. Truly incredible. Luoan looked at the river not far away. Although the water flowed swiftly, he had a feeling that there were people in it. With that thought, Luoan asked, Duanjie, are there people in the water? Duanyi smiled. Of course. This time is like laying a net across the sky and the earth. Unless Zhang Jingwen can escape underground, he won't be able to get away. John, with an admiring look at Duanyi, how well prepared you are. Ziwu asked, if everything is set up down there, why are we up here? Duanyi replied, of course, to watch the show. Excited, John and the others said, thinking they would have a chance to shine. They only ended up watching the show. Ziwu slumped back, feeling dejected. A hero without a chance to shine. Meanwhile, Luoan was silently hacking into Longjing village's network on his computer. I can delay Zhang Jingwen from knowing about the status of Yanjia village. Duanyi's brain clicked when he heard that. Since you can delay his knowledge of Yanjia village, can you also send false information? Luoan immediately understood Duanyi's intention and said, yes. In the basement, Zhang Jingwen's phone suddenly rang, making him nervous. However, as he read the familiar coded message and dialogue on the screen, he breathed a sigh of relief. Kong Liang. Boss, how is it? Is everything alright? Wang Qingshen also looked at him expectantly. It was only after Zhang Jingwen nodded slowly that the two burst into laughter. I knew it. Brother who has been ruling in Wenchu for so long, they wouldn't dare. Before they could finish, a loud bang made all three of them go pale. Dai Guang rushed in, panic-stricken. Boss. It's people everywhere. We're surrounded. Zhang Jingwen's head was spinning. How could this be happening? But even so, after a brief moment of shock, Zhang Jingwen reacted. We've been tricked. Alian, take the men and set fire to the explosives warehouse. We can't leave any evidence. burn this place to the ground. Kun Leon immediately rushed out with his men. King Shen. King Shen took out his weapon and walked towards the door. Boss, you retreat first, I'll cover you. There's no way I'll believe that we, with all this dynamite, would be afraid of these bastards. Zhang Jingwen was stunned. Bai Guan grabbed him and pulled him towards the evacuation passage. Boss, let me stay behind. No fear of burning this place down. Gunfire broke outside, and Zhang Jingwen had no choice but to grit his teeth and run. Zhang Jingwen naively thought that with so much dynamite, they'd surely win. Little did he know, Lin Xianqi had already warned Lin Xianqi beforehand, so at this moment, Lin Xianqi was pouring water into the building. Yan Yao, looking unwillingly from the water, said, "Why am I the one bailing water? This is ridiculous." Lin Xianqi laughed. "Stay alive until you become my team leader, then you can speak up. Stop complaining and come help," Lin Xianqi ordered. Reluctantly, Yan Yao rose to the occasion. "I'm here." As Zhang Jingwen, Bai Guan, and others were being escorted out through the secret passage, the gunfire gradually died down. However, the expected massive explosion never occurred. This filled Zhang Jingwen with a sense of impending doom. This was not supposed to happen. The guy, Han Fang, suddenly halted his steps in front. Bai Guan looked around warily, but with the dark night, they couldn't see anything. Bai Guan whispered anxiously, "Old Han, what's up? Who are you trying to scare?" However, Han Fang disregarded Bai Guan and just shook his head, saying, "It's too illogical." "What's illogical?" Zhang Jingwen asked. Han Fang's gaze became even more alert. "There was such a big explosion just now, but the village is silent. It's as if ... apart from us, there's no one left in this village." Suddenly, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Bai Guan, now terrified, said, "No, this can't be true. There are our brothers in the village, our own people. How can it be possible?" Someone spoke in a low voice. "Why can't it be possible? What if it's the Huazia military coming?" Silence, almost like in a deathly quiet episode. Everyone shivered at the realization that while they had been fighting against the local police in Wenchu, they had never confronted the horrors of that level before. If it were, there was nothing impossible about it. They could do anything. They had nothing they couldn't do. Han Fang's voice was heavy with concern. "Turn back. There are two paths, forward into the unknown or retreat towards certain death." Everyone waited for Zhang Jingwen to make a decision. Zhang Jingwen knew that the person who had just spoken was right. If he didn't know Duan Yi's background, if brother who were still around, perhaps he would harbor a sliver of hope. But now, Zhang Jingwen stared grimly ahead. "Go." Han Fang frowned, but gritted his teeth and took the first step forward. On the observation platform, Duan Yi and his group had a good vantage point. They were watching with excitement and nervousness, like cats waiting to catch a mouse, as Zhang Jingwen and his team followed the path they had predicted. Until Zhang Jingwen and his team stepped fully into their encirclement, the entire dark night was suddenly illuminated as police cars with their headlights on and even some military jeeps drove up, surrounding Zhang Jingwen and his group. They were immediately scared, grabbing their guns, but all had guns pointed at their heads from all directions by the police. Li Wei looked sternly. "Surrender your weapons, and no one will be harmed." "Zhang Jingwen, this is your last chance. If you still refuse to cooperate, don't blame us." Lin Xianqi and his men appeared from the darkness, a towering figure over 1.9 meters tall, muscles visible beneath his military uniform in military green. His actions and the reactions of those around him indicated he was the highest-ranking military officer there. Zhang Jingwen, facing him, said, "I want to see Duan Yi." Before Lin Xianqi could say anything, Zhang Jingwen blurted out, surprising everyone. Li Wei was puzzled. At this critical moment, why did he want to see Duan Yi? Zhang Jingwen was adamant, even to everyone's disbelief, pointing the gun at his own head, almost on the brink of madness. "I'll say it again. I want to see Duan Yi. Otherwise, I'll kill myself. You won't get anything from me." Duan Yi chuckled, inviting Zhang Jingwen to express his intentions. "I don't accept it. Just because you were born into privilege, doesn't mean the whole world should support you." Duan Yi's gentle smile was taken as a challenge by Zhang Jingwen. "Yes, one's birth is indeed a skill one needs to master in this life. If it doesn't work out, you start all over again." Zhang Jingwen's face looked very ugly, and he stared at Duan Yi firmly. "I ask you, how did you know I was here?" Duan Yi inexplicably laughed. "I just guessed. Do you believe it?" Everyone, without exception, suppressed their laughter and lowered their heads. Zhang Jingwen said, "Duanyi, I don't believe your excuses." Duanyi, feeling annoyed at being questioned, said, "The result now is that you have lost. Are you still fixated on the process?" Zhang Jingwen, "If you stopped me just to ask this irrelevant question, then I have no need to indulge you." With that, Duanyi turned around to leave. However, Zhang Jingwen suddenly said, "Let's have a fight." Duanyi still didn't want to engage, but Zhang Jingwen challenged, "What? Are you afraid?" Duanyi, "In the end, you're just a timid turtle. What are you without the glory bestowed upon you by your family? How about it? Are you too scared to even compare with me?" Zhang Jingwen tried to step forward but was firmly held back by someone. There were so many people present detaining him, but he kept staring at Duanyi, especially since Duanyi was just a bystander. Lin Xianqi said, "You're quite interesting. Do you think provocation would work?" Zhang Jingwen, "I advise you." Duanyi suddenly smiled and then turned back. "Lin, this provocation is indeed quite effective on me. Shall we have a fight without breaking any rules?" Lin Xianqi looked at Zhang Jingwen and asked, "If I let you fight, what benefits can you offer me?" Zhang Jingwen seemed to find it amusing. "I'm a prisoner myself. What do you think I can offer you?" Lin Xianqi scrutinized him and then said, "If you confess everything clearly in the interrogation room, you and I can both save some effort. How about that?" Yin Yao voiced his concern. "Captain Lin, this doesn't seem right. Duanyi is not one of us." It was Yin Yao's words that instantly dispelled Zhang Jingwen's hesitation. "Okay." His agreement was swift, as if afraid that Lin Xianqi would change his mind. Li Wei and the other brothers present did not approve of Lin Xianqi's actions. In their eyes, Duanyi was just a clever but dangerous individual, and while he had some tricks up his sleeve, facing such a dangerous opponent in a fight seemed unwise. Even Duanyi himself looked somewhat incredulously at Lin Xianqi. "Brother Lin, are you really that true? I haven't even said anything yet. Zhang Jingwen became even more arrogant upon hearing this. If he had the chance before being caught, he would have gladly beaten Duanyi. Soon, the bystanders were cleared out, and Yin Yao personally searched Zhang Jingwen's area until he was sure there were no dangerous items on him, then cleared some space for the fight. Li Wei, who arrived later, still wanted to stop it. "Captain Lin, this isn't right. It goes against regulations." Lin Xianqi replied, "This isn't my command, and Duanyi is not one of my people." With his arms crossed, Lin Xianqi stood to the side, unconcerned. "He's not my person either. Just watch how he performs." By now, Duanyi and Zhang Jingwen were facing each other. The onlookers were all gathered around. No one believed Duanyi would win. Ziwu, Luoang, and even Zhang were very nervous. Zhang said, "This is unfair." Zhang Jingwen was a seasoned player in both the light and dark sides, while Duanyi, everyone underestimated him, but Zhang Jingwen did not. To find him here by following such subtle clues, was he not an ordinary person? Zhang Jingwen dared to guarantee that if Duanyi had not come to Wenchu, he and Huzhe would not have met such a quick end. Despite having taken all necessary precautions, he had still been caught. Zhang Jingwen's eyes flashed with determination as he initiated the first attack, rushing towards Duanyi in a flurry, raising a storm of punches that even stirred up the fallen leaves nearby. It was a reckless and aggressive assault, but Duanyi raised a brow and swiftly dodged to the side. Zhang Jingwen quickly turned, his fists as hard as iron, continuing his fierce attacks toward Duanyi. Duanyi kept evading backward, waiting for the right moment. He then swept his leg like a heavy whip, striking directly at Zhang Jingwen's lower body, each blow stronger than the last, pushing Zhang Jingwen further back. Enraged, Zhang Jingwen's face flushed red. Duanyi, you are despicable and shameless." Duanyi chuckled. "You're not allowed to use a little extra skill against someone who only knows a few kung fu tricks like me. What's wrong with that? Skill?" Not only Zhang Jingwen, but even Luoan and others were somewhat embarrassed. Soon, Zhang Jingwen again launched an attack, this time even faster, and the two soon found themselves entangled in a physical struggle. Li Wei watched in astonishment. "Can it be done like this?" Lin Xianqi chuckled. "Why not? Although it's a bit unsightly. In a fight, winning is what matters." Suddenly, Luoan leaned in and asked, "Do you guys really think Brother Duan can win?" Lin Xianqi seemed to be onto something, nodded, and said softly, "Even in a one-on-one fight with him, Zhang Jingwen has no chance." Luoan clearly didn't believe it. "Captain Lin, Do you have a bias against Brother Duan or something? Who here hasn't been in a fight before? You're making a big deal out of nothing. A loud thud interrupted Luoyan's words. Turning around, Luoyan saw Zhang Jingwen lying on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Startled, Luoyan wondered, what just happened? Han Fang, who came to help Zhang Jingwen out, had a grim expression, cleaned his chest of the footprints. Zhang Jingwen wanted to go back. It doesn't count. Let's continue. But Han Fang stopped him. Boss, you can't beat him. Zhang Jingwen stubbornly wanted to go back. I don't believe it. Han Fang insisted. Boss, can't you see? Duanyi has been learning martial arts since he was a child. His skills are no match for any of us present. Not even me. I dare not say I can beat him. Those who had anticipated or seen this coming nodded in admiration, while Luo and Ziwu were stunned and speechless. Zhang Jingwen was taken aback, then looked at Duanyi with unbelieving eyes. Duanyi calmly asked him, still want to continue? Zhang Jingwen suddenly became furious, accusing Lin Xianqi, Yan Yao, and others. You're all mocking me. Lin Xianqi laughed. That's funny. Wasn't it you who wanted to compete? Yan Yao remained calm. Although Duanyi has never been on a real battlefield, he grew up fighting alongside us. Zhang Jingwen, you always consider yourself above others, thinking you can control everything. When you did those outrageous things, did you ever think that one day, you too would face retribution? Zhang Jingwen was filled with resentment. Why? Despite all his efforts, he could not win against someone like Duanyi, who was nothing special. Duanyi looked at Zhang Jingwen with a somewhat pitiful expression. This only fueled Zhang Jingwen's anger. You, how dare you look at me with that pitying gaze? Who told you to feel sorry for me? Duanyi just smiled briefly, rubbed his slightly sore wrist. The punch just now was indeed a little painful. Zhang Jingwen, at first I couldn't understand. The Zhang family ranks in the top 10 in the capital city. With all the businesses your family has, you could have thrived. But why choose to do these things? But now I understand. It's your ambition. People, once they have ambition, it's like a sponge soaked in water, sinking deeper and deeper, ultimately drowning themselves. Zhang Jingwen, I see myself with high status. Someone like you, an official son, wouldn't understand. Without power, in a place like the capital city, you would have been devoured long ago. If it weren't for you and Duanzi, the Luo family and Shen family should have been engaged with my Zhang family. We would have been a strong alliance, but because of you, I had to do these things. In the end, you dare to accuse me from your high horse. Duanyi, Luo Qingyuan is the fiancé of my brother, Zhang Jingchuan. How can you speak so lightly of stealing someone's wife? Duanyi chuckled at these words. It seems like your Zhang family unilaterally decided on the engagement, right? Then, Duanyi's gaze turned sharp. Luo Qingyuan is my legal wife, and you, like your brother, are shameful rats in the gutter. Zhang Jingwen, I am not like you. If you choose to sink in the mud, don't involve me and my brother. You made these choices yourself, so you'll have to bear the consequences. I'll be waiting to see you on the day of the trial. By the end, Duanyi's words were filled with hatred. If not for the Zhang family, why would he come all this way? Why is Non-Crossing lying in the hospital because of him? Why did Fan Liang die? Why is Fang Yan still unconscious? Luo Qingyuan losing so much money and worrying about him day and night. He and the Zhang family were at a point of no return. As Duanyi was about to leave, something struck him, and he turned back. Zhang Jingwen, just you wait. Your brother may be good at running, but no matter where he goes, as long as he's alive, I will make sure he reunites with you. Zhang Jingwen's eyes were filled with fury. Duanyi, I'll kill you. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Yet Zhang Jingwen was already pinned down firmly by someone else, and he could only watch Duanyi getting further away with bloodshot eyes. Duanyi didn't look back. Finally, what happened next was no longer his concern. But thinking about Fang Liang and the injured friends lying in the hospital, Duanyi's mood was still heavy. The price they paid in this battle was indeed severe. On the way back, John was driving the car. The atmosphere inside was quiet, but Luoyan suddenly burst into laughter for no apparent reason. The sudden laughter startled Ziwu, who couldn't resist giving Luoyan a punch. Why are you suddenly going crazy? Normally, Luoyan would definitely retaliate fiercely, but today, he just said with a smile, I'm laughing. I didn't follow the wrong person. Luoyan enthusiastically continued, Big brother, can I follow you now? Any news from above? Duanyi, feeling helpless, glanced at Luoyan in the rearview mirror, whose smile was like that of a fool. I don't know yet. No results. Luoan didn't care about Duanyi's attitude at all, only grinning foolishly. That's okay, Miss said, I could follow you, and my salary will still be paid. Duanyi, oh, robbing my wife's money. Huh. Ziwu immediately grabbed Luoan by the neck. You really deserve to die. When did you sneak off to see a lady? Luoan replied, what sneaking? It's all open. Ziwu got even angrier and started hitting Luoan on the head. Why should you get double pay for one job? Luoan didn't back down, and the two of them were bickering in the back seat like primary school students, exchanging words heatedly. John commented, you Chinese people are quite interesting. Duanyi asked, what? You don't want to earn more money? Chewing gum nonchalantly, John replied, I'm a lone wolf. The current salary is enough for me. No big ambitions. Duanyi asked, how much is your salary? John nonchalantly replied, 30,000. Upon hearing this, Ziwu grabbed an apple and threw it at John's head. Damn. The boss gives you 30,000. John rubbed his head. Why hit me for no reason at all? Ziwu felt extremely unfair. He had worked with Luo Shuyang for so many years, but his basic salary wasn't even close to 30,000. Was he not worthy of it? Ziwu felt sad. The three of them started arguing mosily. Duanyi's face grew dark. 30,000? Shouldn't he just work at the Luo family then? The disparity between the rich and the poor in these prominent families was truly unimaginable. Duanyi fell into silence. However, before he got back home, he received a call from Liang Mo. Come to the suburban detention center. Duanyi was surprised. What's wrong? Liang Mo, Yan Hao wants to see you. Liang Mo had been blocking it, but Yan Hao not only didn't say anything, but also resorted to a hunger strike to threaten them. Thinking about it, Liang Mo had a headache. Why did all of a sudden everyone want to see Duanyi? Was it obsession? Duanyi was speechless. Why does he want to see me? I'm not his direct relative. After a few seconds of silence, Liang Mo said, just come for now. It might be good to see him. Figure out what he wants. Duanyi wanted to refuse, but it was his sister-in-law calling. So, he had John temporarily change the direction. All right, I'll see him. Come in an hour. That's how Duanyi arrived at the detention center, while John and company waited outside. There was a noodle stall nearby. They went there to eat noodles directly. Without a decent meal for days, each of them ordered to bowls. On the other hand, Duanyi was guided by Liang Mo's colleague all the way to the control room. On the large screen, Yan Hao's face was bruised from hunger, lips turning white, but upon seeing people come, he maintained his stubbornness. I want to see Duanyi. If one didn't know, they would think Duanyi was his lover. Mr. Duan, we really have no choice. Vice Captain Liang says, maybe after you see him, you will understand what he wants, and everything will be okay. Duanyi nodded calmly on the surface, but in his mind, he cursed Yan Hao 1,000 times. Is he crazy? Are they all crazy? You can rest assured, we will monitor everything. Duanyi nodded, arrange it. Yan Hao felt like he was hanging by a thread, but he must clarify the relationship between that person and Duanyi. Understand what happened that year. So, the heavy iron door swung open. Squinting, Yan Hao couldn't see clearly due to the backlight, so he lowered his head directly. I won't see anyone or eat anything. Duanyi coldly chuckled. Feed that to a dog instead. What? Feeling sick? Thinking of me as your wife, crying to see your dad. Are you ill? Do we know each other? Who are you asking for? Upon seeing Duanyi's arrival, Yan Hao did not show any signs of anger. He simply smiled, then weakly adjusted his sitting position. You're here. Duanyi walked straight over and sat down at the table opposite Yan Hao, saying, tell me, why did you call your old man here? Duanyi genuinely didn't have a good expression towards Yan Hao. He had finally thought he could go back to sleep with his sweet and soft wife, Xian, but instead, he was dragged here. Anyone's mood would have been affected negatively in such a situation. Meanwhile, as Duanyi and Yan Hao were talking, a young police officer came in and brought Yan Hao a bowl of cold porridge. The officer gruffly said, can you eat something now? Yan Hao nodded, and so he slowly began to eat the porridge while contemplating Duanyi. Duanyi was getting irritated by the intense scrutiny. He patiently waited for Yan Hao to finish his porridge, hoping to regain his strength. However, even after the officer took the empty bowl away, Yan Hao still didn't speak. Duanyi asked, what's the matter? Did you really call me here because you've fallen from me at first sight? Yan Jie, come on. I'm the one who sent you to jail. Duanyi's teasing remark made Yan Hao laugh. You and him really are alike. Dwayne couldn't help but ask without much thought. Who? Your crush? Yang Hao's expression changed, his face looking somewhat unpleasant as he slowly uttered, Dwayne, Rui, June. Hearing this, Dwayne sat up straight. It was their eldest brother. This person really was relentless in pursuing. Though he had already suspected it, when Yang Hao said it out loud, Dwayne still found it somewhat strange. Yang Hao continued, Don't tell me you don't know him. Both of you have the surname Dwayne, and your tracking skills are not something ordinary people possess. Besides, you even resemble each other. In this world, I believe in everything except coincidences. Dwayne stared at him. I also want to know why you are so determined to find out. Is it worth going on a hunger strike for? Even if you find out, what then? You can't leave here, and you won't be able to see him. Dwayne sighed. I must say, at a time like this, the person you should be meeting is your old mother still waiting for you back in Yangjia village. Dwayne recalled what Liang Mo's subordinates had said, and couldn't help but look at Yang Hao with a complicated expression. Your mother has been longing for your return. Yang Hao, you were a brilliant physics student at Beijing University, with countless possibilities in life. But I still don't understand what temptation led you to abandon everything and walk down this dark path. Dwayne thought of Yang Hao's background. Back then, Yang Hao had been the top student in the entire provincial capital, ranking first in the National College entrance examination, progressing to Beijing University, where he was a top student. So how did he end up in prison? Yang Hao didn't answer the question but just gave a bitter smile. Let me tell you a story. Dwayne sat there. I'm listening. In the surveillance room, the officers all sighed and lamented. As a physics prodigy, Yang Hao had received an abundance of scholarships due to his outstanding abilities. It was said that Kyoto University waived his tuition for 4 years and even offered him a chance to continue his studies. The university president had even suggested he stay on as a teacher. Yang Hao's life was supposed to be a success story, admired by many. He slowly began recounting his past. In reality, Yangjia village wasn't wealthy back then. My mother was a widow, and society was much more feudal back then. She raised me single-handedly, enduring countless stares of disdain. I believed that as long as I studied hard, climbed out of the mountains, and reached higher positions, I could protect my mother. But, Dwayne, life doesn't always go as planned. Dwayne was puzzled. Many say life is a wilderness, but that's not entirely true. It's actually very difficult for a woman to support a family. The day I returned home after graduation, the villagers all came. I thought they were there to congratulate me, but they actually wanted money. To support me, my mother had borrowed a lot of money. We couldn't repay it, so she ended up with a broken leg and our house was ransacked. I was left half dead, and the police came, but it was quickly dismissed as just a fight. 20 years of education, yet powerless. What's the use of education? Yang Hao bitterly smiled. Dwayne refrained from commenting because he wasn't Yang Hao and couldn't empathize. All he knew was that Yang Hao had hurt those closest to him. For now, all Dwayne could do was listen quietly. Yang Hao continued. Later, my mother and I were driven out of Yangjia village. I thought I was going to die like that, but John Jingwen saved us. Without him, my mother and I wouldn't have survived. He showed us a way, gave us dignity, and enabled me to continue living with self-respect. Eventually, I built my own business, ventured with my brothers in remote areas and overseas. Those brothers were all orphans, but I treated them as my own blood brothers. But that night overseas, my brothers encountered Dwayne region. We only wanted to survive, yet in the end, some died, some were injured, and the rest ended up in prison. Tell me, should I hate him? Yang Hao's emotions escalated, his eyes turning red. Dwayne replied, from your perspective, you might genuinely have a reason to hate him. But what about smuggling, resisting arrest, and engaging in illegal activities on the boat? Yang Hao was momentarily shocked. Yet, Dwayne cut him off. Yang Hao, as someone who has received an education from a prestigious university, you should understand that Chinese law doesn't tolerate any threats to the safety of its people. Therefore, handcuffs and prison will be your ultimate destination. Your hardships and tragic past are not excuses for breaking the law. I don't believe Dwayne region did anything wrong. With that, Dwayne rose to leave. A faint melancholic chuckle came from behind Dwayne. You people really don't understand what it means for brothers who have gone through life and death together, especially for us. Dwayne sighed and decided not to respond further. However, as he was about to leave, Yang Hao asked him once again. What is the relationship between you and Duen Ruijin? Duen Yi responded, he's my cousin. We share a grandfather. What do you think? Yang Hao was taken aback. Then a more desolate laughter followed. To think it was all of you after all. Ha ha. Brothers. You are actually brothers. Yang Hao seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. When Duen Yi was about to leave, he suddenly asked, where is Duen Ruijin? It had been a long time since anyone called him second brother. It was all about calling him Duen Ruijin at home since their grandfather and others referred to him by his full name. Duen Yi said, to tell you the truth, I haven't seen him for many years. Will I be escorted back to the capital? Duen Yi replied, yes. Yang Hao, the mistakes you've made over the years will be tried by the Supreme People's Court. I want to see Duen Ruijin. That's my only request. Duen Yi chuckled. Playing this card again? My brother isn't you. You can't see him just because you want to. Duen Yi couldn't understand. Why was this person's obsession so deep? Could it be that before facing a great calamity, they wanted to remember the enemy's face more clearly to curse them upon their return? Duen Yi added, and don't use hunger strikes to threaten them anymore. It might be effective with me, but seeing my second brother, that won't work. Also, you can only see one more person. Yang Hao, you want to see everyone, even someone like me who is irrelevant. But why not see your mother, who has been waiting for you with white hair? You always call someone brother, making yourself appear righteous, but what about the mother who raised you on her own? It wasn't easy for her to raise you alone. Have you ever thought about how difficult her old age would be with you not returning home all these years? Ever since you were arrested, she's been outside the police station almost every day, begging and pleading with people. Yang Hao, who in your life can you justify? With that, Duen Yi didn't linger any longer and left directly. The heavy iron door closed again, and something other than resentment appeared on Yang Hao's face. It was unwillingness. It was regret. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Indeed, during his long time in captivity, he had been fixated on seeing Duen Yi every day, and now he wanted to see Duen Ruijin. But what about his mother? Everyone in the monitoring room watched as the once unyielding Yang Hao silently wept. However, this was not the end. Someone opened the door to Yang Hao's room and placed a computer in front of him. The surveillance video from outside the police station started playing before him. It showed an elderly person shuffling along, their head wrapped in a scarf, but their already graying hair visible nonetheless, leaning on a cane, waiting outside. Whenever someone emerged, they would stand up, shuffle over, but being of old age, they couldn't move fast, perhaps also due to old injuries on their legs, making their movement seem somewhat comical. Yang Hao could clearly hear the slightly aged voice with a pleading tone. Officer, I beg you, please, I'm begging you. Can I just take a look at my son? Just one look. I won't go in. I just want to see him. But every police officer politely, but reluctantly refused. The elderly person dropped their cane, knelt down directly in front of them, and cowed out. Please, I haven't seen my son in almost 10 years. Please. The police hurriedly helped her up. Struggling, the elderly person was in tears, their trembling hands joined together in supplication. Yang Hao felt overwhelming pain. At that moment, he was filled with guilt and self-loathing, pounding his own cheeks in the interrogation room. I'm a bastard. I'm a fucking bastard. Two officers rushed in and pressed Yang Hao against the table. Tears streamed down his cheeks. His eyes were bloodshot, and yet he kept calling out to the computer, Mom, Mom, I'm sorry, Mom. The sadness and regret in his voice were heart-wrenching. Liang Mo approached. Wait for him to calm down before interrogating. Someone replied. Got it. Duen Yi sat in the monitoring room, feeling a mix of emotions. Half an hour later, Yang Hao asked, when can I see my mother? The two officers interrogating him exchanged glances, and one of them replied, after you've confessed everything. We'll arrange it. Yang Hao closed his eyes, remained silent for a while before speaking. Okay. What do you want to know? The monitoring room erupted in cheers. The previous tension was gone. Oh my God. I've been dealing with Yang Hao's stubbornness for over a month. He really knows how to keep his mouth shut. Finally, we won't get scolded anymore. Duen Yi was curious. Why? Haven't you mentioned his mother to him? Young Master Duen, you don't know, this guy was completely uncooperative before seeing you. He had an attitude of I won't talk, even if you kill me. But after he met you, it was a whole different story. True. What didn't he say? He said everything, but it was all useless. Young Master Duen really is something. Liang Mo and others rolled their eyes together. How did this person change sides so easily? Liang Mo said, "All right, the task is completed. You can leave now." Dwinyi asked, "Sister-in-law, I rushed over without even having a meal. Aren't you going to offer me food?" Liang Mo simply waved her hand. "Just go." She then turned and went to assign tasks with her colleagues. Dwinyi was left behind. Well, when they need you, you're a treasure, but when they don't, you're just a blade of grass. Dwinyi sighed but noticed Liang Mo's increasingly large belly and couldn't help but worrying. Is everything here settled? When are you returning to the capital, sister-in-law? Liang Mo didn't even turn her head. We'll see about that. She would leave when the transfer order came. Plus, there were still many loose ends to tie up here. Tiger had been caught. The big project in the Yan family village, the village where Zhang Jingwen was in hiding, Tiger's subordinates, and more. All needed extensive arrests for prosecution. Hearing Liang Mo's reply, Dwinyi had no choice but to leave. Yet, as he walked out the door, he actually saw Yan Hao's mother. When she heard his voice, she immediately looked up, saw that it was Dwinyi, felt a bit disappointed, lowered her head, but seemed to remember something and walked toward him. "You're from Yan's village. Can you take me to see my son?" Dwinyi could be quite eloquent at times, but at that moment, he could only shake his head. The elderly woman thanked him and slowly walked back to sit in the shade with her cane, occasionally glancing inside. Dwinyi watched this scene, feeling a deep sense of unease at not knowing what to say. Luoan's voice called out, "Boss, come have some cold noodles." Dwinyi turned and saw Luoan and the others playing cards under the canopy, all smiling brightly and waving at him. Dwinyi replied, "Coming." Dwinyi quickly walked over and sat directly in the only empty seat. As soon as he sat down, the boss brought him a bowl of cold noodles. Dwinyi started eating as soon as he sat down. He was sincerely tired and hungry, having endured a day and night, finally being able to go back only to be pulled back, mentally and physically exhausted. "Ziwu, is that Yan Hao's mother?" "Luoan. Yes, that kid Yan Hao has excellent marksmanship. If it weren't for Miss Nanxing's heart being on the right side, it would really be impossible to save her." Ziwu nodded. "That's right, this is indeed a very dangerous person." Dwinyi listened without expressing any opinion. Yan Hao has done so many bad things that his life is essentially over. But Yan Hao's mother is innocent. "John, isn't it good to earn money honestly? Why do you have to break the law?" Ziwu glanced at John. "You, with the big beard, have quite an insight." John patted his chest. "That's right, with so many delicious foods in China, I haven't enjoyed enough." Everyone chatted, and there was a moment of relaxation. Soon, Dwinyi led everyone back. Although Wen Prefecture is not big, it is quite a distance from Luo Qingyuan's villa. John was driving fast, but it still took an hour and a half to get home. By the time they returned, it was completely dark outside. Luo Qingyuan, Shen Nian, and Dwinyi had been waiting for them. As soon as the car stopped, Dwinyi asked him, "How is it? Is everything resolved?" Dwinyi nodded. "It's resolved. Zhang Jingwen has gone to where he should go." Hearing this, Dwinyi breathed a sigh of relief. "It's the same on my end. Hu Zhe has also been arrested." The two brothers smiled at each other. "Shen Nian, after being away for so long, aren't you hungry? Dinner is ready at home." Dwinyi, "Sister-in-law, we had some cold noodles on our way here to fill our stomachs. We are not very hungry now. Let's freshen up first before eating." With that, Dwinyi strode towards Luo Qingyuan behind the others. His wife was smiling gently as she watched him. Dwinyi approached her, took her hand, and the two went upstairs together. Dwinyi helplessly smiled and looked at Ziwu and the other two. "What about you?" Ziwu scratched his head. "They don't have wives. However, Ziwu, let's wait. We'll freshen up first, and we aren't very hungry yet." Dwinyi, "Fine. Let's meet in the dining room in an hour." The three nodded and walked towards their rooms together. Dwinyi smiled and turned to hold Shen Nian as they went back to their room. Luoan glanced and then averted his gaze, sighing, "I used to be busy making money and never thought about finding a wife for myself. Now, all I can do is envy the bosses to have a beautiful woman by their side." Ziwu put his arm around Luoan and said with a smile, "Luoan, with your status, when you return to the capital, do you really think you won't be able to find a wife?" John joined in curiously. "I'm single too. Could you guys introduce me to someone?" Ziwu pushed John away. "That's not possible. You foreigners prefer foreign wives." John got anxious. Why are you so stingy? Love knows no borders. For once, Luoan was on the same side, as Ziwen said seriously. No, this really does involve borders. John stared at them in frustration. I'll find a Chinese wife to show you, Ziwu straightforwardly said. Then you probably won't find one. Our women here don't like foreigners. John was getting worked up by their comments and spoke firmly. Ziwu pulled Luoan and ran away, with John chasing them from behind, creating a joyous scene. The guards on duty silently marveled. It seems that we can all relax a bit in the upcoming time. Yes, ever since we arrived here, the atmosphere has been extremely tense. There have been very few moments of relaxation like this. The older men kept on sighing. But upstairs in the bedroom, when he went straight into the bathroom, he really needed to clean up properly after the past few hectic days, with sweat all over his body, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Just as he finished washing up, there was a knock on the door. Lu Qingyuan's pleasant voice sounded. Are you done? I'll bring you some clothes. Duanyi smiled. The door's not closed. Come in. Lu Qingyuan walked in directly. She had just put down the things when a hand reached out from behind the curtain and grabbed her wrist. Lu Qingyuan was taken aback but then smiled. You haven't had a good rest in a long time. Duanyi. No rush. So, Lu Qingyuan was pulled in. The next moment, she was drenched from head to toe by the shower, her clothes and hair clinging tightly to her skin. Duanyi, I just changed my clothes. I know. I'll help you change later. Lu Qingyuan exclaimed and fell silent. An hour passed, but Duanzi, Shen Nan, Ziwu, Luoan, and John had all assembled in the dining room, yet Duanyi and Lu Qingyuan were still not coming down. Duanzi asked, and Zhou, didn't you go call them? And Zhou, who stood by the table, looked awkward. I did, but then she hesitated. The young lady and the sir didn't respond to me, and I didn't dare disturb them rashly. Perhaps they're too tired and have fallen asleep. Aunt Zhou immediately resolved the awkward situation. Now, everyone understood. A little separation was better than a honeymoon. Duanzi softly coughed. All right, let's not wait. Let's all eat. Go to bed after eating. Everyone has been so busy for so long. Ziwu and the others pretended not to understand, nodded, and exchanged pleasantries with smiles. The people at the dining table had done a great deal in Wen Prefecture, so Duanzi generously had Shen Nan open the Vio's wine. That night, everyone drank to their heart's content. Ziwu grabbed Luoan and relentlessly asked, haven't you worked together with the young lady on international banking? Come on. Tell us, how much money have you made over the years? Have you been dishonestly earning money? Ziwu's words shocked Luoan out of his stupor. Duanzi, Shen Nan, and John watched the scene unfold. Luoan couldn't hold back and slapped Ziwu's face. Ziwu was stunned for 3 seconds, then slowly regained his senses, holding his face. Luoan, you brat. Why did you hit me? Luoan rolled his eyes, propped himself up on the table, and stood up. You. Drink solely. I single quotes LL ... go to sleep first ... Ziwu persistently followed. Don't leave. Explain yourself. Why did you hit me? Or, tell us, does working at a bank make a lot of money? I'll hang out with you then. Being a bodyguard doesn't pay, as well. Luoan simply didn't want to deal with Ziwu. Can he answer such questions? Asking in front of the Duan family. How should he respond? If he lies, Duanzi's to sharp pan will figure it out. If he tells the truth, he may soon find himself jobless. Luoan was getting a headache from Ziwu's pestering. Say one more word, and I'll sew your mouth shut. Do you believe me? In the end, only Duanzi and Shen Nianian were left at the dining table. Duanzi's face was flushed from drinking, but he had a high tolerance for alcohol. Shen Nianian was pregnant, so she did not drink. Duanzi had just returned from the police station that morning, where he had spent a long time handing over work with Li Wei and others, so they had only briefly rested together. Everyone had left, leaving the villa garden quiet except for the eldest brother taking turns standing guard. Even the housekeeper and chefs had left, giving them a private space. Shen Nianian lowered her head, unusually silent. Duanzi poured a glass of wine, downed it in one gulp, then set the glass down and reached out his hand towards Shen Nianian, saying, Come, let me hug you, little sister. Shen Nianian then raised her head, her eyes red from crying. Duanzi sighed and pulled her into his arms, with Shen Nianian sitting on his lap. Duanzi said, I've returned safely, haven't I? Shen Nianian's tears flowed like pearls as soon as he spoke. DRIZZLE couldn't wipe them all away and felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. We're both going to be parents. Why are you crying like a little child? Shen Nianian glared at him and said, I'm not. Then she turned and hugged DRIZZLE, saying, you and your brother have returned safely, and I am happy. But Brother Fang is gone. I'm so sad. Without Brother Fang, I wouldn't have survived until now. DRIZZLE's heart ached slightly because he knew Shen Nianian was speaking the truth, and he was also grateful to Fang Liang. But there was nothing he could do. DRIZZLE hugged Shen Nianian and said, be good. When we return to the capital, I will find a way to compensate them. Shen Nianian nodded and hugged him tightly. For the first time, I realized how fragile life can be. Brother, when will we return to the capital? I don't want to stay in Wenchu anymore. When we return to the capital, let's get married properly, all right? DRIZZLE nodded, okay. After consoling the sorrowful Shen Nianian until she fell asleep, DRIZZLE received a call from Liang Mo. Zhou Luo will be sent back to the capital tomorrow. DRIZZLE understood Liang Mo's hidden meaning. All right, I'll be there in half an hour. After Shen Nianian fell asleep, DRIZZLE hurriedly went to where Zhou Luo was being detained. Since Zhou Luo was to be escorted back the next day, the place of detention was close to the train station. When DRIZZLE arrived, Zhou Luo was already waiting for him. Seeing him, Zhou Luo didn't seem surprised and even smiled. DRIZZLE, you are truly remarkable. Where did you get the resources to have so many people help you? DRIZZLE walked over and sat opposite Zhou Luo. You should be grateful that Nianian is safe, or else I would have smashed your head in a long time ago. Zhou Luo laughed lightly. You are arrogant. Do you know that, without you, my Nianian would still be safe? Also, the person I want to see is not you, but Shen Nianian. Why do you think you can act so arrogantly in front of me? DRIZZLE used to hate Zhou Luo because if it weren't for him, Shen Nianian wouldn't be pregnant and entangled in this mess that involved several forces, not to mention the death of Fang Liang and Fang Yan's serious injuries. But seeing Zhou Luo in this state, he couldn't help but feel some pity. You are not only pitiful, but also pathetic. Zhou Luo was stunned for a moment before slamming the table. What nonsense are you talking about? You are just relying on your family background. If you were in my shoes, could you still accuse me so high-handedly? DRIZZLE looked coldly at Zhou Luo, not to watch him lose control, but because. DRIZZLE remained calm and said, Zhou Luo, I came here to tell you that starting today, the Shen family's support for the Zhou family will be cut off entirely. Based on the unpleasant things you have done that have caused my wife and me distress, we have decided to legally reclaim all the support given by the Shen family to the Zhou family over the years, including but not limited to your study abroad expenses, your siblings' educational costs, your parents' medical treatment, and so on. And also. Zhou Luo's face paled. Why? Why are you doing this? The support was from the Shen family, not you. DRIZZLE chuckled lightly and calmly said, because Shen Nianian is my wife, and that is our joint property. I have the authority to reclaim it. In Zhou Luo's resentful and angry gaze, DRIZZLE added, I am not from the Shen family, and I don't have that strong of a sense of compassion for an outsider like you. And that house in Kyoto where your parents live, if I recall correctly, wasn't that also given by the Shen family? Zhou Luo exploded. DRIZZLE, by what right do you do this? Why involve my parents in our feud? DRIZZLE mocked as if hearing a great joke. And how many people have you implicated in our feud? Zhou Luo, when you did these things, you should have thought about what awaits you if you fail. At this point, you have brought it upon yourself. DRIZZLE was different from Shen Nianian. She wouldn't take revenge on the Zhou family. She pitied the Zhou family, and giving them money would settle things for her. After all, the sum given to the Zhou family might be significant for ordinary people, but considered charity for the Shen family, whose monthly expenses amounted to tens of thousands. But DRIZZLE was different. The Zhou family were all leeches, with Zhou Luo proudly living off the Shen family's money. Considering himself a young master, he wouldn't let any of them off the hook. DRIZZLE had rushed to Kyoto, so these matters were temporarily put on hold. But once he returned, his first task would be to evict the Zhou family from his house. As DRIZZLE prepared to leave, Zhou Luo suddenly stopped him. You can't leave. DRIZZLE, I won't let you harm my family. What about Nianian? She would never agree to what you are doing. DRIZZLE paused for a moment. What if I decide to target the Zhou family? What? Planning for revenge? Then we'll have to wait until you are out to sea. DRIZZLE seemed to remember something. Oh, right. When you come out, who knows how long that will take? I'm being paranoid. With a smile, DRIZZLE turned and left. I beg you. DRIZZLE's steps faltered slightly. Zhou Luo drooped his head and said, in despair, please, spare my family. I am sorry for what I've done to you and Nyanyan. DRIZZLE sneered, remembering the days he almost lost his wife and child. Feeling on the verge of breaking down, he was someone who held grudges. So DRIZZLE said, Zhou Luo, if apologies worked, why would we need the police? For the things you've done wrong, you have to make amends, and no one in the Zhou family will escape. After saying this, DRIZZLE left without further delay, leaving Zhou Luo in confusion and panic. When DRIZZLE returned from the police station, it was almost 3 in the morning. As soon as he walked into the first floor, he saw DRIZZLE walking into the kitchen. DRIZZLE followed him with some confusion and found DRIZZLE holding 2 buckets of instant noodles. Just as he turned around, the 2 brothers faced each other. DRIZZLE, brother, what are you doing up at this hour? DRIZZLE, I went to see Zhou Luo. What about you? Waking up in the middle of the night to cook instant noodles. DRIZZLE felt a bit embarrassed. I woke up feeling hungry, so I thought I'd make something to eat. DRIZZLE, there's so much food in the kitchen, and you choose to make 2 buckets of instant noodles. Are you going to make your wife eat instant noodles too? DRIZZLE chuckled, just about to speak when a small head popped in from outside the door. I also want to eat instant noodles. DRIZZLE turned his head and saw Shen Nan rubbing her still sleepy eyes, eagerly looking at the instant noodles in DRIZZLE's hands. DRIZZLE's face darkened slightly, and DRIZZLE shrugged as if to say, see, girls are like this. It's not my fault. DRIZZLE helplessly said, all right, since everyone is awake, let's all eat together. DRIZZLE and Shen Nan both nodded. Shen Nan, I'll go upstairs to call King Yuan. DRIZZLE, I'll bring the instant noodles out first. Soon, the kitchen was left with only DRIZZLE. DRIZZLE shook his head helplessly. Here he was, the most approachable one, so he rolled up his sleeves and started rummaging through the cabinets to find instant noodles. DRIZZLE first made a pot of plain instant noodles, then started cooking. With so much in the fridge, might as well have a late-night snack. DRIZZLE quickly stir-fried a few dishes, fried a few eggs, and brought them out. By the time Luo Qingyuan and Shen Nan finished preparing, the table was already set with several dishes. DRIZZLE didn't feel like eating instant noodles, so he quickly fried some rice for himself. DRIZZLE, brother, you truly are my brother. Luo Qingyuan also smiled. Yes, brother, you are a good man. Shen Nan, like a cheerful bee, ran over and grabbed DRIZZLE's hand. DRIZZLE, walk slowly, you still have a baby in your belly. Shen Nan held his hand, chuckling, I know, I'm feeling much better now, and I don't even feel his presence. As they chatted, they all took their seats. Luo Qingyuan, brother is right. Nan, you need to be careful, especially in the first 3 months. Both DRIZZLE and DRIZZLE nodded in agreement. Shen Nan obediently sat down. All right, for the sake of the baby, I'll try to be a responsible mother. DRIZZLE moved the mushroom-flavored instant noodles in front of Shen Nan. Yes, from now on, eat less junk food. Shen Nan nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to the baby's daddy. By the way, have you chosen a name for the baby? DRIZZLE, no rush, we'll decide after the wedding. At this point, Shen Nan suddenly asked, when should we return to Kyoto? Luo Qingyuan also looked at DRIZZLE. Both women were thinking that with Zhang Jingwen arrested and Zhou Luo's matters resolved, it was almost December, and they had been here for nearly 3 months. It was probably time to go back, but DRIZZLE and DRIZZLE remained silent for a moment. DRIZZLE said, we need to wait a little longer. Luo Qingyuan, wait for what? Shen Nan frowned and asked, yeah, wait for what? Wenchu is too unsafe. I don't want to stay here. Brother, can we go back to the capital as soon as possible? DRIZZLE reached out and touched Shen Nan's head. Be patient, we need to wait a bit longer. DRIZZLE, there are still loose ends to tie out in Wenchu, and we need sister-in-law to oversee things. Until her transfer comes, we might have to stay here with her in Wenchu. DRIZZLE, while sister-in-law has been efficient in working with the police to eliminate many criminals, she has also made quite a few enemies. DRIZZLE turned to Shen Nan and said seriously, Nan, sister-in-law is 7 months pregnant. DRIZZLE nodded, yes, big brother isn't here, and we are concerned. So we plan to return to the capital with sister-in-law. Shen Nan and Luo Qingyuan suddenly realized the situation and thought, if the big bosses had been arrested, then Liang Mo could return to the capital. Luo Qingyuan said, I see, we can wait a bit longer. She glanced at Shen Nyan, understanding her thoughts. Luo Qingyuan said, but in Wenchu, with Dunyi and me here, brother, you can go back to the capital with Nyan first. Your wedding is only a month away, and you need to finalize details like taking wedding photos and preparing for the banquet. Another thing, taking wedding photos will look better when Nyan is still in the early stages of pregnancy. It might not be easy once she's further along. Shen Nyan smiled at this suggestion, showing that she understood. Previously, she lacked security because she lacked assurance, but now, carrying the child of the Duen family, she felt secure. So Shen Nyan said, at first, I didn't know the reason, but now I do. Shen Nyan looked at Duanzi with starry eyes. I will wait for you. If we can make it back in time for the wedding, we'll have it. If not, we can have it after the new year. After all, you will definitely marry me, right? Duanzi looked at Shen Nyan with joy and a touch of nostalgia. Yes, I will definitely marry you. Shen Nyan said, all right then. Let's eat. Let's eat. Speaking of which, I haven't really explored Wenchu. Although it's a border town, the scenery is beautiful, and the weather is hotter than Kyoto. In Kyoto, it's already too cold to wear short sleeves, but here it's fine. Duanzi said, before the wedding, we will return. Nyan, I won't break our promise. Shen Nyan couldn't hold back her emotions and, while her mouth was still full of noodles, her eyes were teary. It looked quite funny, and everyone laughed, especially Duanzi, who patted his adorable wife's head and pinched her chubby cheeks. Come on, darling, eat a chicken leg, just roasted, very tender. Shen Nyan blushed again, feeling a bit embarrassed, and silently nodded to eat her food. Dunyi and Luo Qingyuan looked at each other, both feeling like they had interrupted something intimate. But under the table, Luo Qingyuan lightly scratched Dunyi's thigh with her nails. Dunyi remained composed, offering Luo Qingyuan a roasted chicken leg in return, but inwardly, he felt a sense of joy. So, the four of them chatted and enjoyed the delicious meal, a rare moment of relaxation. Shen Nyan got up to use the bathroom, and as she reached the window, she suddenly exclaimed with joy, it's snowing. The three in the dining room were momentarily stunned before quickly getting up and heading towards the window together. Duanzi draped his coat over Shen Nyan's shoulders. Shen Nyan blushed and then hugged Duanzi's waist, burying her head in his shoulder as they watched the snow outside together. Duanzi patted her head. Winter in Wenchu comes earlier than in Kyoto. Shen Nyan agreed. Yes, that's why you want to finish up these matters early. By the time winter arrives and the heavy snow starts, it will be difficult to catch anyone. Duanzi nodded, contentedly watching the snow. Meanwhile, Dunyi and Luo Qingyuan stood at the doorway. It was nearly 6 in the morning now, the sky was getting brighter, and the snow had blanketed the ground. Luo Qingyuan remembered their first meeting with Dunyi early that year, and now it was approaching the end of the year. It felt chilly outside, and before Dunyi could say anything, Luo Qingyuan hugged him and cozied up against his chest. From Kyoto to Wenchu, a lot has changed over the past year in our lives. Dunyi smiled, hugging Luo Qingyuan back. Yes, quite a lot. Suddenly, Luo Qingyuan asked Dunyi, what were you doing this time last year? Dunyi had an exceptional memory, and if not prompted, he might not have recalled. But now, when asked, he remembered Kyoto's first snow last year when Yin Nuan was upset with him for helping a female classmate carry luggage and insisted on drinking milk tea from 10 kilometers away in the cold winter. The snow was heavy back then, and he couldn't get a cab, so he had to run back and forth. If it weren't for Yin Nuan coming out of the dorm later, hugging him and crying, perhaps their relationship would have ended then. The memory made Dunyi smile with a touch of irony. He didn't realize it back then, but looking back, he understood his foolishness at the time. Seeing Dunyi's expression, Luo Qingyuan guessed correctly. You were with Yin Nuan, right? Dunyi nodded, speaking candidly. Yes. Dunyi added, I never expected Yin Nuan to have mental issues. I thought her behavior was due to family reasons and she was being paranoid. Dunyi had avoided talking about his past with Yin Nuan for a while, but now he spoke openly. Yin Nuan isn't inherently bad. When her condition stabilizes, consider arranging her discharge. Luo Qingyuan just smiled lightly and nodded, agreeing. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Luo Qingyuan doesn't hold a grudge against Yin Nuan, but her actions were extreme, and Luo Qingyuan had to be cautious. When Yi Nuan is ready to be discharged and could use a fresh start, maybe it's best to move her to another city. After all, Kyoto remains a place of heartache for her. Duanyi ruffled Luo Qingyuan's head, saying, I trust you. The two stood quietly hugging each other at the door. Non-crossing. Luo Qingyuan hesitated with her words. Duanyi embraced her slender waist, smiling. We'll go together to non-crossing. Duanyi couldn't help but think back to the years he spent with non-crossing, not as a couple, but as childhood friends who grew up together. It was the first time he heard Luo Qingyuan talk about those days. Before the age of 18, that is, before going to university, non-crossing and I spent every winter together. Their time spent together exceeded that with their respective parents, as they were classmates from kindergarten to high school, even sitting together. Qingyuan, truth be told, before meeting Yi Nuan and later falling in love with her, I always thought I would pursue non-crossing for the rest of my life. As we grew up and later met Yi Nuan along the way, I gradually fell in love with her, but also experienced my most physically and emotionally exhausting time. Regardless of non-crossing or Yi Nuan, those times are behind us. Wife, I never look back, I only look towards the future. Duanyi is someone who never regrets once he has made a decision, no matter the consequences. Lina understands him well. Duanyi, you know me quite well. I wonder, what about your ex-boyfriend? Why have I never seen him or heard you mention him before? This question made Luo Qingyuan blush instantly. Duanyi was suddenly curious. Why was she blushing like that? Duanyi's mind raced with a million possibilities, but he hadn't expected Luo Qingyuan to whisper, I've never dated anyone before, you are my first. Duanyi was taken aback. Huh, you aren't pulling my leg, are you? Luo Qingyuan chuckled softly. It's true, I've never dated anyone. I was forced into an engagement without my knowledge. Duanyi was the person she chose when she was desperate. Luo Qingyuan never expected that this gamble would have such a complete victory. The scene of snowfall outside, with the blush on Luo Qingyuan's face made Duanyi mesmerized. He had always known Luo Qingyuan was beautiful, but the shy look at that moment made him feel a tingling sensation. Luo Qingyuan said, I learned languages from various countries since childhood, as well as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Growing up, I had to learn how to do business too. I had no vacations and traveled with my parents to many countries for business even before reaching adulthood. My life path was predestined, including the marriage with the Zhang family. This was the first time I rebelled against my fate, but I'm grateful that this time I rebelled without knowing. It turned out well. With Duanyi embracing her, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but feel emotional. If she had followed her parents' wishes, she wouldn't have the life she has now. Duanyi, you are my first love. With a soft, almost inaudible voice, Luo Qingyuan dropped a bombshell. Duanyi lowered his head and met Luo Qingyuan's waves of affectionate eyes, which were not just black but carried a hint of deep brown. They were intense, enough to drown anyone who wasn't paying attention. While the snow fell outside, they held a moment together, where their lips met in what seemed like an eternal kiss. Little Wu, upon entering, first saw Duanyi entwined in a passionate kiss with Shen Nian by the window. Little Wu, it was quite a sight to behold. Moving a couple of steps forward to avoid the scene, he came across Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi sharing an even more affectionate kiss. Little Wu, while the outside snow was cold, it couldn't hold a candle to the icy chill in Little Wu's heart at that moment. Luoan exclaimed, wait, they all got up this early. John widened his eyes. Is it possible they didn't sleep? Luoan and Ziwu felt even sadder. Ziwu, do you think we should still go out? Luoan and Ziwu glanced at each other, then both turned around, ready to silently go back to continue sleeping. But as soon as they turned around, Duanyi's voice sounded, you're awake, where are you going? So, Luoan and Ziwu stopped, and John retracted the step he had just taken. The three of them awkwardly waved their hands. Good morning. Duanyi hugged Luo Qingyuan, who looked calm, but her reddened ears betrayed that her current mood was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Luo Qingyuan, morning. You guys chat. I'm going back to sleep. Duanyi smiled as he let go of Luo Qingyuan. Go ahead. I do have something to discuss with them. Luo Qingyuan nodded, then turned and left. Duanyi glanced at the three of them. Come to the study. The four of them started walking towards the study, but right before reaching the study, Duanyi's phone rang. Duanyi glanced at the caller ID, paused his steps. You guys go ahead. My brother is in the study. Ziwu nodded and led the people into the room. Dwinyi walked to the window and answered the call. Non-crossing. How have you been recently, Dwinyi? I'm fine. And you? You should have returned to Kyoto, right? Yes, I've been back for almost a month, and I've been transferred from the hospital to recover at home. Dwinyi thought for a moment and said, the incident this time was because of me that you got involved, so about the work. Before Dwinyi could finish, Non-Crossing interrupted. I know that Luo is my boss now. Although Non-Crossing had not faced this issue directly, the incident involving Yin Nuan was so sensational that it was hard for her to ignore it. Dwinyi fell into a rare silence for a moment. Non-Crossing, you saved me with your life. From now on, I guarantee you a smooth career path. Non-Crossing just smiled and said, that, haven't you protected me many times before? Dwinyi, that's different. Non-Crossing, it's the same. Dwinyi, I don't want you to pay me back. I'm calling you today not only to tell you that I'm back home, but also to ask you to let Ms. Luo know that I'm very grateful to her. Non-Crossing was well aware that if it weren't for Luo Qingyuan being her boss, she wouldn't have reached her current position at such a young age. Dwinyi remained silent for a moment. Okay, I will tell her on your behalf. Only then did Non-Crossing let out a chuckle and continued. Don't burden yourself too much. I really like my life now. When you return to Kyoto, let me treat you to a meal. In the name of good friends, to welcome you both, you and your wife must give me face. You can't back out this time. At his words, Dwinyi also smiled, and the slight discomfort in his heart seemed to dissipate. Dwinyi readily agreed. Sure, your wife is still sleeping. I'll tell her later. As he was about to hang up, Dwinyi added, Non-Crossing, although we can't go back to the past, I will always be your brother, and Qingyuan will always be your sister-in-law. No matter what happens, we will be your strongest support. Non-Xing's heart tightened suddenly, tears welling up in her eyes, but she still smiled and replied, yeah, I know, brother. Dwinyi, wait for me to accompany you at your wedding. Dwinyi couldn't see Non-Crossing on the other end, so he didn't know the tears were rolling down her face after he said those words. Okay then, brother, I'll do something else first. Let's chat when you have time. Okay, goodbye. After saying this, Dwinyi quickly ended the call, put his phone in his pocket, and walked straight into the study. Dwinyi and the others were studying a map of the Tiger brothers' influence. Apart from Ziwu and a few others whom Dwinyi recognized but didn't know by name, there were also two unfamiliar faces. Dwinyi, continue. Don't mind me. So, everyone continued their heated discussion. At the same time, a knock sounded outside the study. The housekeeper Zhou Yi, gentlemen, Officer Li and Officer Liu are here. Dwinyi personally opened the door, and Li Wei and Ziliu walked in. What surprised everyone was that both Li Wei and Ziliu had heavy bruises under their eyes. Dwinyi, what have you been up to these days? If others hear this, they would think you went robbing. Li Wei and Ziliu sat heavily on the study sofa, looking dispirited. Dwinyi spoke while pouring a glass of water for each of them. Li Wei finished his drink and said, Tiger brother has yet to be escorted back to the capital, as the higher-ups intercepted the convoy. Dwinyi asked, for what reason? Hearing this, Li Wei was visibly upset. Ziliu added, that's not the hardest part. The difficult part is that many people in Wenchu spontaneously petitioned for Tiger brother. Li Wei continued, there are people blocking the gates at every police station every day. It's making it impossible to work properly. If it weren't for strict suppression, it would have made the news already. I'm truly puzzled. How can so many people come forward for just one Tiger brother? It's not easy to extradite Tiger brother. If the trial were in Wenchu, there would be many unexpected incidents. They might even attempt to vandalize the place. Li Wei chuckled at the thought. They were threatened by the locals. It was truly a surprising situation. But it was indeed a fact. Dwinyi and Dwinyi exchanged a glance. The priority now was to promptly escort Tiger brother back to the capital. Dwinyi, here's the plan. Let's use a diversionary tactic. The escort personnel won't leave from Wenchu. Everyone was puzzled. If not from Wenchu, then from where? Dwinyi smiled as he answered, if we're escorting back to the capital, then obviously from Kyoto. You don't forget, I am a consultant for the criminal investigation team in Kyoto. Dwinyi and Ziwu exchanged a look, and everyone chuckled. Dwinyi straightforwardly inquired, tell me, how soon can we get people from Kyoto? Dwinyi, as soon as tomorrow night. Dwinyi made a decision. I have a plan. but tonight everyone needs to work hard. Li Wei said, hurry up. As long as we can send Tiger Brother away, I'll do anything. An hour later, everyone discreetly went home. Only Duanyi and Duanzi remained in the room. Duanzi, do you know about the Fang family emigrating? Duanyi nodded. I've heard about it. Sister Fang's status is special, and the Fang family has been involved in so many scattered incidents. Emigration is indeed a good choice. Duanzi fell silent for a while. I know, but I want to protect the Fang family in Kyoto. Not for eternal prosperity, but at least to prevent other major families from banding together to bully them. Duanyi, did Fang Rou speak up first? Duanzi, no. Duanyi smiled and said, actually, the Shen family can do it. Are you afraid to use the Shen family's influence because you don't want Zisazi to feel uncomfortable? Duanzi rarely stayed quiet. He was afraid Shen Nianian would feel uncomfortable if she knew. Duanyi understood his brother quite well, although Duanzi had no other intentions, but Duanyi, brother, I understand what you're thinking, but women tend to overthink. It's better to be honest with her yourself than for her to hear it from someone else someday. Although Zisazi is young, she seems reasonable. Fan Lian is from the Fang family. There's nothing that can't be said. On the road ahead, whether it's marriage, career, or love, onlookers can see clearly about others' matters. But when it's their turn, it's not always easy. Duanzi thought for a moment, then smiled and shook his head, saying, I will tell her about this matter. I don't want her to be troubled by these things. Duanyi patted Duanzi's shoulder. I know, brother. Honestly, I am experienced in this aspect. Listening to me is never wrong. Duanzi lightly smacked the back of Duanyi's head. How old are you? Claiming to be experienced in front of your brother. Duanyi chuckled, and the two of them looked out at the snowy scene outside the window. Since it started snowing this morning, the snow had been accumulating. Everything seemed calm on the surface, but everyone knew that the hardest part was yet to come. Duanyi sighed. This year has been eventful. Duanzi, it's been calm for over 20 years. Now a bit of a disruption. It's normal. Duanyi nodded with a smile. The two brothers didn't stay in the room for long before Li Wei's call came. The news has been leaked. Tomorrow at noon, we will take Huzhe to the provincial capital. Our people have been dispatched to check the roads leading to the province along the way. Duanyi, that's great. Is the body double ready? Li Wei, in the short term, finding someone with a similar figure and appearance is a bit difficult, but we are actively searching. Duanyi nodded. Hurry up. Li Wei, when are you setting off? Duanyi, now. Li Wei was taken aback. Please be very careful. Duanyi said, I know. After hanging up the phone, Duanyi said, gather downstairs in 20 minutes. It's icy outside. Wear some warm clothes. Duanzi, got it. I'll sort out the team shortly. You get ready quickly. Duanyi nodded, and the two brothers each returned to their rooms. The room was warm, and Luo Qingyuan was sleeping with slightly flushed cheeks, her mouth slightly open. Duanyi changed into warm clothes and put on a black coat. After that, he went over and kissed Luo Qingyuan on the face. After doing all this, Duanyi wrapped himself in the coat and stepped out, leaving Luo Qingyuan sleeping comfortably, even smiling in her dreams. When Duanyi reached the courtyard, half of the people in the villa had been sorted out by Duanzi and were waiting for Duanyi. Duanyi, with a height of over 1.8 meters, in a black coat and long boots, truly caught everyone's attention. Upon Duanyi's arrival, he immediately waved and said, let's go. So everyone got into the cars, pickup trucks, and vans, dozens of them in total. There were many luxury cars parked at the back of the villa, but as Duanyi put it, they had to remain low-key for the mission, so none of those luxury cars were driven. Everyone wanted to return to the capital, but with women carrying the bloodline of the Duan family here, they couldn't leave. Once they exited the villa gates, everyone went in different directions. The wheels left deep imprints in the snow. As time passed, Duanyi, along with Shao and others, arrived at one of the roads from Wenchu to the provincial capital. Duanyi parked the car in the woods and continued to lie in wait with the others. Shao, it's really cold today. Do you think we can really catch the person? Duanyi, we might. I'm not sure. Shao, then why are we here? Duanyi smiled. Exactly because we're not sure that you're here. Duanyi found a clean spot to sit, explaining, there are many roads from Wenchu to the capital, but the convoy must use the national highway, and there are only a few of those. Just wait, These people will definitely prepare early. As long as we catch those troublemakers, half of our job is done. Luohan rubbed his stiff fingers, feeling the chill. Alas, it's us who suffer. John shivered. But it has to be us. Any slight movement at the police station now would be problematic. The snow continued to fall from the sky, and soon Duanyi and the others were covered in a layer of white. Duanyi pondered, why don't I start the car heater so that we can rotate and stay warm? One person on watch should be enough, otherwise, it's too cold. Duanyi's suggestion was met with unanimous agreement from the others. So, Duanyi said, Xiao, you stay here, the three of us will head back first. After saying this, Duanyi turned and left, with John and Luohan following quickly. Xiao, why is it always me who gets hurt? Xiao crouched down resignedly, staring at the road. But after all four of them took turns to watch for an hour, no one appeared on that road. See. The electric noise came. Through the walkie-talkie came Xiao's voice. Brother Duan, it's almost dark now. Do you think they're not planning to set up roadblocks? Duanyi was dozing in the car, but upon hearing this, he woke up momentarily. They shouldn't be. Xiao sighed. If this continues, I'll freeze into a popsicle. Ouchoo. Duanyi smiled and was about to speak when his phone rang. Upon answering the call, Duanzi's voice came through. There are people on all three roads here. Judging by their manner, it seems like they're planning something on each road. Duanyi looked towards the bridge not far from him. He was curious about how these people had made the bridge impassable. Just observe who they are and let them do it. Record the evidence. Duanzi and his team were lying in the snow. One person was taking photos clearly, capturing the group setting up roadblocks with determination. Duanzi, got it. How is it on your end? Duanyi looked at the sky, which was gradually darkening, sighing, it should be soon. The road he came on was the fastest route from Wenzhou to the capital. Duanyi wasn't sure if there would be roadblocks, so all he could do was wait to capture all these people in one fell swoop. Duanyi, Duanzi, and nearly 50 people they brought were lurking in ambush at various spots along the roads. They endured the cold and hunger, taking turns to hide in cars to escape the snow, surviving until the early hours of the next day, when a few black figures finally appeared in the vast snowy landscape. This time, Duanyi himself was on the watch. He flexed his stiff hands and feet. His once confused eyes instantly became clear. Finally, they've arrived. Duanyi's voice held a hint of clarity. After saying these words, a drone quietly followed the group ahead. Before long, a truck carrying a full load of stones headed towards the bridge. Time passed by seconds, and the drone clearly recorded the entire process. At the same time, Xiao, Luohan, and John all arrived. Xiao said, now is the time. Should we go out and catch the culprits? Luohan, holding a computer, clicked his tongue twice. It's really speechless. Are they trying to block the road with stones? John also watched the screen with Luohan. The night drone footage was incredibly clear. John suddenly said, wait, it looks like there's explosives on the truck. Duanyi laughed. This is the main event. Xiao exclaimed, explosives? Doesn't that mean we're in big trouble? We're empty-handed. Luohan remained calm. This is not our concern. Xiao was confused. Huh? What do you mean? Luohan said. Look at the screen. So, except for Duanyi, the other three watched the screen. Duanyi took out another walkie-talkie and said, Linjie, you can close the net now. Before the three could react, they saw many people in dark green military uniforms suddenly rushing out from under the bridge, heading towards the bridge at a very fast pace, towards the people laying explosives under the bridge. Xiao watched in astonishment as in less than a minute, all the lights on the bridge were lit up. Xiao watched the scene without fully understanding how those people were subdued. Duanyi, with a yawn, said, Brother, my work here is done. Duanzi, sounding equally sleepy, responded, Okay, I got it. So, at the same time, on the road from Wenzhou to Jingdu, anyone setting up roadblocks was apprehended. Lin Xianqi's voice came through the walkie-talkie, Ziyi, go back to sleep, I'll take care of things here. Duanyi answered with a smile. Okay. It was at this moment that Ziwu finally fully understood why Luo Xian said to listen to Duanyi in Wenzhou. Truly, his boss had great foresight. Xiao finally understood why Luohan insisted on following Duanyi. Still puzzled, Xiao asked, Duanjie, how did you do it? Why do Lin's team listen to you? Duanyi replied, you can't spread that rumor. They don't listen to me. I cooperate with Lin's team in their work. Xiao and the others were silent. Twinny patted the snow off himself and stood up. All right, let's go back. It's too cold in this icy wilderness. Shao. Luoan and John remained still. Twinny asked, what are you doing? The three quietly continued to monitor everything on the bridge with the drone. From their eyes, Twinny could see their admiration. Twinny wrapped himself in his coat, smiled lightly, and didn't urge them again. At that moment, Twinny had not imagined that his actions that day would reignite Shao's desire to return to his previous life and kickstart his legendary journey. Nor did he realize that at that moment, he was not just influencing Shao's life. They kept vigil until 5 in the morning. Then the four got into the car. There was already some snow accumulated on the pickup truck, which they cleared before leaving. They had arrived full of excitement, but while returning, only Twinny seemed eager to leave. Twinny found it quite amusing. Shao, aren't you a veteran? Are you reminiscing about your military days? Shao laughed. Twinche, to be honest, I actually have no regrets leaving the military, but for some reason, seeing everyone together made me feel a little melancholy. John added, I used to live a life of danger as well. I can't go back to country. Why now? The boss took me in. Luoan chimed in. I'm just a bit envious. Men. Who doesn't have dreams of being a soldier? Twinny agreed. Indeed. But my brother and I were stopped. Shao was curious. Why were you stopped? Twinny just smiled. Personal choices diverge. At least I have no regrets now. Shao, still curious, asked, but I want to know about Lin's team. Twinny interrupted. Lin Xianqi is the last of my grandfather's troops. That's the end of it. Let's not ask any more. Twinny's words silenced the three in the room. Shao retreated into his shell once again. Twinny smiled briefly, but ultimately didn't say more, lest it turn into a gossip session. Back at the villa, Twinny went upstairs. Shao couldn't help but comment, I thought this gentleman was aiming high, trying to woo our young lady. Luoan chuckled and said, well, they're practically a perfect match. To some extent. John added, maybe, but I'm a bit puzzled. Isn't it taboo in Huaxia for people from different industries to marry? In John's worldview, Luo Qingyuan and Twinny seemed to be from different worlds, and it was rather surprising that they had come together. Shao replied, in Huaxia, everything is about fate. The three parted ways laughing, each returning to their rooms. Twinny quickly returned to the bedroom. Luo Qingyuan was already up. It was 8 in the morning. And she had been busy working since early, dressed in work clothes and attending a video conference. Twinny approached, but with the computer screen facing away, he didn't notice. Wife, come on, I've missed you so much, give me a kiss. Before Luo Qingyuan could refuse, Twinny moved around the table and planted a kiss on her cheek. And then, Twinny stood up, smiling as he bent down to look at Luo Qingyuan, waiting for her to rush over and hug him as usual. But as he waited, he realized that she wasn't moving towards him. Instead, her fair cheeks were slightly flushed, a mix of shyness and embarrassment evident in her expression. In a state of embarrassment and shyness, Luo Qingyuan maintained a straight face as she faced the screen. Where did we leave off in that report? Let's continue. The jovial atmosphere was abruptly replaced with seriousness, thanks to Luo Qingyuan's strong presence. Seeing everyone start to worry and stress again, Cheng Suisui couldn't help but feel exasperated. But at times like this, those who truly understood Luo Qingyuan knew she wasn't angry at all, and in fact, could listen to a few more words right now. Clearing his throat, Cheng Suisui spoke up. Luo Zong, last week's project report is ready. How about we skip the updates today, and I'll send them to you later by email. Let's just spend some quality time with your husband. Cheng Suisui was met with relief. The managers who were prepared to present the project report were practically knocking their heads on the floor to thank him. After all, they had worked through the night just to prepare for Luo Qingyuan's report, and now they could finally relax. But after Cheng Suisui's last sentence, everyone began to get excited again. Luo Zong. Yes, let's forget about work for now. We all know about your significant other. When's the big day? Yes. We're all looking forward to attending your wedding reception. That's right. I'll definitely prepare a big red envelope for you. You must graciously accept it. The room erupted into a flurry of conversation as everyone tried to keep the atmosphere lighthearted and avoid diving into the dreaded project reports. Those present were all seasoned experts. Seeing the audience's reaction, Luo Qingyuan felt at ease, even smiling at the banter, knowing that, as everyone laughed and joked around, they all felt a lot more at ease. Eventually, Luo Qingyuan kindly declared, "Alright, that's it for today, you're dismissed." With that, she ended the video call, prompting the team to burst into cheers. Watching their joyous reaction, Cheng Suisui couldn't help but smile. If Luo Qingyuan behaved this way all the time, it would be quite nice. At least now she was much more approachable compared to a couple of years back. In a hidden corner, where nobody could see, Luo Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. She couldn't help but wonder how lively her wedding would be. After standing still for a moment, Luo Qingyuan went to the closet to fetch some clothes for Duanyi. Just as she was about to take them in, her phone rang. Upon a closer look, she saw it was a call from Zhao Ruoxi, whom she hadn't been in touch with for a while. Her heart skipped a beat, and she answered the call, only to hear a surprising declaration. Zhao Ruoxi said, "Luo Qingyuan, once you return from Wencha this time, you should divorce Duanyi." Puzzled, Luo Qingyuan furrowed her brows and responded, "Mom, what are you talking about?" Zhao Ruoxi insisted, "I'm not scaring you or joking. If you don't believe me, you can ask your father." After a long silence, Luo Qingyuan sighed, "Mom, if I leave Duanyi, I will never marry again. Mom, do you know that in this life, it's not easy to find someone you truly like?" Looking out into the vast world beyond, she couldn't understand why Zhao Ruoxi looked down on her marriage with Duanyi. After another long pause, Zhao Ruoxi finally spoke again. "Your uncle has gotten himself in trouble, and it's related to the Duan family. If you want to know more, come home when you return." Before Luo Qingyuan could ask what had happened to her uncle, Zhao Ruoxi abruptly ended the call. When Luo Qingyuan tried calling back, Zhao Ruoxi refused to answer. Feeling slightly anxious, she decided to message Luo Shuyang. "Focus on your tasks in Wenchu. Your brother and your sister-in-law are in Jingdu, so you don't need to worry about them." Luo Shuyang's reassurance brought comfort to Luo Qingyuan, but being her uncle, she still wondered what had happened. Why did her mother mention the Duan family? Luo Shuyang quickly responded with another message. "Your uncle's situation isn't serious and has nothing to do with anyone else. I'm handling things, so just listen to Mom's words." Relieved by his response, Luo Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Duanyi called out to her, "Wife, are you here? Can you bring me a change of clothes?" Luo Qingyuan hurriedly tidied up her emotions and walked towards the bathroom, saying, "Coming." Shortly after, Duanyi emerged from the bathroom. Luo Qingyuan had already set the simple meal on the bedroom table. "I know you'll be busy, but get yourself a bowl of ginger soup to warm up, and then we'll have a meal." Duanyi accepted the ginger soup with a smile, saying, "I used to dismiss the idea of marriage, unsure what was so good about it. But now, as they sat face to face, enjoying their meal and conversation, on this early winter morning, their hearts and bodies were filled with warmth. The events that followed would be handled by Lin Xianqi, and all Duanyi had to do was wait before sending the person away once he woke up. So, after finishing his meal, Duanyi cuddled up with Luo Qingyuan for a nap. He was so exhausted that he didn't realize that Luo Qingyuan, lying in his arms, was still wide awake. At 3 in the afternoon, Duanyi was abruptly awakened by his incessantly ringing phone. He answered the call and rose from the bed, with Luo Qingyuan helping him change clothes. After finishing the call, Duanyi got ready, still wearing his knee-length black overcoat. He remarked, "Stay at home and be safe. Wenchu isn't entirely calm lately, so if you want to go out, wait until things settle down, and I'll take you out." After speaking, Duanyi hurriedly left. When he pushed the door open and walked out, the cold air blew into the bedroom, making Luo Qingyuan feel a slight chill. Kyoto Mental Hospital. In a room at the end of the 6th floor, a person sat quietly by the window. The door was opened, and Yin Nuan still sat by the window, not even raising her head. The person who came continued speaking on his own. Nuan, do you know that Duanyi went to Wen Prefecture over 3 months ago for non-crossing? Non-crossing took a bullet for Duanyi at a critical moment. Now he has returned to Kyoto, his injuries are almost healed, and his career is thriving more and more. However, Duanyi has not returned to the capital yet. The person from the Luo family followed him, and has been staying in Wen Prefecture with him. They've caused chaos in the entire Wen Prefecture. Now everyone is on edge, afraid that the fire they started might catch up to them one day. The person behind said a lot, all about Duanyi's recent situation, but Yin Nuan still did not respond at all. The person behind finally lost patience. "Yin Nuan, you are truly despicable. You didn't make good use of the opportunity when you had it, and now you are rushing to annoy people when you don't have the chance. Your current situation is entirely your own fault. I am worried about your future. I must be crazy. After a tirade, the woman wanted to leave, but at this moment, Yin Nuan spoke up. Mom. Her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, causing Chen Li to furrow her brows involuntarily. It didn't sound like a normal woman at all. Chen Li coldly laughed. Now you call me Mom. What were you doing before? Yin Nuan did not answer the question, only asked, who let you come? Yin Nuan had been locked in here for months, counting the days, and besides the visit from Luo Qingyuan, no one else had come to see her. Actually, her birth mother had recently been visiting frequently. Chen Li paused, seemingly touched a sore spot, then stomped her foot and scolded, You despicable wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? Yin Nuan chuckled lightly. Mom, we've known each other for so many years, I know you too well. How much money did you take from those people? Yin Nuan asked softly. Mom, you may have stopped gambling at the tables now, but you dare accept money from those desperados. You're playing an even riskier game. Chen Li's eyes widened, and in Yin Nuan's reflection in the window, she could see the twisted look of Chen Li's eyes full of defiance. But she also saw Chen Li's impeccably dressed appearance. Mom, the pearl necklace on your neck is quite expensive, isn't it? The gold ring on your finger is also very valuable, isn't it? Let me guess, which noble family in Kyoto did you make a deal with? Mom, are you not afraid of getting burned? Yin Nuan's tone was flat, but Chen Li heard provocation in her words. Chen Li was shocked, frightened, and filled with resentment. Yin Nuan's piercing demeanor reminded Chen Li of her father. Memories brought Chen Li back to those countless nights of breakdowns, shouting accusations and cries, while he remained rational, watching her with her madness. Yin Nuan not only resembled him in appearance, but also in personality. She hated Yin Nuan, and hated even more the absent Yifen who never spoke to her except for providing financial support. Chen Li grew angrier as she thought, until she couldn't take it anymore. Grabbing a nearby cup and hurling it, Yin Nuan felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, causing her to furrow her brows. Chen Li said, Just like your dad, Yin Nuan, you deserve your current situation. No man would want to marry you like this. Stay here lonely until old age. With that, Chen Li slammed the door and left. Yin Nuan was left alone in the dim room, her face still expressionless, sitting quietly until 8 o'clock in the evening. The door of her room was opened again, but this time, the person who came did not speak immediately. Yin Nuan smelled the fragrance of the food and heard the sound of things being placed on the cabinet. Eventually, Yin Nuan turned her head slowly and saw the most familiar stranger, Yifen. When Yifen and Chen Li divorced, she was still young but remembered everything. This man who had been absent from her life since the divorce. Yin Nuan hadn't expected that their reunion would be like this. She stood there, her face terrifyingly indifferent, but her hand hidden under her sleeve trembled slightly. Yifen smiled at her, opened the food packages and placed them on the table, including familiar dishes like tomato scrambled eggs, tomato beef brisket soup, stir-fried cabbage, and stir-fried peppers and pork. These were dishes that Yin Nuan loved as a child, still loves now, but had not eaten in a long time. What she mostly ate here were bitter medicines, one after another, endlessly repeated every day. Yifen said, Dad cooked these dishes himself. I don't know if his cooking skills have declined. Would little Nuan like to try? Memories flooded back to that summer. She finished school. Dad came to pick her up, carrying her pink school bag, buying her favorite ice cream, holding her hand back home, saying that dinner was ready at home. Mom always warmly welcomed them, smiling as she asked her to wash her hands and eat. Yin Nuan's gaze fell on the bouquet of flowers. Besides Dad, there was another person who had given her flowers, but now she had lost her father and the person she loved. Yin Nuan walked towards Yifen. The heavy iron chain on the ground made scraping noises. Yifen, a grown man, could not control his tears. Yet Yin Nuan remained calm and sat down as if nothing had happened. Yin Nuan quietly ate her meal without saying a word. Yifen also silently accompanied her, and she finished all four dishes. Yifen smiled. Seems like Dad's cooking still suits little Nuan's taste. Yin Nuan did not reply, only gazing straight at him. She understood too well that everything abnormal must have a reason, yet she still sat down and finished the meal. Yifen cautiously asked, If Dad found a way to get you out, would you? Go to Wen Prefecture. Though somewhat expected, the words still provoked a touch of irony in Yin Nuan's eyes. Are you and Mom planning to be a couple after all? What did they offer you again? Yin Nuan was genuinely curious about the allure that made Yifen proactively seek her out. Yifen was surprisingly candid. A lifetime for your 2 younger siblings. 2 younger siblings, yes. Yin Nuan remembered. Her biological father had remarried long ago. Yin Nuan remained calm. And if I refuse, are you going to force me to go, Dad? Then I'll kill myself. Yifen was stunned for a moment. Yin Nuan looked weary as she saw the empty food box on the table. Did you not make this? Was it takeout? Dad, you really can't lie. Yifen's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Sometimes, when you tell lies too often, I'm afraid you might start to believe they are true yourself, right? Dad, I don't want to be involved in anything related to Dwinny anymore. I can't leave, but if I wanted to die, no one could stop me. Yin Nuan smiled, a smile of unprecedented relief. Yifen looked at her for a long time, feeling like the current Yin Nuan was like a fake person. Every word she said sounded like a threat or a lie. Yifen stayed silent for a while before sighing. You are just like your mother. Yin Nuan replied. Yes, she also said that. Yifen stood up. Dad didn't come to pressure you, but more so, to see you. Yin Nuan, Dad hopes you will be well. You are still young, with a bright future ahead. Future? A person like her, where could her future come from? She was arrested before finishing her education. Her reputation in the entertainment industry probably already in the gutter. Staying here didn't seem like a bad idea, except for Yin Nuan looked out the window, reaching out her hand to feel the bone-chilling cold. It was winter, and there was still no snow in Beijing. They said it was snowing in Wenchu. When the snow covers the whole city of Beijing, would she be able to wait for the return of distant people? Yin Nuan stood there for a long time before slowly walking towards the flowers on the table. It was a bouquet of carnations, blooming vibrantly. She didn't like carnations, she had never said that, but she remembered every bouquet of flowers Dwinny had given her. The first one was jasmine. It was that winter. The flowers came with a small greeting card, offering you jasmine, hoping you won't leave. Since then, Yin Nuan really liked jasmine. I miss you, she murmured softly, a whisper only the square walls and the cold wind could hear. Far away in Wenchu, Dwinny couldn't help but sneeze. At that moment, they were at the airport. Dwinjie was being escorted to the airport, and Dwinzi was handling the final handover with the people in Beijing. Dwinny had finished his mission and was quietly waiting in the background with his 3 companions. Dwinny rubbed his nose. On such a cold day, could it be that someone is missing me? Luoan rolled her eyes. Boss, I admit you're handsome, but don't be too conceited. Okay. Ziwu and John both nodded in agreement. Dwinyi, you guys, the lament of these single dogs. Thus, they chatted while watching the plane take off, disappearing into the night. The airport was tightly controlled, filled with tall, imposing figures carrying weapons. Ziwu was truly in awe. After the plane carrying the captive took off, 2 more planes followed closely behind for escort. Dwinyi sighed. This should be half the end now. Dwinzi walked over. Now, we wait for big sister-in-law's transfer order. Without the transfer order, they couldn't leave. Dwinzi and Dwinyi both wanted to send Lianmo back to Beijing to find a good hospital to deliver the baby. If they continued to delay, with the snow piling up, flights might be unable to take off, and they weren't worried about themselves, but were concerned about Lianmo's safety. Dwinyi nudged Dwinzi. Let's find another way out. Dwinzi glanced at him. Do you think big sister-in-law would agree? Dwinyi wilted. Okay. What about big brother? Will he make it back before big sister-in-law gives birth? Dwinzi, who knows? We haven't received any news yet. Since they parted ways in Beijing, not a single piece of news had reached them. Dwinyi and Dwinzi felt slightly uncomfortable but couldn't pinpoint the reason. Dwinzi sighed. Forget it. Let's go back. And so, the 2 of them returned to the villa with their team. They had agreed to wait for the transfer order. Dwinyi spent his days coordinating with Lin Xianqi to come up with various ideas to undermine the people left behind by Hu Zhe in Wenchu. Dwinzi was busy helping the local police wrecker and interrogate. The criminal investigation advisor from Beijing almost became the criminal investigation consultant in Wenchu. Finally, at the beginning of January, the transfer order came. Everyone was ready to return to Beijing, but due to heavy snowfall, they were delayed for 3 days. 2 airplanes, a group of people, landed safely at the Beijing airport at 3 in the afternoon. Dwinyi and Luo Qingyan supported the pregnant Liang Mo as they got off the plane, while Dwinzi carefully escorted Shen Nianian. Although Shen Nianian kept saying, "Oh, brother, I'm fine. My belly isn't big yet," Dwinzi replied, "What am I here for? I'm watching the road." The snow had stopped in Beijing 2 days ago, and the airport had been thoroughly cleaned. However, as Dwinyi and others walked out of the airport, small snowflakes started falling again, popping everyone's heads with a thin layer of white. Dwinyi quickened his pace. Liang Mo glanced sideways and noticed a figure in a white dress on the second floor waiting area, but she couldn't see the person clearly. Liang Mo signaled, and someone immediately moved. After Liang Mo got into the car, 2 words appeared on her phone. Yinuan. Liang Mo put away her phone, and Luo Qingyan looked over. "I never expected that after finally coming back, it's snowing here too. It's quite cold." While speaking, Luo Qingyan covered Liang Mo with a blanket. Liang Mo smiled. "I'm not cold. There's heating in the car," Luo Qingyan said. "Then cover your legs a bit." Liang Mo nodded with a smile, but her gaze landed on Dwinyi, who was in the passenger seat, with a hint of contemplation in her eyes. And after the long line moved, Yinuan finally emerged from the waiting area wearing a white dress paired with a black coat similar to Dwinyi's, with a hat and sunglasses. She looked different, unrecognizable to familiar eyes, but she remained concealed. Liang Mo wondered, how did Yinuan get out? Wasn't it a closed management system? It appeared that many things in Beijing were gradually getting out of control. Luo Qingyan said, "Sister-in-law, come home with us for dinner." Dwinyi added, "Yes, it's winter, and it's been a while since we had hot pot. My mom is preparing it. Let's go home and eat together." With the invitations extended, Liang Mo didn't refuse. "Okay, let's go home then." And then, in different directions, Liang Mo and the others went their separate ways. Dwinzi and Dwinyi headed homeward. Luo Qingyan and Dwinyi were both in high spirits. After staying in Wenchu for so long, they felt like they were about to molt. With the approaching Chinese New Year in early February, time was running out to prepare for Shen Nianian and Dwinzi's wedding. Feeling the time was pressing, Luo Qingyan worried they wouldn't have enough time, but the elders had already sent out the invitations in haste, and though rushed, it should be enough. As soon as they arrived downstairs in the community, Duansheng and Ding Yifan came out to greet them. "Ding Yifan, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Have you been tired after traveling all day?" Luo Qingyuan shook her head with a smile. "Mom, I'm not tired." Liang Mo also smiled and said, "Not tired at all." Atia. Shen Nian appeared sweetly and ran over to hold hands with Ding Yifan. "Mom, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Ding Yifan was delighted by the coaxing, but still said, "I did, of course I did. You're still pregnant, so be careful when walking." After speaking, Ding Yifan looked at Liang Mo. "And you, Zimo, you are already far along in your pregnancy, so you should temporarily stay at your uncle An's house for now, so you can be taken care of." The 3 men of the Duan family were busy unloading things from the car, and upon hearing this, Duansheng remarked, "Yes, Zimo should stay at home. The room has already been prepared for you." Seeing this, Liang Mo no longer refused, and smiled in agreement. The family happily carried their belongings and headed towards their home. Dwinzi walked behind. "Dad, no news from Big Brother, and no news from second uncle either." After all, Liang Mo's due date was getting closer. Duansheng sighed. "Your second uncle's personality, you should already know, he doesn't care about these things. As for your big brother, there is really no news. I don't know if he can make it back in time. If your big brother can make it back, when Zimo gives birth, our whole family will go. No problem." Dwinzi could only sigh at his words. Soon, the family returned home. The meal at home had already been prepared long ago, and as soon as they arrived, everyone busily started setting the table with the food. The family was harmoniously happy. It wasn't until they were almost done with their meal that Duansheng said, "The new year is coming soon. Do you all have any ideas for the new year this year?" "Let's hear them." Dwinzi, Nian and I will be getting married in half a month, so in the meantime, we will take wedding photos and prepare for the wedding. As for the new year, since it's our first year after marriage, Nian and I will celebrate it at home. Shen Nian nodded with her bright eyes sparkling, looking extremely lovely. The family couldn't help but smile. Even Liang Mo patted her head and said, "She really is like a child." It's hard to imagine she already has a baby in her belly. Shen Nyan laughed, with a hint of a smile on her lips. Sister-in-law, I just look young. It doesn't mean I'm actually young. Shen Nyan's words made everyone laugh again. Indeed, Shen Nyan looked like a high school student, and if one didn't know, they might think she was DRIZZLE's sister rather than his wife. Meanwhile, DRIZZLE held Luo Qingyuan's hand and said with a smile, Qingyuan and I have discussed it. We will also celebrate the new year at home this year, and after the new year, we'll pick an auspicious day to have the long-awaited wedding ceremony. Twin Sheng nodded. It's to rush before the new year, but it's just right after the new year. Let's do it. Then this year, let's all go back to our hometown together. With one sentence, Twin Sheng decided on the location for the New Year's celebration. After dinner, Twin Sheng looked at Twin Yi and said, Come with me to the study. Twin Yi was a bit puzzled, but followed him upstairs. In the study, Dad, what's the matter? Twin Sheng sighed. The father and son sat face to face. Son, what do you think about Qingyuan? Twin Yi was puzzled by the question. What do you mean? Dad, she's my wife. Twin Sheng. Dad knows. Dad also understands that you and Qingyuan have a deep relationship, but you cannot ignore Qingyuan's family background. With her family so opposed, do you really think you can smoothly go through with the wedding with her? Twin Yi furrowed his brow. Dad, what do you mean? Twin Sheng handed him a file. Take a look at this. Twin Yi opened it, and the more he read, the more shocked he became. The amount involved in it was too large. How could this? Twin Sheng said, It's still under investigation, but if her two uncles are involved with the Luo family, it's going to be very difficult to resolve. Son, economic crimes are still crimes. If the evidence proves true, even Qingyuan's mother won't be able to escape from it. Son, your grandfather doesn't know about this yet. You need to weigh it for yourself. Twin Yi silently looked at the staggering figure on the file, an amount of money that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to earn in several lifetimes. I understand. And with that, Twin Yi turned and left. In the bedroom, Luo Qingyuan was on the phone. Mom, what's going on exactly? Do you have to say it in person? Can't you just tell me directly? Mrs. Zhao, come back home tomorrow night, and you'll naturally find out. With that, Mrs. Zhao didn't give Luo Qingyuan a chance to speak. She hung up the phone directly, leaving Luo Qingyuan feeling somewhat annoyed. So, Luo Qingyuan called Cheng Suisui herself. Cheng Suisui, President Luo, this matter can actually be big or small. If it can be covered up with money, there shouldn't be a problem. But what? With so many prominent families in the capital watching the Luo family, they want to see how the Luo family will get through the crisis with the Zhao family. And this matter has caused quite a stir. Your two uncles have already been ordered not to leave the capital. Cheng Suisui hesitated for a moment, then continued. In fact, the solution is very simple. Don't keep me in suspense. Just say it. As long as it's not investigated from higher up, then there won't be any problems. Miss Luo, the Luo family can't shake the powers in Kyoto, but the master can. In Cheng Suisui's view of the world, the Duan and Luo families were like two sides of the same coin. There wasn't anything they couldn't do as a family. However, Luo Qingyuan, in a rare moment of silence, said, after a while, Don't say that in the future. But not only in Cheng Suisui's eyes, anyone who knew a bit of the inside story felt the same way. If the Duan family dared to ally with the first family of Kyoto, then everyone would doubt their innocence. They just didn't dare to bring it up openly. After hanging up the phone, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but rub her slightly aching head. Twin Yi walked over and hugged her from behind. Luo Qingyuan's body stiffened slightly. You heard everything. Twin Yi. Yes. Luo Qingyuan was hesitant. I really don't know about this matter. Twin Yi smiled, then patted her head, trying to comfort her. I know, you have always been with me. How could I not know? Twin Yi sighed again. I hope more than anyone else that this is just a misunderstanding. Luo Qingyuan said. I hope so too. She wanted to be with Twin Yi, and the Luo family couldn't have any blemishes. Twin Yi said, Tomorrow night, I will accompany you back. Don't think too much. Luo Qingyuan nodded, turned around, and hugged Twin Yi's waist, feeling uneasy. Will you give up on me because of this matter? Twin Yi bent down and kissed her hair, reassuringly. I won't. No matter what happens, we will face it together. Sister Luo, husbands and wives should sail in the same boat. Do you want to abandon each other when facing difficulties? Luo Qingyuan held him tighter. I won't leave you alone. Twin Yi chuckled softly. Okay, Then we won't fly away. It was after 9 in the evening. DRIZZLE and Chen Nianian had finished bathing and were resting in the bedroom. DRIZZLE mentioned that Fang Liang was from the Fang family. He then said, "Tomorrow, I want to take you to visit Fang Rou first, give a gift, and in the afternoon, we'll visit Fang Liang's fiancé to see if we can help with anything. What do you think?" Chen Nianian had no objections. "Okay, let's go. Fang Rou has helped us so much. It's the least we can do." DRIZZLE smiled and pinched Chen Nianian's cheek. "By the way, let's take our invitation over there too." Chen Nianian became even happier. "Really?" DRIZZLE nodded, "Yes." Chen Nianian hugged DRIZZLE tightly. "I'm so happy. But are you starting work tomorrow after all this?" DRIZZLE shook his head. "Took a few days off for our engagement. To be with you." Chen Nianian exclaimed in surprise. "Really? When did you request it? How come I didn't know? If I had told you, where would be the surprise?" Chen Nianian laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Hehe, what a pleasant surprise." With that, Chen Nianian leaned over and pecked DRIZZLE's face several times. DRIZZLE held her. "We've had a long day, time to sleep." Chen Nianian whispered by his ear, "But I want to sleep with you." DRIZZLE was filled with desire, but he obediently tucked Chen Nianian into bed. Not for the first 3 months. Chen Nianian wriggled in his arms, insisting on kissing him, leaving strawberry marks on his neck before finally falling asleep contentedly. DRIZZLE sighed helplessly. He knew Chen Nianian's little tricks very well. This was her way of asserting her authority. Knowing they were meeting Fang Rou the next day, oh well, let her be. The two embraced and slept. As time passed bit by bit, the members of the Duan family were sleeping soundly, but their return kept most of the people in the capital awake. The next day dawned. DRIZZLE set off with Chen Nianian early, without even having breakfast. Not long after DRIZZLE left, there was a knock on the door of the Duan family. Luo Qingyuan and Ding Yifan were in the kitchen, when Sheng was in the study. Liang Mo was still sleeping, and only DRIZZLE was in the living room, so he went to open the door. "Who's there?" As soon as DRIZZLE opened the door, he slightly froze. It was non-crossing. She was already slender, and now, after an injury, she looked even slimmer. Her previous clothes appeared big on her, her face even smaller. It was cold outside, with light snow falling, and non-crossing was dressed lightly, making DRIZZLE furrow his brows. "Please come in." Non-crossing just shook her head with a smile. "No, I'm here to invite you all to lunch later. My parents and my sister and brother-in-law are all back. Everyone is busy. It's been a while since our families had a meal together. Today, don't cook at home, come to our place for lunch, and bring your wife." Luo Qingyuan happened to come out of the kitchen. "Honey, who's here?" DRIZZLE replied immediately, "It's non-crossing, here to invite us for lunch." Ding Yifan said, "It's little Xing. Come on in. It's freezing outside." Non-crossing raised her voice slightly in response. "Aunt, sister-in-law, I won't come in. I'm here on behalf of my mom. Come down for lunch later." "Okay." Ding Yifan said, "Okay. Your mom just messaged me. I got it. We'll go down in a while." After that, non-crossing waved to DRIZZLE. "Well, see you later." Then non-crossing turned around and walked back the way she came. She had recently had her cast removed from her injured leg, so she limped slightly as she walked. DRIZZLE asked, "How's the injury on your chest? Feeling better now?" Non-crossing replied, "Much better. It doesn't hurt anymore." As they spoke, non-crossing walked out, nearly stumbling due to her haste. DRIZZLE walked over, steadied her with one hand, and escorted her into the elevator. "I'll bring you a cane later." Non-crossing said, "I have one at home. Just wanted to walk a bit." The doctor said, "Walking more is good for recovery." DRIZZLE said, "In the future, message me if you need anything. Since it's difficult to walk, don't come on your own." Non-crossing smiled lightly. "All right, it's cold outside. Better get back soon." With that, the elevator door closed. DRIZZLE turned and walked back, and Luo Qingyuan was coming over with a bowl of hot soy milk. "What's wrong?" "She didn't come in." DRIZZLE said, "No," probably feeling embarrassed. Luo Qingyuan nodded, handed the soy milk to DRIZZLE. "You drink up quickly. After we finish, we can go out and pick some gifts for Nanqing's family and come back early to help prepare some dishes." DRIZZLE raised an eyebrow. "Oh, look who's being generous this time." Luo Qingyuan gave him a playful look. "I'm not generous, but you'd better be careful. Don't let me catch you doing anything sly." DRIZZLE laughed. "How dare I? I wouldn't be able to handle it, no other thoughts. Luo Qingyuan leaned over and kissed Dunyi. See, you know how to behave. Meanwhile, Liang Mo was on the stairs, not quite going up, not quite going down. Dunyi quickly gave Luo Qingyuan a nudge. Sister-in-law's here. Luo Qingyuan turned back to look at Liang Mo with a somewhat teasing look, blushing involuntarily. She had intended to run away, but after taking 2 steps, pretended to be calm, and went to help the pregnant Liang Mo down the stairs. Sister-in-law, be careful on the stairs. Liang Mo, supporting her waist with one hand and her belly with the other, couldn't help but smile. Young couples are so sweet. Luo Qingyuan felt a bit shy. Sister-in-law. Liang Mo laughed again. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Ding Yifan came out with breakfast in hand. What are you talking about? Hurry up and have breakfast. Luo Qingyuan helped Liang Mo walk over slowly, and Duansheng also came down quickly. The family happily finished breakfast. After the meal, Ding Yifan was about to leave. I'll go downstairs to help your aunt cook. You young folks come later for meals, Dunyi said. Qingyuan and I will be out for a while. Back later. Ding Yifan said, all right, your aunt likes durian. Get a couple for her. Dunyi replied, got it. At that time, Dunzi had already arrived with Shen Nianian at the Fang family's residence, and Fang Rou had been waiting early to receive them. Since it was home, Fang Rou wasn't dressed as formally as usual. She wore a simple and fashionable suit, light makeup, and her hair fell loose on her shoulders. She personally welcomed the two into the Fang family's gates. Almost everyone here recognized Dunzi. After all, over the years, it was only Dunzi who had ever returned to the Fang family, the former eldest daughter and current head of the family. So everyone respectfully bowed and addressed him as Mr. Duan. Dunzi nodded in response. The layout of the Fang family hadn't changed at all over the years. What Dunzi didn't know was that the photos in Fang Ru's bedroom had never been changed. They were wiped clean every day. Their couple photos were still hanging in Fang Ru's room, a tribute to the days when Dunzi had forcefully hung them there. Fang Rou politely smiled. You've come, and with gifts too, making it seem formal. Dunzi smiled as he placed the gift box on the coffee table. It's a piece of jewelry my wife picked out. I don't know much about these things. I hope Miss Fang can appreciate it. Fang Rou heard this and gave a gentle smile, then shifted her gaze towards Shen Nian. I heard that you were pregnant and came all this way to see me. Thank you for your hard work. Shen Nian shook her head. It's not hard. You have helped us a lot. It's the least we could do. As they talked, they walked inside and soon reached the living room. The maid served tea, and the three of them took their seats on the sofa. Fang Rou smiled openly. I know the purpose of your visit. I won't beat around the bush with you. The sacrifice of Fang Lian is a great loss for all of us. He was not only a member of the Fang family, but also a police officer for the people. During missions, one must follow the orders from above. As for Miss Shen, although Fang Lian took care of her more because of my face, even if he didn't do it for me, it was still his duty as a police officer. Fang Rou continued, I believe that not only Fang Liang and Fang Yan, but any police officer from our country would have made the same choice. It's just that there was a traitor in the Fang family, and it was my negligence. So, you don't have to feel sorry for me or the Fang family because of this. We have never owed each other anything. Fang Ru's words were concise and clear in their meaning. If today is about gratitude, it's not necessary, but if you came as friends to see me, then I am happy to receive you. Hearing this, Dunzi smiled. He knew Fang Rou too well, and because of that understanding, he knew which parts of her words were true and which were not. But at this point, Dunzi could only go along with the flow. Of course, as friends, he said. Shen Nian also nodded. Yes, as friends. Fang Rou continued. Fang Liang has already been buried. I will send you the address of his grave later. Dunzi and Shen Nian nodded. Fang Rou glanced at the time. It's almost time for lunch. I have asked the aunt to prepare the meal. Will you stay for lunch today? Shen Nian felt a bit awkward, but Dunzi spoke up. Sure. So, Fang Rou stood up. You stay for a while. I will go to the kitchen to check. After Dunzi nodded, Fang Rou left. Shen Nian's hand naturally slipped into Dunzi's palm, and he held it in return. Shen Nian asked, do you think we came at the wrong time today? Dunzi shook his head. No, it's the right time. She just doesn't want us to have too much of a burden. So, let's just go along with it. After lunch, We will go find Fan Liang's fiancé. Shen Nan inquired. If that's the case, should the Shen family's help to the Fang family continue? DRIZZLE nodded, of course. Shen Nan finally eased her mind. If Fang Rou didn't even accept help from the Shen family, she wouldn't know what else to do. However, the once grand Fang family now seemed exceptionally desolate at this moment. Shen Nan commented, "Why does it feel like besides the maids, there is only Sister Fang Rou in the Fang family?" DRIZZLE explained, "All members of the Fang family have emigrated abroad. Soon enough, even Fang Rou will leave, and there will be no one left from the Fang family." Shen Nan questioned, "With the help of our families, why did the Fang family have to emigrate?" DRIZZLE smiled and rubbed her head. Nan, that was their choice." Shen Nan didn't quite understand, but she knew that listening to DRIZZLE was always the right choice. The housekeeper of the Fang family approached them. "Mr. Duan. Mrs. Duan. The snow outside has stopped. Would you like to take a walk outside?" Initially, when they first arrived, everyone only knew DRIZZLE, but now, everyone addressed both DRIZZLE and Shen Nan as a couple. Shen Nan suggested, "Let's go and see." When we arrived, I saw many flowers planted in the garden. DRIZZLE stood up and helped Shen Nan put on her coat before leading her outside. "Let's take a walk on our own. You don't have to follow us," DRIZZLE told the housekeeper. "Yes, sir," the housekeeper replied. DRIZZLE took Shen Nan to the backyard of the Fang family. Even though it was winter, there were still flowers blooming in the greenhouse, and in the distance, there were red plum blossoms in full bloom. The snowflakes covering the branches added a touch of charm to the scene. Shen Nan remarked, "It's surprising to see red plum blossoms being grown at home. Sister Fang Rou truly has a poetic sensibility." DRIZZLE smiled but didn't say anything. Fang Rou always enjoyed these things, including fresh flowers. Even outside the flowering season, the garden still had a greenhouse with various flowers. Shen Nan linked her arm with DRIZZLE's and said, with a sweet smile, "What if you become my gardener in the future?" Without hesitation, DRIZZLE nodded, "Of course. If not me, then who else would be your gardener? After all, diligence and hard work are needed." Shen Nan couldn't help but think of something inappropriate and playfully punched DRIZZLE. "As a soon-to-be father, you should be more mature." DRIZZLE couldn't help but laugh and held Shen Nan a bit tighter. "Yes, I used to think becoming a father was a distant matter. I didn't expect it to come so soon." Shen Nan nestled in his arms and held onto his waist, leaning against his shoulder. "It's not far away. 2 days later, I have an appointment to try on wedding dresses. Will you accompany me?" DRIZZLE agreed, "Of course. My schedule now revolves around you. Wherever you ask me to go, I will go." At that moment, Shen Nan felt incredibly happy. And this heartwarming scene was witnessed by Fang Rou from upstairs. The housekeeper who was present couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. "Miss, why do you have to do this? Since Mr. Duan has come, why don't you acknowledge his feelings?" Fang Rou replied, "I have acknowledged his feelings many times." The housekeeper wanted to say more, but Fang Rou instructed, "Please make some warm sweet soup, and make sure it's not too sweet. We will have it later. And please don't put too much spice in the dishes prepared by the aunt." With a sigh, the housekeeper agreed, "Yes, miss." Fang Rou stood there for a while before turning away. After DRIZZLE and Shen Nan finished exploring the house, the housekeeper quickly helped them take off their coats and served them sweet soup. After a bit of tidying up, it was almost mealtime. The three of them sat down at the dining table. Shen Nan looked at the wide array of dishes on the table and couldn't help but feel stunned because they were all dishes that DRIZZLE and Shen Nan loved. Taking care of DRIZZLE was one thing, but to also cater to Shen Nan's taste. She found it somewhat unbelievable, but then, she suddenly understood why the Fang family's intelligence network spanned the entire country. Fang Rou said, "I'm not sure if these dishes suit your tastes. Please try them." The meal was eaten in silence, but since the dishes catered to their tastes, it was a pleasant gathering. After the meal, Fang Rou decided to personally see them off. However, Shen Nan suddenly said, "I want to use the restroom for a moment. Is that all right?" Fang Rou was surprised but quickly responded, "Of course, I'll have someone take you." Just as Fang Rou was about to call someone, Shen Nan smiled and said, "I know my way. I'll go on my own." With that, Shen Nan turned and walked away. Thus, the large first-floor living room was left with just the two of them. DRIZZLE and Fang Rou were not fools. They knew that Chen Nian was giving them a chance to talk. Fang Rou continued to smile politely, but let out a sigh this time. She loves you very much. DRIZZLE replied. Yes, I love her deeply too. Fang Rou felt a slight pang in her heart. Although she already knew the outcome, hearing those words from the person she loved still didn't feel as light as she had imagined. DRIZZLE assured her, the matter of emigrating has been decided by you, so I won't say much more. But the promise I made will always stand. What promise? Fang Rou asked. As long as you ask, no matter the situation, as long as it doesn't violate morals and laws, I will help you wholeheartedly. Fang Rou lightly chuckled. Aren't you afraid that Miss Shan will be upset if you make such promises in front of me? DRIZZLE also smiled. This is the result of discussions between us as a couple. Fang Rou fell silent for a while before saying, I see. See what? DRIZZLE inquired. It's nothing. I meant to say that you two are well matched. At her words, DRIZZLE only smiled and noticed that it had started snowing outside again. It reminded Fang Rou of the day she left the country, and now, there was a sense of overlap in her memory. However, things were different now. DRIZZLE took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Fang Rou. In half a month, the wedding will be held as scheduled. We hope the Fang family's master will grace us with their presence. Fang Rou calmly accepted the invitation, feeling the residual warmth on it from being kept close for so long. Her fingers trembled slightly. She held it, hoping the warmth lingered a bit longer. I will definitely come, she replied. I wish you a happy marriage, DRIZZLE said. Thank you. However, you are not getting any younger. It's time for you to find someone, and when you get married, I will definitely give you a big gift. As the head of the Fang family, I'm not in a rush. Will there be no one wanting me? Fang Rou joked. DRIZZLE laughed. That's true. Your taste is impeccable. When you go abroad in the future, you will meet even more outstanding people. I wish you an early encounter with the right one. Fang Rou's eyes welled up with tears, but she wiped them away. You see, I've started again. Maybe it's because winter is here. The housekeeper, still standing behind her, said, Miss, winter has been here for quite some time. After a few seconds of being lost in thought, Fang Rou asked, Is that so? Isn't the snow relatively light? Has it been like this in Kyoto all along? No. A few days later, the snow will be heavier. Fang Rou softly asked, Auntie, does today's scene resemble the winter when I left Kyoto many years ago? The housekeeper replied, Mace, you had no choice at that time. The Fang family was in an economic crisis, with business operations abroad being controlled by unscrupulous individuals. The master and mistress of the family were imprisoned overseas, and Fang Rou had to return to take charge of the situation. If she didn't go back, the Fang family might have collapsed long ago. But due to the family background of DRIZZLE, she couldn't involve him in the chaotic affairs. Because all members of the Fang family straddled between legal and illegal activities. For the future of DRIZZLE and all members of the Fang family, Fang Rou had to let go of the only thing she could sacrifice, herself and her relationship with DRIZZLE. In the following years, the Fang family regained its standing, and Fang Rou fought her way back to reclaim the family's control. However, she and DRIZZLE could no longer walk the same path together. Now, it was another winter, and Fang Rou had put in all her efforts to ensure that DRIZZLE had a perfect and intact wife. Yet she downplayed the nights she endured, the hardships she faced, and the people she had to plead to over the years, all for the sake of making sure DRIZZLE and Chen Nian could live a happy and harmonious life. They were indeed happy, but DRIZZLE didn't even know the hardships Fang Rou faced when she left many years ago. My miss, what about you? The housekeeper's voice trembled. Fang Rou's eyes were red, but she patted the housekeeper's shoulder. Life inevitably comes with regrets. Sometimes, having experienced it once is already heaven's mercy. Let's leave the past behind. As long as DRIZZLE was happy and well, she didn't ask for anything more. The snow seemed to be falling heavier now. Fang Rou stepped outside, extending her hand to catch the falling snow, which melted in an instant upon contact. The housekeeper stood behind her, tears welling up in her eyes. Fang Rou commented, The person I loved had already loved me when I was around 18 or 19. As for who his wife was at 25 and who his children's father was at 30, I wish him all the happiness. Auntie, now it's just the two of us left in the whole world, but we are no longer in love. Fang Rou smiled as she said this, a smile she had worn for many years, fooling everyone into believing that Twinsie was just an acquaintance to her, that there had been too much pretending, and it was only when the mask came off that the pain truly pierced her heart. The housekeeper approached and gently embraced Fan Ro. "Miss, if you feel like crying, go ahead and let it all out." Fan Ro buried her head on the maid's shoulder. For a long while, the maid heard the young family head weep silently where no one could see. With few people left in the Fang family, her heart was heavy, as the young master, Fan Ru's just-turned adult brother, had also been killed during the family's struggles. Fang Ro had endured a lot over the years, and this visit to Kyoto was a result of her overwhelming longing. That the reunion she received was not what she had hoped for. Now, Twinsie had already brought Shen Nyan to Longquan Road. Twinsie intended to step out of the car to find someone, but Shen Nyan stopped him, saying, "Look, I have a photo of Lin Yue." Twinsie inquired, "What do you mean?" Shen Nyan explained, "Fang Lian didn't want Miss Lin to know that he was no longer around. He just asked me to take care of her a bit more." So, Twinsie closed the car door once again. The two of them sat quietly in the car, staring at the photo of Lin Yue on the dashboard. It depicted a high school student with a high ponytail, dressed in her school uniform, smiling brighter than the winter sun. The photo had turned yellow, and the edges had faded, showing signs of being held then touched many times by its owner. Not long after, a somewhat familiar face appeared at the end of the road. Walking towards them, the two compared the photos carefully for quite a while before finally confirming that the person they were looking for was Lin Yue. Fang Lian was actually not young anymore, already in his 30s, and Lin Yue was the same age as him, so she was also in her 30s. Judging by the time in the photos, they had been apart for many years. Although Lin Yue was wearing a coat and a scarf, her face, aside from looking slightly mature, was still very recognizable. Twinsie and Shen Nyan kept watching until Lin Yue was about to enter the house. At that moment, a burly man walked out, accompanied by a little bean, tightly wrapped up, looking about 2 or 3 years old. The child extended their short hands wanting to be hugged. From a distance, Twinsie couldn't hear what they were saying, but when Lin Yue bent down to pick up the child, he also understood the spoken language. "Come, mommy will carry you. Has my baby missed mommy today?" The man also escorted Lin Yue and the child back home. The family of 3 looked very happy. Shen Nyan and Twinsie remained silent for a while. "Twinsie, are we still going?" Shen Nyan, "Let's not go." Just as Fang Lian said, "Let's take care of things discreetly. There's no need to say anything else." At the same time, Twinsie's phone rang. He answered and put it on speaker. "Twan, we have found out that Lin Yue is currently working at an internet company, working from 9 to 5 every day, with a monthly salary of around 10,000. Her husband is a fitness trainer, earning about 15,000 a month, but his job isn't very stable. Their child is about to turn 3 and will soon be attending kindergarten." Twinsie, "I see." After hanging up the phone, Shen Nyan pondered, "How about this? I'll send someone to acquire that internet company and make Lin Yue the company's representative. Offer her a monthly salary of around 100,000. Since her child will be attending kindergarten and they might be short of money, why not also acquire her husband's gym and let him manage it directly?" Twinsie fell silent for a moment. "Indeed, fulfilling a favor with practical benefits." Shen Nyan, "Then what else can we do?" "It's the best option." Twinsie, "It's an option, but we shouldn't be too obvious about it. We need to take it step by step." Shen Nyan nodded. "All right. Should I send someone from the Shen family over to handle things gradually?" This time, Twinsie nodded. "Yes, honey. Yes. Do you think that after knowing his fiancée has been married and has a child, Fang Lian will regret what he said to me?" Twinsie thought carefully before replying. "He won't." "Nyan, you have to understand, when you truly love someone, you would want them to be happy regardless of whether they belong to you or not. Otherwise, Fang Lian wouldn't have made the request to keep it a secret from her." Shen Nyan suddenly felt a bit emotional. "Twinsie, let's go see brother Fang and then visit Fang Yan. What do you think?" Shen Nyan's eyes filled up with tears, and she nodded pitifully. "Yes, let's go." Twinsie pulled her close, kissed her on the cheek, and said, "Cheer up a bit before seeing him." "Okay." Shen Nyan obediently nodded. "Okay." Twinsie drove towards the address given by Fang Ro to go to the cemetery. Meanwhile, Duan and Luo Qingyuan had bought gifts and arrived at Nangsing's home. Nangsing's home was bustling today, with Nangsing's parents, his sister, brother-in-law, niece, and the whole family of Duan. Fortunately, there was a relatively large dining room and table where they could manage 2 tables. However, Nangsing was still limping, so everyone was busy except him. As he sat in the living room, Duan was present, and Luo Qingyuan had gone to the kitchen to help. Duan took out the medicine prepared by Luo Qingyuan and pushed it towards Nangsing, saying, "This was prepared by your sister-in-law. It's said to be very effective in scar removal. Use it on your wounds as needed, and if it's not enough, let us know any time." Nangsing smiled and accepted, saying, "My sister-in-law is thoughtful." Duan added, "She's more than just your sister-in-law." With that, Duan took out a contract from his pocket. "This is for the leading role in the next drama. Your sister-in-law recommended you for the role." Nangsing looked at the contract, feeling a bit dazed. This drama had been in the spotlight for a while now, generating continuous buzz, almost certain to be a hit once released. However, the filming hadn't started yet because the cast wasn't finalized. Although Nangsing had seen it, she never thought she would be offered the lead role, especially given her current health condition and seemingly inadequate popularity. Nangsing was pleasantly surprised. Isn't it a bit inappropriate?" Duan countered. "There's nothing inappropriate. Since you call her sister-in-law, this is a gift from your sister-in-law." Luo Qingyuan came out of the kitchen holding a durian. "Yes, take it. From now on, you can make use of the resources here as you wish." Luo Qingyuan sat beside Duan, fed him durian, and then addressed Nangsing. "You've helped your brother a lot this time, so this is well-deserved." Watching this intimate scene, Nangsing felt uncomfortable, as it clearly wasn't staged for her benefit, but rather a natural interaction between a couple. Nangsing set the contract aside. "Sister-in-law, I'm not after the contract." At this moment, a person bearing some resemblance to Nangsing approached. It was Nangsing's sister, Nanyu. Luo Qingyuan said, "I understand your point, but your brother's intention is that being family, it's more reassuring to give resources to relatives than outsiders. Also, I believe you can make money." Nangsing, "I never engage in unprofitable deals. I think you're capable, and we both stand to gain." Luo Qingyuan's words were sincere. Nangsing had a beautiful face and figure, attributes quite abundant in the entertainment industry, but she stood out for her acting skills and dedication, with a very clean personal life. Since Nangsing desired to glitter under the spotlight, Luo Qingyuan was willing to provide the opportunities. Being a leading actress in the entertainment industry was something she, Luo Qingyuan, could make possible. After listening for a while, Nangsing's sister Nanyu smiled and sat beside Nangsing. "Since Qingyuan and Xiaoyou have this intention, why not give it a try?" Nangsing was still hesitant. "Sister... Duan spoke up. "Nangsing, you need not worry. Success in the entertainment industry relies on connections. Getting access to good resources is a skill, and retaining talent is a powerful asset." Nanyu added, "Indeed. With such connections, why not make use of them?" Luo Qingyuan said, "Nangsing, we, as parties to this drama, could easily secure the contract for you directly. We wanted to hear your opinion, and by doing so, we are conveying that opportunities for massive success don't come often. Missing this chance might make it harder to get another later. Take your time to think it over. When you're ready, inform your brother." Nanyu's eyes flickered at the words, and she said, "Why don't you just contact Qingyuan directly? Don't you have a private way to contact each other?" "At each other?" Duan listened and said, "You're right, Nanyu. I don't understand this entertainment industry. Let's just exchange contact information and talk on our own." Luo Qingyuan did not expect that this suggestion would come from Nanxing's sister. However, Nan Crossing had already nodded with a smile. "That's a good idea. I will communicate with my sister-in-law myself." So, Duan took out Luo Qingyuan's phone, skillfully unlocked it, and added Nan Crossing on WeChat. At this moment, Nanxing's mother came out from the kitchen. "What are you young people talking about? Dinner is ready. Come Manti." And so, the topic temporarily came to an end. Nanyue helped Nan Crossing to stand up and headed towards the dining room first. Duan pulled Luo Qingyuan aside. "Wait, what's this stain on your clothes?" Luo Qingyuan asked in surprise. "Huh, what?" She looked down and saw a stain on her chest. "Oh, it just splashed oil on it. I'll change it later." Duan looked at her helplessly. "It didn't splash on your skin, did it?" Luo Qingyuan's face turned red inexplicably. No, it's not. The clothes blocked it. What are you thinking? Dwinyi hugged her waist and chuckled. I'm just worried about you getting hurt. Meanwhile, Non-Crossing inadvertently caught a glimpse of Dwinyi gently smiling and lowering his head to hold his shy wife in his arms. It was a scene of happiness, albeit one not meant for Nanxing's eyes. Non-Yue glanced at Non-Crossing, then directly put her arm around her shoulder, forcibly turning Nanxing's line of sight away. In a low voice, Non-Yue said, Non-Crossing, scenes like this will be common in the future. There will be decades ahead of us, and if you miss these moments, it's really a loss. Listen to your sister. Stop thinking about things that don't belong to you. Non-Crossing understood all too well, but what should have been mine? Non-Yue sighed heavily. But my dear sister, there are no second chances in life. Non-Yue feared that Non-Crossing might make a foolish decision, especially since Non-Crossing was willing to go as far as risking her life for Dwinyi. Under the influence of the ruthless entertainment industry, would Non-Crossing also be willing to play second fiddle to Dwinyi? What kind of man was Dwinyi anyway? His family had strict rules, he himself was very principled, and the Luo family was the top family in the capital. Getting rid of ordinary people like them would be easy as pie. Non-Yue didn't want Non-Crossing to make the wrong choice. Non-Crossing forced a smile. I understand, sister. I am just a little sad. Everything else is fine. Just a little sad. Non-Yue dared not ask further. The family sat down to have a lively meal, including some children at the table. Non-Yue was busy feeding the children, making the atmosphere lively. Luo Qingyuan watched intently. Dwinyi picked a piece of chicken and put it in Luo Qingyuan's bowl, whispering, "What's wrong? Are you envious?" Luo Qingyuan nodded. You see, even though we got married first, why is it that Non-Crossing seems to be pregnant before me? Dwinyi couldn't help but laugh softly, and with a very indulgent manner, he ruffled her hair. We've only been married for less than a year. If you are really in a hurry, let's go to the hospital together in a couple of days for a checkup. Luo Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. Okay, let's go ask the doctor. It's good to be prepared for pregnancy. Nanxing's mother asked. Pregnancy, Ziyi, are you planning to have a child? In front of everyone's eyes, Luo Qingyuan was at a loss for words. Dwinyi calmly held her hand, openly admitting, yes, Auntie, Qingyuan and I both like children very much. We want to prepare well for pregnancy, and we also hope Auntie could give us some advice. The sound of chopsticks falling interrupted the conversation. Non-Crossing quickly bent down to find it. Non-Yue said, Honey, get another pair for younger sister. Non-Crossing smiled. Thank you, brother-in-law. You're welcome. This little incident quickly passed, and no one paid much attention to it. Instead, Ding Yifan was excited. For pregnancy matters, you should ask your mom. Of course, asking your aunt is fine too. We can all give you some advice together, Z. Can Jing laughed. Look, you seem more impatient than this young couple about having grandchildren. A blush appeared on Luo Qingyuan's face. Even though it was what she desired, she felt embarrassed when it was brought up. Dwinyi found this side of Luo Qingyuan quite amusing. Who would believe that the renowned Luo general of Heng Lun Group would be such a shy young girl at home? However, Dwinyi didn't want his family to tease her like that, so he chuckled and said, Mom, Aunt Z, we know our boundaries. If anything happens, I'll take Qingyuan to see you. Ding Yifan could see that her son was supporting his wife. She couldn't help but smile, shaking her head. Men in the Duan family were all like this, never willing to let their wives suffer even a little bit, although this really couldn't be considered as any kind of suffering. So, Ding Yifan smiled and said, All right, you young couple, solve your own matters slowly. Mom will just wait for grandchildren. Duan Sheng added, How about waiting for a granddaughter when family has too many beaux? Liang Mo, beside her, also chuckled. Yes, I hope this time we have a daughter. Ding Yifan didn't say anything, but she knew that Liang Mo was carrying a boy in this pregnancy, having secretly found out during a checkup conducted by her classmate. Yes, the Duan family indeed has a lot of beaux, hoping Qingyuan and Naan can have a little princess. The two families chatted and laughed their way through the meal. Only Non-Crossing, who didn't say a word throughout, occasionally played with her niece. After dinner, when he had to take Luo Qingyuan back to the Luo family, Duan Sheng gave him a glance. Don't forget what I told you. Dwinyi responded. I got it. Then he left with Luo Qingyuan. It was supposed to be an ordinary day, but Non-Crossing felt completely cold all over. Finally, Nan Yue helped her into the room. Sister, rest well. When you wake up after a nap, everything will be better. The door closed once again, but Nan Crossing stood up. From her window, she could see everything clearly. She watched as Duanyi held an umbrella to shield Luo Qingyuan in the snow, tilting the umbrella towards her side, clearly showing how much Duanyi cared for Luo Qingyuan. Before getting into the car, Duanyi even opened the passenger door himself. Nan Crossing felt a pang of heartache as she watched. She didn't want to see any more, but her gaze always seemed to be out of control. After all, they were now seeing less and less of each other. Once Duanyi's wedding was held, he probably wouldn't return home often. Only when the familiar car finally disappeared from her sight did Nan Crossing look away, wearing an expression of profound desolation. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan arrived at the Luo family's grand courtyard. It wasn't that they were in a hurry, but Duanyi was starting work normally from tomorrow, so the matters that needed to be resolved should be dealt with as soon as possible. As soon as they arrived at the Luo family, the maid welcomed them in. "Miss, you finally are back. Madam has been waiting for you for a long time." Holding Duanyi's hand, Luo Qingyuan asked while walking inside, "How is my mom's mood recently?" "Ah, Madam's appetite has been very poor lately. She has lost a lot of weight. The young master and the master are busy outside every day, almost returning late at night. Because of those two, Madam has been quite angry. Lately her temper has been explosive. Miss, please be careful." Hearing this, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but sigh. Her mother's temper has never been good, and now it seems like everyone is walking on eggshells. I wonder if my sister-in-law has been affected too. Just as Luo Qingyuan was thinking about this, the maid seemed to know what she was thinking and said, in a low voice, "The young madam's mood hasn't been good recently either. She hasn't gone out for several days, just staying in the yard playing with the little miss." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Later, I'll go and see my sister-in-law. The young madam will probably be very happy. By the way, miss, the young master and the master haven't returned yet. Should we wait a little longer?" Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to speak, she lifted her head and saw the elegant and dignified Mrs. Zhao standing at the door, looking at them expressionlessly. Luo Qingyuan sighed. "It's too late." The maid glanced up and quickly lowered her head, not daring to say more. Luo Qingyuan said, "You can go down first." The maid immediately felt relieved and hurriedly replied before leaving. Seeing this, when he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, and instinctively pulled Luo Qingyuan behind him. After several encounters, he knew very well that Mrs. Zhao was not easy to deal with. Seeing Duanyi's small gesture, Mrs. Zhao inexplicably smiled. "What? Afraid that I will eat your wife?" Duanyi calmly replied, "If it were anyone else I wouldn't worry, but if it's you, then it's indeed necessary to be concerned." Hearing this, Mrs. Zhao's expression turned cold. "Miss Luo, you really found a husband who knows how to talk." Annoyed, Luo Qingyuan said, "Mom, do you have to be so sarcastic? Didn't you call us back? If you don't want to see us, we can leave. It's the matter of your uncles. We can ask your brother and father about it." Mrs. Zhao said, "Luo Qingyuan, you've grown wings. I've raised you all these years. Say one word to you, and you respond with 10. Which girl is like you?" Just as Duanyi was about to speak, Luo Qingyuan stopped him. "All right, Mom, do you want to talk or not?" Mrs. Zhao huffed and turned to go inside. Duanyi frowned. "Let's leave. I don't think your mom really wants to talk. We can go directly to see her two uncles." Luo Qingyuan said, "Since we're here, let's see what she wants to say." Why don't you go to my room and wait for me?" Duanyi sighed. "I'll accompany you." He was worried that Mrs. Zhao might act against Luo Qingyuan without warning. Luo Qingyuan reassured him, "She's my mom, don't worry. Nothing will happen." Duanyi was still reluctant, but Luo Qingyuan lightly laughed and kissed his cheek. "Okay, be good. My mom wouldn't dare to harm me, right? If I get bullied, you will support me, won't you?" Duanyi's mood improved. "All right then, come back soon." Luo Qingyuan nodded, and Duanyi headed towards the backyard. After considering it, Luo Qingyuan called the maid Zifang. "Prepare more food for uncle. You don't need to wait for me. Once it's ready, send it over. Also, prepare some rose tea, less sugar, and send that as well." Zifang chuckled slightly, teasing, "Miss, are you treating uncle like a child? Do you need to instruct so specifically for such small matters?" Since being with Duanyi, Luo Qingyuan's temper had, indeed, improved a lot. Everyone in the house dared to joke with her like this. This time, Luo Qingyuan just glanced at Zifang lightly. Aren't you going yet? Zifang nodded. Yes, yes. I'll go now. Miss, please don't rush. After Zifang left, Luo Qingyuan resignedly walked inside. Mrs. Zhao had already dismissed all the people in the house, so now in the vast living room, there were only her and Mrs. Zhao. When it came to the matter involving Guanyi, both of them seemed unwilling to give in. Luo Qingyuan walked over and sat across from Mrs. Zhao. Mom, if it's about the same old issue, I advise you to give up on it. I will not divorce Guanyi. Mrs. Zhao looked at her disdainfully, then said slowly, you have been obedient all these years. Perhaps being tightly controlled by mom since childhood has led to such serious defiance now. Qingyuan, do you really know what love is? Do you know that a relationship with mismatched status and background will sooner or later fall apart? Although this saying sounds old-fashioned, what's in front of you now is that you can only choose between your mom and Guanyi. A faint smile appeared on Luo Qingyuan's lips. Mom, you clearly know that I can't do it. Mrs. Zhao sighed. Qingyuan, your two uncles are suspected of money laundering, and I am the legal person of that company. Once the evidence is conclusive, even I won't be able to escape. The business of the Luo family is vast and complicated, and it's likely to run into trouble. But if I really go in, it will leave a criminal record. You are well aware of the laws in Huaxia. Even if Guanyi is willing to be with you, what about his family? Do you know what kind of family he comes from? This affects the future of your children. Does anyone in Guanyi's family even care? Mrs. Zhao's words struck a chord in the deep recesses of Luo Qingyuan's heart. Qingyuan, life is not just about love. As you grow older, you need to learn to anticipate the worst and understand that sometimes you cannot have it all. Luo Qingyuan said, Mom, are you really going to go to jail? The investigation of this matter is not even complete. The judge has not reached a verdict. How can you jump to such conclusions? Luo Qingyuan stood up. I believe in what my uncles say. They are not interested in the family business. The family wealth could last for generations. Do they really need to launder money for those few billion? There must be something fishy going on. Guanyi and I will investigate. So will my brother and father. After saying that, Luo Qingyuan turned to leave. Mrs. Zhao asked, What if Guanyi decides to leave you? What will you do? Luo Qingyuan, well, you are not pregnant yet and still have a way out. Luo Qingyuan suddenly turned to look at Mrs. Zhao. Her eyes read, Mom, how can there be so many what-ifs in this world? You haven't even tried, and you already think we will fail. You don't believe in me, that's all right, but you don't even believe in your own two brothers. Mom, sometimes I really don't understand. In your eyes, are we really that unworthy? Whenever something happens, the first thought that comes to your mind is not to solve the problem but to solve us. After speaking, Luo Qingyuan turned and left. Zhao Ruoxi stood still, intending to call out to Luo Qingyuan, but her words pierced her heart like a knife, causing her, as a mother, to remain speechless for a moment. And in that moment of hesitation, Luo Qingyuan had already walked out. Luo Shuyan hurriedly rushed back home from the company, but it seemed like he was too late. What did Mom tell you? Luo Qingyuan shook her head, composed herself, and then asked Luo Shuyan, Brother, do you also want me to divorce Guanyi? Luo Shuyan, in a rare moment, fell silent for a while. Luo Qingyuan stood there waiting for a long time before Luo Shuyan spoke. Sister, to be honest, I didn't agree to you being with Guanyi at first, not because Guanyi isn't go. If you were an ordinary person, then being together wouldn't be a big issue. But your family background, his family background, destined that it would be very difficult for you to synchronize. I was afraid of the situation today. We are businessmen, the top businessmen in the world. Every move we make is under global scrutiny, but the Duan family is different. Their actions are not subject to anyone's attention. Luo Qingyuan listened intently. Seeing her expression, Luo Shuyan patted her shoulder. At this point, brother won't say much else. I just hope you will seriously consider your future with Guanyi. But whatever decision you make, brother will support you. I'll go find Mom. Guanyi is still waiting for you. After speaking, Luo Shuyan left in large strides. Luo Shuyan was speaking the truth. He was just bringing to light the underlying issues to Luo Qingyuan, because even if they got through this time, there were many more years to come. The Luo family had many enemies, and the Duan family likely had some too. Once news of their marriage became public and everyone knew, it would be hard to guarantee a smooth life ahead. If their life together became difficult, it would be impossible to move forward one day. Luo Qingyuan smiled bitterly, then hung her head and started walking back. After just a few steps, she heard a familiar voice. Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan looked up and saw her grandmother. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly ran over. Grandma. The elderly lady smiled kindly. I knew you were coming. I was waiting for my little granddaughter. Luo Qingyuan's heart melted at once. Although her grandmother disliked trouble and enjoyed being crafty, she truly loved her precious granddaughter. Arm in arm, Luo Qingyuan and her grandmother walked out together. Grandma, you're really go. Do you know what troubles me? The grandmother chuckled. Of course, I've watched you grow up since you were little. How could I not know what's on your mind? The two generations walked hand in hand. Grandma, what do you think I should do? The elderly lady sighed. In life, no matter how cautious you are, there will always be regrets. The Luo family is indeed not suitable for marriage with the Duan family. But Qingyuan, there are exceptions to everything. After some hesitation, the grandmother continued, in my opinion, it's best for you to wait until your uncle's situation is resolved before making a decision about the Duan family. If they are truly unwilling, Grandma will speak to them. Grandma will make them willing. At this remark, Luo Qingyuan was curious. Grandma, why are you so confident? The grandmother smiled enigmatically. She couldn't tell Luo Qingyuan that someone owed her a favor from her youth and she had to collect it. Qingyuan, that's all Grandma has to say. As for your mother, I think you shouldn't pay her any mind because time reveals true intentions. In life, if you encounter difficulties and give up on the person you love, the long years ahead will be painful. Luo Qingyuan asked, Grandma, you have some stories, don't you? Are you hiding something from me? The grandmother hastily waved her hands. No, Grandma is just getting old and being sentimental. Facing Luo Qingyuan's probing gaze, the grandmother decisively let go, walked swiftly with her cane, and the wind seemed to follow her footsteps. You should go find your husband quickly. I won't keep you here, dear. Watching the grandmother's brisk pace, Luo Qingyuan finally realized something belatedly. She remembered the way the grandmother had acted during the encounters with the Duan family and recalled Duan Yi's words at the banquet. Do you think my grandfather seems a bit off to you? Luo Qingyuan pondered, feeling that it wasn't just grandfather Duan who seemed off. Suddenly, a flash of the grandmother's words crossed Luo Qingyuan's mind. First love. Being a soldier. Could it be? This was serious. Without further delay, Luo Qingyuan hurried towards her building. When she arrived, Zifeng was coming out with a group of people carrying trays, their faces all red. Luo Qingyuan was a bit confused. What had happened? Upon seeing Luo Qingyuan, Zifeng lowered her head and said quickly, Miss, the master is inside. After speaking, she quickly ran off with the people behind her. Luo Qingyuan wanted to ask, but didn't have the chance, so she quickly entered the room, pushed the door, and walked in. A rush of warm air hit her face, making her feel much warmer. She took off her coat as she walked in, passing through the living room and into the dining room, where she saw Duan Yi wearing only a sleeveless vest, bending over to set the table. Luo Qingyuan instantly understood why the group of girls had blushed so much. Wearing a vest in itself wasn't a big deal, but when he raised his arms and bent over, Duan Yi's abdominal muscles were on full display, which must have caught the attention of Zifeng and the others. It had mesmerized her, let alone the group of girls. You're here. They brought a lot of food over. Perfect timing. Luo Qingyuan walked over calmly. Where is your coat? Duan Yi said. I don't know where they put it for me. Luo Qingyuan smiled. Did they also take off your coat for you? Duan Yi hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet, and kept his head down attending to the dishes on the table. Yeah. It was too hot coming in, so I took it off. After waiting for a while without hearing Luo Qingyuan speak, Duan Yi belatedly looked up and saw his wife's somewhat angry face. Duan Yi thought to himself, huh? Luo Qingyuan let out a sigh of relief. You are not allowed to wear that coat anymore, and they are not allowed to take off your clothes in the future. Duan Yi, huh? But I just bought that coat a few days ago, and it's not about taking off clothes. It's about taking off the coat. Luo Qingyuan glared at him. That's not allowed. You didn't see how embarrassed those girls were. You may not have intended it, but you inadvertently flirted with them. Duan Yi looked at himself, wondering where he had flirted with them. The jealousy seemed to be getting stronger. Duan Yi couldn't help but tease. You used to be different. You didn't even eat the vinegar Yin Nuan made. Why are you now eating the vinegar of the housemate? If you keep this up, will others not even be allowed to touch my coat in the future? Luo Qingyuan blushed at being called out. She regretted most for her past boastfulness about being generous, which now made her regretful every time it was brought up. However, Luo Qingyuan was only silent for a moment before saying, "I'll help you take it off in the future. Let's forget about others. The maids at home and in the old house are quite young. What if they act irresponsibly?" Twinny burst out laughing at Luo Qingyuan's words. "What are you thinking? Have you read too many novels?" Luo Qingyuan turned to the sink to wash her hands. "Don't blame me for thinking too much. Such things are common in wealthy families, and precautions are necessary." Twinny teased, "Are you lacking confidence in your beauty? With you by my side, where could I fit anyone else in my heart?" After Luo Qingyuan finished washing her hands, she came over and casually sat next to Duanyi, then picked up the chopsticks, took a piece of beef, and put it in his bowl. "Humph, you better only have me in your heart." Duanyi reached out and pinched her cheek. "Why so insecure now? That's not like you." Luo Qingyuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. "About Uncle's matter, I don't know," Duanyi said as he ate. "For Uncle's matter, let's trust the authorities." Before Luo Qingyuan could say more, Duanyi directly dispelled her concerns. "I can't intervene in this case, but I can guarantee that if the uncles didn't do such things, they wouldn't have been wrongly accused." "Qingyuan, my brother is already investigating." Luo Qingyuan's eyes immediately turned red. The matters involving her uncles didn't seem to have the hand of the prominent families in the capital. She didn't believe it, but the Luo family, while cautious, was indeed not as smooth when going out as the Duan family. Duanyi lightly patted her hand. "Don't worry so much. You should know that I am your husband, and someone you can rely on. Besides, until you look at the bill, you won't know how much money you really have. Speak up. How wealthy are you all?" Luo Qingyuan sniffed, feeling a bit emotional in her heart, then said, "I've never calculated it precisely, but money's just a string of digits to me. It might not be spent for generations." Duanyi's mouth twitched. "Well, luckily I love money by nature, or else how could you have captured me so easily?" Duanyi remembered the 10 million that made him bow his head. Oh, in this world, who wouldn't bend their waist for a few grains of rice? His bow was for a lifetime. After hearing that, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but smile. In her shining eyes, there was a fullness of laughter. "Actually, I feel quite lucky." "Lucky about what?" Luo Qingyuan said. "I'm lucky to have so much money to keep you." Duanyi was momentarily surprised by Luo Qingyuan's words. "Luo's sister," Duanyi called out, and Luo Qingyuan smiled. "All right, let's eat. After dinner, we'll go home. I've been back for 2 days, and I miss the house at Moon Bay." Duanyi nodded with a smile. "Okay, after dinner, we'll go home." The two bypassed that subject and chatted while eating. By the time they finished dinner, it was already 9 in the evening. Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan were ready to go back home, but they were stopped halfway by Luo Shuyan. "We finally came back home. Let's just stay here for 2 days." Duanyi smiled. "Big brother, we won't stay. I have to report to work tomorrow morning, so we're heading back tonight." Luo Shuyan's expression became somewhat complex. "I know, but Mom wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with Qingyuan." Luo Shuyan looked at Luo Qingyuan. "I know you have grievances, but after being away from home for so long, it's time to reunite with us properly. Mong also misses her auntie. Your sister-in-law also wants to talk to you." Duanyi's face turned slightly cold. Was this an attempt to separate them as a couple? After some thought, Luo Qingyuan spoke up. "Brother, tomorrow I need to accompany Nyan to pick out a wedding dress, so I won't be staying tonight. As for the sister-in-law's side, I'll go see her now." After speaking, Luo Qingyuan looked apologetically at Duanyi. "Sorry, Yi, wait for me a little longer." Duanyi raised his hand and ruffled her head. "Okay." Luo Qingyuan quickly left the scene, leaving only Luo Shuyan and Duanyi behind. Duanyi asked, "She's gone now. Big brother, why don't you speak honestly? Have you changed your mind again?" Without waiting for Luo Shuyan's response, Duanyi spoke again. "But regardless of whether you've changed your mind or not, I, Duanyi, still plan to marry Luo Qingyuan and bring her home properly. Neither you nor Mrs. Zhao can stop me." Luo Shuyan chuckled. He had always thought Duanyi had a mild temperament, but now he realized that it was just his misconception. Luo Shuyan said, "I only care about Qingyuan's feelings. If she insists on being with you, I won't say much. But Duanyi, The Duan family has many enemies, and the Luo family isn't easy either. The future is a long road. Can you really protect my sister? Duan Yi's expression turned serious. Since I've married her, I will take full responsibility for her. I don't need your reminders on these matters. With that, Duan Yi left first, saying, please tell King Yuan that I'll be waiting for her outside. As Duan Yi was about to leave, Luo Shuyang's voice came from behind. Really? If you want to bring King Yuan home, should you consider whether your family agrees or not? Your grandfather and my father have discussed it. Do you know? Duan Yi's steps hesitated slightly. Before he could speak, the old lady's voice approached from the distance. Duan Jiancheng, arrange a time with your grandfather. Tell him I want to see him. Ask when he's free, and contact me. Duan Yi was confused. His grandfather wasn't someone you could easily meet. The old lady perhaps sensed his concern and smiled. Just pass the message to him, and he'll make the decision himself. When it got to this point, what else could Duan Yi say? So he simply agreed directly. In short, it was just to deliver a message. If Grandma Luo of the Luo family really could handle all the people in the Duan family on her own, then everyone would truly be at ease. However, at this moment, both Duan Yi and Luo Shuyan also realized that something was amiss, and both thought of the same thing coincidentally. Duan Yi and Luo Shuyan both wanted to ask, and at this moment, the two of them had a rare moment of tacit understanding. Duan Yi's eyes conveyed. You ask? Luo Shuyan glared at him. Why don't you ask? So, when the old lady was about to leave, Luo Shuyan couldn't help but speak. Grandma, are you and Grandpa Duan old acquaintances? The gossip-loving heart of Duan Yi was burning, with a calm demeanor on the surface, but his ears pricked up quietly. There was a trace of unnaturalness on the old lady's face. She didn't say anything to the younger generation, but just glanced slightly at her eldest grandson, saying, why is a grown man so gossipy? After speaking, the old lady turned and left. Luo Shuyan's face darkened, and Duan Yi nearly laughed out loud, his face turning slightly red from holding back his amusement. The slightly tense atmosphere between them just moments ago dissipated. Luo Shuyan coolly shot him a glance. What's so funny? Seeing the old lady's figure disappear, Duan Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. How could it not be funny? It was truly hilarious to see Luo Shuyan at a loss. Seeing Duan Yi like this, Luo Shuyan couldn't hold back his laughter either. In the end, Luo Shuyan sighed and said, actually, it's good that King Yuan is with you, but I always worrying she might suffer. Duan Yi solemnly reassured Luo Shuyan, as long as I am around, I won't let her suffer. But I truly didn't know about your father talking to my grandfather. I will look into this matter. After some thought, Duan Yi said, since we both have concerns, let's do it this way. Today, King Yuan will stay at your place. After I've sorted things out at home, I will come to pick her up. By then, I guarantee everyone in my family will happily accept King Yuan. As for the Luo family, I know King Yuan still cares a lot about all of you. I hope my uncle can help me persuade them. King Yuan is my one and only wife in this lifetime. No matter what happens, I want to face it together with her. Seeing the sincerity in Duan Yi's eyes, the little bit of worrying and trouble in Luo Shuyan's heart seemed to dissipate. All right, I'll help you both once again. Duan Yi, remember what you said today. Don't let my sister suffer. Duan Yi nodded, didn't linger any longer, and turned to leave. I'm leaving, big uncle. At this moment, Luo King Yuan was talking with Chen Manhua. The little niece was already full and asleep. Chen Manhua said, King Yuan, whether from your brother's perspective or yours, neither of you are wrong. In today's fast-paced society, despite the good family traditions of the Duan family, there is no guarantee that Duan Yi won't change in the coming decades. Love is beautiful in the beginning, but if the Luo family encounters trouble, will the Duan family stand by or offer help? Regardless of the choice, there will be a rift between you as a couple. The considerations of the Duan family are not without reason. Throughout history, the military and business have been separate, not out of bias, but out of necessity. Luo King Yuan asked, so, from your point of view, should I give up Duan Yi? Chen Manhua smiled and shook her head, although that may be the reality. Who says that in life, you must always consider the bigger picture? Luo King Yuan said, sister-in-law, I don't quite understand what you mean. Chen Manhua said, ask your heart if you can bear to give him up. Since ancient times, it's easy to fall in love, but difficult to live together. King Yuan, whether it's your brother's intention or your parents', They all just want you to live better. Try to be more open-minded and see how things develop over time. After listening to Chen Manhua's words, Luo Qingyuan felt much more at ease. Sister-in-law, as a graduate student from Kyoto University, your words are so insightful. If my brother married you, he must have accumulated good karma from his past life. Chen Manhua smiled warmly. Actually, your brother and I had quite the tumultuous past. When there's time, I'll tell you about it. Back then, I really resented him. As soon as Chen Manhua finished speaking, Luo Shuyan walked in briskly. Manhua, why are you telling her everything? Aren't you leaving me any dignity? However, Duanyi has gone back first. He asked you to stay here for a couple of days. Luo Qingyuan immediately stood up in shock. What? Brother, what did you say to him? Luo Shuyan protested. Don't you dare frame me. I didn't say anything at all. Just then, Luo Qingyuan's phone began to ring. Luo Shuyan said, find out for yourself. Stop treating me like a villain. Luo Qingyuan gave him a stern look, then turned to answer the phone. Why did you leave without waiting for me? Don't you want me anymore? There was a hint of grievance in Luo Qingyuan's tone. Chen Manhua and Luo Shuyan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. The young couple was so sweetly affectionate. Duanyi said, how could that be? Grandpa had something to attend to, and I wanted to take care of it. I thought since you hadn't really spent much time with your family in Kyoto, you could stay at the Luo family's place for a few days. Darling, how could I bear to part with you? I'll come to pick you up in a few days. Luo Qingyuan finally felt relieved, but she didn't want to be separated from Duanyi at all. Then you need to come early. If you're late, I'll find you on my own. At the hint of a sulky tone, Duanyi's heart softened, and he promised, I guarantee to take you to eat delicious food when the time comes, all right? Luo Qingyuan nodded. Okay. They lingered together for a while before hanging up. Luo Shuyan teased with a smile. How about that? Did I sow discord between you two? Luo Qingyuan replied. Luckily, you didn't. Otherwise, I wouldn't recognize you. Pointing at her, he said. Manhua, take a look for yourself. She's completely forgetting about her brother now. Who acts like that? Chen Manhua laughed. What's wrong with a sweet and affectionate young couple? Luo Shuyan said. TSK. A woman's heart is truly made of iron. Luo Qingyuan sat directly beside Chen Manhua. Brother, since you're leaving me behind, I'll sleep with sister-in-law tonight. Luo Shuyan's playful demeanor changed instantly upon hearing this, his face darkening. Are you crazy, Qingyuan? Are you really trying to steal my wife? Luo Qingyuan gave him a calm look. Who says you didn't say anything? I know very well your temperament. You drove away my husband. Don't I have the right to seek revenge? Luo Shuyan was about to explode. Absolutely not. Go back to sleep. Luo Qingyuan smiled and looked at Chen Manhua with a smile. Sister-in-law, can I sleep with you tonight? Chen Manhua nodded with a smile. Sure. Luo Shuyan couldn't help but feel like spitting blood. It's one thing for Qingyuan to have a child's temper, but Manhua, as the elder, how can you be like this? Chen Manhua glanced at him, indifferently. It's not what you think. Qingyuan finally came home for a visit. Since she came home so rarely, just for one night, do you have to compete with your sister? Luo Qingyuan immediately chimed in. Yeah, aren't you the best brother? Saying that, Luo Qingyuan stood up with Chen Manhua, looking arrogantly at Luo Shuyan. Bro, you can take care of your daughter and sleep alone tonight. I'll take Sister Manhua back to my place to sleep. Luo Shuyan frowned. We have bedrooms here. Why go so far? Luo Qingyuan replied. I just like sleeping in my own bedroom. With that, Luo Qingyuan took Chen Manhua and headed out. Chen Manhua, feeling somewhat helpless, followed along. Luo Shuyan pitifully called out, Manhua, are you really willing to leave us father and daughter here like this? Chen Manhua turned back. All right, it's just for one night. Can't you handle sleeping with your daughter by yourself? Be good, rest early, good night. With that, Chen Manhua turned and left without showing any mercy, leaving Luo Shuyan feeling challenged by the smile at the corner of Luo Qingyuan's mouth. Feeling slightly amused, Luo Shuyan realized that he had brought this upon himself. In the end, he had to sulk and put his daughter to bed on his own. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan was in a rare good mood, humming a tune as they walked on the road. Chen Manhua found the sibling dynamics between the two quite entertaining, as each knew how to push the other's buttons. Walking side by side, Luo Qingyuan and Chen Nanhua passed by the nannies to respectfully address them as Miss and Madam. Luo Qingyuan suddenly remembered something. Sister-in-law, has my mom been bothering you lately? Chen Nanhua replied calmly, not really. Your brother protects me, and your grandmother is also at home. Luo Qingyuan could guess that with Zhao Madam's temperament, things haven't been going well recently, probably causing trouble not only for the household staff, but also for the sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, my mom is like that, please bear with her. If it's too much, you can stay in your own courtyard. She's so obsessed with cleanliness that she won't come over for trivial matters. Chen Nanhua nodded with a smile. When your brother and I were at odds back then, he even opposed the family several times for my sake. Although everything has settled down now, it must be uncomfortable for mom. It's normal. Reflecting on the past, Luo Qingyuan remembered when they were studying abroad. His brother and sister-in-law used to argue every day, giving him a headache and making him doubt their future together. It was hard to believe that several years had passed, and his niece was about to turn 1. Sister-in-law, if you hadn't been with my brother back then, would you regret it now? After thinking for a moment, Chen Nanhua nodded solemnly. I would. Luo Qingyuan smiled. Well, things are pretty good now, and you love each other. Chen Nanhua said. Living together may not be as exciting as the passionate days, but as long as there is mutual love, we can continue on well. Watching the starlit sky, Chen Nanhua couldn't help but remember when she flew back from Europe in a fit of temper, followed closely by Luo Shuyan's arrival. The grand gesture at that time was unforgettable, and looking back, all those passionate stories seemed like beautiful memories. Seeing the nostalgia on Chen Nanhua's face, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but feel relieved. Was it truly so fulfilling to raise a child with someone you love? Engaged in conversation, the two soon arrived at the bedroom. Luo Qingyuan asked with a blush, Sister-in-law, can you share some tips on getting pregnant? It's been a while since we got married. Blushing as well, Chen Nanhua replied, it hasn't even been a year since your marriage. Why are you in such a hurry? Luo Qingyuan persisted, I feel like it's been a long time. Sister-in-law, just tell me a bit of your experience. Chen Nanhua blushed even more at that. Come here, I'll tell you discreetly. Luo Qingyuan immediately leaned in. At the same time, when you returned to the Duan family, hadn't the grandfather gone to a base? Why did he secretly come back? Duan's study. Duan Sheng and Duan Yi sat facing each other across a desk. Dad, I want to know, are you starting to oppose my marriage with Luo Qingyuan too? Duan Sheng replied, I just don't want the next generation to suffer in your hands. Yun Yi, you should understand, if anyone in the Luo family commits a mistake, it will affect the next generation. The Duan family has been loyal to Huaxia for generations. Even your future requires entering the core of the aviation industry to serve Huaxia. Do you intend to let your child be a mere businessman? Before Duan Yi could respond, the door was pushed open again. Duan Yifan walked in. Dear, I know you're saying this for the sake of our grandchildren, but isn't the matter still under investigation by the two Yuns? Isn't it too early to make a decision now? Looking at his mom, Duan Yi smiled gently. Yes, Dad, when Qingyuan was with me, I had nothing. And what Mom said is also right. Furthermore, even if Madame Zhao made a mistake, that's a matter of the older generation. One doesn't have to follow your specific procedures their whole life to serve Huaxia. Doesn't the international bank owned by the Luo family pay significant taxes to Huaxia each year? Isn't that another form of service? Dad, making money for Huaxia is also serving. I don't think there's only one path in life for us now. Duan Yi's firm tone implied that even if Madame Zhao was arrested, he still wanted to be with Luo Qingyuan. Seeing this, Duan Sheng felt both heartache and relief. Well, since you put it that way, I won't say anything more. Go ahead. Duan Yi nodded. In that case, Dad, if Qingyuan returns again in the future, I hope you and Mom can treat her as your daughter. She has worked hard to come this far with her son. Duan Yifan nodded with a smile. Don't worry. Mom has never given her a hard time. Your dad is the same. Then why didn't she return with you today? Is it because? Duan Yi replied. Mom, don't overthink it. We've been away from Kyoto for a long time, so I let her stay with her family for a few days. She'll be back in a couple of days. Duan Yifan finally felt at ease. All right, bring her back when she returns, and Mom will make delicious food for you. Duan Yi nodded. Okay. Thanks, Mom. Ding Yifan. Then you should just sleep at home tonight, and head to work with your dad early tomorrow morning. Duan Yi. Okay. After saying that, Ding Yifan left. You guys chat, I'm going to bed first. The room was now left with only Dwen and his father. Dwen. Dad, another thing, when did Grandpa come back? Dwen Shan. How do you know? Dwen curled his mouth. He really came back. He went to see King Yuan's dad. Did you know? Dwen Shan awkwardly nodded. I know, he said he wanted to discuss some matters. Dwen. What kind of discussion? Why didn't he inform me or King Yuan? Dad, where is Grandpa? Dwen Shan. He came back last weekend. You were still in Wenchu at that time, so I didn't tell you. He's already back at the base. But your grandpa said things there are almost finished, and he will be back soon. Dwen couldn't wait that long. Thinking of Grandma Luo's instructions, he took out his phone. I'll give him a call then. And so, Dwen walked out while making the call. Dwen Shan. This child, don't rush, your grandpa is a sensible person. Dwen returned to his room, stood by the window which was open tonight without any snowfall. The room was warm, and the cold wind on his face wasn't as harsh. The phone rang for a while before Dwen Jiancheng answered it with a yawn. Xiaoyo, what time is it now? Why are you calling so late? Dwen. Grandpa, I didn't mean to disturb you so late, but why did you go back to Kyoto last week to meet King Yuan's dad? Dwen Jiancheng chuckled. You rascal, are you here to interrogate me on behalf of your wife? Dwen. Grandpa, how could I dare? I just want to know, are you also against us? Dwen Jiancheng put on his military green coat and sat up, turning on the bedside lamp. Not exactly against it, it's just that the matters between King Yuan's two uncles are not trivial. Since it's not trivial, it naturally has to be handled with caution. Grandpa just had a discussion with Mr. Luo. As for the attitude, Grandpa doesn't know. If Grandpa's guess is correct, those noble families in Kyoto are probably starting to make moves. Once this matter is settled, who knows how many will target the Luo family. Xiaoyo, the Dwen family shouldn't get involved in these messy matters. Understand that. Dwen naturally understood. So Grandpa, when will you go back to Kyoto? Dwen Jiancheng yawned. In a little while. Luo Grandma wants to see you. Dwen Jiancheng fell silent immediately, but that drowsiness was instantly awakened. Dwen didn't hear a response, so he tentatively said, Grandpa, don't you want to see her? Should I decline then? As soon as he finished speaking, Dwen Jiancheng sighed. When? One cannot escape what's meant to be. Dwen Jiancheng deceived himself. He mentioned that at the banquet hosted by the Luo family, John Shuffen did not recognize him. Who knows? Dwen was suddenly stunned. Did he really see her so easily? He remembered there were times when he wanted to see Grandpa, but wasn't granted the chance. Sooner rather than later. Dwen Jiancheng put on his glasses and glanced at his phone. It's Tuesday today. Then I'll come back this weekend. You help Grandpa set a time. I'll arrive in Kyoto on Saturday morning. Dwen. Grandpa, what's your relationship with Grandma Luo? Is it true what she said? She was your first love. Dwen Jiancheng fell silent for a moment, then scolded him. You rascal, why are you prying into such nonsense? She's just an old classmate. Dwen heard the powerful scolding tone, deepening his doubts. He had never seen the old man let his guard down. This was the first time. Dwen couldn't help but worrying. Grandpa, Grandma is waiting for you in Shanghai. Please don't. As Dwen said, increasingly absurd things. Dwen Jiancheng grew angrier. Day by day. What are you speculating about? Grandpa is nearly in the grave. Do you think he's clueless? Do you think I'm like you? Dwen calmly replied. Grandpa, you shouldn't speak without thinking. I am very cautious. Dwen Jiancheng scolded him. You rascal, you smooth talker. And with that, he hung up the phone directly. Dwen held on to his phone, reflecting deeply. He seemed to uncover a great truth. As Dwen thought about shutting the window, a familiar voice came from below. Did you come home today? Dwen was taken aback for a moment, then stopped closing the window. He had forgotten that his and Nangsing's bedrooms were in the same direction. They used to stand by their respective windows chatting, discussing topics, and gossiping. Dwen. Yes, I'm back. Is your wound feeling better? Nangsing. Much better. It's nothing serious. Your wife didn't come back with you today. Dwen. She's staying at her parents' place for a few days. As long as you're okay. It's late. Rest early. With that, Dwen closed the window, blocking out everything outside. Except for that brief moment of surprise upon hearing her voice, he felt nothing else. And Nangsing held back the words she wanted to say. She regretted speaking out, but upon hearing Dwen's voice, Her yearning struggled to emerge from within. Just a simple greeting would suffice. Just a word from Dwinny ... would be good enough. So she sat on the wheelchair, looking at the dark night outside. Grown-up nights were truly unattractive. The sky devoid of the moon and stars, alone without the person she loved. She felt no liking for it. Today, she signed the contract she had once longed for, something now within reach. But the thing she once easily possessed, she didn't care for. Or rather, she was convinced that Dwinny wouldn't leave anyone, not even her. It was his ardent love that made her forget people, tire and deplete all their passion, trading half a lifetime for a bright future. Nangsing couldn't help but whisper, "Nangsing, isn't this what you've always wanted? Why can't you smile now?" Dwinny had already bathed and fallen asleep peacefully, while Nangsing sat there till dawn. Despite being mere meters away, no light could shine through the dark night at her window. She recalled that night at the KTV, with tears in Dwinny's eyes, disappointment, coldness, and a hint of disbelief. Back then, she avoided him. Now she understood. That look in his eyes meant, "Nangsing, don't you cherish? Then let me teach you, starting from when I lose you." On the second day, it was already bright when Dwinny left for work early, so he didn't notice that the wind chimes downstairs had been ringing continuously. The wind chimes were hung inside Nangsing's house, and they would ring whenever the window was open and there was wind. In the past, this was their secret signal. Once Nangsing opened the window and the wind chimes rang, it meant that Nangsing needed him for something. But this time, Dwinny didn't even notice the sound of the wind chimes. After going downstairs, Dwinny quickly drove to the entrance of the residential area, bought some breakfast, and started his usual day. As for the Luo family, Luo Qingyuan also went to work, with Luo Shuyan at home today. With Luo Shuyan in control of Heng Lun Group, things naturally wouldn't go wrong. But Luo Qingyuan, the legitimate boss, had been away for too long, and it wouldn't do not to be present. So when Luo Qingyuan returned to the news at Heng Lun Group, everyone arrived a few minutes earlier than usual, all on edge. After all, Luo Shuyan dealt with foreign businesses ruthlessly, but when it came to the employees under Heng Lun, he was quite gentle and amiable, at least smiling from time to time. Luo Qingyuan was different. All the higher-ups knew what the first thing would be when Luo Qingyuan returned, so no one dared to slack off. Even those who had taken the day off hastily rushed back. In fact, everyone's speculation about Luo Qingyuan's swift and resolute actions was quite accurate, because as soon as Luo Qingyuan entered the office, he told Cheng Suisui, "Spread the word, hold a meeting half an hour later," and had every department ready to report on their recent work. Cheng Suisui immediately nodded, "Yes." Luo Qingyuan said, "Wait." Cheng Suisui waited silently. "Tell Liu Yan to temporarily assist Dwinzy in managing his subordinates. Don't overstep the boundaries. All contracts signed by Nangsing will be transferred directly to me, and I will make the decisions." Cheng Suisui had already thought about it. After all, it was Nangsing who saved Dwinyi. Others might not know, but they had some idea. How else could they work under the big boss? As for the instruction not to overstep boundaries, it meant that Liu Yan mustn't make decisions beyond Dwinzy. Cheng Suisui sighed in her heart. The entertainment circle was likely to see the emergence of another top actress in the future. Cheng Suisui said, "Okay, I'll go handle it." But halfway there, Cheng Suisui thought of something and turned back to ask, "Luo General, should South Star choose the scripts in the future? And should Nangsing's agent be changed?" Luo Qingyuan pondered for a moment before decisively saying, "Yes, from now on, let her agent choose the good scripts. I remember the best celebrity agent in the entertainment circle is." Cheng Suisui continued, "Wang Yu. Replace it with Wang Yu. This will be done in a few days. Wang Yu doesn't need to handle other artists, just focus on Nangsing." With just one sentence, Luo Qingyuan closed off all avenues of escape for other actors. Cheng Suisui was relieved that it was Liu Yan in charge of entertainment matters, not her. But with this move, Nangsing would become the target of resentment. After weighing it for a few seconds, Cheng Suisui couldn't help but ask, with the possibility that other artists might target Nangsing, "Do we need?" Luo Qingyuan was already seated, going through files. Without looking up, upon hearing this, he said, "It's inevitable. If she can't handle this, it proves she's not fit for that position." Cheng Suisui understood. "Okay, I'll go handle it." In no time, Cheng Suisui left, leaving only Luo Qingyuan in the office. Luo Qingyuan even took the time to send a few greetings to Dwinyi. Half an hour passed quickly, and Luo Qingyuan picked up his phone and went straight to the large conference room. As the door opened, everyone stood up. General Luo, with Cheng Suisui by his side. Luo Qingyuan walked directly to the main seat and sat down without saying a word. All right, everyone sit. Let's start today with the finance department. The face of the finance department head, who sat at the back, turned pale, but he had to stand up despite his trembling. Cheng Suisui looked at him with a hint of sympathy, but the others wished they could bury their heads under the table. It seemed like everything was back on track. Yin Nuan thought that after she drove her parents away that day, the world would be quiet, but she was wrong. In the dimly lit room with only a little light shining through, she encountered the last person she wanted to see. Aren't you being wanted outside? How dare you come to Kyoto? Yin Nuan, you're living so well in Kyoto, why can't we? Your ex-boyfriend caused us so much suffering. Do you think you can just brush it off lightly? Do you think that's possible? Looking at these two faces that were strange, familiar, and twisted, Yin Nuan found herself unable to distinguish who was crazier, them or her. In the end, Yin Nuan closed her slightly weary eyes. It turns out that as long as a person is alive, no matter where you are, you can never be at peace. The room quickly fell back into silence, and Yin Nuan looked towards the only spot where light shone through. Her eyes empty. The oversized hospital gown she wore made her look fragile and lonely. Duanyi, you often said you regret meeting me ... But what can I do? I seem to regret meeting you ... It was time for lunch. Duanyi sneezed as he walked out of the lab. Who's cursing me? A colleague pulled Duanyi close and said, what are you thinking? Hurry up. Let's go to the cafeteria. We still have a bunch of experiments to do in the afternoon. Seeing this, Duanyi didn't think too much and quickly went to have lunch. In the meantime, he took a moment to send a message to Luo Qingyuan. At this moment, Luo Qingyuan was still in the meeting room, and his expression was so unpleasant that everyone spoke cautiously. However, upon looking at his phone, the dark clouds on his face dissipated. Cheng Suisui instantly received everyone's desperate gazes. And so, facing everyone's pleading eyes, Cheng Suisui mercifully suggested, General Luo, it's lunchtime. Would you like to have a meal first? Luo Qingyuan was busy replying to messages, but upon hearing this, a chat message appeared with Duanyi's words, remember to eat. So, Luo Qingyuan graciously stood up and declared, meeting dismissed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, releasing all the pent-up tension. Luo Qingyuan quickly left the room, with Cheng Suisui following closely behind. Cheng Suisui finally realized that when it came to Mr. Duane's messages, no matter how important the matter was, it had to wait, and like the other employees, she was eagerly anticipating Mr. Duane's messages. Time quickly passed, and it was already afternoon. Shen Nan personally came to pick up Luo Qingyuan. The employees of Hang Lun Group all recognized Shen Nan, so she had no trouble coming to the top floor and directly into Luo Qingyuan's office. Oh, General Luo, you're so busy that you don't even read my messages. Shen Nan's words made Luo Qingyuan instantly look up, and the several high-level staff standing in the room also visibly relaxed. Director Su said, General Luo, since Miss Shen is here, we won't disturb you. The displeasure on Luo Qingyuan's face dissipated the moment he saw Shen Nan. All right, you all can leave. Director Su ushered everyone out briskly, making Shen Nan laugh out loud at his pace. Stepping forward in high heels, she leaned against the desk in front of Luo Qingyuan. Her eyes filled with a bit of grievance. You promised to go with me to pick out wedding gowns, but you're late again. Don't you know that Duanzi has been busy with cases at the police station? Luo Qingyuan of course knew that Duanzi was busy with his uncle's cases. He had intended to go see both uncles, but he decided to avoid potential issues, following Duanyi's advice. I'll go with you now. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You can have whatever you want. Deal? Luo Qingyuan's attitude of admitting fault was quite good, and Shen Nan smiled and accepted. That works. I want to eat at the New Moon restaurant. Luo Qingyuan immediately made a phone call. Within a minute, he hung up and said, let's go. We'll go eat now. Luo Qingyuan led Shen Nan out of the company, and when they reached outside, Luo Qingyuan took the wheel. The two of them headed straight to the New Moon restaurant. You probably only need to take wedding photos, right? Shen Nan smiled, looking happy. Yes, leave the rest to my parents. Are you planning to stay at Duane's house? No. Both as and I need personal space, so the bridal suite is located midway between our workplaces. The villa has been furnished long ago, and someone is setting it up. Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but sigh. I envy you. It was as if Shen Na marrying as, from being together to registering and getting married, had been smooth sailing all along. You don't need to be discouraged either. After the new year, the wedding of the top family in Kyoto will surely be well known to all. Shen Nian laughed. Let's not talk about these things today. Let's focus on you. Let's discuss. What type of wedding gown do you like? There are several bridal shops under the Luo family in Kyoto, as well as top designers. If you like, we can pick them one by one. Shen Nian's thoughts were immediately redirected. I definitely like that. Your designer has won the Paris fashion design competition before. If I like it, would you sacrifice it? Luo Qingyuan smiled. And why wouldn't I? I grew up wearing the same pants, and now, I'm marrying into the same family. I couldn't be happier. While speaking, Luo Qingyuan had already dialed the phone. Assistant Chen, are the designers I asked you to prepare all present? Have them bring samples to the best bridal shop in the Luo family 2 hours later. Cheng Suisui promptly replied. Yes, they will be there on time. Shen Nian was stunned. When did you arrange this? Luo Qingyuan's lips curled up, smiling mischievously. Don't worry about that. Leave these few days scheduled to me, and I'll make sure everything is clear. Shen Nian was delighted and nodded repeatedly. Seeing her happy expression, Luo Qingyuan's mood improved as well. At that moment, in a village outside the base, Grandpa Duang, why have you come again? Twin Chengshin smiled kindly. I'm here. Without waiting for the young man to refuse, he entered the yard. In the yard, a gray-haired old man had just finished his meal and was roasting by the stove. Grandpa Duan has come again, and I can't stop him. The old man glanced at Duan Chengshin and waved to his grandson. You go now. The yard was now left with only Duan Chengshin and the old man. Duan Chengshin put down the things he brought in a corner. Every time he visited, he would bring something, sometimes wine, cigarettes, or other nutritional supplements, all purchased at the foothills. It was already winter, and both men were dressed warmly. The old man was smoking grass, and nobody knew how long they remained silent until the old man let out a nearly inaudible sigh. Qian Cheng, you already have the answer in your heart, so why do you keep asking? Twin Chengshin sat upright, his expression serious. Squad leader, some things can be fuzzy, but some cannot. I'll shuffle an explanation in this lifetime. Twin Chengshin's voice was calm, but the squad leader could hear the deep sense of sadness in it. I've thought about so many possibilities over the years. After all, Shuffin came from a good family where the conditions were so good. How good were they? During the student uprising, so many students suffered, and even he couldn't avoid it. But Shuffin managed to persuade her family and the school to release the students. When the war broke out, the John family had the means to rebuild school after school. In that era, Shuffin was a true young madam. Ancestor was even a noble in the palace. In such difficult times, she still didn't give up on being with me. But what about me? I want an answer, even after all these years. Why is it that when the country was stable, and the family and country were rebuilding, I not only lost my older brother, younger brother, and sister, but my fiancé also disappeared? The dark room quickly filled up with silence, organic feel. Staring at the fire in the furnace, they both fell into deep thought. Qian Cheng said, Squad leader, I am going back to Kyoto. I may never return to the base. I just want this one answer, no more. As you say, the past is long gone, so even if I know the answer, what's the point? I am Duan Chengshin first, able to distinguish truth from lies. The squad leader still maintained his silence, but this time, it didn't last as long as usual. The old man lowered his head and remained silent, which was taken as his tacit approval. Although when he first saw the old platoon leader, Duan Jiancheng already had some guesses in his heart, but when he really heard it, Duan Jiancheng felt so gloomy that he couldn't say a word. The old man said, Cheng, don't blame them. Back then, they also thought you wouldn't wake up again, but Miss Shuffin still needs to live. Who could Duan Jiancheng blame? He couldn't blame anyone. The organization's consideration was correct. If he really couldn't wake up and they told Shuffin, wouldn't it have delayed the girl's life forever? Then why didn't anyone tell me, and I woke up? He waited for Shuffin in Kyoto for a long time, so long that he couldn't remember the passing of several seasons. The old man said, It's been 2 years since you woke up. You couldn't get out of bed. By the time you could get out of bed, it was already the 3rd year. When you went to look for her, Shuffin had already moved to country M. There was someone by her side, so they decided to keep it a secret. Just didn't expect that after many years, you two could still meet again in the capital. When Huaxia was just established, Miss Shuffin came from a wealthy family and had the identity of a journalist. She could only live in peace if she didn't have any involvement with you. Chen. Don't blame the organization. Hearing this, Dun Jiancheng smiled, with his hair turning white. He couldn't help but have red eyes. The old man wanted to comfort him, but Dun Jiancheng said, "No one can be blamed for this. I don't blame the organization's decision. I will always obey the organization's arrangements. I only blame fate. I thought Shuffin didn't wait for me. She thought I didn't wait for her, but in reality, we were both waiting, just at the wrong time. They were both courageous, meeting in tumultuous times, pledging their lives to each other afterward. At that time, a journalist's pen was worth 3,000 Mauser rifles, but he abandoned writing for military service, embracing the idea of sacrificing himself for the country to defend it. They both exhausted all their efforts for the same belief. However, they were unable to reunite with their loved ones in the peaceful era that followed. The scene of their acquaintance seemed like yesterday, a moment of glory, a moment that turned into decades later. The old man called out to him, "Chen." Dun Jiancheng was a bit dazed, then returned to his usual self. "Thank you, old platoon leader, for letting me know the truth of that year. I owe her an apology forever." The old man sighed. "If you had known back then, would you still have given up your degree from Kyoto University for Shuffin?" Dun Jiancheng said, "Platoon leader, for Shuffin, I will always regret it in this life, but for Huaxia, no matter how many times I have a chance to start over, I will never regret joining the army. I joined the army to take back every inch of land we lost for Huaxia, and I will never regret it." Dun Jiancheng stood up, deeply bowed to the old platoon leader, then turned and left. The old platoon leader tremblingly put on his old reading glasses and saw Dun Jiancheng's slightly staggering steps. The snow was falling again. The old platoon leader bent over, coughing softly, wanting to say something to Dun Jiancheng, but he couldn't manage to utter a word. On the way back, Dun Jiancheng sat in the back seat, looking at the night sky outside, an old man, inexplicably shedding tears. The driver called out to him several times, but Dun Jiancheng didn't respond. He never regretted marrying his current wife. Their love over the years was genuine, but thinking of Shuffin from that year inevitably brought tears to his eyes. Meanwhile, at the Luo family, the old lady was being taken care of by the maid Zhu as she took her medicine. Zhu said, "Madam, your condition is getting worse. You should go to the hospital." The old lady waved her hand. "It's just an old ailment. Taking some medicine will do. No need to alarm others." After taking the medicine and lying down, the old lady smiled. "King Yuan has been very busy lately, and the new year is coming soon. Don't bring any bad luck to them." Zhu looked worried, "But madam, your forgetfulness is getting worse." The old lady took out a notebook from under the pillow and turned to a page. Zhu quickly brought her glasses to help her read it. "Look, I had just 2 things left to do. 1. Meet my old friend. The other, see King Yuan getting married happily. I'm already old, and I don't want to endure the suffering of going to the hospital." Zhu quickly spoke up. "Madam, what are you talking about? You are still in good health." The old lady coughed a few times, pressed her aching head, and said, "Zhu, you should go rest too. I don't need someone constantly watching over me here." Zhu pulled the covers for the old lady and said with concern, "Madam, should I stay with you tonight?" The old lady waved her hand. "That's enough. You can leave." Although the old lady seemed easygoing, in reality, she was not one to be disobeyed. In the end, Zhu sighed and said, "Madam, I'll go rest. If you need anything, just call me." With her eyes closed, the old lady heard this but only nodded before turning over to sleep. Seeing this, Zhu turned off all the lights in the room, then left quietly. The room sank into darkness, and the old lady finally opened her eyes, turned on the bedside lamp, and got out of bed. In the dim light, the old lady retrieved something that had always been hidden under the bed, a box that had accumulated dust over the years since no one was allowed to touch it. It was so old that Shuffin couldn't remember what was inside, but it stayed there, evoking memories from time to time. She found a wet cloth to wipe off the dust carefully before tremulously opening the box with her fingertips. Inside, there was a stack of well-kept photos, but they had aged, making the faces blurry. Shuffin flipped through them, until she found a photo lying quietly at the bottom of the box. It was a picture where the faces were somewhat indistinct, but she picked it up. There were two people in the photo, a young version of themselves, and it was the only photo of them together in this lifetime. She was wearing a blue school uniform, while he was in a blue robe. It was a simple picture of them standing together, but she had kept it for many years. The past had become too distant for her to remember clearly. She only remembered waiting for someone for a long time, but that person never came, so she couldn't wait anymore and gave up. Shuffened had per sleep, and once she reached a certain time, she couldn't sleep anymore. She spent the night flipping that photo, its corners already worn out. And so, the old lady of the Luo family, for the first time, tossed and turned until dawn. Time passed swiftly, and after 2 peaceful days, Luo Qingyuan arrived in the old lady's courtyard. It was a Saturday morning, with good weather, and the old lady was watering her flowers in the yard. "Grandma, Grandpa Duen has invited you to dinner at the New Moon restaurant tonight. Would you like to go?" The old lady's watering hand paused for a moment, but quickly resumed its task as before. "Sure, I've been missing the dishes the cook makes." Luo Qingyuan replied. "All right, Grandma, I'll go prepare something for you now. I'll bring you some breakfast." However, the old lady stopped her. "I've already eaten. No need to trouble yourself." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Sure, Grandma, I'll come pick you up after work." The old lady said, "We have so many drivers at home. There's no need for you to come back again." Luo Qingyuan wanted to say more, but the old lady said, "All right, go to work. I'll come by myself later." Seeing the old lady insisting, Luo Qingyuan didn't push further, but she still reached out and held the old lady's hand, kissing her on the face, saying, "I'll tell the cooks to stew the pig's trotters a bit softer for you. Remember to wear your dentures, Grandma." The old lady was delighted. Okay, I will remember." Having pleased the old lady, Luo Qingyuan then left her work. It was only 9 days away from Shen Nianian and Duanzi's wedding and over 10 days until Chinese New Year. She hoped that the uncle's matter could be settled before the New Year. Luo Qingyuan sighed, wrapped herself in her fox fur coat, and got into the car. The snowy roads were slick, so Luo Qingyuan had the driver drive while she sat in the back seat. These past few days, she had been busy working during the day and helping Shen Nianian choose a wedding gown at night. It had been 2 days since she had seen Guanyi, and she missed him terribly. Luo Qingyuan leaned back in the car, feeling a bit restless. Soon, they arrived at Heng Lun Group. As she got out of the car and walked towards the front desk, the receptionist hurriedly approached her with something in hand. "Manager Luo, this is breakfast Mr. Duen ordered for you." Luo Qingyuan instantly halted in her tracks, her sharp gaze softening. She accepted the breakfast and even smiled, saying, "Thank you." Even as Luo Qingyuan entered the private elevator with the breakfast, the receptionist remained in a daze. A colleague approached her and patted her shoulder. "What are you doing? Daydreaming here?" The receptionist said. "Just now, Manager Luo actually smiled at me." The colleague teased, "Look at you. Never seen Manager Luo smile before." The receptionist giggled. "I indeed haven't." "You say? Manager Luo is so beautiful. Why doesn't she become an actress?" With her looks, she could easily outshine the actresses in the entertainment industry. As they chatted, they walked back. "Who is Manager Luo? Does she need to rely on the entertainment industry to make a living?" "Yeah. Many of the entertainment stars are under the Heng Lun Group, right? Our Manager Luo is a true capitalist. Oh, so envious, having endless money, a loving family with parents and siblings, a handsome husband, beautiful body, family background, and good looks. Ah, the world is unfair. That is very unfair. Stop chatting, we have an appointment with a client." Luo Qingyuan opened the meal box in her office and found 3 layers inside, consisting of 2 of her favorite crab roe buns, beef steamed dumplings, and a warm bowl of millet porridge. Luo Qingyuan's mood instantly brightened, and before she could start eating, when he sent a photo of himself in work clothes, making a victory sign. A message followed shortly after. "Dear Sister Luo, good morning. Did you receive the breakfast?" Luo Qingyuan couldn't stop smiling, quickly took a photo of the meal box and sent it over. "Received. Haha, that's great. See you at the New Moon restaurant tonight. I have to go work." Luo Qingyuan replied briefly and happily enjoyed her meal. Today, the employees of Heng Lun could all sense Luo Qingyuan's good mood. There were no meetings all day, and she didn't scold anyone either. Those who knew the inside story secretly bowed to Duanyi in the group chat. Today was the weekend, and it was already unbelievable that Luo Qingyuan came to the company. What was even more unbelievable was that she came and was so pleasant. Little did they know, it was because Duanyi had to work today, and she didn't want to be bored at home alone. After dealing with work all day, Luo Qingyuan finally finished and waited for the end of the day. She wasted no time and hurried to the New Moon restaurant. Today, Duanyi deliberately finished a shift early and brought his grandfather along. Duan Jiancheng even put on some hair wax, wore a suit. Despite the cold weather outside, he felt hot and kept wiping his sweat. Duanyi, puzzled, checked the air conditioning, set at 25 degrees, not hot at all. He leaned over to Duan Jiancheng. "Grandpa, are you nervous?" Duan Jiancheng simply reached out and nudged Duanyi's head. "You little rascal, talking nonsense." Duanyi teasingly patted his head. "I'm just surprised. Grandpa, you're actually nervous. Aren't you the kind who stays calm even when someone points a gun at you?" Duan Jiancheng, already in a bad mood, became more irritable with Duanyi's words. "This is different." Curious, Duanyi pressed on. "How so, Grandpa?" "Well, they're not here yet. Care to share some stories from your past?" Duan Jiancheng couldn't be bothered and was too anxious to think about the past. Just as Duanyi was about to ask more questions, his phone rang. "Hello, Qingyuan. Have Grandma and Grandpa arrived?" "Good. We'll be right there." Duan Jiancheng stood up abruptly, startling Duanyi. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Duan Jiancheng quickly pulled Duanyi. "Look at me. Is my outfit fine? Hair okay? Is everything respectful? Today is about making an apology. Why can't I say it properly?" Duanyi, "Grandpa, you look great. Hurry, everyone is arriving soon." Just then, Duanyi and Duan Jiancheng left. "Grandpa, why are you hiding behind me? You should walk in front." Duanyi had never seen his grandfather act so hesitant before. "You walk in front, it's the same." Duanyi, they hadn't gone far, and Luo Qingyuan was already getting off the elevator with the old lady. Duanyi greeted. "Hello, Grandma." Smiling, he extended his hand and pulled out the hesitant old man from behind. Duan Jiancheng stiffly said, "Hello, Comrade Zhang Shufen. Long time no see." Zhang Shufen remained composed. "Hello, Comrade Duan Jiancheng." Thus, the atmosphere became tense. Luo Qingyuan quickly stepped in. "It's cold outside. Let's go inside the private room." Duan Jiancheng agreed. The four of them walked towards the private room, this time with Luo Qingyuan leading the way holding the old lady's hand. Passing by Duanyi, Luo Qingyuan cast a pitiful glance at him, making Duanyi itch to know more. Fortunately, tonight he could bring his wife home. Soon, the four people sat down in the private room. The spacious room forcibly arranged them to sit face to face. Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan subconsciously wanted to sit closer together, but were pulled away by two elderly people. Duan Jiancheng whispered, "Can't you sit with Grandpa for just one meal? You can go find your wife later." Duanyi replied, "Grandpa, I haven't seen Qingyuan for 2 days." Duan Jiancheng ignored him and sat up straight, tightly holding onto his clothes under the table. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan wasn't faring any better. The old lady appeared elegant and calm on the surface, but was discreetly signaling for Luo Qingyuan to sit near her. Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to break the silence, the door to the private room was pushed open, and the manager personally entered with a group of people, saying, "Luo, your ordered meal is ready." Luo replied, "Bring it in." And so, the manager and his staff proceeded to showcase the delicious dishes from the New Moon restaurant once again. Yet Luo Qingyuan was mindful that with only 4 of them, they should refrain from ordering too much. Otherwise, the spacious round table might not accommodate everything. A few minutes later, the table was filled with steaming hot dishes, and the private room was once again left with only the 4 of them. Duanyi looked at the divided table and couldn't help but smirk. "Grandpa, why don't we move a bit closer?" Did he need to shout to get a word in? Duan Jiancheng hesitated. Is it possible?" Duanyi nodded. "Grandma's hearing isn't so good." So Duan Jiancheng stood up immediately and walked over to a position to seats closer to Zhang Shufen, sat down, and fell silent. Luo Qingyuan wanted to laugh but held back, softly calling out, "Grandpa." Duan Jiancheng responded calmly, though Luo Qingyuan noticed a hint of sweat on his forehead. Eventually, Duanyi reluctantly moved over and sat in the seat behind Duan Jiancheng. Finally, It was the elderly lady who spoke. Let's eat first. Twin Jiancheng agreed. Yes, let's eat. And so, they finally started to eat, but the table remained eerily silent, only filled with the sounds of clinking bowls and chopsticks. Luo Qingyuan suggested, Grandma, try this braised pork trotter. It's so tender today. Twinny added, Grandpa, you should taste it too. Luo Qingyuan continued, Grandma, have some vegetables, they're good for your health. And Twinny again, Grandpa, you should taste. Throughout the entire meal, only Luo Qingyuan and Twinny conversed. Both couples were somewhat resigned, focusing on finishing their meals to fill their stomachs. They still remembered to serve the elderly by offering dishes, but it seemed that neither of them had much appetite. The small bowls were filled with food, yet it remained untouched. Swiftly finishing their meal, Luo Qingyuan and Twinny asked, Grandma, should we go wait outside for you? Expecting no response, to their surprise, the old lady nodded. Relieved, Luo Qingyuan exchanged glances with Twinny, stood up first, signaling for Twinny to follow suit. But Twinny was immediately halted with a firm grip as he tried to leave. Surprised, Twinny remained still, waiting for the elderly lady to speak. If the young ones want to go out, let them, she said. Twin Jiancheng finally let go of his hold on Twinny. Luo Qingyuan quickly pulled Twinny along, the two of them smiling at each other affectionately before walking away hand in hand. The private room once again fell into a strange silence. The elderly lady continued to eat leisurely and gracefully, not even glancing at Twin Jiancheng, who was left sitting there, his heart heavy with unresolved emotions. The elderly lady spoke mildly. I'm sorry. Twin Jiancheng had many things he wanted to say, to explain why he had missed their meeting all those years ago. Yet when the words came to his lips, all he managed to say was, I'm sorry. The elderly lady gave a faint smile and spoke softly, I have come not to question, but because of issues concerning Qingyuan and Twinny's marriage. How do you view it? Twin Jiancheng remained silent for a moment, pondering her words. She continued, I approve of their union. What about you? Twin Jiancheng forced a smile. If not for the younger generation, perhaps you wouldn't have shown up at all. With these words, John Shuffen fell into an unusual silence. Finally, she sighed. Then what do you think we should do? Twin Jiancheng sighed. Between us, over 60 years have passed by. We are nearing the end of our lives. John Shuffen was silent for once. Twin Jiancheng asked, Would you like to hear the story from our past? John Shuffen remained silent. And so, Twin Jiancheng began recounting their history, carefully avoiding any mention of their time on the battlefield. He recounted, after the war ended, a severe injury left me in a coma. The doctors pronounced me as a near vegetative state, informing my family that I might never wake up again. But after 2 years of treatment, I awoke. By the time I could get out of bed, it was already the 4th year after the war had ended. I visited the place we agreed upon, waiting for you, but the small town had long been demolished. In those 4 years, I witnessed the transformation of a flat plain into towering skyscrapers. Shuffen, I can't wait any longer. As the last surviving member of the Duan family, if he continued to wait, the Duan family would come to an end with him. Zhang Shufen's eyes teared up at this moment, realizing that there was nothing left to misunderstand between them. Both had waited, enduring the chaos of war, never truly giving up on each other. Yet they missed their chance, missing each other for a lifetime. Zhang Shufen chuckled bitterly. My husband has been kind to me. Twin Jiancheng added, my wife is a gentle person. If you were to meet, I believe you would become great friends. Yes. So we have not chosen the wrong paths. But, Jiancheng, given our current circumstances, do we still want our grandchildren to follow the same fate? In those turbulent times, we both had responsibilities to our nation. Separation was inevitable. But now in these peaceful times, Twin Jiancheng sighed, I will find a way. Zhang Shufen remarked, the Duan family owes us a wedding. Twin Jiancheng promised, we will make it happen after the new year. And this time, there must be no more missed appointments. Agreed. The elderly lady rose from her seat, took her cane, and turned around slowly. Though these words may seem futile, I still wish to say one thing. I apologize. Zhang Shufen replied, the blame is not on you. I don't blame you. We were simply born in the wrong era. Twin Jiancheng felt a lump in his throat, his heart heavy with unspoken regrets and unresolved emotions. The elderly lady raised her glass with a smile. Shall we have a toast? Twin Jiancheng picked up his glass, not waiting for Zhang Shufen, and finished his drink alone. Seeing this, John Shuffen merely smiled before downing her drink as well, tears glistening in her eyes. She had waited, not just for 2 years, but for so much more. Forced to immigrate and relocate with her family for the safety of holding on to evidence against the enemy, she had suffered greatly, unable to expose the enemy's crimes in the homeland. Her family was almost wiped out in the process, and she was saved only because of Duen Jiancheng's messages. Despite sending numerous people back to the country to inquire, they could find no trace of him. Yet a few years later, unable to bear the pressure, she married her current husband, who treated her well and helped her reveal the sinister criminal acts. Without him, she might not have lived to this day. Towards Duen Jiancheng, she felt she should also apologize. As night fell, John Shuffen and Duen Jiancheng showed signs of slight inebriation. The elderly lady's face even held a hint of blush, as she mentioned, "It's my fault that you suffer. Had the nation been stable those years, I could have come back to visit, and perhaps things would have been different." Duen Jiancheng turned his head, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably despite his advanced age. He wiped his tears, extending his slightly trembling hand. "Let's not speak of this anymore. Let's just drink. Comrade Jiancheng, those years lying in bed must have been unbearable, right?" Duen Jiancheng looked at John Shuffen, who now resembled a person he once knew so many years ago. Before the city of Kyoto was ravaged by war, it was beautiful. Students, full of passion, had gathered from all corners of the country to study in Kyoto. When the school year began, it was John Shuffen who welcomed him. "You study history, right? What's your name?" "Jiancheng. That's quite an interesting name you have." "I'm John Shuffen, studying journalism. I'm a sophomore this year. From now on, you can call me Senior Shuffen. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime." Later, the nation faced turmoil, their families falling one after the other, leaving him traumatized by the constant letters he received. First his elder siblings perished in enemy attacks, then his parents, continuing until there was no one left to write a letter to. Duen Jiancheng grew fearful of receiving letters, committing himself wholeheartedly to his studies, and eventually changing his major to physics against all advice. Amidst the opposition, John Shuffen stood by him and supported his choices, saying, "Jiancheng, I understand your beliefs. I stand by whatever you decide to do. Jiancheng, the road ahead is long, and I am willing to walk by your side." Eventually, when the school and their homes were no more, when there was barely a nation left to call their own, they bid farewell under a weeping cherry tree in the dusk. "Comrade Jiancheng, as we part ways today, who knows when we might meet again? If the time comes when China is at peace and we are still here, let's fulfill the promise we made." "Promise?" Shyly smiling, John Shuffen took off the gold pendant from her neck, a symbol of peace. "This shall serve as proof. Let the heavens be our witness." John Shuffen and Duen Jiancheng have made a century-long vow on this day. "Comrade Jiancheng, as of today, I am your betrothed. No matter how difficult the battles become, wait for me to return alive and marry me. Comrade Jiancheng, when the harsh winter has passed, may we meet under the red flag." Embracing in the setting sun, he pledged the nation and his love to Miss John. In the end, as Duen Jiancheng struggled to hold back his emotions, just an elderly man sat weeping in silence. After the passing of so many years, they met again in the winter of the current year, though there was no longer a place for each other in their future. Their reunion was a parting for old acquaintances once more. The room fell into a quiet as Duen Jiancheng remembered the words he had said to Miss Zhang under a weeping cherry tree long ago. "Comrade Shuffen, farewell." Once more recalling the very first letter he had received from her in his first year in the military. He had thought he had long forgotten it, but now each word came back to him vividly. "Dear Jiancheng, as words meet my eyes, I wonder if you find it presumptuous for me to address you this way. Yet the longing in my heart is like a worm gnawing at my bones, forcing me to pick up a pen to write to you in the dead of night. After graduating, I became a reporter, not only to expose the enemy's despicable crimes, but also to be the first to receive news of your victories. My heart worries for the soldiers on the front lines and for you. The capital has started its winter, a cold season that freezes all living, vibrant life. But my heart is aflame. I see victory arriving in the spring of next year. Jiancheng, do not fear the harsh winter, embrace it. Let your fervent heart and warm blood be our guide. Dear Jiancheng, may you be safe. When the capital is liberated, we will reunite under the red flag." That letter, The only memento he had left had lost the golden pendant in the battlefield. He had searched far and wide across those battlefields many times, yet he never found that amulet again. Just like, even if they were to meet again in this life, perhaps loving each other was no longer possible. The weight of love was too heavy. In this lifetime, they had never expressed their feelings for each other. Yet in the drawer at the school, there still lay the marriage certificate he had penned with his own hand, never sent due to his sudden departure for the battlefield. A marriage certificate that remained unsent, a lost amulet left unreturned, and the marriage of King Yuan and Duanyi. Born in a chaotic era, their lives were not their own to control, and in this moment, he found himself with a faint hope for a future life. Duan Jiancheng waited alone in the private room for a long time. As time passed bit by bit, the old lady had already come downstairs, and Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi had been waiting downstairs for a while. When they saw the old lady coming down, they hurried to greet her. Luo Qingyuan, Grandma, how are you? Are you going home? Where is Grandpa? Although Duanyi did not say a word while standing by, his attentive gaze was always on the old lady. The old lady was not as lively as usual, just calmly smiled. Yes, I'm going home. Your grandpa should still be upstairs. Oh, Qingyuan, why don't you go home with he tonight? Being apart for too long is not good for a husband and wife. Duanyi was stunned for a few seconds and instinctively looked at Luo Qingyuan because the old lady's stay was obviously not right. So, after some consideration, Luo Qingyuan said, Grandma, I will still send you home. The old lady waved her hand. All right, hurry back. I don't need you here. After saying that, the old lady turned and left. Seeing this, Duanyi also quickly said, Can I come pick you up tomorrow night? Luo Qingyuan was a bit reluctant, but the old lady's condition made her unable to relax, so she nodded. Come pick me up at the company after work. Duanyi couldn't help but smile and cry at the situation but still nodded along. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. I promise you'll see me right after work tomorrow, alright? Luo Qingyuan finally smiled, then nodded happily, said goodbye, and turned to follow the old lady. Meanwhile, seeing that Duan Jiancheng still hadn't come down, Duanyi thought for a moment and quickly went upstairs. Duanyi pushed open the door to the private room only to see an old man with a despondent face. In Duanyi's heart, Duan Jiancheng had always been formidable and omnipotent, and he had never seen this side of his grandpa before, which made him feel some emotions. Grandpa, Duan Jiancheng, your grandma went back to our hometown, right? Duanyi nodded. She went back a long time ago. Duan Jiancheng, tomorrow, book a ticket for me to go back to our hometown. Duanyi, but Grandpa, you just came back. Can't you stay in the capital for a few more days? Duan Jiancheng shook his head. It was the right decision not to settle down in the capital back then. Grandpa should go back. As for your Aunt Qingyuan's wedding, after the new year, let me and your grandma pick a good day to get it done as soon as possible. Regarding Qingyuan's two uncles, you can investigate without any bias. If they are guilty, don't consider the relationship with the Luo family. Do you understand my meaning? Duanyi nodded. I understand. Duan Jiancheng stood up tremblingly. Somehow, his feet were shaking quite violently. Duanyi was surprised and quickly stepped forward to support him. Grandpa. Duan Jiancheng just smiled and patted Duanyi's hand. Grandpa is old and not as strong as before. Duanyi was worried. Grandpa, let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. Duan Jiancheng, however, had other thoughts. Why waste money on that? Grandpa knows his body well enough. It's still late today. Let's go home. Duanyi wanted to say something more, but Duan Jiancheng looked determined, blocking whatever he wanted to say. Duanyi could only accept, all right. Duan Jiancheng was escorted out of the restaurant by Duanyi. The dinner for the two old people was exceptionally heavy. Duan Jiancheng admitted that what Zhang Shufan said was correct. The grudges of the older generation should end with that generation. In these peaceful times, the younger generation should also live for themselves. Duanyi drove Duan Jiancheng back home. Usually, Duan Jiancheng liked to talk endlessly, but this time, he barely spoke a word throughout the ride. Even when Duanyi joked, Duan Jiancheng didn't bother replying and just kept his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Duanyi was puzzled. What did Grandma Zhang Shufan talk to Grandpa about? This wasn't how Grandpa usually acted. Instead of Duan Jiancheng's situation, Luo Qingyuan personally drove Grandma back home, and Grandma Zhang Shufan remained silent all the way, not paying any attention to Luo Qingyuan. Glancing at Grandma from the mirror, After some contemplation, Luo Qingyuan spoke up again. Grandma, is there anything I can help with? Luo Qingyuan thought Grandma wouldn't speak again this time, but to her surprise, Grandma suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Hurry and have your wedding. Find a time after the new year. The sooner, the better." Luo Qingyuan didn't understand, so rushed. Grandma replied, "To prevent nightmares at night, it's better to proceed quickly. The marriage certificate has been done for so long, delaying the wedding isn't a good idea." Luo Qingyuan actually had the same thought, but hearing someone suggest it now was a welcome surprise. "Okay. Grandma, can I take you for a checkup tomorrow?" Grandma's heart tightened, but seeing Luo Qingyuan's calm expression, she regained her composure. "No need. I had a checkup just last month. There's still a pile of medicine left to finish. The doctor said to finish them first before rechecking. Let's talk about it later." "But," Grandma retorted, "enough. Doesn't Grandma know her body well enough? As for you, since you've been helping Shen's girl pick a wedding dress recently, why don't you accompany her too?" Luo Qingyuan agreed, and the car slowly made its way back to the Luo family mansion. Luo Qingyuan personally helped Grandma back to her residence, and Snow Nanny was about to leave when Luo Qingyuan called her back. "Snow Nanny, come over here." Snow Nanny hurried over. "What's the matter, miss?" Luo Qingyuan frowned. "How's Grandma's health lately?" The words Grandma said somehow made her feel uneasy. Snow Nanny said, "She can eat and sleep well, but she hasn't finished the medicines the doctor prescribed. Grandma doesn't like taking medications and always tries to avoid them in various ways. The other day, I wanted to suggest that Grandma get her a check at the hospital, but Grandma refused. Yesterday, the Mr. and Mrs. were here too, but Grandma was in a bad mood and made them leave quickly." Luo Qingyuan nodded. Snow Nanny had been with Grandma for many years. Hearing her words, Luo Qingyuan felt somewhat relieved. "Please take care of Grandma. If anything happens, let me know immediately. As for the medication issue, Grandma has always disliked it. I'll need you to pay extra attention." Snow Nanny smiled gratefully. "Rest assured, although Grandma doesn't say it, she cares a lot about you. Whenever you come, Grandma is happy too." Luo Qingyuan smiled back. "I will visit Grandma whenever I have time." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they both went their separate ways. As soon as Snow Nanny entered Grandma's room, Grandma asked, "What did you say to Qingyuan?" "I told Miss about your condition, and she asked me to make sure you take your medicine properly." While speaking, Snow Nanny poured a cup of warm water and brought out a pile of colorful pills. Just as she saw the pills, Grandma felt a headache coming on. She would usually be unwilling to take them, but Grandma surprisingly responded, "All right, bring them here." Snow Nanny saw Grandma do something unexpected today by taking all the pills without much resistance. She had been ready to persuade her quite a bit, but Grandma's actions were quite the surprise. Snow Nanny attributed this change in behavior to Luo Qingyuan. After all, Luo Qingyuan's visit that day seemed to have influenced the situation. After taking the pills, Grandma looked at Snow Nanny and said, "Qingyuan and Duanyi's wedding is approaching. I hope this wedding proceeds smoothly and peacefully." Snow Nanny had served Grandma for many years, and just by hearing her words and seeing her expression, she knew what Grandma was implying. So, Snow Nanny nodded. "Rest assured, I understand what to say and what not to say to Miss. But Grandma, you should consider listening to Miss and go for a medical recheck." Grandma was about to refuse on an impulse, but then thought of something and smiled. "Fine. Schedule an appointment with the doctor for tomorrow morning." Snow Nanny was delighted. "Yes, I'll make the arrangements." In the quiet night, it seemed like everyone was living out their lives according to their original paths. The next morning, Zhang Shufen finished her checkout and was waiting in the doctor's office. Snow Nanny and the driver were waiting outside. "Zhang Shufen, Dr. Li, you've been looking after me for so many years. Just tell me straight. There's no need to hide anything. At this age, there's nothing I can't accept anymore." Dr. Li's gaze towards Grandma carried a hint of sympathy. "Madam, I won't hide it from you. Your Alzheimer's disease has indeed worsened. And forgive me for asking, have you been experiencing hallucinations frequently lately?" Grandma was taken aback, then recalled that she had trouble sleeping lately and kept seeing the younger version of herself, her young classmates, and the younger him. Grandma candidly admitted, "Yes, the cognitive abilities of your brain have also declined, but more importantly, all your organs are gradually." Dr. Li didn't finish his sentence, as Grandma understood what he was implying. It was a gradual decline towards death. The doctor also mentioned many cautionary measures, but Grandma was not keen on listening and only asked, "Just tell me, how long do I have left?" "Anywhere from a year to a few months, Dr. Lee. I hope our conversation today will remain confidential." "Madam, in this situation, your family members should be informed. I am the patient. Please respect the patient's privacy. If something were to happen to her, how would King Yuan and Winnie manage their wedding? How would they handle things if her granddaughter were mistreated, with her around? No matter if it was the Duan or Luo family, even if someone wasn't satisfied, they would have to hold back their words." There was nothing wrong with that. After leaving the hospital, Snow Nanny asked, "Madam, what did the doctor say?" "Same old story. What else is there to say? Let's go." Seeing Grandma's reluctance to continue the conversation, Snow Nanny closed her mouth and let the driver take them back home. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Sui stopped Luo Qingyuan, who was about to leave. "Luo CEO, Miss Nangsing is here." Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. "She's a rare visitor. Please let her in." Cheng Sui agreed and brought Nangsing in. Luo Qingyuan walked over with 2 cups of coffee, placing one on the sofa opposite her. "Sit. This was just brew. Give it a try." Nangsing walked over in small steps and sat down slowly. In the end, "Luo Qingyuan, how is your recovery? Do you need any help?" Nangsing shook her head, politely smiling. "No need. This is fine. I can handle lighter tasks now." Luo Qingyuan, for fight scenes and action scenes, let the stand-in handle them. Focus on healing. If there's anything you lack on set, inform your agent. As she said half of her sentence, Luo Qingyuan suddenly stopped. There was a profound smile on her exquisitely beautiful face. "Nangsing, why did you come today?" Nangsing was a bit nervous and smiled awkwardly, but the smile looked stiff. "I came to discuss a business deal with you." This statement piqued Luo Qingyuan's interest. "Nangsing, for each project, I want only a 20% cut. The rest is all yours." Luo Qingyuan, "Oh, why? If I remember correctly, your contract gives you a 50-50 split. You don't like it? Or do you think it's charity?" Nangsing didn't give a direct answer but said, "See Luo, you're my boss. As a boss, I shouldn't be treated differently from others, right?" Cheng Sui found Nangsing quite interesting, who in the entertainment industry didn't have a background. A 50-50 split was already the biggest offer available, most couldn't even dream of it, and she actually turned it down. Cheng Sui knew Luo Qingyuan very well. Although Nangsing had the backing of Duan Yi, wouldn't Luo Qingyuan see through it? As expected, the next moment, Luo Qingyuan nodded. "All right, 20% it is. If you feel like you're earning too much, that's on you. I've never thought money was a problem." Luo Qingyuan continued, Sui, redo the contract. Also, change the contract period from 10 years to 5. Cheng Sui agreed and left to work on the new contract. Nangsing was somewhat shocked. 5 years. Regardless of the company, signing with an artist usually started from a minimum of 10 years. 5 years was a huge privilege. "I know you'd rather not depend on me for a living forever. Whether you want to stay or go after these 5 years, I'll respect your decision." Cheng Sui quickly came back with the contract. "If you've made no progress in these 5 years, it's actually a cut-off contingency from me." Nangsing, "I'm Duan Yi's wife, but I'm also a businesswoman and someone who stands at the top of the business pyramid. This contract is purely for mutual benefit. I won't go easy on you. This 5-year period. Do you dare to accept it?" "Dare." Although her voice was not loud, it was spirited and powerful. "I want to know one thing." Luo Qingyuan glanced at Cheng Sui, and Cheng Sui turned and left. In the office, only Luo Qingyuan and Non-Crossing remained. This was their first time having a face-to-face conversation without Duan Yi or any other outsider present. Non-Crossing gathered her courage and asked, "That night, when I called Duan Yi, I heard." Luo Qingyuan calmly looked at her, not showing any intentions to interrupt. Non-Crossing continued, "Did I hear your voice, or the voice from that time? Was it intentional?" Luo Qingyuan gazed at Non-Sheng's beautiful eyes and her lovely face, then suddenly smiled. "Why are you so determined to know the answer? Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, the result is already in front of you, isn't it? Non-Crossing, what you want is a promising future. Now you have boundless opportunities ahead of you, with a broader world waiting for you. and you can receive the love of many people in this world. What? Now, you no longer want a promising future, you want love from one person. Each word from Luo Qingyuan felt like piercing through the darkest thoughts in Nanxing's heart. Her face turned pale. She forgot that the person in front of her was not the same timid woman from before Duanyi, but the president of Heng Lun Group, the heiress of Kyoto's richest family and individual, who might not be forgiving towards her. People have to go through some experiences to grow up, don't they? Even if I had thoughts, I've never done anything to harm you, have I? Luo Qingyuan suddenly smiled, her gaze turning cold as she asked, is that so? When Wenchu was held captive, you didn't hesitate to act. Non-crossing, although you haven't done anything, your actions may have caused Duanyi to feel guilty towards you for a lifetime. Non-crossing, dare you say that, during the time at Wenchu, you didn't have a bit of intention to win back Duanyi? Even if non-crossing didn't say it, Luo Qingyuan would still understand. Both women, for the man they loved, were willing to pay the price of their lives. After speaking, Luo Qingyuan didn't bother engaging with non-crossing any longer. She finished her coffee and stood up directly. Non-crossing had a special place in Wenyi's heart. And now, in her own way, Luo Qingyuan had planted a seed of unease. Luo Qingyuan and non-crossing both understood that no one was to blame for the situation. Nanxing's reactions were mostly instinctual, but whether the thought was there, both knew. She wagered with her conscience for a lifetime of guilt. Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to leave, non-crossing asked again, so, was it intentional on your part? This time, Luo Qingyuan answered, yes, it was intentional on my part. I wanted you to realize how much the person you gave up on is cherished by me, Luo Qingyuan. Not just that night, if you like listening, you can call me every night. Non-crossing, work is work, and personal matters are personal. I am a person who separates these in the office and doesn't like discussing personal emotions. This is the first and last time. Cheng assistant will take you back later. With that, Luo Qingyuan turned and left. Nanxing's tears fell instantly. It was true. Non-crossing closed her eyes in pain. Cheng Suisui entered the room, bowing her head diligently without looking around. Miss Non-crossing, shall I take you back? Non-crossing wiped her tears haphazardly. Assistant Cheng, no need to trouble yourself, I can go back by myself. Cheng Suisui, with a polite smile, said, let me take you back, miss. Luo is concerned about you being alone. Non-crossing understood. It was a deliberate arrangement by Luo Qingyuan. Non-crossing lowered her head. Let's go. Cheng Suisui helped non-crossing into the elevator. In the private elevator, Cheng Suisui said, Miss Non-crossing, Luo Miss only reveals her childish side in front of Mr. Duan. Non-crossing reply. I know. Cheng Suisui maintained a polite smile. No, you don't. What I mean is if you are seeking future and wealth, you will have them, but if you desire something that does not belong to you, then I think you wouldn't want Miss Luo to become your opponent. In business and romance, Miss Luo was still Miss Luo, the Miss Luo who made everyone tremble. Although a person was lying low, it didn't mean they wouldn't strike again. Non-crossing remained quiet. She understood what Cheng Suisui was implying. Soon, they reached the underground parking lot. Cheng Suisui drove a Bentley to fetch Non-crossing, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. Non-crossing glanced in the direction Cheng Suisui was looking and saw two individuals locked in an intimate embrace in a corner, reluctant to part from their kiss. Duanyi cradled Luo Qingyuan's head, holding her slender waist, allowing her to stand on his shoes. He bent his head, kissing her as if cherishing a precious treasure. Non-crossing clenched her fists, turned to Cheng Suisui, and said, You. It was all Luo Qingyuan's doing. No wonder she insisted on Cheng Suisui taking her back. It was part of her plan. Cheng Suisui politely smiled. The car is this way, Miss Non-crossing. Please get in. An expression of heartbreak clouded Nanxing's eyes, tears welling up. Cheng Suisui couldn't bear to witness her pain and lowered her head. Miss Non-crossing, please. Non-crossing pursed her lips, mustered a bitter smile, and then got into the car. Cheng Suisui settled in the driver's seat. The car slowly drove out of the garage in the opposite direction. Non-crossing sat on the left side of the back seat next to the window. If she turned her head, she could see Duanyi. But this time, Non-crossing didn't dare to look. Through the rearview mirror, Cheng Suisui took a glance at Non-crossing and sighed. Soon after the new year, Mr. Duan and Miss will hold their wedding. Non-crossing turned to look outside. her gaze distant and vacant. She whispered, "I know. It's my fault for pushing him away. Everything is my own doing. I didn't intend to destroy their relationship. It's just ... I miss Maya a bit." She missed the A of her student days, the A who filled her heart and eyes, the A who called out her name anxiously whenever the wind chimes rang. She longed for the A who would steal a kiss from her at the adult ceremony. She missed those moments. If it were the A from those days, he would never have married someone else. Non-crossing lowered her head again, took a few deep breaths, suppressing the pain in her chest. Meanwhile, back in the underground garage, Dwinny held Luo Qingyuan, their breathing slightly uneven. He rubbed her head and asked, "Satisfy?" Luo Qingyuan looked up. "You knew?" Dwinny gestured towards a nearby mirror. "I'm not blind." Luo Qingyuan felt slightly embarrassed and sheepish. Her devious little scheme had been exposed. Will you be angry with me for treating non-crossing this way?" Dwinny hugged her waist. "I know you lack security. If this makes you feel secure, then I'm okay with it. It might help non-crossing get rid of her thoughts. Do you know she still harbors ill intentions towards you?" Dwinny fell silent for a few seconds. How could he not know? Nanqing's every move was etched into his memory. He understood the implications of her actions. Reluctantly, he nodded. "I know. Sometimes, knowing someone too well wasn't ideal." He knew exactly how the eyes of someone in love looked, and Nanqing's intentions were crystal clear to him. Thus, despite understanding Luo Qingyuan's actions, as long as they weren't too extreme, he would turn a blind eye. Luo Qingyuan sighed and hugged him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Sorry for not being as magnanimous as you might have expected." Dwinny smiled and rubbed her head. "I understand. If you remained indifferent like before, I would have truly been upset." Hearing his words, Luo Qingyuan smiled contentedly. Hand in hand, they walked towards the direction of the car. Dwinny drove them back to Moon Bay after dinner. After the meal, Dwinny received a call from his brother, Dwinzi. "Qingyuan, both your uncles have been arrested." Dwinny frowned. "What happened?" "All evidence points to them being the masterminds. To ensure their safety, apart from their lawyer, no one can meet them. Ending this case before the new year seems unlikely." Dwinny asked, "How serious is the situation?" Dwinzi nodded. "It's severe. The accusations are substantial. If proven guilty, it could mean life imprisonment. Additionally, your mother has been ordered not to leave Kyoto. This year seems destined to be turbulent." Dwinzi stood at a high-rise window, looking out into the dark night. "I have a feeling that there's someone manipulating things behind the scenes, but my wife and I can't find out who it is." Dwinzi furrowed his brows. "There's too much going on in the Dwin household right now. My wife is pregnant, I'm about to hold a wedding soon. And after that, it's you. There could be many waiting in the shadows to disrupt things." Dwinyi remained silent for a moment. "We'll handle whatever comes our way." Dwinzi continued, "I've asked Grandpa to stay in Kyoto temporarily, but Grandfather wants to return to our hometown." Dwinzi added, "I initially thought of having two wedding ceremonies, but now, I've reconsidered. It's better to have just one in Kyoto, especially since the wedding is in 3 days. Grandfather needs to be here, and having him around might deter those in Kyoto. Do you think we should set a trap?" Dwinyi raised his eyebrows. It was unexpected that Dwin family had such depth. "My main concern is that I want to give my son a perfect wedding ceremony. However, without rooting out the influence of these families in Kyoto, bringing John Jingchuan to justice, achieving that perfection will be challenging." Nan will understand," Dwinzi said. "This operation will take place during the wedding in 3 days. You will use the wedding to stall everyone. You'll collaborate with the police to find John Jingchuan in Kyoto." Dwinyi could only nod. "Okay. They are sure to make a move. Although Kyoto isn't as dangerous as the border areas, it's not entirely safe either. I won't bring Grandma over this time," Dwinzi informed him. "Okay," Dwinyi agreed. At that moment, both Dwinzi and Dwinyi hoped that all the Dwin men were present to handle things. However, that was merely wishful thinking. After hanging up the phone, Dwinyi turned and saw Luo Qingyuan in her pajamas. Despite the winter clothing, Luo Qingyuan always looked exquisite, like a clothes hanger. His wife, no matter what she wore, always appeared most beautiful. Luo Qingyuan seemed worried. "Will this wedding be peaceful?" Dwinyi walked over, hugged her, and said, "It'll end smoothly, I promise." Holding her close, they walked towards the bed. "Qingyuan, how much do you know about the John family?" Despite Dwinzi's words, Dwinyi didn't understand. John Law and John Jingwen had already been taken into custody. awaiting a public trial after New Year. Only Zhang Jingquan remained, and when you wondered how this fool Zhang Jingquan could stir up the waters in Kyoto, Luo Qingyuan softly responded, "Yi, don't underestimate the Zhang family. To have flourished in Kyoto for so long and for Zhang Jingquan to still be engaged in that kind of trade, they must possess some power. Otherwise, the Kyoto authorities wouldn't have gone without evidence for so many years. The Zhang family, like the Fang family, have influences beyond Kyoto. Their business, like the Luo families, spreads across the country. Each family nurtures their own power. Just like in Wenzhou and beyond, we could provide so much food and covertly assist the police because of the networks of the Luo family. Whether street vendors or shops on the roadside, everyone might lead normal lives in calm times, but when the main house gives a command, those people can give up their lives. This has been the tradition for generations in every family. Just like Fang Liang and Fang Yan, each family has loyalists. Different beliefs make these people the most significant threat. Let me put it this way, as long as there are still people in the Zhang family, these individuals will continue to exist." Luo Qingyuan shared that her family also had backup heirs, and even she didn't know their identities. "Even you don't know your identity, but aren't you the heir to these properties in Kyoto?" Luo Qingyuan embraced Wenyi's waist with a smile. "Although domestic business is good, the real lucrative industry is overseas chain businesses. I don't want to do business abroad, so I stay in the country as the young master of the Luo family, who is my brother. If one day I need to step up as this young master, then I will know who the backup heir is." Suddenly, Wenyi realized something and sat up abruptly. So if the news of Mr. Zhang and Zhang Jingquan being captured gets out, then Zhang Jingquan will naturally become the young master of the Zhang family, and the so-called backup heir will appear. Luo Qingyuan nodded, "Yes. Not only that, there is more than one backup heir. More than one." Now it's Wenyi's turn to have a headache, not knowing if it's a man or a woman. What identity? How do we find out? Luo Qingyuan chuckled lightly. "Perhaps there is a way." Wenyi's eyes brightened instantly. "Wife, tell me." But Luo Qingyuan just glanced at him faintly, then pointed with her index finger to her slightly pink lips. "To find out, do you perhaps need to pay a little price?" Wenyi suddenly became speechless, laughing as he leaned in and kissed Luo Qingyuan's lips, continuing to kiss until their cheeks turned red before releasing her. "Can you tell me now, wife?" Luo Qingyuan gave him a coquettish look and then said, "There is a way. Prominent families usually cultivate talents by starting people from the bottom in the lowest departments, and in order to familiarize them with their young master in advance, the head of the family generally won't place them too far from the young master. The young master of the Zhang family has always been Zhang Jingquan. But since Zhang Jingquan is so incompetent, the head of the Zhang family has never informed him of the existence of a backup heir. To find this person, one must learn to filter. Start looking from Zhang Jingquan's classmates from school, same grade, maybe even the same class. Then after graduation, start looking from the company departments Zhang Jingquan took over. The age won't differ too much from his, and backup heirs usually come from orphanages. But to avoid drawing attention, they would definitely have fake identities." Wenyi listened carefully, becoming increasingly alarmed as he listened. No wonder Yanfen had said that dealing with the prominent families in Kyoto was quite a headache. He had underestimated the complexity of a family. In the end, Luo Qingyuan said, "The wedding is in 3 days. Is there enough time?" Wenyi's gaze was determined. "Whether there's enough time or not, we have to try." Luo Qingyuan said, "I'm sorry, I should have told you about this earlier." Wenyi replied, "There's no need to apologize. It's not your fault. And even if I don't ask, how would you know what information to provide me?" Once again, Luo Qingyuan nodded, her eyes watery and clear. "Quite beautiful." Wenyi forced himself to get out of bed because if this continued, he would end up drowning in Luo Qingyuan's embrace tonight. While changing, Wenyi said, "Wife, I'm afraid I need to recruit some of the Luo family's people temporarily." Luo Qingyuan nodded, getting out of bed to help Wenyi dress. "I'll have Liu Yan follow you. Although Uncle Liu is getting older, he knows the people of the Luo family better than anyone." Wenyi laughed, opening his hands as he allowed Luo Qingyuan to dress him. "Are you not afraid that one day all these subordinates will belong to me?" While tying his tie, Luo Qingyuan smiled and said, "What's there to fear? Those under my command should rightfully be yours." Yi, I know my uncle's situation is causing trouble for you. There's nothing I can do to help, but anything I can do to assist you, no matter the cost, I'm willing. Luo Qingyuan used to be a very courageous person. However, things are different now. Now she wavers and worries that her family's background might bring disaster to the Duan family. Even more so, she worries that Duanyi might not want her because of it. With a single hand, Duanyi lifted Luo Qingyuan's chin and kissed her. The outside world covered in snow and ice, but their kiss was fiery and passionate. After a few minutes, they pressed their foreheads together, sharing warm breaths. Qingyuan, what I need the most is love that I can feel. With this, no matter how difficult the situation, I will dare to face it. Moreover, being in Kyoto now, no matter how challenging it is, it's not as difficult as the days running around in Mount Wenchu. After speaking, when he pinched Luo Qingyuan's cheek and said, "Be good. Sleep early. Don't wait up for me." The power of the prominent families is complex. If there's anything you don't know, ask Uncle Liu. As Luo Qingyuan said this, when he had already left and closed the door behind him, Luo Qingyuan walked to the window, looking down at the snow fluttering in the dark night illuminated by streetlights. It was snowing again in Kyoto. Duanyi quickly left, driving his Volkswagen. Even though there were many luxury cars in the garage, he seemed to prefer his own car. Luo Qingyuan remembered Duanyi saying, "I love money the most." But seeing the car Duanyi drove, she began to doubt the truthfulness of his statement. In the end, Luo Qingyuan shook her head in resignation, turned off the lights, and went to bed. Nothing should happen in Kyoto. That night, the Luo family, the Shen family, and the Fang family, unbeknownst to them, were all searching for the whereabouts of the Zhang family members. The Fang family, "Master, we have few people left. The main forces of the Fang family have already migrated. You should go back and take charge. It's not suitable to continue with these matters now. If those families find out we're involved, we will be powerless to resist." Fang Rou lazily sat in a black chair, blowing smoke rings with red lips. "Just don't let them find out. Aren't the Fang family experts at concealing their movements?" Fang Qing wanted to say more, but was slightly intimidated by Fang Ru's somewhat displeased gaze. "Do as I said. If it's exposed, withdraw in time. I will handle the aftermath." Seeing Fang Rou speak like this, Fang Qing's heart settled slightly, and he nodded directly. Yes. The room was left with just Fang Rou. Her hazy gaze fell on the photograph on the table, a graduation photo they took together when she graduated with a master's degree. Her gaze gradually grew colder. She didn't have such great ambitions. She only wanted everything to calm down sooner, to let the person she loved marry the one he loved smoothly. But with just this thought, why was it so difficult to achieve? The maid came in with a bowl of porridge. "Miss, smoke less. Drink some porridge to warm your body." Fang Rou replied, "Just leave it on the table." At that moment, Fang Ru's phone suddenly rang urgently. "Master, over a dozen cars are heading this way. It seems to be people from several prominent families." Luo family. The old lady was getting ready for bed when she heard the sound of cars driving away outside one by one. The one leading the pack, no need to guess, she already knew who it was. "Zhu, has the young master gone out again?" Zhu, the nanny, replied. "Yes. Don't know what's going on. On such a cold day, the young master has gone out with people again." The old lady sighed. "It's better to get married early." Fortunately, the two of them got married so early. If it were now, it would probably be very difficult. Zhu nodded in agreement. Currently, the madam was practically confined to the Luo family, unable to leave the house. The husband was busy dealing with the police station every day. The young master was constantly on the move, and the young lady was at the Duan family. The old lady's courtyard was becoming even more desolate. "Close the door and go to sleep." Zhu acknowledged and went to turn off the lights and lock the door. Main courtyard. Zhao Ruoxi was so angry that she smashed everything on the table into a mess. "Why can't I go out? Do those people know who I am? I am the wife of one of the world's top four magnates." Luo Kunjing said, "All right, can you just say a little less? Everyone is trying to. I haven't seen you trying to do anything." And as for Qingyuan, ever since she left that day, has she come to see her mother even once? Is it that once you marry off a daughter, you just forget about your mother? Luo Kunjing's face showed some fatigue. "Ruoxi, when will you calmly reflect on your own problems? The matter of Qingyuan's marriage is indeed inappropriate, but have you ever reflected on your own actions regarding your two brothers? Clearly, we are all so wealthy. Why force them to start a transportation company? Zhao Ruoxi suddenly flared up. Luo Kunjing, do you now think I'm dragging you down? Luo Kunjing was stunned for a few seconds, suddenly feeling incredulous. Ruoxi, why would you think that? I'm just stating the facts. Did I not advise you before opening this transportation company? Now that there's a problem, everyone is trying to solve it. Even those thousands of workers scattered across Luo family's various factories are being reassigned. Your affairs are certainly important, but compared to you, the lives and deaths of our workers at Luo family's factories, aren't they more urgent? Zhao Ruoxi said. It's just a transportation company going bankrupt. How does it involve matters of life and death for them? Right now, it's me and my two brothers facing life and death issues. Luo Kunjing, why can't you differentiate between what's urgent and what's light? This statement completely angered Luo Kunjing. He suddenly stood up and slapped Zhao Ruoxi. Zhao Ruoxi was stunned, holding her face as she stared at him in shock. Luo Kunjing's face was full of anger. In your eyes, are the survival problems of thousands of people so insignificant? Do you know in today's society, ordinary people have car loans and mortgages to bear. They have to feed their families. Their daily survival cannot be interrupted. Your current situation cannot be resolved in the short term. It can only be temporarily set aside. But the allocation of workers is urgent. Do you understand? After speaking, Luo Kunjing didn't bother to argue further with Zhao Ruoxi. Today, it's my fault. I shouldn't have resorted to violence. Rest well. I'll stay in the study tonight. With that, Luo Kunjing turned and left the room. Zhao Ruoxi's cheek stung with pain from the slap, but it somewhat cleared her mind. Her temper had indeed worse in these days. Yes, these workers were all hired by the Zhao family. How could she speak such words? Timidly, the maid knocked on the door and entered. Madam, do you need anything tidied up? The maid quickly lowered her head, prepared to be reprimanded. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ruoxi said, tidy up, and prepare some late-night snacks to be delivered to the study. The maid breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. Things settled down temporarily in the Luo family. It was late at night. Fang Rou had just led her people downstairs, preparing to leave, when the gate of the Fang family was forcefully broken through by a car, followed by one luxury car after another driving in, stopping steadily at the gate of the Fang family. Fang Qing suggested, Miss, let's go through the back. Fang Rou looked at the people getting out of the cars and shook her head. It's too late. Call the police. Fang Qing nodded while signaling to the people below. Heading the group was Chen Yun, the young master of one of the noble families in Kyoto. Chen Yun had neatly cropped hair, and his well-pressed suit fitted him perfectly. He walked over with a smile, followed by a group of people behind him, all in a solemn manner. Chen Yun said, Miss Fang, long time no see. Didn't expect to meet again under these circumstances. I am here uninvited to ask for an explanation. Please don't be offended. Fang Rou looked coldly. Oh. I wonder what explanation young Master Chen wants. Chen Yun smiled, but there was no warmth in his eyes. You have betrayed the noble family, leaking exclusive routes and information to outsiders, and still pretend not to know. Madam Fang, your conduct is highly unethical, isn't it? Fang Rou remained silent. Chen Yun's face turned colder. Lady Fang, I don't know what you're up to, but your actions have violated the interests of most of us. Do you think, after doing so many bad deeds, you can still safely leave Kyoto? Fang Rou, you really don't value us. Chen Yun abruptly threw the cigarette in his hand. Brothers. Smash. Fang Ru's eyes suddenly darkened. Fang Qing was about to rush forward, but a jeep suddenly broke through from behind, scaring everyone away. At the same time, a group of police officers emerged from all directions. Someone wondered, what's going on? How did the police arrive so quickly? I don't know. Who leaked the information? Fang Rou looked at Fang Qing, questioning. Fang Qing shook her head, in confusion. She had only reported the incident less than 5 minutes ago. But soon, they found out who it was, because a familiar figure got out of the jeep. Duanzi, although he was just a consultant, he was also an advisor to the police station, hence dressed in police uniform, received a report of illegal intrusion into a residence. Is it you, Chen Yun? Duanzi jumped down from the jeep followed closely by Yan Fan. Chen Yun smiled but ignored Duanzi, instead looking directly at Yan Fan. For such a small matter, Captain Yang, you show up. Isn't that overreacting? Yan Fan had no expression. A minor matter. So many of you coming to the Fang family. What are you up to? If I didn't come, I'm afraid incidents would recur in my division, right? DRIZZLE also paid no mind to Chen Yun, walking straight to Fang Rou. Take your people and leave tonight. Where to? Leave Kyoto, go abroad, to the place where your Fang family immigrates. Do you know, once I leave, I may never return to Kyoto. DRIZZLE averted his gaze. I know, as the head of the house, you must make the right choice. This indeed was currently the fastest and best way to avoid the noble families of Kyoto. Fang Rou stared at DRIZZLE for a few seconds, then smiled. All right. So, Fang Qing supported Fang Rou and turned around to leave. Chen Yun looked gloomy and took an unconscious step forward, wanting to stop Fang Rou. The people behind him were also eager to act. DRIZZLE also turned around, took a step to the left, and directly blocked Chen Yun. As their eyes met, the coldness in their eyes did not diminish at all. Chen Yun, Advisor Duan, are you determined to protect Miss Fang today? DRIZZLE indifferently replied. Yes. Fang Rou turned her head and seemed to see the one slender young man from the past, who used to be lazy but had now grown into a strong young man. Fang Qing. Miss, let's go. Fang Rou withdrew her gaze and lifted her foot, saying, let's go. Thus, in full view of everyone, Fang Rou led the remaining members of the Fan family, 6 in total, slowly out of the Fang family compound, and no one dared to intercept them forcibly. This was because DRIZZLE said, today, anyone who dares to block the Fang family's leader will have conflicts with the Luo family, Shen family, and Duan family. I will definitely not let them off lightly, and if you don't believe me, you can try. Chen Yun chuckled angrily, clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately could only smile. Advisor Duan is willing to go to great lengths for a beautiful woman. I wonder how Miss Shen would react if she knew about your relationship with the Fang family leader. Yang Fen chuckled and said, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just happened to be on patrol today due to a report. With that, Yang Fen took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to DRIZZLE and Chen Yun. DRIZZLE smoked calmly and said, this is a private matter between my wife and me. You don't have to worry about it. Young Master Chen, I don't want to make things difficult for you. I won't hold the Fang family's actions today against you. In the future business dealings, you can also interact with the Shen family. No matter the project, within 3 years, the major profits will be left to you. You won't lose on this deal, so why not consider it? Yang Fen smiled and joked, that's right, young Master Chen, think about it. In the business world, having one more friend is better than having one more enemy, right? The people behind Chen Yun whispered in his ear, saying softly, young master, in 3 years, we can recover the money and manpower we lost. If we can take this opportunity to make friends with the Luo family and Shen family, it might not be a bad idea. Moreover, the Duan family is not as simple on the surface. Watching Fang Rou lead the Fang family members out of the compound, Chen Yun glanced at DRIZZLE, Yang Fen, and the few people standing in the courtyard. Although he didn't know them and they weren't many, Chen Yun could tell that these people were all experts. The atmosphere momentarily became tense. It was already snowing heavily, and the confrontation among major figures made the followers extremely fearful and apprehensive. Suddenly, a hearty laughter broke out. Everyone turned to see Chen Yun's face had already changed to a friendly smile. He extended his hand towards DRIZZLE, saying, all right, I'll give Mr. Duan face today. In the future, I hope the Luo family and Shen family can help the Chen family more. Yang Fan remained silent, but he was pondering inwardly. Young Master Chen was quite ambitious. He originally mentioned the Shen family, but now he was also bringing in the Luo family to curry favor. Could DRIZZLE not see through this? He couldn't help but smile. I can make decisions for the Shen family, but as for the Luo family, young Master Chen will have to visit in person. As DRIZZLE finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded from afar. Young Master Chen doesn't need to visit in person. Over the next 3 years, the Chen family and Luo family will cooperate sincerely. And as for profit sharing, we can discuss it. Everyone looked up and saw Luo Shuyan, dressed in an expensive suit, with only one person accompanying him. Others seemed to be waiting outside the Fang family gate. Even though the gate had been damaged by Chen Yun's convoy, it indicated how terrifying the information network of these people in the capital city was. Although the Fang family was not among the elite families, their members held positions of influence in various fields, so no one wanted to offend them. If it weren't for the incident in Wenchu, Chen Yun wouldn't have wanted to take the lead. But obviously, The current situation seemed much better than directly confronting Fang Rou. And even if his Chen family no longer targeted the Fang family, would other elite families tolerate Fang Rou's actions? Some lessons still needed to be taught. Chen Yun, young Master Luo, it's a rare sight indeed. Since you have personally intervened, I have nothing more to say. The matter concerning the Fang family is now in your hands, and it will be put to rest today. I also promise that the Chen family will not trouble the Fang family in the future. After speaking, Chen Yun smiled and said, Young Master Luo, it's late today. I will personally visit tomorrow. Luo Shuyan replied, I will look forward to young Master Chen's visit. Chen Yun nodded and then waved his hand, saying, Brothers, let's go. Everyone got back in their cars and left in a hurry. Just as they had arrived, the Fang family compound finally quieted down. Yang Fen said, Since the matter is resolved, I will take my people and leave. DRIZZLE nodded. Thank you for your efforts, Captain Yang. Yang Fen punched him directly. Call me by my name. Captain Yang sounds awkward coming from you. DRIZZLE smiled and nodded. After giving a greeting to Luo Shuyan, Yang Fen left. Luo Shuyan remarked, The information sent by DRIZZLE was timely. Thank you. DRIZZLE replied, No need to thank me. The planes are ready, and the Fang family members will safely leave the city. The matter is concluded, and I will take my leave. Halfway through, Luo Shuyan seemed to remember something and turned back. By the way, I arranged for an escort for Miss Fang, but besides the Chen family, there are other families. Luo Shuyan was warning DRIZZLE. In response, DRIZZLE quickly got into his car and said, Thank you. Then, he stepped on the gas and drove off. Luo Shuyan smiled helplessly. Ziwu, tidy up here and restore it to its original state. Ziwu asked, Should we get reimbursement from Miss Fang for this? Luo Shuyan replied, The Fang family probably has no money right now. Ziwu was surprised. Really? The Fang family has fallen on such hard times. They are still a major family after all. Luo Shuyan gazed at the seemingly desolate Fang family mansion and said, Yes, they are still a major family, but they have been forced to relocate with their entire family. Ziwu didn't understand. Even if they stayed in the city, with all of us looking out for them, the Fang family should be able to survive. Why do they need to move? Luo Shuyan looked at the dark sky and said, Because the Fang family committed a major industry taboo. By relocating, they can make a fresh start. If they don't move, they will face endless hostilities. No one can help each other forever. This is also the reason why DRIZZLE is still willing to help Fang Rou at this time. The Fang family truly spared no effort in protecting DRIZZLE, Shen Nian, and the news of non-crossing, which was also discovered by the Fang family first. This debt of gratitude should indeed be repaid. At the airport, Fang Rou sat alone with Fan Qing, along with a few remaining members of the Fang family. It was already late at night, and although there were still people at the airport, there weren't as many as during daylight hours. It was a chartered flight, but the departure time was still pending. Fan Qing brought a bowl of instant noodles and said, Miss, you haven't eaten much all day. Have something to eat. Once we're out of the country and back home, there will be delicious food waiting for you. Fang Rou shook her head and said, No, you have it. Fan Qing, how much longer do we have to wait? Miss, not much longer. DRIZZLE stood not far away, watching silently. He did not approach because there was nothing left to say between them. The current scene was reminiscent of when Fang Rou had decided to go abroad, and he had come to the airport to see her off. Back then, DRIZZLE had asked Fang Rou in a humble tone, Can you not go? Fang Rou, with tears in her eyes and clearly reluctant, still hugged him, patted his back lightly, and said, Ace, be good. Don't wait for me. Such an intimate address, calling out Ace so affectionately. Each word was like a gentle knife. To this day, DRIZZLE actually understood Fang Rou. After all, Fang Rou was the head of the Fang family first, and Fang Rou second. The honor of a family was more important than anything else. For DRIZZLE, he could afford to have something happen to himself, but not to anyone in the Duan family. The same applied to Fang Rou. They were of the same kind. Therefore, they were destined to part ways. Even in the late night, the snow continued to fall. They waited and waited until 6 o'clock in the morning. DRIZZLE stood on the other side of the airport, and Fang Rou finally stood up. As the announcements began, Fang Rou slowly moved forward with the crowd. As she ascended the escalator, she turned back as if sensing something, but amidst the bustling airport, She did not see the person she wanted to see. Fan Qing couldn't bear to watch, saying, "Miss, don't look, Mr. Duan won't come. Tomorrow is Mr. Duan's wedding. At this time, for him to come and help, it's already nostalgia for past feelings." Fang Rou smiled, then didn't say much. As Fang Rou turned away, DRIZZLE glanced at her once, put on a hat, wrapped himself in a black coat, and turned to leave. That's how it was. Fang Rou, I wish you a smooth journey ahead, and smooth sailing. While he understood Fang Rou's actions back then, understanding aside, at the moment she gave up on him, Fang Rou was not worth his forgiveness. He would protect her, no matter how far apart they were, but his love had to be given to someone who loved him and wouldn't leave him. He will be there. Fang Rou's voice was soft, and Fan Qing didn't hear clearly. Huh, miss? What did you say? Fang Rou shook her head, said no more, and walked a bit faster with her bag. At that moment, amidst the crowds, neither of them looked back as they did in the past. After leaving the airport, snow quickly covered everything. DRIZZLE found his car and drove back to the Duan family. It was time for him to go back to rest, as there were important matters to attend to upon waking. On the plane, there was an empty seat next to Fan Qing. The nanny asked, "Miss Fan Qing, is the head of the family not planning to return with us? Is she going to stay in Kyoto?" Fan Qing sighed. "No, she's not. Book a ticket for Miss for tomorrow night." The nanny, still puzzled, did as requested. The plane took off, and Fan Qing looked back at the familiar place for the last time, tears welling up in her eyes. "Miss, once you fulfill your final wish, you will definitely come back, right?" The day before the wedding, everything was ready. Luo Qingyuan came to the Shen family to accompany Shen Nayan, who was about to be married. Apart from Luo Qingyuan, Shen Nayan had not chosen anyone else, as Luo Qingyuan had been her only close friend for so many years. The Shen family was decorated with lights and colors, looking festive. In the bedroom, Shen Nayan was happily trying on clothes. The main veil was already chosen, but Shen Nayan was still undecided about the toast dress. "Qingyuan, do you think I should wear a fishtail or off-the-shoulder gown? My belly hasn't shown signs of pregnancy yet. I want to look beautiful." Luo Qingyuan looked at the various dresses sent by the different brands, filling the large 100 square meter bedroom, and couldn't help but sigh. How about trying on each one? Keep the ones that look good and switch them up. Shen Nayan was energetic and immediately nodded. "Sure, you have to help me with the decision." Luo Qingyuan nodded, "Of course." As Shen Nayan changed clothes, she said, "There will be many influential people in Kyoto tomorrow, and I'm quite happy about it. But when I think that someone might ruin the wedding tomorrow, I feel uneasy." Luo Qingyuan sat lazily on the sofa, holding a pillow. "The wedding will proceed smoothly tomorrow. As you said, all the influential people in Kyoto will be there. And there is also security hired, right? So, don't worry." The security had been personally arranged by the Duan family, with both the Shen and Luo families providing assistance. By the way, will the Zhang family members really come? Why would Zhang Jingwen show up? Is using this wedding as bait really effective? Luo Qingyuan, with her hands supporting her head, spoke. "Zhang Jingwen won't come, but his subordinates will come to see. This is the only opportunity to understand the various families of the prominent families. How could he miss it?" Not only would he not miss it, Luo Qingyuan felt that, given Zhang Jingwen's character, he might even send his most capable subordinate and the next heir to the Zhang family. The Zhang family is really troublesome, like cockroaches that won't die. The rise of a prominent family has been passed down through generations, so it won't be easy for them to decline. Moreover, after the new year, Zhang Jingchuan will be brought to court, and they won't sit idly by. The Zhang family probably wants to eat our flesh and drink our blood now. Luo Qingyuan laughed. That's true. Relentless. Zhang Jingchuan's current plan was probably to either find a way to make a comeback or ensure that they pay a price regardless of the outcome. But regardless of the possibility, they couldn't be given this opportunity. Let's stop thinking about it. He's a fugitive after all, and won't be arrogant for long. Quick, how does this one look? Do butterfly sleeves make your arms look thick? Try another one. How about this one? It's a bit too big. And this one, too tight. It must be uncomfortable around your stomach. Change. The two spent the entire day from dawn to dusk trying on dresses in the room before finding two satisfactory outfits. Even dinner was served by the nanny in their room. After dinner, A series of luxurious jewelry and gold was displayed one after another. Luo Qingyuan said, "Keep choosing to see how they match with your dress." At this moment, DRIZZLE was trying on Western suits at the Duan family's place. The suits were personally sent over by Shen Nianan from the Shen family, tailored to fit him perfectly, each set matching Shen Nianan's wedding gown. There were dedicated staff to assist with the fitting, in addition to a large number of relatives present at the Duan family home. DRIZZLE felt overwhelmed. No need for this. Everything fits well. I'll choose the sets to show Nianan and let her decide. Ding Yifan walked in. No need for what? The most important moment in your life is today. You didn't have to worry about anything the past few days. Just accompany Nianan for the wedding photo shoot. Now you're reluctant to try on clothes. Looking at the nearly 100 sets of custom-made suits, DRIZZLE felt not indifferent, but rather that trying them on would drive him crazy. DRIZZLE said, "Mom, that's not what I meant." Ding Yifan interrupted, "Then just try them on. Wear them man show Nian." DRIZZLE unconsciously glanced at DRIZZLE, who was aloof and uninvolved, completely ignoring his brother's pleading eyes, continuing his sweet online chat with his wife. DRIZZLE sighed, "All right, you're really good at this." Both the Shen and Duan families were busy preparing for the wedding. The next day at dawn, the wedding car set off from the Duan family's home, with each sheet adorned with big red double happiness characters. The drivers all had crew cuts, young men smiling widely. DRIZZLE thought it was too ostentatious, but Duan Cheng waved it off. What's wrong with being a little showy? This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. So, he decided along with his old comrades to give the boys in the unit a day off. When they were young, everyone loved to join in the fun. For everyone, a day off with free food was the height of joy. DRIZZLE drove the wedding car, with DRIZZLE sitting in the back, his phone silent, but a message suddenly popped up. Happy honeymoon. He had long deleted the number, but those digits were ingrained in DRIZZLE's memory. With an 8-hour time difference between London and Beijing, it should be early morning in London now. DRIZZLE replied, "Thank you, get some rest." Soon, the wedding car arrived downstairs at the Shen family's residence. Since the Lunar New Year was approaching, DRIZZLE decided to bring Shen Nian back to the Duan family home first, and then move to their new home. After the holiday, Shen Nian was already dressed in her wedding gown, a traditional silk dress that accentuated her round face, making her look cute and lively. As DRIZZLE stepped out of the car, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. "Quick, DRIZZLE, take a look. Is my outfit wrinkled?" DRIZZLE teased, "No, but weren't you calm just now? Why the sudden panic as we're arriving at the doorstep?" Their brothers chuckled at his sudden change of demeanor. "You've seen your wife so many times. Why the nerves? Go on. Don't keep your wife waiting." Encouraged by his companions, DRIZZLE, amidst their applause, proceeded confidently through the bustling entrance of the Shen family. It was at this moment that one of Duan Cheng's subordinates approached DRIZZLE. "Young Master Duan, there has been a black jeep following us from the 9 o'clock direction." DRIZZLE asked for the license plate number and upon hearing it, he hesitated. "She means no harm. Let her be. But what if she follows our wedding car? I saw double happiness on her car too." DRIZZLE felt conflicted. Why did Fang Xiaolei have to do this? Glancing at her was one thing, but following or escorting the wedding procession would only make things more difficult. DRIZZLE headed towards Fang Xiaolei's direction. Despite the ceaseless popping of firecrackers and the lively noise around, even if one were far away, they could tell it was a joyous occasion. Fang Xiaolei, dressed casually, stood alone by her car, smoking, as she watched DRIZZLE approach. Only as DRIZZLE stood before her did Fang Xiaolei flick the cigarette butt away and step on it. "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble," DRIZZLE answered. "I know." Fang Xiaolei smiled, about to get in the car. "I'll leave now." An unexpected question from DRIZZLE stopped her in her tracks. "Fang, would you like to accompany him for this final stretch?" Fang Xiaolei didn't respond immediately, paused with her hand on the car door. After waiting a while, she finally said, "I'll accompany him to meet his new wife. You don't have to mind me." DRIZZLE nodded, then follow behind. With so many cars today, an extra one won't make much difference. Fang Xiaolei smiled suddenly, genuinely saying, "Thank you." Before leaving, DRIZZLE paused her. "Wait a moment." Fang Xiaolei retrieved a thick red envelope from the car, handing it to DRIZZLE. "My gift." She had promised DRIZZLE to give a gift without expecting anything in return. The weight of the envelope in his hand made DRIZZLE thoughtful. Fang Xiaolei suggested, You can put it in anonymously. He probably won't care about such things. Twinny looked at her, asking, I'm curious. If you like my brother so much, why did you decisively go abroad back then? Fan Xiaolei gazed at the dawn's light, saying, in this lifetime, one must always sacrifice something to get what they want. Twinny understood that adults knew when to stop talking. But being the gossipy person he was, before leaving, he couldn't help but ask, do you regret it? Instead of answering directly, Fan Xiaolei smiled, counter-questioning, you had your turmoil with Yi Nuan. Years of a lifelong friendship with non-crossing, known to all, but there's no decent outcome. What about you? Any regrets? Twinny wanted to slap himself for asking such a question. Would the woman tolerated by his brother Duanzi be a simple woman? Twinny chuckled. You've inherited the tongue of my brother, unwilling to suffer any losses. Fan Xiaolei laughed too. Birds of a feather. With the envelope in hand, Twinny said, I'm going. Following that, he swiftly caught up with the bustling crowd entering the Shen family residence. As for Fan Xiaolei, she got back into her car, driving to the rear, not getting out of the vehicle, but having a clear view of the Shen family's grand courtyard. Soon, petals cascaded from above, accompanied by the first rays of the morning sun, a truly enchanting sight. Duanzi emerged, cradling Shen Nian amidst the tumultuous crowd. Young men clapped and cheered, showering them with baskets of good wishes. The two newlyweds couldn't stop smiling. Shen Nian nestled in Duanzi's arms, looking particularly shy, while Duanzi protected her, ensuring no one crowded around her. Fan Xiaolei, watching, couldn't help but smile. Originally, when a man marries the girl he loves, it really feels like winning a battle. Look, how full of vigor and spirit the youth in her memory looks at this moment. The girl in his arms will be his whole world from now on. His wife, the mother of his children. How wonderful. The convoy slowly set off again. They had to circle around the capital before heading to the best hall in the capital for the wedding. How long the convoy traveled in the warm winter sun. Fang Rou followed for how long? Everyone knew she followed the convoy, including Mr. Duan, but everyone deliberately turned a blind eye. When the wedding car slowly entered the hall, it was almost 11 in the morning. This grand wedding, the people in the hall were either high-ranking officials in the capital or heads and young heads of major families. The original top 10 families were missing the Zhang family today, but no one was interested in mentioning it. According to the seating arrangement, everyone gradually took their seats, while Shen Nian went to the room to change into her wedding dress. Their makeup team was the top team in the capital, following the convoy the whole way, and each member's skills were very good. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Only Duanyi, Luoan, and a few others were looking for someone in the hall. The information Duanyi received was that the person sent by Zhang Jingchuan was named Zhang Zifan, and if everything went according to plan, this person's intention in coming today was to make trouble for them. Fang Rou sat at the very end of the hall. She was wrapped up tightly, wearing a hat and a mask, making it almost impossible for anyone to recognize her. People came and went in the hall, each holding a glass and chatting with each other. Before long, a waiter in a tuxedo brought a glass of red wine to Fang Rou. Adhering to the principle that the customer is God, not a single person was overlooked in the room. Miss, have a glass of wedding wine. This was personally selected by Madame Duan. I heard it was air-mailed from the Persian Empire and tastes very good. Fang Ru's hand trembled slightly, but she still took the glass of wine. Thank you. The waiter smiled and said, You're welcome. Enjoy the joy. Soon, the MC came out. After a lot of pleasantries, it was time for the highlight. Let's welcome our bride and groom today. Applause. There was warm applause from below, but Fang Rou just lowered her hat. At the end of the hall, Duanzi was in a white suit accompanied by Shen Nian in a wedding dress. When the two of them appeared, everyone was amazed at how well matched they were. It wasn't until they walked step by step towards the stage under the guidance of the MC that Fang Rou finally lifted her head. At that moment, Duanzi was carefully arranging the train of Shen Nian's wedding dress, and at that moment, Duanzi truly had eyes only for Shen Nian. He knew that there would be troublemakers today, but it didn't matter. This wedding would definitely end perfectly. Fang Rou watched as the MC led the proceedings step by step. Groom, do you wish to take this woman by your side as your wife and enter into marriage with her? To love her, care for her, respect her, accept her, and be loyal to her until the end of your life, through sickness and health and for any other reasons. Dwinzi turned his head to look at Shen Nian, who looked very bashful and expectant, and his heart warmed, so he held her hand and, in front of everyone, said, "I do. Bri, do you wish for this man to be your husband and enter into marriage with him, to love him, care for him, respect him, accept him, and be faithful to him until the end of your life, through sickness and health and for any other reasons?" Shen Nian's heart was pounding. Looking into Dwinzi's focused eyes, she nodded gently and said, "I do." Then, "Next, please exchange rings, bride and groom." So, Dwinzi knelt down on one knee, devoutly kissed his wife's hand, and then placed the wedding ring on her ring finger. Shen Nian, with tears in her eyes, also placed the wedding ring for Dwinzi. "Now, Mr. Duan, you may kiss your bride in front of everyone." Then, with fervent and enduring applause, Dwinzi lifted Shen Nian's face, and seeing her lips that looked very fresh and tender, he smiled, lowered his head, and gently kissed his wife. No one noticed that Dwinzi was on the other side of the hall with Luoang, Ziwu, and John, holding someone down, with the grandpa's men building a wall so that no one could see this sigh. Zhang Zifen was being pressed down by Dwinzi, wanting to cry but then being slapped in the face by Dwinzi, scolding him angrily. "Behave yourself." Zhang Zifen was truly at a loss. He couldn't understand how Dwinzi had found him. He had disguised himself. He even changed his name. How was he being held down here? Everyone stood up, and flower petals fell all around, while cheerful music played in the hall. The two newlyweds reluctant to part from their kiss. On the big screen, images of their happiness cycled through. Wedding photos were displayed everywhere. Fang Rou finally took off her hat, finishing the wine in her cup in one gulp. The wine was strong, but the waiter said it tasted sweet on the first sip. Sweet? Maybe. She couldn't taste it. Then she took out her phone. In the midst of everyone's cheers, she took a selfie, smiling and posing, but behind the photo was her lover's wedding. "The MC, where's the applause?" Fang Rou put away her phone and, along with all the other guests present, began applauding, but her eyes couldn't help turning red. Finally, amid the lively applause, Fang Rou turned away from the crowd and headed back the way she came. When she reached the door, a polite waiter offered her a beautifully wrapped box of red candies. Fang Rou raised her head, and the shock in her eyes made the waiter startle. Her sadness was palpable. The waiter instinctively tried to take back the candy, but Fang Rou had already reached out and taken it. "Thank you." With a simple thank you, Fang Rou's figure disappeared at the doorway. The waiter wanted to remind Fang Rou there was still a seat, but no words came out, and they just stared as Fang Rou walked further and further away. Luoan and a few brothers led Zhang Zifen and the others out of the hall. Dwinzi finally had time to look for Fang Rou because he had received a strange text on his phone before the ceremony began. "The person you're looking for is in the 7th row at the most inner seat." Dwinzi actually found Zhang Zifen, who had put on makeup and probably wouldn't even be recognized by his mom. He wanted to know how Fang Rou had found him, but when he went to look for her again, she was already gone. Soon, Dwinzi received 3 more messages. "Because his makeup artist was someone I arranged. Also, don't tell him I was here. I won't return to the country again. Thank you. Little brother Dwinzi." Fang Rou's car drove away from the hall towards the airport, where she had spent the whole day. The wedding continued until 7 in the evening. Dwinzi took Shen Nian back home, and Shen Nian changed into a red kipa and, wrapped in a coat, watched fireworks with Dwinzi downstairs. Fireworks bloomed in the sky. Suddenly, the whole sky over the city of the capital was lit up with fireworks. It seemed that people all over the city had started lighting fireworks from all directions. Shen Nian jumped for joy. "Wow, so beautiful." Dwinzi looked at Dwinzi and asked with his eyes, "Did you arrange this?" Dwinzi replied, "I guess it was me." At the airport, Fang Rou had taken a plane and finally left the capital as fireworks lit up the sky. "Goodbye, capital city. Goodbye, Dwinzi." Shen Nian was happy all day long. When she watched the fireworks, her eyes curved into crescents, her hands tightly wrapped around Dwinzi's waist, leaning against his chest, feeling his heartbeat, and Dwinzi just indulged her, accompanying her, putting his arm around her shoulders, both looking up at the fireworks display together. Shen Nian had seen fireworks before, but for every girl, watching fireworks while embraced by their loved one was a very happy thing, especially since these fireworks were set off on their wedding night, specifically for her. She found it extremely romantic. On the other side, when he also held Luo Qingyuan from behind, Luo Qingyuan softly asked, "Will the fireworks on our wedding night be as beautiful?" Duanyi smiled, lowered his head, kissed her ear, causing Luo Qingyuan to giggle and dodge as they joked around for a while. Finally, Duanyi said, "Yes, it will be even more beautiful." Duanyi continued, "My grandfather said the 15th day of the 3rd month is a good day. Spring is just starting. It won't be too cold. So we've decided to have our wedding on that day. What do you think?" Luo Qingyuan was immediately pleasantly surprised. "Oh, really? The date has been set?" Duanyi replied, "Just waiting for you to agree." Luo Qingyuan blushed, her eyes somewhat moist. "Okay, then that day. In fact, during this time when I've been helping Nianian choose her wedding dress, I've also secretly looked at some for myself," Duanyi said, patting his wife's waist, contentedly sighing. "Oh, did you find one you like?" "I found a few sets. You can help me choose after New Year," he said, rubbing his wife's soft hair and then pulling her closer in the night breeze. "All right." As the night deepened, the two brothers returned to the Duan family with their wives. Tonight at the Duan household was particularly lively. With everyone present, even Granta's face was full of smiles. Seeing them come in, everyone's gaze became warmer. Liang Mo's belly was already quite big, and all the things needed for childbirth were packed into 2 suitcases, ready for when Liang Mo went into labor, they would rush to the hospital. Ding Yifan said, "It's windy outside. Hurry and take your wife back to the room." Duanzi responded with an acknowledgement and led Shen Nianian upstairs. Shen Nianian said, "Mom, Dad, we're going to bed now." Everyone nodded, and Shen Nianian quickened her pace to catch up with Duanzi. Duan Jiancheng sighed. "Looking at them, it makes me think back to our youth. Youth was really good," Duanyi said, sitting beside Duan Jiancheng, his wife Luo Qingyuan by his side. Tonight, the family sat around the stove, where sweet potatoes were roasting, emanating a delicious aroma. Duanyi said, "Grandpa, you always miss your youth. Why not share some stories with us from back then?" Before Duanyi could finish speaking, he got a pat on the back of his head. "You brat, you're becoming more and more teasing," Duan Sheng said with a stern face. Luo Qingyuan laughed and rubbed Duanyi's head. Duanyi leaned into Luo Qingyuan's embrace, looking mischievous. "Why? Grandpa, you always act so naughty in front of Grandma. Why do I feel like you're just like a child?" Luo Qingyuan watched the heartwarming scene, unable to stop herself from laughing. Ding Yifan, who was sitting aside flipping the sweet potatoes, chuckled and said, "Isn't it because you inherited it from him?" "Just as disobedient," Duan Sheng said, his face all red with embarrassment. Duanyi burst into laughter. "So, Dad, you're not obedient in front of Mom? Why does it sound like you're just a child?" Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh at the harmonious scene. Ding Yifan joked, "Your dad is just a big kid, always asking questions all the time. When I'm not around, he goes looking everywhere. I go out with your Aunt Z for a stroll, to chat, and he's calling me 100 times a day." Duan Sheng, embarrassed, turned red, and the whole family burst into laughter, even Liang Mo, who had been silently sitting on the side. Seeing this, Luo Qingyuan patted Duanyi, signaling him to get up. Duanyi obediently straightened up. Luo Qingyuan then moved a few steps to sit beside Liang Mo, asking, "Sister-in-law, what are you embroidering?" Liang Mo replied, "Tiger head shoes. The child is growing fast. Lately, I haven't had much to do, so I thought of embroidering a few more pairs." Everyone's attention was drawn to Liang Mo's activities. Ding Yifan remarked, "Xiao Mo's skills are really good." Duanyi added, "Yeah, Big Brother is really lucky to marry such a skillful sister-in-law." Luo Qingyuan smiled and said, "Yes, these tiger head shoes are really well embroidered." Duan Jiancheng advised, "Xiao Mo, don't embroider too much. We already had everything at home. Don't strain your eyes." Liang Mo replied, "Okay, I'll just embroider occasionally. After all, there's nothing else to do when idle." Luo Qingyuan took Liang Mo's hand and said, "Sister-in-law, it will be New Year in a few days. The company is also about to give holidays. Since I'm free, why don't you teach me?" Ding Yifan and Duan Sheng exchanged glances and both nodded in agreement. They knew Luo Qingyuan suggested that to keep Liang Mo company, as she had noticed Liang Mo was feeling lonely lately. Duanyi noticed the tenderness in Luo Qingyuan's eyes, feeling happy that she truly cared for everyone in his family. Ding Yifan said, "The sweet potatoes are ready. It's so cold outside. It's perfect weather to enjoy roasted sweet potatoes." Luo Qingyuan praised her mother. "Mom, You really think of everything. Dwinny said, I can't wait. As he was about to grab the sweet potatoes, Ding Yifan reminded him to wash his hands first. Dwinny quickly complied. And when Luo Qingyuan came back, he had already peeled to steaming hot sweet potatoes, giving one to Liang Mo and the other to Luo Qingyuan. As he started to peel another one for his own mother, Dwen Sheng jokingly intervened, not wanting to eat his son's peeling. Everyone burst into laughter, enjoying the warmth and joy of the family gathering. Dwinny hadn't had a chance to give the sweet potato to his grandfather yet, but Dwen Jiancheng waved his hand. I don't want it. I would rather peel and eat it myself while it's still hot and fragrant. Dwinny had to take back the sweet potato and said, Fine, I'll eat it myself. Then Dwinny thought of something else and turned to Dwen Sheng, sticking his face close. Dad, how can you, at your age, be so petty, even needing your son's vinegar? Dwen Sheng replied, You brat, feeling itchy, huh? With that, Dwen Sheng grabbed a nearby cushion and threw it at Dwinny. Dwinny chuckled and quickly hid behind Luo Qingyuan, who picked up the cushion from the floor with a smile. Stop messing around and eat up, Luo Qingyuan said. Dwinny then sat back down. Pointing at him, Dwen Sheng looked disappointed and said, You are really hopeless. Dwinny replied, Who says that? Marrying such a good wife, isn't that a sign of being successful? Grandpa, don't you agree? The old man, busy eating the steaming sweet potato, couldn't respond in time, and could only nod vaguely. Hum. Seeing the old man acting like a jester, everyone burst into laughter again. In this lively atmosphere, Dwen Jiancheng changed into a set of red pajamas and held hands as they went downstairs. Dwinny asked, Isn't it late for you two to be going to bed? Shen Nianian, like a fluttering butterfly, flew towards Luo Qingyuan with a smile, saying, Qingyuan, I'm here. This action startled the usually composed Luo Qingyuan, who said, Be careful. Liang Mo also felt nervous, as Shen Nianian was still a few days away from her 3rd month of pregnancy. However, Shen Nianian, carefree as ever, soon sat down next to Luo Qingyuan, holding his arm. Don't worry, everything is fine. I smelled the scent of roasted sweet potatoes and wanted to come down and see, Dwinzy said, sitting next to Dwinny. Isn't she just coming down to eat because she's craving it? Shen Nianian said to him with a huff, Brother, can't you give me some face? The scene fell silent for a few seconds. Dwinny exclaimed, What's going on, brother? Dwinzy's expression froze for a moment. Then he turned to Dwinny and asked, Is it not allowed? Afterward, Dwinzy quickly looked over to Luo Qingyuan and asked, Brother, what do you usually call her? Luo Qingyuan was about to answer, but Dwinny hurriedly shook his head towards Luo Qingyuan and said to Dwinzy, It's fine. You can call her anything. It's normal between a couple. If Dwinny had not reacted so strongly, Dwinzy might not have been so curious, but now, he just had to know. Shen Nianian couldn't help but chuckle. She knew. Luo Qingyuan blushed slightly, and Liang Mo didn't keep quiet either. Leaning in and whispering in Luo Qingyuan's ear, Does she call you sister-in-law, right? Luo Qingyuan was briefly surprised. Shen Nianian couldn't help but laugh out loud, asking, Sister-in-law, how did you know? Does your husband call you that too? Dwinzy's ears perked up. He was getting into this. What? Renji. Does he call his wife names? Tell us. Dwinzy, seemingly calm, as he peeled the sweet potato, subtly moved closer to Shen Nianian. Even Dwen Sheng and Ding Yifan, who appeared indifferent, were all ears. Even when Jiancheng quietly waited, sitting between Shen Nianian and Liang Mo, Luo Qingyuan sighed, seeing that gossip was human nature. And so, in a low voice, Luo Qingyuan asked, Tell us, sister-in-law. Liang Mo blushed a deep red. What could it be other than a name? Shen Nianian teased, Which name? Ziliang Lian, or Xiaomomo, or something even sweeter. Liang Mo, too embarrassed to look up, said, All right, you guys, you've grown bold enough to tease even me. Seeing Liang Mo's embarrassment, everyone let her off the hook, but everyone was still curious. How does Dwen Renji address Liang Mo in private? After all, Dwen Renji, with his muscular physique, appeared tall and strong. Would such a person act cute in front of his wife? It was hard not to be curious. As the family chatted and laughed, the sweet fragrance of roasted sweet potatoes filled the living room. Liang Mo grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. Shen Nianian asked, Can I watch the New Year's Eve music gala? Liang Mo responded, I was thinking the same thing. Dwinzy asked, Do you enjoy watching it? Shen Nianian replied, Heh. Not really. I just think it's nice for everyone to listen to some music together and relax. Dwinzi handed the peeled sweet potato to Shen Nianian, and Luo Qingyuan handed Dwinyi the one he had prepared. Dwinyi took a bite and said, "The one you gave me will definitely be sweeter." Then he looked at Shen Nianian and said, "Change seats with me, sit with my wife, and you sit with your husband." Shen Nianian linked arms with Luo Qingyuan and said with a smile, "No, right now your wife belongs to me and the eldest sister." Dwinyi nudged Dwinzi with his elbow and said, "Why don't you do something about this?" Dwinzi shook his head while watching the music gala. "Can't do anything, can't do anything." Dwinyi looked at Luo Qingyuan somewhat helplessly. Luo Qingyuan also looked at him helplessly. He didn't dare. Dwinyi asked, "Brother, are you seeking revenge on me just because I didn't help you choose clothes?" Dwinzi immediately replied, "No, don't talk nonsense." Dwinyi was more certain now. "It's not that, brother. Why are you being so petty?" Dwinzi said, "I'm not. Don't make baseless accusations." Dwinyi suggested, "Then ask your wife to switch seats with me." Dwinzi glanced at him and calmly stated, "That's not possible." With that, Dwinzi leaned closer to Shen Nianian, planting a kiss on her round cheek. The onlookers cringed. Dwin Shun commented, "These two brothers are beyond rescue." Ding Yifan added, "That's for sure." Dwin Jiancheng, watching the heartwarming scene, was happy. In a couple of days, they would all be heading back to their hometown to celebrate the new year. Dwinyi's face turned dark. Shen Nianian was overjoyed, perfectly in sync with her brother. Luo Qingyuan couldn't bear it and pleaded, "Brother, don't pick on Yi." Dwinzi laughed and pulled Dwinyi into a hug, saying, "Your wife is worrying about you, so how about this? You follow your sister-in-law's lead and call me brother a few times in a respectful manner. Then I'll let your sister-in-law and you switch seats." Dwinyi felt a pang of pain in his heart. "I can't, the words won't come out." Dwinzi teased, "So it seems someone really doesn't want to sit with his younger sister-in-law." Liang Mo chimed in, "Actually, you don't have to call him brother. Calling your sister-in-law sister a few times is also fine." Shen Nianian clapped her hands in agreement. "Exactly. Dwinyi, call Qingyuan sister, and I'll switch seats with you." Liang Mo placed a hand on her stomach. "Yes, I can switch too." Luo Qingyuan was at a loss for words, but looked somewhat expectant. Dwinzi grinned and looked at him mischievously. "Call your wife, or just let us hear you call her." All eyes in the room were fixed on him, leaving Dwinyi feeling a whirlwind of emotions inside his head. So, Dwinyi started to act lazy. "Forget it, sitting here is pretty good." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. The house was filled with laughter and joy. Even Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but smile slightly, leaving Dwinyi somewhat dumbfounded. It wasn't until it was almost over that Liang Mo looked at Dwin Cheng and asked, "Grandpa, is there still no news from Renji?" In fact, Liang Mo didn't want to make things difficult for her family, but the only person in this household who could contact her husband was her grandfather. Even though she was the leader of the Huawei intelligence organization, she still couldn't get any news. She didn't dare to investigate easily. Up until now, she didn't even know if Dwin Renji knew that she was pregnant. After the Chinese New Year, it would soon be time for her to go to the hospital to give birth. Although she trusted the doctor's skills, at such a time, she still hoped that her husband could accompany her. Dwin Cheng sighed, then shook his head. "There's no news here either, Grandpa." The old man didn't tell Liang Mo that Dwin Renji was on a mission abroad. In any case, no news was actually the best news, but your father-in-law will come back to his hometown for Chinese New Year. Liang Mo nodded with a smile. "Okay, then I'll go to bed first." Saying this, Liang Mo leaned on the sofa, supporting her belly as she stood up. Luo Qingyuan quickly stood up to help her. "Sister-in-law, let me walk you back to your room." Liang Mo nodded, looking a bit desolate. And so, Luo Qingyuan assisted Liang Mo into the room. The atmosphere in the living room was not as pleasant as before. "Dwinyi, Grandpa, even for the new year, can't Big Brother come back? If Big Brother can't come back, what about second brother?" Dwin Cheng replied, "Your big brother is tied up with work. How could he easily come home for the new year? Besides, it's snowing heavily now. Many cities' flights have been grounded. As for your second brother, we haven't heard from him in years, and even I have no idea about." Hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Dwin Cheng continued, "Only your eldest uncle knows that Liang Mo is about to give birth. He specifically took time off to come back this year, And Leonmo's parents will also go back to their hometown this year to celebrate the New Year with us. Dwen Sheng added, in 2 days, it will be New Year's Eve. I suggest we have lunch tomorrow and then drive back. Ding Yifan said, I have no problem with that. It's better to go back early to avoid heavy traffic later. Dwen Sheng looked at Dwen Zi and Dwen Yi. What about you two brothers? Dwen Zi and Shen Nianian held hands, and Dwen Zi said, we'll follow your arrangements. Dwen Yi said, that works too. It's good to have someone to accompany each other on the journey. But tomorrow morning, I have to take King Yuan back to her family's home for lunch and let them know. Dwen Sheng asked, are you coming back for lunch at noon? Dwen Yi replied, we will have lunch over there. After that, we will come back together. Dwen Sheng said, all right, let's go with that plan. Dwen Cheng stood up first. That's good. It's better to go back early. I'm not very comfortable leaving your grandmother alone at home. After speaking, Dwen Cheng also went back to the bedroom. Later, everyone gradually left. Dwen Yi extinguished the fire, then quietly waited on the sofa. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan was chatting with Lianmo. Luo Qingyuan comforted Lianmo, sister-in-law. Don't be sad. Big brother is just too busy with work. He would definitely come back if he could. Lianmo nodded. I understand that very well. We've been married for almost 4 years now. The time we've spent together in these 4 years, so little I can count them on one hand. But it's unavoidable. Both your big brother and my jobs are very special, so it's just how things are. I've gotten used to it, but Liangmo touched her bulging stomach, feeling sentimental. But at times like this, I can't help but miss him. Luo Qingyuan smiled, then lay down beside Liangmo, gently reaching out to touch her belly. Suddenly feeling movement. He's moving. Liangmo nodded with a smile. Yes, he's almost due to be born, so it's natural. Luo Qingyuan looked at Liangmo. Sister-in-law, you might find it hard to turn around in your sleep tonight. Liangmo replied, it's a bit challenging, but I can manage to adjust by myself. Luo Qingyuan thought for a moment. Then I'll keep you company tonight. With me around, I can help. Luo Qingyuan couldn't have imagined that when she and Lianmo first met, they had some conflicts, but now they were preparing to share a bed. Lianmo suddenly smiled, then said, little you will be pleased. Luo Qingyuan said, I'll go tell him now. After that, Luo Qingyuan went out directly, leaving Lianmo shaking her head helplessly. Dwen Yi was still waiting in the living room, and when he saw Luo Qingyuan coming out, he immediately walked over. Hey, just wanted to let you know, my parents plan on going back to our hometown tomorrow noon, so I thought I'd go to your family's home to have a meal with your brother and sister-in-law. What do you think? Luo Qingyuan replied, sure, we can have a meal together and then visit my brother and sister-in-law. I don't think my mom would want to see me right now. Dwen Yi said, it's okay. It's up to you. After that, Dwen Yi grabbed Luo Qingyuan and was about to go upstairs. But to his surprise, Luo Qingyuan said, I'm sleeping downstairs with Liangmo tonight. Dwen Yi exclaimed, huh. Luo Qingyuan smiled and rubbed his head playfully. Come on, your sister-in-law is pregnant. Without someone by her side, she would have to get up by herself at night. With me here, at least I can assist her a bit. Dwen Yi looked at her pitifully. You won't stay just for one night, right? Luo Qingyuan said, your sister-in-law is pregnant, don't you understand? Dwen Yi reluctantly accepted that he would be left alone in the room. After all, he had gotten used to snuggling up to his soft and fragrant wife every night, but he also understood that Lianmo needed someone by her side. Finally, Dwen Yi nodded. All right, it looks like another night alone. Luo Qingyuan smiled helplessly. What about those people we caught at the wedding? Now that we are going back home tomorrow, should we try to get something out of them before leaving? Dwen Yi's expression changed at the mention of this. There's no rush. Let them spend the new year in the detention center. As for the rest, we'll deal with it after the new year. Dwen Yi's expression softened. My brother and I don't want our family reunion to be disturbed. Moreover, this year, we have several new members in the family. We should make the most of it and enjoy our time together, right? Hearing this, Luo Qingyuan felt a warm sensation in her heart. All right, I'll follow your lead. I'll go to bed now, you should too. After saying that, Luo Qingyuan turned to leave, but Dwen Yi reached out and pulled her back. Are you going to leave it at that? How about some extra special treatment? After making sure no one was around, Luo Qingyuan smiled, tiptoed, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the lips. Dwen Yi held her by the back of her head with one hand, and around her waist with the other, deepening the kiss. Liang Modu had already dozed off when the door was pushed open. Luo Qingyuan glanced nervously at her and quickly climbed onto the bed. Both experienced people, so what was there not to understand? Liang Mo teased with a smile. We've been married almost a year, and you're still shy. Luo Qingyuan replied. No matter when, there will always be a bit of shyness. Liang Mo sat up, prompting Luo Qingyuan to grab a pillow to support her waist. I know you're worried about your two uncles. To be honest, why people are also investigating. But if we want results, we might have to wait until after the new year. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyuan sighed. I'm afraid that this year, my two uncles may end up spending time in detention. They have always been unruly, which is why I'm a bit concerned. Liang Mo patted her hand reassuringly. The current policy is like this. No visits are allowed, but sending some food with a lawyer is still possible. Luo Qingyuan looked at Liang Mo, hesitating to speak. Liang Mo said, we are family now, you can tell me anything. Luo Qingyuan asked, I just want to know, if the charges are proven, will my two uncles be unable to get out? Liang Mo replied, they won't be unable to get out, but they will have to pay compensation, fines, and potentially serve time in jail. Qingyuan, relax a bit. In this lifetime, everyone will go through something. After this new year, once things calm down, I will arrange for our family to visit them. Luo Qingyuan brightened up. Thank you, sister-in-law. Liang Mo waved it off. Don't mention it. In reality, Liang Mo's biggest concern was Zhang Jingchuan. Even though they had left the capital, many loose ends were still in place. The Ji family was resolutely supporting him. They couldn't trace Jie Mingdi, making it difficult not to be on guard. As they exchanged casual conversation, Luo Qingyuan began dozing off, prompting Liang Mo to suddenly think of someone. Do you remember Yi Nuan? Luo Qingyuan responded, yes. Why? Liang Mo said, I remember there was intelligence saying Yi Nuan had a cooperative relationship with the Zhang family, but when Yi Nuan got into trouble, the Zhang family disappeared. Now, even though Yi Nuan can't leave the psychiatric hospital, it's possible the Zhang family might remember her. As we are leaving the capital this time, we should have someone keep an eye on Yi Nuan. My and grandfather's men cannot be used for private matters, so you'll have to handle this. Only then did Luo Qingyuan slowly open her eyes. I almost forgot about that. But what could they do using Yi Nuan? Liang Mo replied, I don't know. Better safe than sorry. Luo Qingyuan made a mental note of this. Okay, I'll arrange this tomorrow. Luo Qingyuan was someone who listened to advice. Liang Mo nodded, and soon they both fell asleep. The next day, at dawn, Luo Qingyuan went out with Duanyi. In the car, Luo Qingyuan mentioned the conversation with Liang Mo from the previous night. Duanyi was slightly surprised. Yes, it's good that sister-in-law reminded us. They had forgotten about Yi Nuan, thinking she would be fine in the psychiatric hospital. But what if she was being used by someone? They were aware of how ruthless these people could be. This reminder from sister-in-law is crucial. Luo Qingyuan also remarked, yes, she truly deserves her reputation as an intelligence officer, with such keen attention to detail. Duanyi said, let's make sure to thank her properly later. This time when we go back, I'll make sure my brother pays more attention to the situation in the capital. Duanyi nodded. At the Luo residence, when Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan arrived, it was already 8:30 in the morning. Luo Qingyuan had informed Luo Shuyan in advance, so the housemaid led them directly to Luo Shuyan's room. Chen Nanhua came out in casual home attire, saying, I knew you were coming today. Dad left early this morning with some people to buy fresh vegetables. Luo Qingyuan asked, Dad? Chen Nanhua nodded. Mom wanted to go too, but she's not allowed to leave the house. Luo Qingyuan fell silent for a few seconds. She hadn't planned to see her parents this time. She came back. Duanyi patted her shoulder and then hugged her as they walked inside. It's okay, since we're all here, it's nothing to have a meal together. Chen Nanhua smiled with relief. In a family, no matter how big the difficulties are, what matters is that the two people can understand each other. No matter how much Luo Qingyuan and her family argued, she would always be a Luo. Could it be that she could really cut off contact with her family for a lifetime? However, halfway through, Luo Qingyuan still stopped with Duanyi's hand in hers. Chen Nanhua was puzzled. What's wrong? Luo Qingyuan smiled, then took the wine and cigarettes from Duanyi's hand, handing them to Chen Nanhua. Sister-in-law, we just came back to see. We won't going. Tell my brother that we visited. Luo Qingyuan pulled Duanyi and turned to leave. Normally, it would be fine, but unfortunately, it was during Chinese New Year, and they were planning to head back to Shanghai after the meal. Luo Qingyuan didn't want Duanyi to have a bad time with her family in such a short time. She didn't want Duanyi to be hurt for her, or to argue with her family again. She wanted to have a happy new year. Chen Nanhua was a little dumbfounded, Qingyuan, but everyone got up early in the morning to prepare lunch. However, Luo Qingyuan still didn't turn back. Just then, Zhao Ruoxi walked out. What? You're not even staying for a meal at home. Duanyi caught up with Luo Qingyuan's fast steps. Duanyi knew it was not easy for the Luo family to reunite once a year in Kyoto, especially since they were scattered all over the place. This year was the one where the Luo family could have a meal together. Family is important to everyone. Duanyi, it's just a meal, be good. Luo Qingyuan looked at Duanyi, furrowing her brows, wanting to say something but hesitating. Duanyi smiled, pinched her cheek, and said, I know what you're worried about. It's okay, I can endure a meal. Looking at their complex expressions, Zhao Ruoxi finally said, Fine, it's just a meal. Your dad and brother went out to buy groceries. They'll be back to eat before you leave. Chen Nanhua looked at Mrs. Zhao and Luo Qingyuan, sighing softly. Apologizing through a meal was how parents express their feelings. Only now did Luo Qingyuan turn her head, and she saw Mrs. Zhao, who was usually aloof, wearing an apron, hair tied up, holding unwashed vegetables in her hands. Any lingering resentment faded away at that moment for Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan nodded. You're the one who made me stay. If you say anything unpleasant later, I'll leave with my husband. Mrs. Zhao's face darkened again, but this time she only gave Luo Qingyuan a glare before turning back to the kitchen. Chen Nanhua chuckled softly. Actually, Mom is sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. She woke up early this morning to cook your favorite dishes with the housekeeper. Chen Nanhua held Luo Qingyuan's hand and led her inside. When have you seen Mom cooking in the kitchen? And your dad and brother buying groceries? Qingyuan, it's rare for the family to be together. Everyone wants to have a good meal. Trust me, today will be different from the past. Your family still cares about you. Luo Qingyuan nodded. I know, sister-in-law. I just hope they can understand me more. Chen Nanhua said, these things can't be rushed. It takes time. Time will reveal someone's true colors. Luo Qingyuan agreed, then asked, and Grandma? Grandma is taking a walk in the garden and will be back soon. The family chatted as they returned to the living room. Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan sat together, and the maid brought their little niece out. Luo Qingyuan's eyes lit up in an instant and she quickly stood up. Quick, let me hold her. Yai. Quickly, bring out the gift. In their hurry earlier, Luo Qingyuan forgot that she had prepared a gift for her little niece. Duanyi smiled, took out a beautifully wrapped small box from his pocket, and personally put it around the little girl's neck. Denise giggled happily. Luo Qingyuan's heart melted at the sight. Chen Nanhua joked, you just had to come home. Now you're giving the baby a tiny gold lock. She's so young, she won't understand these things. While playing with her niece, Luo Qingyuan said, it's okay, it's a one-year gift. Given by Auntie. Does she like it? The baby giggled joyfully, looking adorable. Luo Qingyuan couldn't resist planting several kisses on her cheek. Luo Shuyan carried a big pile of vegetables and meat and strode in. You love children so much, have one of your own. You've slobbered all over my precious daughter's face. Luo Qingyuan glared at Luo Shuyan with dissatisfaction. What do you know? Momo loves Auntie's kisses, right? The baby laughed, drooling with joy, making Luo Qingyuan burst into laughter too. Duanyi also found it heartwarming to watch. Luo Shuyan handed the things to Chen Nanhua and went to sit down. What's wrong with what I said? It's great to have a child early. This time, Duanyi responded. He hugged Luo Qingyuan and replied with a smile, we're in no rush. We'll take it slowly. Luo Shuyan then teased, who's not in a hurry? You or my sister? Duanyi said. We're both not in a hurry. Having a child depends on fate. Luo Qingyuan felt comforted hearing this. Duanyi quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to upset Luo Qingyuan at this moment, and Luo Qingyuan happily played with the little one. Duanyi said, it'll be New Year's Eve the day after tomorrow. Will all the housekeepers be off duty? Luo Shuyan replied, there are two who won't be leaving. Don't worry, they'll be back after the new year. Duanyi nodded, and Dad, didn't you both go out together? Luo Shuyan said, he gave me the groceries and went to his study. Said he had some business to deal with. Duanyi remarked, working even during the new year. They don't take a break. This year is much better. In previous years, even during the new year, the house was empty. Luo Shuyan said, "Come, let's go to the wine cabinet and pick out something to drink later. Grab some extra to take back, a little something from me as the eldest uncle." Dwinny was about to refuse, but Luo Qingyuan said, "Honey, feel free to get some. My brother owes us a lot of drinks, so let's empty out the cabinet for him." Luo Shuyan pulled Dwinny up, saying, "She's right. Let's go choose. We're all family. Not choosing would be impolite." So, Dwinny could only laugh and follow along. Luo Qingyuan played with Monmong in the living room for a while, then ultimately handed Monmong over to the maid before going to the kitchen. In the kitchen, there were 4 people in total: Yan Li, Xiaolan, Mrs. Zhao, and Chen Manhua. Seeing Luo Qingyuan coming in, Chen Manhua, who was washing vegetables, asked, "Why aren't you outside playing with Monmong?" Zhao, who was cutting vegetables, glanced at her and said, "If you can't cook, go outside and wait." Luo Qingyuan glanced at Zhao, then walked towards Yang Li, who was stir-frying vegetables, and said, "Aunt Yan, I'll take over. You go prepare other dishes." Yang Li was somewhat flustered. "Miss, there's no need for you to do these things." But Luo Qingyuan had already started stir-frying the vegetables in the wok. "Mom, during the years I was abroad, if I couldn't cook, I would have starved to death." Luo Qingyuan's words momentarily froze the atmosphere in the kitchen. Yang Li hurriedly replied, "All right, miss, you can take over. I'll do something else." Zhao Ruoxi's heart was not feeling good. Luo Qingyuan had been sent abroad by her to study various languages since she was young. Other than giving money and occasionally visiting, she rarely accompanied Luo Qingyuan. But all of this was for work reasons. So, the kitchen fell into an eerie silence, everyone busy with their own tasks. Chen Manhua broke the awkward silence with a smile. "Qingyuan, if you leave right after the meal, isn't it too rushed? It's quite a distance to drive by yourselves. Why not consider taking a plane? Although it's hard to get tickets now, we have a private jet at home." Luo Qingyuan shook her head. "Forget it. There's Joanne driving by ourselves. Although the journey is far, Yi and I can take turns driving." Mrs. Zhao said, "We also have a chauffeur at home. Why do you need to drive yourselves? Let the driver go." Chen Manhua smiled and said, "Yes, Qingyuan, your mom really cares about you." Luo Qingyuan looked at Mrs. Zhao and said, "There's no need. We can drive ourselves. What's the point of having a chauffeur with the whole family going back?" Zhao Ruoxi said, "Living in comfort. Why do you want to endure hardship with them? I really don't understand what you are thinking. What exactly counts as enduring hardship? I have food, drink, work, and my loved one. How can you call that enduring hardship in your eyes?" As they were about to start arguing again, Chen Manhua quickly spoke up. "It's rare to come home. Let's enjoy our time as a family. Let's not bring up those matters for now." So, Luo Qingyuan nodded and continued focusing on her own tasks. It wasn't until around 12:30 that the meal was finally ready. The whole family sat at the table, as it was the Grand New Year celebration. Even Yang and Xiaolan sat at the table, but with a hint of restraint. Luo Qingjing said, "Let's eat." When the elder spoke, everyone started eating together. Luo Shuyan sighed with a smile. "This is the first family reunion meal we've had in Kyoto. Xiaoyou, our Luo family rarely has family reunions, so when you have time, bring Qingyuan home more often. This is the Luo family. Why does my daughter need your permission to come back?" One sentence stiffened the atmosphere once again. Luo Qingyuan's face darkened. Xiaolan and Aunt Yang dared not even breathe heavily. Luo Qingyuan looked at Mrs. Zhao. "Mom, you know exactly what that means. Why are you insisting on making things difficult?" Zhao Ruoxi was about to speak when Luo Qingjing interrupted. "Enough. Calm down a bit." Then, Luo Qingjing picked up the wine in front of him. "Here, Xiaoya, my wife sometimes speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. She means no harm. She just wants Qingyuan to come home more often." Dwinny smiled calmly without saying much. However, besides that, Dwinny didn't give them any more attention and just focused on serving dishes to Luo Qingyuan. "Let's eat, and after we finish, we'll leave." Luo Qingyuan could only nod. Throughout the meal, Luo Shuyan and Chen Manhua tried to lighten the mood, but Dwinny remained indifferent, and the atmosphere didn't really improve. After all the hard work of preparing a table full of delicious dishes, they didn't eat much before it ended. Dwinyi held Luo Qingyuan's hand, and Luo Shuyang saw them off. Luo Qingyuan went straight to the driver's seat. Just as Dwinyi was about to get in the car, Luo Shuyang said, "I've put the wine you picked in the trunk, a few boxes of your favorite, and a few boxes for your family." Dwinyi replied, "Thank you." Luo Shuyang thought for a moment, then chose to mediate. "That's just my mom's temperament. Don't take it to heart." Dwinyi said, "She's Qingyuan's mother. What can I say?" Luo Shuyang patted his shoulder. "You get what I mean. I know you want to have a wedding with Qingyuan. After the new year, I'll personally organize it for you. It will be grand and serve as an apology from me to your mother." At this, Dwinyi laughed. The fact that Luo Shuyang had lowered his stance so much, he couldn't say much. There are bound to be ups and downs in a family. So, Dwinyi said, "Okay, but about what I mentioned, you need to pay more attention to it." Luo Shuyang said, "About Yin Nuan, I've arranged for people to take turns watching over her. Don't worry, everything will be fine. But be prepared. The doctor said Yin Nuan's condition is gradually stabilizing, and she should be discharged in a few months." Dwinyi nodded. "I know. Take care." Dwinyi waved, then got into the car. Chen Nanhua hugged Luo Shuyang from behind, leaning against his back. "Are you worried about the relationship between Mon and Dwinyi?" Luo Shuyang replied, "Not really." "Then why the troubled expression?" "I'm concerned about the future between Dwinyi and Qingyuan. However tough this phase with Mom is, with time it will pass. The key is, you think Dwinyi will always stand by Qingyuan firmly. The road ahead is long." When they first met, neither of them were very respectable. Chen Nanhua sighed. "Don't worry too much about the future, at least for now. They are both sincere to each other, aren't they?" Luo Shuyang smiled at her words, turned around, and held Chen Nanhua in his arms. "Wife, you're right. But isn't it funny how someone once insisted on divorcing me? Otherwise, you wouldn't have such a beautiful and lovely wife." Luo Shuyang could only smile helplessly. "You're really good at flattering yourself, Miss Chen Nanhua." Chen Nanhua held him, full of smiles. At that moment of embracing, they were undoubtedly very happy with each other. Soon, Luo Qingyuan and Dwinyi returned to the Duan family. By this time, everyone was already dressed and ready. Dwinyi and Luo Qingyuan had packed suitcases, which Dwinzi had already carried down. There were a total of 3 cars. Dwinyi drove one, Dwinzi drove another, while Duan Sheng drove the third. Liang Mo sat in the car driven by Luo Qingyuan. Once everyone gathered, they slowly set off. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the car had already gotten onto the highway, with TJ music playing inside. Dwinyi was feeding Luo Qingyuan fruits, and at the same time, prepared some for Liang Mo, who was soon to be a mother. Liang Mo sat on the back seat, patting her belly, laughing and saying, "Seeing you young couple so loving, I feel content." Dwinyi smiled. "It's just the norm for a married couple." Luo Qingyuan asked, "Sister-in-law, this time when we return to our hometown, will you come back to Kyoto with us?" Liang Mo shook her head. "No, I'll just wait to give birth in my hometown." Luo Qingyuan said, "Is that so? I had arranged for a doctor in Kyoto to assist in your delivery. Since that's the case, why not have the doctor come to Shanghai instead?" Liang Mo hesitated. "That's too much trouble for you. Nowadays, hospitals have advanced technology, so it's the same wherever you give birth." In this matter, it was rare for Dwinyi to agree with Luo Qingyuan's idea. "Sister-in-law, this time, just listen to Qingyuan. The doctor she found was the same female doctor who delivered Manhua's child. I heard her medical skills are excellent, and there's also a knowledgeable doctor accompanying her, so we can rest assured." Driving while joking, Luo Qingyuan said, "Yes, sister-in-law, you're carrying the first grandchild for the Duan family, so we must pay attention." Dwinyi added, "Besides, Big Brother is also waiting for you." So, Liang Mo agreed. "Okay, you guys can make the arrangements. I just feel that hiring a renowned doctor not only costs money, but might also make you favors, which wouldn't be worth it." Dwinyi said, "Favors are repaid with money. No problem." Liang Mo teasingly said, "You're just a rookie who's been working for a little over a year. Where are you getting the money from? After spending the money, you can tell me, or I can transfer it to you now." With that, Liang Mo picked up her phone and prepared to transfer money to them. Luo Qingyuan quickly stopped her. "Sister-in-law, it's unnecessary to mention this." Dwinyi said, "Yes, sister-in-law. Although I don't have much money, My wife does. Dwinyi said this confidently, leaving Liang Mo stunned for 3 seconds before bursting out laughing. Looking at Dwinyi, Liang Mo couldn't help but admire him. He found such a good wife that he could openly enjoy the soft meal. Luo Qingyuan also chuckled, holding the steering wheel with one hand and using the other to squeeze Dwinyi's hand. That's right. A said it well. Sister-in-law, just focus on giving birth. The Luo family is not short on money. In the world, things that can be solved with money are not really issues. Liang Mo sighed, but 10,000 yuan had been deposited into Luo Qingyuan's Alipay account. Liang Mo said, even so, money doesn't come out of thin air. If I were broke, I could only owe, but when I have money, I must give it to you. Plus, although I'm on maternity leave, my salary still being paid, and your older brother's salary is also deposited into my account every month. Before Luo Qingyuan could answer, Liang Mo interrupted, just take it, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Luo Qingyuan glanced at Dwinyi, who nodded and said, all right, since Big Sis said so, let's do as she wishes. But when it comes to your delivery, we've got it covered, and you just have to focus on giving birth. Luo Qingyuan added, yes, the postnatal care center has been arranged. Whether you want to stay in Kyoto or your hometown, both options are available. If you don't want to be too far from home, hiring a confinement nanny to come to your place is also an option. Liang Mo was surprised. I thought I could just relax during the confinement period and wouldn't need a nanny. Dwinyi replied, I'm not sure about these things, but my wife must be correct. Dig sis. Just follow the plan. Luo Qingyuan smiled. The postpartum recovery period is a lifetime event for women. Although mom can take care of you, I thought having two nannies would ease her burden. And with someone helping to care for the baby, you'd also feel more at ease. Liang Mo agreed. Qingyuan arranged it well. You're very considerate. Zhang Yi is lucky to have met you. Luo Qingyuan replied. Everyone says he's lucky to have met me. Little do they know. As she spoke, memories flooded Luo Qingyuan's mind of her life before Dwinyi, when she navigated the business world daily, dealing with a variety of transactions. From birth, she was the owner of the highest building in Kyoto, where no one dared to criticize her. Luo Qingyuan was accustomed to feeling superior, and surrounded by flattery, she found those who strove to please her repulsive. Business partnerships were the norm in their circle, yet Luo Qingyuan resisted, tired of that life and not wanting to spend her days with people she disliked. On that night, her actions were out of desperation, a way to save herself, even though it meant giving up on herself. But the impulsive act had led to a monumental change in her life. The first time Dwinyi moved in with her, Luo Qingyuan instinctively treated him well. Before she knew how to begin a romantic relationship, her body and actions had already reacted before her brain could process. Her soul fell in love with Dwinyi before her mind could comprehend it. The contract was signed after her careful calculations, but she didn't realize that the game of love had been lost from the moment she chose Dwinyi. Regardless of what the future held, right now, she wanted to walk side by side with Dwinyi. In just a few seconds, these thoughts ran through her mind. Luo Qingyuan quickly regained her composure and continued. Little do they know, I'm the lucky one. Money is merely an external thing. In this fast food era, sincerity is the rarest. Liang Mo had not expected someone like Luo Qingyuan, who had been born at the top of the financial pyramid, to talk like this. Dwinyi smiled, took a freshly washed strawberry, and put it in Luo Qingyuan's mouth. After experiencing a long unrequited love and spending both genuine affection and money in exchange for a healthy love that never materialized, he understood and agreed with Luo Qingyuan's words. Money was naturally important for a person like him, an ordinary person, but genuine affection was equally important. Their being together was not by chance, but by inevitability. Looking at the snowy landscape outside, Dwinyi said, in fact, we are all very lucky to find someone to accompany us for a lifetime.